Chapter 1, Dandy's Rebirth. China, Jiangcheng.
Lin Mo stood in front of the mirror, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar face in the mirror, his fingertips trembling slightly.
He was reborn.
He was reborn on his wedding day, back to the moment that changed his life. Suddenly, overwhelming pain and anger came like a surging tide, completely engulfing him in an instant. The tragic experiences of his previous life were like a bloody movie, playing over and over in his mind. He seemed to witness again the figures of his parents being forced by Su Ro and Yi Chen to jump off the building in despair, and their desperate cries seemed to still echo in his ears. He also truly felt the piercing pain that penetrated his bones when his limbs were broken, and the despair and helplessness that penetrated his soul when he died alone on the street. These painful memories, like scars that could not be healed, were deeply engraved in the depths of his soul. Every time he thought about them, it felt as if thousands of steel needles were piercing his heart. In the previous life, today's wedding was simply the beginning of the Lin family's nightmare. But I was so ridiculous that I didn't notice it at all and just plunged in. The despair and pain of his previous life were still etched in his bones.
Ding. System binding in progress, system binding successful.
Lin Mo suddenly heard a mechanical sound in his ears.
What? System?
Hello, host. I am the intelligent counterattack system, you can call me Xiao Tian. Lin Mo stared blankly into space.
The sudden voice in his mind made him unable to react. System? Who are you? What are you doing here? Ding. Host. This system is here to help you take revenge and complete your counterattack. In your previous life, you lived arrogantly, licked to the extreme, and died in frustration. Don't you want revenge? Revenge? Of course I want revenge. But Yi Chen is a soldier king. In my previous life, more than a dozen of my bodyguards couldn't beat him alone. Lin Mo sighed. Host. Don't worry. I'm here to help you. Please complete the novice mission and cancel this damn wedding.
Lin Mo took a deep breath. In his previous life, Lin Mo was the eldest son of the Jiangcheng Lin family, a billionaire.
His family background and appearance were admired by everyone. It's just that Lin Mo's reputation is not very good.
He is domineering and overbearing. Let us put it this way, he does everything except good things.
One day, Lin Mo met Su Ro, the daughter of the Su family, at a business dinner.
Su Ro was wearing a purple evening gown, with a slender waist, and her long black hair was casually tied up. A few strands of hair fell on her white neck, adding a bit of lazy charm. Su Ro has a standard oval face, skin as white as snow, and a pair of watery peach blossom eyes under her curved eyebrows.
Her eyes are like a clear spring, with rippling light and an indescribable charm and agility.
Under the high nose bridge is a pair of cherry lips without any rouge, with slightly upturned corners of the mouth, as if smiling but not smiling, which makes people want to find out more. She stood there, her every move was elegant, and she exuded an innate noble temperament. Under the lights of the dinner party, she was like a shining pearl, instantly attracting the attention of the whole audience. Just with that one glance, Lin Mo will never forget that beautiful figure. From that day on, Lin Mo tried every means to strike up a conversation with Su Ro and began to pursue her. Su Ro neither agreed nor rejected Lin Mo's pursuit, but she was always close and distant. She did not refuse Lin Mo's invitations and accepted all of Lin Mo's gifts. Lin Mo proposed to Su's family every 3 days and proposed marriage every 5 days.
He sent all kinds of luxury goods to Su's family without paying for them.
Su Ro only needed to say a word and hundreds of millions of contracts were sent to Su's company.
For 2 whole years, Lin Mo spent 1 billion on Su Ro.
In the words of some powerful people in Jiangcheng, 1 billion, she is a barren woman, her thighs should be broken.
But Su Ro never nodded. Su Ro seemed to enjoy this feeling of being superior very much.
Not only did she seek benefits for her own family, she also stuffed all kinds of relatives into the Lin family. There is not a single relative who did not praise Su Ro for her ability and resourcefulness, and for having trained the eldest son of the Lin family into a completely obedient state. Amidst everyone's envious and jealous eyes, Su Ro felt even better. In order to show off, Su Ro often asked Lin Mo to pay the bill when she had gatherings with her girlfriends. Lin Mo always came happily and didn't care at all about the ridicule of her girlfriends. For a time, the reputation of the young master of the Lin family as a dog licker spread throughout Jiangcheng. The Lin family members were so angry that their teeth itched and felt ashamed. But they were helpless. Finally, the Su family's capital chain broke and the group was on the verge of bankruptcy, and urgently needed new capital injection. Su Jiangang immediately thought of Lin Mo, so the old man of the Su family, Su Yuanshan, Su's father Su Jiangang, and Su's mother Cui Shuamei knocked on the door of the Lin family together. Lin Hai, Lin's father, actually didn't have much affection for the Su family and wanted to reject her outright, but unfortunately Lin Mo didn't care and insisted on marrying her. Lin Hai had no choice but to agree to the Su family's request for marriage.
So the gears of fate began to turn.
In the previous life, the Lin family held a grand wedding banquet, inviting all the celebrities in Jiangchang, and even some families in the southern province were invited. But the Su family suddenly launched an attack, increasing the bride price from 1 billion to 2.8 billion, and also demanded a luxury villa worth 500 million, otherwise they would refuse the marriage. Lin Mo agreed without hesitation, without thinking.
The Su family became more and more demanding, and they demanded another 8.88 million for getting on the bus and 8.88 million for getting off the bus.
Lin Mo paid the money obediently without even blinking an eye.
This made Lin Mo a dog licker in front of the celebrities attending the wedding. It was a disgrace to the Lin family.
On the wedding night, Su Ro refused to consummate the marriage because she was afraid of pain and asked to sleep in a separate room. Lin Mo thought she was shy, so he agreed with a heartache.
Chapter 2, Revenge Prologue.
Yi Chen used his force to threaten those employees who might discover the problem, so that they dared not speak out.
By the time Lin's parents realized something was wrong, it was already too late. All assets were secretly transferred to the Su family by Su Ro. Overnight, the Lin group was declared bankrupt and liquidated.
At that moment, Lin Mo seemed to have fallen from heaven into hell. His world collapsed in an instant. The despair of falling from the clouds to the bottom of the valley made him feel like dying. Lin Mo found Su Ro and begged her in tears to let the Lin family go. He even knelt in front of her and begged her to let his parents go. But Su Ro was wearing high heels, stepping on Lin Mo's face with one foot, her eyes full of disdain and ridicule, sneering, "You are my dog, how can a dog make demands on its master?" Lin Mo recalled his embarrassment and helplessness at that time.
The anger and humiliation in his heart almost swallowed him up.
His dignity was ruthlessly trampled on by Su Ro. The feeling of being worse than death still echoes in his heart.
Yi Chen went even further.
He grabbed Lin Mo's hair and lifted his head up abruptly. With a scornful smile on his face, he looked down at Lin Mo and said, "You are such a loser, you want to fight me?
Su Ro has loved me from the beginning.
You are just a chess piece in our hands.
You are being played around by us without knowing it. It's ridiculous."
As he said that, Yi Chen kicked Lin Mo in the stomach. Lin Mo curled up on the ground, groaning in pain.
"Look at your miserable state now.
The downfall of the Lin family is all caused by you.
You are a complete loser."
Yi Chen spat at Lin Mo as he spoke, then raised his foot and stepped heavily on Lin Mo's hand, crushing it hard. "You used to be Master Lin, but now you can't even protect your own parents.
What's the point of you living?"
Every word was like a handful of salt, sprinkled on Lin Mo's wounds. What's even more cruel is that Yi Chen threatened Lin Mo's life in front of him, forcing Lin's father and mother to jump from the 28th floor. Lin Mo cried and begged heartbreakingly, but to no avail. He could only watch his parents' lives disappear before his eyes. The pain of watching his loved ones leave but being unable to do anything made Lin Mo's heart full of self-blame and regret. He hated his own incompetence and inability to protect his parents. This pain became an eternal pain in his heart. In the end, Yi Chen broke Lin Mo's limbs and threw him out of the Lin building with bruises all over his body. Lin Mo, who was covered in wounds, endured the severe pain and crawled hard on the cold ground, moving inch by inch towards the hospital. Behind him was a shocking trail of blood, but before he could crawl to the hospital, he died of excessive blood loss. After his death, he saw a familiar yet strange figure throwing himself on him and crying, telling him about his secret love for Lin Mo and regretting not pursuing Lin Mo earlier. He was filled with resentment, his soul was trapped beside Su Ro, and he saw with his own eyes that she and Yi Chen lived in his house, spent his money. They also celebrated their victory with his private collection of red wine and hugged each other intimately. At that moment, he suddenly woke up from his dream. It turned out that all this was a conspiracy carefully planned by them, and the purpose was to swallow up the Lin group. The Su family took advantage of this opportunity to rise to the top of Jiangcheng and become the new overlord of the wealthy family. Yi Chen took advantage of the power of the Su family and used Jiangcheng as a starting point to expand his own power. He was ambitious and fought his way through all the obstacles to become the leader of the southern province, and then expanded his influence to the whole of China. He expanded his harem, and countless daughters of noble families flocked to him, vying to climb into his bed and become his vassal. After learning the truth, Lin Mo's eyes were bloodshot and he roared in anger, but as a soul, he was powerless. Perhaps it was God's mercy that gave him this chance to be reborn. Lin Mo clenched his fists, his knuckles turned white, his eyes were full of hatred and determination. Su-ro, Yi-chen, in this life, I will make you pay for your blood debt with blood. This hatred supported him to move forward in the darkness. He swore that he would never let the tragedy happen again.
Xiaotian was heartbroken. Host, you are so aggrieved. Lin Mo gritted his teeth. If you don't know how to speak, you don't have to speak. As the heir of the Lin family, he lives his life as a bootlicker. How cowardly and shameful. It was obvious that the system looked down on Lin Mo.
The Lin Mo who had recovered his memory was not a good man. In his previous life, he was an arrogant and domineering young master.
How could I be willing to be someone else's licker in this life?
Lin Mo sneered in his heart, with a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. He stood up suddenly, exuding a completely different aura from before, a kind of arrogance that looked down on the world. Lin Mo slowly walked towards the mirror, and his stern face was reflected in the mirror, with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth.
A bootlicker? Humph, from now on, I, Lin Mo, will be the king of this world, and make all those who have trampled on my dignity crawl at my feet.
He reached out and gently stroked the mirror, as if he had penetrated time and space and touched his past life self.
Alright, stop pretending to be a character, just open the novice gift pack yourself. Ding! The novice gift pack has been opened successfully.
Congratulations on obtaining the intermediate negotiation skill, intermediate treasure appraisal skill, and intermediate fighting skill.
Host, Lin Mo. Identity, the eldest son of the Lin family in Jiangcheng. Level, mortal. Skill.
Intermediate negotiation skills first look. Intermediate treasure appraisal skills first look. Intermediate fighting skills first look. Looking at these three skills, Lin Mo's first reaction was that the system was playing tricks on him. But he didn't dare to say it, nor did he dare to ask.
Master, the time has come. It's time to pick up the bride.
The butler's voice sounded outside the door, with a hint of respect and urgency. Lin Mo raised his eyes slightly, and his gaze swept across the ancient clock on the wall like a cold star. The moment the pointer pointed to was the opportunity for his rebirth.
Chapter 3, The Bride is Being Harassed.
Lin Mo sneered in his heart.
A bouquet is needed to welcome the bride, but is he here to welcome the bride today? He knew that he would not marry Su-ro again, so why should he be polite? And what about Yi-chun? Why did he let himself be tortured physically and mentally, and still be given money and resources?
In the end, Yi-chen became successful and famous, with countless concubines, but he ended up lying dead on the street?
Today, he came here with only one purpose: to find a reason to take action against the Su family.
Standing at the gate of the Su family, Lin Mo's eyes were cold, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
Su family, your good days are over. Xiaolong had already started knocking on the door. The Su family's door creaked open, revealing a young man's face.
The boy was the youngest son of the Su family, Su Yu.
At this moment, Su Yu looked disgusted. Brother-in-law, why did you come just now? Where is the red envelope for the opening ceremony?
Xiaolong glanced at Lin Mo, who nodded slightly. Xiaolong handed over a red envelope, and Su Yu blocked the door with no intention of letting anyone in.
He took the red envelope, opened it, and said with disdain, "Why is it only 10,000 yuan? Brother-in-law, I can't open the door if you are so stingy."
Xiaolong glanced at Lin Mo again, and Lin Mo still nodded slightly. Xiaolong handed over another red envelope, and Su Yu opened it directly.
After seeing the amount, he smacked his lips and said, "This is pretty good." Only then did he make way for the seat and said coldly, "Come in."
Lin Mo and others filed in, only to see his mother-in-law, Cui Xueme, sitting in the living room with a sarcastic look on her face. Su-ro sat on the sofa at the back, with several bridesmaids standing beside her, all of them looking at Lin Mo indifferently.
Lin Mo is here. Cui Xueme raised her eyebrows and said arrogantly. Lin Mo nodded but said nothing. Cui Xueme's eyes narrowed and her head raised. "Lin Mo, today is your daughter and I's wedding day. Logically, I shouldn't embarrass you today, but I still have to say what I should say. Do you understand?" Lin Mo laughed inwardly. Just like in his previous life, he didn't even bother pretending, but kept a polite smile on his face. Of course. Cui Xueme crossed her legs, put her hands on her knees, and looked arrogant. "Xiaomo, today is a happy day, and as a mother I shouldn't say anything. But my Xiaoro is the treasure of our Su family.
Her father and I have spoiled and loved her since she was young.
Today I am going to marry you, so I have to tell you about this rule too.
She paused and continued, I won't go too far. I'll just set 3 rules.
I think you can accept that, right?
Lin Mo smiled and said, tell me about it.
Cui Xueme deliberately cleared her throat and began to announce one by one.
First, after Xiao gets married, you must give all your money to her. Men become bad when they have money, so it's better for women to manage the money.
Besides, my family has taught Xiao financial management since she was a child. Only when the money is in her hands can it make more money and generate the greatest benefits.
Secondly, after my Xiao gets married, you have to let her join the Lin group and transfer all your family's shares to our Xiao free of charge. Every year, give our Su family an order of 1 billion.
Cui Xueme continued.
Third, our Xiao is still young, you can't force her to give birth to a child for your Lin family. It's best not to have sex for 2 years, so that she can have time to adapt.
Lin Mo's face was full of sarcasm, and he smiled. What other requests do you have? Let's say them all at once. Cui Xueme took a sip of tea and glanced at Lin Mo.
I discussed it with your father, and we think the gift is still a little too little. Our Xiao is the little princess of the Su family, and 1 billion is too little.
In order to show your Lin family's sincerity, I think 2.8 billion is more appropriate. You can transfer it now.
If you say this, your Lin family will also have face, right? Don't worry, this money is just a token of our love, it's to provide protection for our Xiao.
We don't really want it from you, you can take it back when you need it.
Lin Mo still kept smiling and looked directly at Cui Xueme. He knew that Cui Xueme had not finished speaking.
Sure enough, Cui Xueme continued. Look, this villa of our Su family is old. I know you are filial, and you will definitely not watch me and your father live in such an old house, right? We don't ask for much, just give us 500 million and let us buy a new villa, so that your Lin family can also have face, right?
At this time, so you also came over and said greedily, and, brother-in-law, I like a sports car.
It's not expensive, only 5 million. You can just transfer it to me.
Lin Mo kept smiling and said nothing, but Xiaolong beside him was already gritting his teeth in anger. He tried to rush forward several times, but was stopped by Lin Mo's eyes. Suddenly, there was a bang sound, which scared Lin Mo. Su Ro slapped the table and stood up, pointing at Lin Mo's nose and said,
Lin Mo, what's your attitude? My mother is talking to you, but you don't say a word. What do you mean?
Let me tell you, with this condition, you have to agree to it whether you like it or not.
Otherwise, don't get married. I, Su Ro, am not unmarried.
At this time, a fair-looking but mean-looking woman in the bridesmaid group said arrogantly, Lin Mo, you'd better think about it. Our Xiao is the most beautiful girl in Jiangcheng. I don't know what good deeds you have done in your previous life to marry our Xiao.
You should just be happy. Lin Mo pretended to be humble and said,
Yes, but.
Ruru, it's not that I don't agree.
I came to pick up the bride today, and I really didn't prepare anything.
Can I give you the 2.8 billion betrothal gift after the wedding banquet?
The bridesmaid glared.
No. Turn around now. Otherwise, don't get married. I won't let Ruru go with you. Chapter 4 Lin Mo's counterattack.
Siyu was caught off guard and fell backwards with a cry, sitting on the ground, covering his face and looking at Lin Mo in disbelief.
How dare you hit me? I'm your brother-in-law. The bridesmaid was stunned for 3 seconds, and suddenly she grabbed Lin Mo's face like a shrew. You lick dog, you are rebelling.
Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, slapped the bridesmaid again, and threw her to the ground.
Well done.
Lin Mo looked at the Su family with a sinister look in his eyes, as if they were dead people.
If you don't want to get married, then don't get married. Do you really think you're a princess? 2.8 billion? Do you deserve it? I've been polite to you for so long, you've forgotten who you are.
Cui Xueme was furious when she saw this, and she pointed at Lin Mo and yelled, You uneducated thing.
If you dare to hit my son, I will make sure you don't survive in Jiangcheng. Su Routing stood up and said angrily. Lin Mo, you've gone too far. How dare you hit someone? Lin Mo sneered and turned to Su Ro. Su Ro, who do you think you are?
The thing I, Lin Mo, have the most in my life is women.
Do you think I would want to marry you? Su Ro's face turned pale instantly.
She didn't expect that Lin Mo, who was so considerate to her yesterday, would humiliate her in public like this today. Seeing this, Chui Shueme rushed forward, crossed her arms, raised her chin high, and said in a shrill voice with undisguised contempt on her face, "Hey, Lin Mo, are you still excited?" As she spoke, she squinted her eyes and looked at Lin Mo from head to toe. "Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? If it weren't for Aurora, would you be as successful as you are today? Don't think that having a little money is great. In my eyes, you are just an uneducated upstart." Lin Mo sneered, took out $100 bill from his suit pocket, held it between two fingers, shook it in the air, then flicked his wrist and threw it in front of Chui Shueme. "You want money? I have plenty, but you're only worth this much." Chui Shueme was completely infuriated by this action. Her face turned red instantly and veins popped out on her forehead. She kicked over the stool next to her with a fierce kick. The clang sound was particularly harsh in the quiet scene. She jumped up and down, her index finger almost poking Lin Mo's nose, and cursed. "How dare you talk to me like that, you little bastard?" She cursed as she moved forward, pretending to pounce on him. "Who do you think you are? So what if you're from the Lin family? Now that you've caught up with our Xiaro, you're just giving her a cold shoulder, right? If you don't pay the betrothal gift in full today and kneel down to apologize to me and Ruru, your Lin family will be ruined." Chui Shueme was so angry that she was shaking all over. Just as she was about to explode, Lin Mo turned around and said to Xiaolong, "Xiaolong, post today's incident online and let everyone in Jiangcheng see the true face of the Su family." Xiaolong immediately took out his mobile phone and uploaded the contents of the camera to the internet, adding the text, "Look at the faces of the wealthy families in Jiangcheng, this is the Su family." The scene was in chaos, and the Su family was in a panic. Lin Mo felt that it was too boring, so he turned around and wanted to leave. Chui Shueme's fighting power immediately increased to a higher level. She chased him to the door, waving her hands wildly in the air, and yelled at Lin Mo's back. "Mr. Lin, you are a spineless coward. If you dare to leave today, forget about staying in Jiangcheng." She cursed and stamped her feet fiercely. "Do you think you can escape? I want to let you know the consequences of offending our Su family." Lin Mo stopped and looked back, his eyes cold, and asked, "This is a marriage that your Su family doesn't want to have, right?" Chui Shueme put her hands on her hips, her stomach heaving violently, and said viciously, "Yes. No. You are such a loser, you still want to marry my daughter?" She curled her lips in disdain, her eyes full of disgust. "Don't you think about yourself? There are so many people who want to marry Aurora from Jiangcheng to the horizon. Who do you think you are?" Su Ro's face turned red with anger. "Lin Mo. You disappoint me so much. My brother is still young, and my mother is your elder no matter what. They have no ill will towards you, so what's wrong with you giving in to them? You should kneel down and apologize to my mother, and don't make a big deal out of it on such a happy day." Lin Mo snorted coldly. "No ill intentions? Hee hee, Su Ro, am I too nice to you, making you forget who I am, Lin Mo?" When Su Yu heard this, he stiffened his neck, puffed out his chest, took a big step forward, and with a disdainful smile on his face, he pointed his index finger straight at Lin Mo's nose and said provocatively, "Hey, Lin Mo, do you really take yourself seriously? You used to act like a dog in front of my sister, why are you pretending now? If you don't take out the money and kowtow to me 3 times to apologize today, this matter will not end. My sister is attracted to you, it is a blessing you have cultivated for 8 lifetimes, don't be shameless." As he spoke, he deliberately moved forward, shrugging his shoulders, as if he was about to take action. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, grabbed Suyu's fingers and twisted them hard. With a cry of ouch, Suyu squatted on the ground with his whole body twisted, his expression full of pain. Father Su Jiangang sighed, stood up and said, "Xiao Mo, everyone calm down. Today is a big day. Don't make things awkward." Chui Shueme turned her head abruptly and glared at Su Jiangang fiercely, her eyes looking as if they were about to spit fire. "Shut up. You are such a coward that you dare not say anything. If you were not so useless, would this have happened today?" As she spoke, she stamped her foot hard. Su Jiangang hesitated to speak and shook his head helplessly. Chui Shueme said in a sharp voice, "Lin Mo, don't say that we don't give you the Lin family face. It's okay if we don't pay you today. Just write an IOU and we'll let Xiaro go with you." Su Ro sneered. "Lin Mo, look at this. My mom cares so much about you. When I get married, you must be nice to her. In addition to what I just said, you can give my mom another 1 million pocket money every month.
Isn't that too much? Lin Mo laughed out loud. Su-ro, how shameless are you? If I marry you, I will transfer all the assets of my Lin family to your name, give you all my money, and support your whole family? How shameless do I have to be to agree to these conditions? Su-ro got angry when she heard this. Lin Mo, what are you talking about? As a woman marrying into the Lin family, shouldn't I have some protection? Isn't this what you should do? Cui Xueme looked at Lin Mo angrily.
Lin Mo, it seems that my daughter made a mistake in agreeing to your proposal.
Go back.
Our Su family does not agree to this marriage.
Suyu got excited again when he heard this.
He exerted force with both hands, pushed Lin Mo hard, and shouted at the top of his voice.
Get lost. There's no need to get married today. Get lost now. Trash like you is not worthy of my sister. Lin Mo raised his foot and kicked Suyu in the stomach. Who do you think you are to touch me? Chapter 5 I Can Change My Bride. Cui Xueme was furious when she saw this.
She gritted her teeth and raised her hand to slap Lin Mo.
Little bastard, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents, you are such a disrespectful beast. Pa!
The slap did not land on Lin Mo's face. Cui Xueme turned around and fell to the ground. She was stunned for a second, and then she burst into tears. The heavy makeup on her face was all smudged.
Oh my! On such a happy day, the son-in-law beat his mother-in-law. Why is my life so miserable? What a sin! Su-ro rushed over.
Lin Mo's eyes turned cold. Before Su-ro could raise her hand, he slapped her in the face.
You really think of yourself as a human being?
Chapter 6, The First Line of Attack. One day, Lin Mo passed by an alley outside the school and saw Su Qingxue being bullied by several classmates. He immediately rushed up and beat those people up and saved her.
The next day, Lin Mo went to Su Qingxue's class in person and warned everyone, Su Qingxue was his, Lin Mo's, sister. Lin Mo was a well-known devil in the school.
Senior students had to behave themselves when they saw him.
How could these junior high school students dare to bully Su Qingxue?
Since then, Su Qingxue was finally able to complete her studies with peace of mind.
Recalling this past, Su Qingxue sobbed again. Lin Mo hugged her tightly and said distressfully, I'm sorry, I'm late. Wow.
When Su Qingxue heard these words, years of grievances suddenly flooded into her heart. She could no longer hold back and burst into tears. The car stopped steadily in front of the hotel, and Lin Mo finally managed to coax Su Qingxue. The two walked out of the wedding car hand in hand and walked into the hotel together with Su Jianming and Zhang Hui. At this moment, a Maybach drove over at lightning speed, and Su Jiangang and his family got out of the car in a hurry and ran towards the hotel. When Lin Mo saw them, his eyes instantly became cold and fierce.
Xiaolong, Lin Mo said in a deep voice. Xiaolong understood what he meant, and quickly stepped forward with the Lin family bodyguards to block the Su family's way. Su-ro was holding up the hem of her wedding dress. When she saw Lin Mo holding Su Qingxue's hand, she immediately flew into a rage and roared angrily. Lin Mo! You bastard! Why do you treat me like this? I will never forgive you this time. You must kowtow to me and apologize in public.
Lin Mo turned his head and glanced at the Su family with disdain in his eyes. He turned a deaf ear to their shouting, firmly took Su Qingxue's hand, and strode towards the hotel. Su Jianming looked at Su Jiangang, a sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, he straightened his back, and walked into the hotel with dignity.
Cui Xueme suddenly grabbed Su Jiangang, her voice trembling. Jiangang, am I dazzled? Are the people around Lin Mo Su Jianming's family?
Of course Su Jiangang also saw it, and for an instant, he felt the world spinning. Over the years, he has tried his best to trample Su Jianming's family under his feet, and he just can't understand how they got involved with the Lin family. Anger and panic intertwined, he suddenly grabbed Su-ro, raised his hand and slapped her hard, and shouted. Rebellious girl! It's all your fault. I asked you to coax Lin Mo, but look at what you did. You ruined a good son-in-law. And you still dare to call him a bootlicker? Look, Su Jianming's family has all come after him, how can we survive in Jiangcheng in the future? Su Jiangang was really furious when he saw his daughter who didn't understand. It was fine if she was a little willful at ordinary times, but what day was it today? It was a wedding. She was making trouble today. Cui Xueme was so frightened that she dared not even breathe. She was the one who taught Su-ro all those calculating methods. But she didn't say anything, and Su Jiangang didn't intend to let her go, so he slapped her in the face.
And you? Didn't you say that Lin Mo was playing hard to get?
You are such a brainless idiot. Why teach your daughter these crooked ways when there are so many other things to teach her?
Now, your whole family has been ruined by you.
The reporters who followed the car were so excited that they pressed the shutter button frantically.
This was big news.
They were originally following the wedding, but they didn't expect to capture such great news. This huge wealth finally belonged to them, and they were so happy. At this time, Xiaolong said loudly, "Dear journalist friends, we have almost finished taking photos outside, please come inside. Today our young master has specially prepared seats for you, as well as gifts, so everyone can enjoy the food and drinks."
Reporters praised Lin Xiao for his thoughtfulness.
Just because of this kindness, there will definitely not be a single word that is unfavorable to Lin in today's report. A reporter exclaimed. The Su family relied on their engagement with the Lin family to act arrogantly and bully others.
They also repeatedly treated young Master Lin as a bootlicker.
They deserved what they got for what they have today.
Yes, yes, yes.
You deserve it.
That's right. Let's all write down their ugly deeds together. Okay. Count me in.
Su Jiangong's face was as pale as paper. The reporter's words were like sharp blades, undoubtedly declaring the Su family's death sentence.
Under Xiaolong's guidance, the reporters marched into the hotel.
However, Su Jiangang and his family were still blocked outside the door and could not take a single step forward. The wedding hall was magnificent and luxurious.
Lin Mo did not interfere too much with the layout of the wedding hall and left it entirely to a professional wedding company. Lin Hai and Yin Mengqi were moving among the guests.
The video that had previously appeared on the internet was too explosive, so they had to calm the guests down as quickly as possible and quell the storm. Su Yuanshan, the old man of the Su family, felt very uncomfortable sitting at the table. He was so embarrassed that he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He kept wondering whether he should just leave. At this time, a Lin family bodyguard walked quickly into the banquet hall, came to Lin Hai's side, leaned over and whispered a few words in his ear. Lin Hai frowned for a moment, but soon regained his composure and said in a loud voice,
"Everyone! The two newlyweds have arrived, and our wedding is about to begin." The guests could no longer contain their curiosity and couldn't wait to know how the wedding would develop next.
News has come in that Lin Mo has temporarily changed his bride, and the bride is the unfavored young lady of the Su family. This gossip has been enough for everyone to eat for a year, and everyone is secretly looking forward to the exciting follow-up.
The MC walked onto the stage and enthusiastically began to warm up the audience. "Hello, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and all the friends and relatives present here.
On this beautiful day with bright sunshine, singing, laughter and auspiciousness, we have welcomed the beautiful moment of a couple getting married." After a long and wonderful opening speech, the atmosphere on the scene reached a climax.
The MC then announced, "Now, the newlyweds have arrived. Let us welcome them with the warmest applause."
The passionate wedding march played, the lights in the banquet hall gradually dimmed, and a beam of colorful spotlight shot accurately at the door. The door was slowly pushed open by two staff members.
Su Qingxue took Lin Mo's arm, and they walked slowly into the wedding hall with upright postures and graceful steps.
Behind them followed Su Jianming and Zhang Hui, and the whole family's faces were filled with happiness. Almost at the moment they appeared, the guests exclaimed one after another, and everyone whispered to each other, "The bride has really been changed.
Oh my, today I'm really here, standing in the front line of eating melons."
Old Master Su's face suddenly changed, and just as he was about to explode, he was stopped by Lin Hai with a smile.
In Lin Hai's seemingly gentle eyes, there was an undisguised threat.
Su Yuanshan knew very well that if he dared to act rashly today, the Su group would go bankrupt tomorrow.
Lin Hai holds a very important position in Jiangcheng.
It would be as easy for him to crush the Su family as to crush an ant. Lin Hai was also feeling aggrieved. For more than a year, his son Lin Mo had been Su Ro's bootlicker, which made him look inferior to the Su family, and he had to be polite to Su Yuanshan. Now that Lin Mo has awakened, he naturally doesn't need to save face for this old man anymore. If this old man dares to say no today, the Su family will not be able to continue to gain a foothold in Jiangcheng.
Chapter 7, Tear Your Old Face. Lin Mo and Su Qingxue walked steadily to the center of the stage.
Suddenly, Lin Mo reached out and took the MC's microphone and shouted,
"Lin family bodyguard." The bodyguards standing by the wall were in unison, shouting in unison, "In."
Kick out all the relatives and friends of Su Jiangang and Chui Shueme. The business partners who have cooperated with the Su group should stay. Yes. Soon, all those who had personal relationships with Su Jiangang and Chui Shueme were cleared out of the hotel. When the group saw Su Jiangang and his family trying to get into the hotel, they immediately surrounded them and demanded an explanation, creating a chaotic scene. The wedding banquet continued in an orderly manner. When it came to exchanging rings, Lin Mo did not take the velvet box that was originally placed on the tray, but took out another box from his dress pocket. When he opened it, he found a dazzling pink diamond ring. Lin Mo looked at Su Qingshui affectionately, his eyes full of tenderness. I'm sorry, I bought this last minute and didn't have time to ask for your opinion. Chapter 8. Su Yuanshan walked downstairs and saw Su Jiangang and his family still lingering at the door and refusing to leave. He was immediately furious and glared at them fiercely, snorting coldly. You disgraceful thing, why don't you come back with me? After saying that, he got into his own car. Su Jiangang, Chui Shueme, Su Rou, and Su Yu followed closely behind him. After returning to the Su family's old house, Su Jiangang and the other three knelt in front of Su Yuanshan, not daring to breathe, with their heads lowered. Su Yuanshan's face turned pale, and he stared at the four people who had made him lose face. Finally, he couldn't help it, and rushed forward and kicked Su Jiangang. Su Jiangang staggered and fell to the ground. Useless thing. You can't even keep the wealth that's right in front of you, what else can you do? You're just a piece of trash. Su Yuanshan was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at Su Jiangang and his voice trembled. Su Jiangang lay on the ground, not daring to move, trembling like a frightened mouse. At this time, Chui Shueme couldn't help but speak. If you ask me, we can't be blamed entirely for this. Who knew why Lin Mo went crazy and left suddenly? We didn't say anything. Su Yu also chimed in. That's right. Lin Mo has always been my sister's liquor. If my sister tells him to go east, he will never go west. I think he is playing hard to get. As long as my sister gives him some sweet treats, he will definitely come back immediately. Su Yuanshan looked at this family and felt helpless and disappointed. The matter had already been settled, but they were still trying to make excuses. The wedding is already over, and you still expect him to come back? What are you thinking? Su Yuanshan was so angry that he kept coughing. He sat back in his chair, picked up the teacup and took a big gulp. Su Yu curled his lips and said nonchalantly. What are you afraid of? They haven't even gotten their marriage certificate yet. Before they get the certificate, everything is still uncertain. When Su Yuanshan heard this, his heart moved. Yes, they haven't got the marriage certificate yet. He looked at Chui Shueme and Su Yu with disdain and said. You may take Xiaoya back first. Chui Shueme wanted to argue a few more words, but Su Yuanshan glared at her fiercely, so she had to shut her mouth and left quickly with her son unwillingly. Su Yuanshan took a deep breath and calmed down. You two, get up. Su Jiangang hurriedly got up, and Su Rou also stood up, lowering her head, not daring to look her grandfather in the eye. Su Yuanshan glanced at them with disdain and said impatiently, Sit down. After the two sat down, they dared not breathe and their bodies were tense. Su Yuanshan looked at Su Rou and asked. Xiao Rou, what on earth are you thinking? Su Rou lowered her head, twisting her fingers nervously. I don't care. Chapter 9 Father-in-law and son-in-law join forces. In front of Mr. Su, Su Jiangang often spoke ill of Su Jianming with exaggerated words, which made Mr. Su more and more disappointed with Su Jianming. Finally, he sent Su Jianming to a branch company, completely away from the core power of the Su family. As a result, Su Jianming's family's life has plummeted. From their former glory, they are now ostracized everywhere. At the hotel, the wedding was over. Lin Mo held Su Qingshue's hand and returned to their warm wedding room together. Ding complete the novice mission. Reward, golden kidney. Lin Mo felt a burning pain in his lower abdomen. Golden energy ran through his body along his spine, and he could hear the sound of his bones popping. Su Qingxue sat stiffly on the sofa, her body tense, not daring to move, as if she was in a dream that was too beautiful to be real. Lin Mo looked at her cautious look and couldn't help laughing. He asked softly, What's the matter? This sudden voice made Su Qingxue tremble, and she shook her head hurriedly and panicked. No. No. Just then, there was a crisp knock on the door. Lin Mo raised the corner of his mouth slightly and smiled. Here it comes.
Su Qingxue looked confused, with doubts in her eyes. Who? Who is here?
Aunt Wu ran to open the door with brisk steps, and saw Su Jianming walked in slightly stiffly.
Su Qingxue was stunned when she saw this, and asked in confusion, Dad? Why are you here? Lin Mo patted her little head lovingly and said with a smile, Silly girl, what do you mean? Can't our dad come to see us?
Su Qingxue rubbed her head, pouted, and pretended to be angry and said, If you hit me again, I will bite you. As he said this, he playfully showed his little fangs and pretended to bite someone, trying to scare Lin Mo.
This cute action made Lin Mo laugh out loud.
He knew that the hardships of these years had made the once innocent little girl learn to hide her true feelings, and he was determined to help her regain her carefree, happy, and lively nature.
Su Jianming looked at the intimate interaction between the two and felt particularly relieved, with a happy smile on his face. Lin Mo patted Su Qingxue's shoulder gently and asked with concern, Are you hungry? I'll ask Aunt Wu to make you something to eat first. Su Qingxue's eyes suddenly lit up and she nodded vigorously.
At the banquet, as a newlywed, she didn't eat much and just drank water.
Lin Mo smiled and ordered, Auntie Wu, make some delicious snacks for the young mistress.
Wu Ma replied with a smile on her face, Yeah.
Okay.
After saying that, he turned and went into the kitchen to get busy. Lin Mo stood up, gently touched Qingxue's head, and said softly, Just sit by yourself for a while and watch TV or play with your phone.
Dad and I have something to discuss. Su Jianming quickly added, Her mother is still outside, you see. Lin Mo was amused and said,
You can't leave my mother-in-law out here.
Hurry up and ask Mom to come in.
Su Jianming felt warm in his heart and hurried out to welcome Zheng Hui in. Lin Mo looked at Zheng Hui and said respectfully, Mom, please stay with Qingxue for a while.
Dad and I are going to talk about something.
Zheng Hui was filled with joy, her eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled.
Okay, go and talk. Go and talk.
Lin Mo nodded slightly and looked at Su Jianming. Dad, let's go to the study and talk.
The two walked into the study and sat down. Lin Mo said straight to the point, I plan to take action against Su Jiangong's family, and perhaps Mr. Su. Su Jianming seemed to have expected this and didn't show any surprise.
He had some understanding of Lin Mo's character and knew that this kid always distinguished between gratitude and resentment and would never give up.
So, he asked calmly, What do you need me to do? Lin Mo shook his head and said, You don't need to do anything for now. The day after tomorrow I will accompany Qingxue back home. Su Jiangang and his family will definitely be there, and I will ask you to take over the position of president. Now, I want to hear your thoughts. Su Jianming frowned slightly, thought for a while and asked, How far do you plan to go?
Lin Mo raised his lips, revealing a confident smile. When communicating with smart people, there is really no need to say more, it depends on their attitude.
Debts owed must be repaid, losses caused must be compensated. Su Jianming took a deep breath and nodded slowly, I understand. I'll listen to you.
Lin Mo sighed and said, Dad, I know you have been secretly preparing to return to the Su family. I will help you speed up the process.
Su Jianming was shocked. He didn't expect that his plan was seen through by Lin Mo at a glance. Lin Mo smiled and comforted, We are a family now, there is no need to hide anything.
Su Jianming smiled bitterly and shook his head, The outside world thinks you are a playboy, but I didn't expect that you are the real hidden one. Lin Mo shook his head gently and said with emotion, I just woke up. Su Jianming gently fiddled with the teacup in front of him, lost in memories. Ever since the old man brought Su Jiangang's family back to the Su family, I knew that Su Jiangang and I would have a showdown sooner or later. But after the news of the marriage between the Lin and Su families came out 2 years ago, I temporarily gave up this idea.
But, fortunately, God blesses you and now you are back with us.
As he spoke, a barely perceptible bitterness flashed in Su Jianming's eyes. Perhaps only he himself could understand the sadness and helplessness he had felt over the years. Lin Mo generously put his arm around Su Jianming's shoulders and said with great passion, Let's join forces and drive that illegitimate child back to his hometown.
Su Jianming couldn't help laughing after hearing this, Okay. Let's go back home. The two people's hearty laughter came from the study on the second floor.
Downstairs, Zheng Hui and Qingxue heard the laughter and looked at each other with strange expressions.
Su Qingxue asked curiously, Mom, when did Dad and Lin Mo become so close? Zheng Hui smiled and replied, We women should stop worrying about matters between men. Su Qingxue pouted and snorted, TSK. I don't care about him. At this time, Aunt Wu came out from the kitchen and said, Madam. The snacks are ready.
When Su Qingxue heard this, she immediately jumped up from the sofa like a happy little bird, excitedly pulled Zhang Hui's hand, and walked towards the restaurant impatiently.
Mom, hurry up, let's have some snacks.
Seeing her daughter regain her former innocence, Zhang Hui was very happy, but she pretended to be angry.
Slow down. You're already married, but you're still so impatient.
Su Qingxue stuck out her tongue mischievously, with a bright smile on her face.
At this time, Lin Mo and Su Jianming walked downstairs. Seeing the mother and daughter so happy, Su Jianming smiled and asked, "What are you talking about? You look so happy?"
Just as Zhang Hui was about to speak, Su Qingxue covered her mouth with her hand.
She said with a smile, "Hey, it's nothing. It's nothing." Chapter 10. Not that tonight. Lin Mo looked at Su Qingxue's flustered and cute appearance, his eyes full of love, and said softly, "Have some snacks." As he spoke, he walked over, gently took Su Qingxue's hand, and walked towards the restaurant.
Su Qingxue's face immediately blushed when Lin Mo held her hand.
Like a docile little lamb, she followed Lin Mo into the restaurant obediently.
Su Jianming and Zhang Hui looked at the two children with a loving motherly smile on their faces, which was such a comfort to them. After eating snacks, Su Jianming also wanted to leave the two children some space alone, so he found an excuse and took Zhang Hui away. As soon as her parents left, Su Qingxue immediately returned to her quail form, her face flushed with shame, her head lowered, and she said nothing.
Lin Mo asked, "Are you tired?" Su Qingxue shook her head. "Not tired." "Tired?" "Just kidding, Su Qingxue is so excited now.
The big brother she had secretly loved for 8 years really married her."
"Tired? Impossible." Lin Mo smiled. "Then you can play for a while. I still have some things to deal with." Su Qingxue pouted her lips, a little disappointed. "Oh." Lin Mo rubbed her little head and went back to the study. Lin Mo turned on his computer and found an email quietly lying in his mailbox.
It was the information of all personnel above the manager level sent by the group's Human Resources Department. Lin Mo doesn't believe that Su Rou and Yi Chen alone can empty the entire Lin family. If the Lin family is bound to perish, the problem must be within the Lin family.
Since we are living again, we must not let tragedy happen again.
As time went by, Lin Mo had been sitting in front of the computer for 2 hours, and luckily he actually found the problem. There are 6 managers in the group who came from Su's. The one with the longest tenure has been in Lin's for 6 years. They all hold very important positions, and one in particular is already the financial director. Seeing this, Lin Mo instantly broke out in a cold sweat. If everything was premeditated, then the Su family had been playing this game for at least 6 years. Maybe the Su family had no intention of swallowing up the Lin family at the beginning, but this layout did provide great convenience for Su Rou's actions. Lin Mo immediately checked the previous work of the 6 people, but did not find any mistakes or omissions.
Lin Mo frowned. If they neglected their duties, it would be easy to deal with.
But now these people have no handle at all, so it would take some effort to deal with them.
But who is Lin Mo?
In Jiangchang, besides being a dog licker, he is also known as the devil of the world.
When Lin Mo is in trouble, even Lin Hai can't do anything about him.
Lin Mo raised his lips and called Lin Hai. As soon as he opened his mouth, Lin Hai was furious. "Old Lin, I want to fire a few people." Lin Hai was confused.
"What day is today? Today is a big day. How many people do you want to fire? What are you crazy about?"
Lin Mo smacked his lips.
"Old Lin, don't be impatient. The 6 people I want to fire all came from the Su Corporation. Today the old guy is obviously not convinced, so I need to teach him a lesson."
Lin Hai was shocked when he heard this. What this kid said seemed to make sense. The old man was clearly resentful today. If he wasn't punished in time, he might really cause trouble.
"Okay, I know those people.
They all hold important positions. I need to make some preparations and at least find someone to take over their jobs."
Lin Mo snapped his fingers. "Okay. Go do it." Lin Hai was furious again. "You're my dad. Attention. Yi Chen will arrive in Jiangchang at noon tomorrow." Lin Mo tapped the table rhythmically with his fingers.
In his previous life, he didn't take Yi Chen seriously at all, so he didn't know much about Yi Chen, and that's why he was tricked by them.
"System. I am here. Yi Chen's identity.
The purpose of coming to Jiangchang.
Name, Yi Chen. Identity, retired soldier king.
Skills, advanced combat, firearms proficiency. It turns out that Yi Chen was a top soldier in the military. He had performed many top-secret missions and was highly recognized by the military, which also intended to train him. However, he was arrogant and thought that he could achieve greater success with his own abilities. As time went by, he became more and more arrogant and domineering. During a mission, he openly disobeyed military orders, clashed with his superior in front of his team members, and even beat his superior. The military was furious and put him in solitary confinement. If he had recognized his mistakes and admitted them in time, the military would not have done anything to him. However, Yi Chen had an overly high opinion of himself and felt that the military was targeting him, suppressing him, and affecting his future. So he announced his retirement in anger and left the military without obtaining its consent. However, Yi Chen has been an orphan since childhood. He was adopted by an old soldier and raised. After leaving the army, Yi Chen did not return to the old soldier's home, but wandered around. After arriving in Jiangcheng, Yi Chen accidentally rescued Su Ro on the street. Attracted by Su Ro's beauty, Yi Chen felt that such a beautiful woman should belong to him. So Yi Chen became Su Ro's bodyguard in exchange for saving her life. After helping Su Ro escape from danger several times, Su Ro fell uncontrollably in love with this man with super strong fighting power. Finally, after a drunken encounter, the two got together. After the two broke the window paper, they couldn't stop and fooled around together every other day. But at that time, Su Ro was already married to Lin Mo. Although she didn't like Lin Mo, she still had some reservations. In this way, Lin Mo naturally became a thorn in Yi Chen's side, and he had to be eliminated as soon as possible. So what happened next happened. After learning the whole truth, Lin Mo was so angry that he gasped. "If you want that woman, just tell me, I'll give her to you."
For a woman, you destroyed my family? Is this what a soldier king would do? Chapter 11. Yi Chen is here.
Lin Mo asked with a sly smile.
Which one?
Su Qingshue's face instantly turned red like a monkey's butt, and she whispered.
That's that. Lin Mo wanted to tease her and asked. Which one?
Su Qingxue swayed from side to side coquettishly.
Oh. It's just men and women, that.
Lin Mo laughed and pinched her collagen-filled face.
Why?
Su Qingshue's head almost dropped under the table.
I'm not ready yet.
Lin Mo lifted her little face up distressfully and wiped the oil stains from the corners of her mouth.
Okay. I'll listen to you.
Su Qingshue's eyes lit up and she said happily.
Really? You agree?
Lin Mo smiled and said.
I suddenly dragged you to the wedding banquet, and you are not ready yet. I understand. Su Qingshue's eyes immediately filled with tenderness, and she said, Thank you.
After dinner, they both went back to their rooms.
Lin Mo gave his room to Qingxue and went to the guest bedroom. System task release. Yi Chen's first stop when he arrives in Jiangcheng is Zhou's family.
Yi Chen once saved Zhou Xiong, the head of the Zhou family, at the border.
Yi Chen plans to use this life-saving grace to seek a job with Zhou Xiong.
Then he will find an opportunity to become famous in Jiangcheng. The host immediately cuts off Yi Chen's chance to rise.
Late at night, Lin Mo tossed and turned, unable to sleep.
If Yi Chen hooked up with Su Ro in his previous life for the Su family's assets, then in this life, the Su family had lost the care of the Lin family, and bankruptcy was just a matter of days.
Would Yi Chen still flirt with Su Ro? Or was Yi Chen simply attracted by her beauty?
Yi Chen will arrive in Jiangcheng tomorrow, so I will never let him feel comfortable. At least I can't let him achieve his goal as smoothly as in his previous life.
The next morning, Jiangcheng railway station was crowded with people, and the noisy voices and the friction of suitcase wheels were intertwined.
Lin Mo, wearing a low-key black windbreaker, was hidden in the crowd, his sharp eyes like a hawk fixed on the exit.
Not long after, a figure dressed in simple casual clothes and carrying an old marching bag came into Lin Mo's sight. It was Yi Chen.
Lin Mo raised his lips into an icy sneer, revealing full confidence and teasing. He slowly took out his cell phone, tapped the screen with his slender fingers, dialed the number, and spoke in a low and steady voice. Here he comes, and he does what he planned. After saying this, he turned around quickly and disappeared into the bustling crowd. Yi Chen came to the roadside and returned to the bustling city, his heart full of excitement and pride. He looked up at the high-rise buildings in Jiangcheng, took a deep breath, and murmured loudly.
Humph. This is where I should be, the smell of money and power.
His eyes roamed freely among the tall buildings, the corners of his mouth raised, outlining a crazy smile, and his expression seemed to say that the whole city was already under his feet. As he strode towards a taxi, he secretly thought that the skills he had acquired in the army would surely create great waves in this prosperous city, and those wealthy nobles would sooner or later crawl at his feet. After getting in the car, Yi-Chen leaned back in the back seat, closed his eyes and rested, his mind rapidly planning how to use his outstanding combat wisdom and keen insight to carve out a place for himself in this city.
He thought that he should first gain a foothold in the Zhou family, use the Zhou family as a springboard to get to know more wealthy families, and make himself a sought-after figure in the Jiangcheng powerful circle. By then, wouldn't wealth, status, and beauty be easily obtained? The more he thought about it, the more proud he became, and he even sneered with disdain. How could those pampered young men from wealthy families be compared with a soldier like himself who had been baptized by blood and fire? During Yi-Chen's 6 years in the army, he completed many difficult tasks that were thought to be impossible. In his heart, he was the undisputed king of soldiers and the master of the world. Because of this, he has received much attention from his superiors and has also attracted the attention of many wealthy families. Many wealthy families had persuaded him to retire and offered him high salaries as a bodyguard. Among them, the Zhou family in Jiangcheng offered the highest salary.
2 years ago, Zhou Xiong, the head of the Zhou family, was unfortunately kidnapped by foreign forces at the border, and Yi-Chen was ordered to lead a team to rescue him. He went alone, relying on his extraordinary courage and superb marksmanship, and broke into the bandits' lair, successfully eliminated all the kidnappers, and rescued Zhou Xiong safely. Afterwards, Zhou Xiong personally handed over a business card and offered an attractive salary of 2 million yuan per year.
Now that Yi-Chen has retired, Jiangcheng becomes his first stop. The purpose of his trip is to find Zhou Xiong. But in Yi-Chen's opinion, although the Zhou family has some strength, it is only compared with ordinary families. After his analysis, the Lin family, the richest family in Jiangcheng, was his best choice.
However, Yi-Chen was not willing to take the initiative to find the Lin family. He felt that he needed an opportunity, a great opportunity to show his strength to all the wealthy families in Jiangcheng, so that those so-called local tycoons could see the true strength of the soldier king. In his imagination, as long as these wealthy families saw how powerful he was, they would come to him crying and begging him to join the family. When Yi-Chen thought of a group of wealthy people in Jiangcheng waiting devoutly outside his house, holding huge checks, luxury car keys and luxury house deeds in their hands, and even sending their daughters to him just to beg him to join, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, and that laughter was full of arrogance and conceit. The taxi driver was frightened by the sudden laughter and slammed on the brakes. He looked back at Yi-Chen with horror and cursed angrily.
Are you fucking crazy? What are you laughing at?
Yi-Chen finally came back to his senses from his sweet dream. Instead of apologizing, he glared at the driver impatiently.
Stop talking nonsense and drive.
The driver muttered something, started the car again with an unhappy look on his face and continued driving forward. At the Zhou family residence, Zhou Xiong, the patriarch of the Zhou family, put down the phone tremblingly, his face full of shock and helplessness. He could never have imagined that Lin Mo, the young master of the Lin family, the richest family in Jiangcheng, would actually take the initiative to call him, the head of a small family. Lin Mo's tone was cold on the phone, and he directly asked Zhou Xiong not to let Yi-Chen have a foothold in the Zhou family under any circumstances.
He also hinted that if Zhou Xiong did not cooperate, the Zhou family's business in Jiangcheng would face many troubles.
Although Zhou Xiong felt helpless, he could not afford to offend the Lin family, so he had to bite the bullet and agree. Master, there is a young man named Yi-Chen outside who wants to see you. The housekeeper hurried in and reported respectfully. Zhou Xiong shook his head helplessly and sighed, let him come in.
A moment later, Yi-Chen, led by the butler, strode into the Zhou family's living room.
Zhou Xiong's face was full of smiles, and he extended his hand enthusiastically.
Commander Yi. What a rare guest. Welcome, welcome. Yi-Chen just raised his eyelids casually, gently touched Zhou Xiong's hand, and said arrogantly, Mr. Zhou, long time no see.
That attitude seemed to say that it was a great honor for Zhou Xiong to meet him. Zhou Xiong politely invited Yi-Chen into the living room to sit down, and the housekeeper immediately served him 2 cups of fragrant tea.
Chapter 12, Open Door. After they drank a few sips of tea, Zhou Xiong asked, Commander Yi, have you retired? Yi-Chen acted like a master, acting like a superior. That's right. I'm tired of serving in the army for so many years. So I want to change my way of life. How can I compare to Mr. Zhou? His business is booming.
Zhou Xiong took out a check from his pocket and handed it to Yi-Chen.
Commander Yi, thanks to you for saving my life, here is 5 million as a token of my appreciation. Please accept it.
Yi Chen was just about to drink tea when he paused. He immediately understood Zhou Xiong's intention. He wanted to buy out his favor with 5 million. He suddenly felt angry and thought Zhou Xiong was humiliating him. Yi Chen put the teacup heavily on the table with a paw sound, stood up, looked down at Zhou Xiong, and shouted loudly.
Mr. Zhou, what do you mean?
Zhou Xiong was startled by this sudden anger.
He knew Yi Chen's temper and abilities very well.
He had witnessed with his own eyes Yi Chen fighting against foreign mercenaries alone at the border. Zhou Xiong did not dare to offend such a person too much. He could only pretend to be calm and put on a flattering smile on his face.
Zhou Xiong smiled and said, Chief Yi, please don't be angry. I, Zhou Xiong, will never forget your kindness in saving my life.
It's just that the company's situation has been bad recently, and I'm also very worried, so I was inconsiderate. Please don't take it to heart. Zhou Xiong knew clearly that Yi Chen was highly skilled in martial arts and had extensive connections. If he really pissed him off, he would be in big trouble. Yi Chen's eyes widened with anger, he pointed at Zhou Xiong's nose and roared.
Zhou Xiong, who do you think I am?
I'm telling you, I, Yi Chen, am not someone who would repay a favor.
I came here today just to see an old friend, but you're using money to humiliate me?
After saying that, he slammed the check on the table and stared at Zhou Xiong.
Beads of sweat appeared on Zhou Xiong's forehead, and he thought to himself, when you accepted 2 million in cash from me at the border, you thought it was not enough, and now you are pretending to be noble?
Although he thought about it, he didn't dare to say it, and said cautiously.
Officer Yi, how about this? I'll help you contact other wealthy families. With your ability, you will definitely get better treatment. Why do you have to stay in my small Zhou family?
When Yi Chen heard this, he became even more angry and rushed forward to grab Zhou Xiong by the collar.
Zhou Xiong, I, Yi Chen, am upright and self-respecting. Who do you think I am?
Zhou Xiong was grabbed by the collar, and it was difficult for him to breathe, but he still didn't dare to resist.
He could only stammer. Commander Yi. Commander Yi, please let go first. Let's talk it over.
I'll think of another way. Just as Yi Chen grabbed Zhou Xiong's collar and the situation was tense, the door of the living room was suddenly broken by a burst of hurried footsteps. Zhou Xiong's son Zhou Yu rushed back in a hurry, and when he saw the scene, he was stunned.
Dad, what's going on?
Zhou Yu's face was full of confusion and shock as he looked at Yi Chen with his eyes wide open and his embarrassed father. Yi Chen turned his head and glanced at Zhou Yu, his eyes full of disdain, but he had no intention of letting go of Zhou Xiong. Zhou Xiong squeezed out a few words with difficulty.
Don't be impulsive.
Seeing this, Zhou Yu suppressed his anger and tried to keep his tone calm.
Big brother, let's talk it over. Let my dad go first. Yi Chen snorted coldly and threw Zhou Xiong back onto the sofa. Zhou Xiong staggered and almost fell. Are you Zhou Xiong's son?
Yi Chen crossed his arms and looked at Zhou Yu arrogantly.
Your father is so ungrateful. I saved his life, but now you want to humiliate me with money.
Zhou Yu was very dissatisfied with Yi Chen's arrogance, but he knew that his father had indeed been saved by Yi Chen, and he was afraid of Yi Chen's force, so he could only appease him first. Brother, calm down first.
My father definitely didn't mean it.
The company's business has had a big problem recently, and he was upset, so he said the wrong thing.
We all remember your kindness to our family.
When Yi Chen heard this, his expression eased a little, but he still insisted.
Then tell me, how are you going to compensate me? I don't want to just let it go like this.
Zhou Yu suddenly had an idea and said. Brother, I know you are a soldier king with extraordinary skills.
Our Zhou family also has some connections in Jiangcheng. Why don't I recommend you to other wealthy families?
With your ability, you will definitely be able to get a good position, and the salary and benefits will definitely not be bad.
Yi Chen frowned, feeling a little hesitant.
He originally wanted to gain a foothold in the Zhou family first, and then gradually approach other wealthy families, but now Zhou Xiong's attitude made him feel that there was no point in staying in the Zhou family. But Zhou Yu's proposal made him somewhat excited. Maybe he could take this opportunity to directly enter a more powerful and wealthy family. While Yi Chen was thinking, Zhou Yu struck while the iron was hot.
Brother, if you trust me, I will help you arrange it in the next 2 days.
With your ability, those wealthy families will definitely be vying for you. When you become successful, don't forget our Zhou family. Yi Chen secretly calculated in his heart that this might be a good opportunity to get rid of the Zhou family's troubles and achieve his goals faster.
Okay, I'll trust you for now, Yi Chen said arrogantly. But if you fail to do it, or dare to play tricks on me, you know the consequences. Zhou Yu nodded quickly. Don't worry, big brother. I will do my best. You can have fun in Jiangqing for the next 2 days. If you need anything, just let me know. Yi Chen turned around and strode towards the door. When he reached the door, he turned back and gave Zhou Xiong a vicious look. Zhou Xiong, I'll let you go this time for the sake of your son. If things don't work out, I'll come back to find you. After saying that, Yi Chen waved his hand and walked away. Zhou Xiong slumped on the sofa, breathing heavily. Zhou Yu quickly stepped forward to support his father. Dad, are you okay? Zhou Xiong waved his hands. I'm fine, it's just that Yi Chen is too difficult to deal with. Zhou Yu comforted him. Dad, don't worry, I will find a way to get rid of him. However, Lin Mo. Zhou Xiong sighed. Let's take it one step at a time, and deal with Yi Chen first. Where's the check? They both looked out the door at the same time. After Yi Chen left Zhou's house, he was still indignant. As he walked, he thought that when he entered other wealthy families, he must let Zhou Xiong and his son see how powerful he was. He imagined himself being surrounded by wealthy families, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a smug smile. Ding! The host has completed the mission to cut off Yi Chen's chance to get close to the Zhou family, and is rewarded with the martial arts skill of grappling. Host, Lin Mo. Identity, the eldest son of the Lin family in Jiangqing. Level, mortal. Martial arts, grappling. Skill. Intermediate negotiation skills first look. Intermediate treasure appraisal skills first look. Intermediate combat skills first look. Photographic memory skill first look. Chapter 13 billion, are you worthy of it? Lin Mo showed a wicked smile. Boy, fight me. In the previous life, I was defenseless and was framed by Yi Chen in the dark. In this life, the positions are reversed. Do you think I won't kill you? Yi Chen stepped out of the villa area where the Zhou family villa was located. This place was remote, far away from the city center and main roads, and it was extremely difficult to get a taxi. His brows were furrowed, his face full of impatience, and he could only drag his heavy steps towards the main road. At the same time, a cool Aston Martin was parked quietly in a hidden corner not far away. Lin Mo sat in the car, looking through the window, staring at Yi Chen's departing back. Recalling his previous life, Yi Chen was warmly welcomed by everyone in the Zhou family. He left only after enjoying a sumptuous lunch at the Zhou family. The Zhou family also thoughtfully arranged accommodation for him. After the meal, they sent someone to drive him to his residence. It was on the way that Yi Chen saved Su Rou. But things are different now. Yi Chen was turned away by Zhou's family and left angrily without even having a meal. Lin Mo raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a smug sneer, thinking, now that it's like this, Yi Chen shouldn't be able to save Su Rou, right? He picked up the phone and dialed the number, his voice low and calm. Where is Su Rou now? A response came quickly from the other end of the phone. Master, Miss Su is still at the door of Lin's group, clamoring to see you. After hearing this, Lin Mo put down his phone with relief, and calculated in his heart that the two of them were more than 20 kilometers apart, and even if Yi Chen grew wings, he couldn't fly over. Moreover, Su Rou encountered danger in her previous life because on her way back to her mother's home, she met two fugitives who had just escaped from Jiangqing prison. This time, Lin Mo was well prepared and sent someone to notify the warden to strengthen the guards. Sure enough, hidden weapons were found under the beds of the two prisoners who attempted to escape, and they were locked up in a small dark room. Lin Mo was certain that this time everything would be foolproof. He glanced at Yi Chen's receding back, patted Xiaolong in the driver's seat, and ordered, go back to the group. Lin Mo felt that it was time to go back to the group and deal a good lesson to Su Rou. Although Su Rou and the Su family no longer posed a threat to him in this life, Lin Mo was very unhappy about letting her go. In less than half an hour, Lin Mo's car was parked steadily in the parking lot of Lin Group. As soon as he pushed open the car door, a figure rushed towards him like a cannonball. Xiaolong reacted quickly and instinctively raised his foot, kicking the man away instantly. Lin Mo was also startled by this sudden situation. When the person fell to the ground, he looked carefully and found that it was Su Rou. Su Rou got up from the ground in a messy manner. Her hair was disheveled, but her eyes were full of ferocity and unwillingness. She pointed at Lin Mo's nose and roared madly. Lin Mo. You are such a heartless person. How dare you break off the engagement? Do you know what you are doing?
My brother was just joking, and you took the opportunity to humiliate our Su family.
Who do you think you are?
You just have a few bucks. I'm telling you, if you don't make things right for me today, I'll make sure you don't survive in Jiangcheng. And that little bitch Su Qingshui actually dared to plot against me with you, I will never let her go. While cursing, Su Ro made a threatening gesture as if she was about to rush forward and fight. Lin Mo and Xiaolong looked at each other, their eyes full of disbelief, and they couldn't help but complain in their hearts that this man was simply unreasonable. Lin Mo stretched out his hand and easily restrained Su Ro. Seeing that Lin Mo had no intention of giving in, Su Ro became even more furious and stomped her feet wildly.
Lin Mo. Don't play dumb. Do you think you can get away with it by not saying anything? I'm telling you, today's matter won't be so easy to resolve. We will go to get the marriage certificate tomorrow. We must have a new wedding.
The betrothal gift is 2.8 billion, the villa is 500 million, and the car is 5 million.
Nothing can be missing. You owe me this.
Also, take me upstairs now and sign the Lin's purchasing contract for next year, and give me a 5 percentage point discount, otherwise, I will expose all your scandals and let everyone in Jiangcheng know what kind of person you are. Su Ro put her hands on her hips, tilted her neck, and paced back and forth in front of Lin Mo with an arrogant look, cursing non-stop. Lin Mo's mouth twitched slightly, and he suppressed his anger and waved at Su Ro.
Come. Come here.
Su Ro thought Lin Mo was going to give in, a hint of pride flashed across her face, and she swaggered towards Lin Mo, muttering.
What? You know you're wrong?
Wouldn't it be better if you did this earlier?
Pa.
Lin Mo swung his arm violently and slapped Su Ro hard on the face with a loud slap, roaring.
Damn it! Who gave you the confidence to come and act wild with me? Didn't you see the headlines yesterday?
I have already cancelled our engagement in front of all the wealthy families in Jiangcheng.
How dare you come to me? Still want 2.8 billion? Do you think you are a diamond-studded person? Don't you think whether you are worth 2.8 billion?
If I, Lin Mo, take out 2.8 billion, I can change my bride every day for 365 days a year, and I can change a different bride every day for 10 years.
You dare to ask for 2.8 billion? Bah!
Su Ro, I.
Chapter 14, A Perfect Match.
Lin Mo rubbed his red ears, secretly sighing in his heart, this girl usually looks weak, but she is really violent when she gets angry. Su Qingshui slowly turned her head, glanced at Su Ro, straightened her back, and said coldly.
Cousin. Look at your current behavior. You are really bringing shame to the Su family. How has Lin Mo treated you in the past 2 years? How have you treated Lin Mo? Everyone in Jiangcheng can see it clearly.
I really don't know where your family got the shamelessness from. The whole family is lying on Lin Mo like a blood-sucking worm.
Oh. I remembered, your family has the genes for being a mistress.
Now Lin Mo has come to his senses and is no longer your cash machine.
What's the matter? Are you angry? Can't stand it? I tell you, Lin Mo is my husband now. If you appear within 50 meters of Lin Mo again, I will beat you up every time I see you. Get lost.
Su Ro's eyes were red, tears welled up in her eyes, her face was full of grievance, but she still stubbornly refuted.
Your family is the one with the mistress's child. Don't forget that my father is 1 year older than your father. After hearing this, Su Qingshui raised her head and laughed. Then you have to ask your grandfather.
He slept with your grandmother for 5 years and gave birth to your father.
Later, he abandoned your grandmother for profit and married into another family.
Originally, I didn't want to involve our generation in the grudges of the previous generation, but you repeatedly found people to humiliate and bully me.
Do you really think I am easy to bully?
As Su Qingshui spoke, she suddenly pinched Su Ro's cheek, then shook her off with force and raised her hand to give her a loud slap in the face. The slap was so heavy that Lin Mo and Xiaolong could not help but gasp.
Xiaolong looked at Lin Mo with sympathy, thinking that this young master had married a tigress.
Lin Mo also grinned and kept saying, "Tsk tisk tsk." After beating someone, Su Qingshui straightened up, combed her hair elegantly, then turned around, instantly changing into a pitiful look, and said to Lin Mo in a tender voice.
Honey. My hand hurts.
After hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but take a breath and thought to himself, this is really a green tea-like statement. But he still hurriedly rubbed Su Qingshui's palm tenderly and said softly.
Ouch. Husband will rub it for you.
Xiaolong was stunned watching from the side, thinking in his heart, this is too cruel to single guys.
Lin Mo was no longer bothered to pay attention to Su Ro, who was slumped on the ground. He carefully rubbed Su Qingshue's hands while walking towards the elevator. Xiaolong glanced at Su Ro with disdain and said coldly, "Ms. Su, I advise you to take care of yourself. Don't bring disaster to your family." After saying that, he hurriedly chased after Lin Mo and Su Qingxue. Lin Mo held Su Qingshue's hand and took the elevator directly to the top floor. Lin Mo asked curiously, "Why did you suddenly come to the group?" Su Qingxue snorted and said, "Dad asked me to come." Lin Mo was confused and didn't understand why his father asked Su Qingxue to come. The two walked into the president's office. When Lin Hai saw them, he immediately stood up and greeted them with a smile on his face. "Qingxue is here, come and sit down." Su Qingxue was a little shy, bowed slightly, and called softly, "Dad." Lin Hai smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed into slits. Hey. All right. Good boy, come and sit down." Lin Mo pulled Su Qingxue to sit in the reception area. Su Qingxue was a little reserved and sat upright, while Lin Mo was much more casual and asked, "Lao Lin, what do you want to talk to my wife about?" Lin Hai was furious when he saw his son's careless appearance. "Look at you, you're married, but you still don't act serious." After saying that, he looked at Su Qingxue with a smile on his face and asked kindly, "Qingxue, you graduated from the Finance Management Department of Magic City University, right? Are you interested in working for Lin Corporation?" Su Qingxue lowered her head, pinched the corner of her clothes nervously, and whispered, I'm afraid I can't do it well." Lin Hai laughed heartily. "What are you afraid of? You are the young lady of the Lin family. The entire group will be yours in the future. How about doing 2 small projects to practice your skills first?" Lin Mo held Su Qingxue's hand. "Don't be afraid, if you can't do it, let someone who can do it for you." Su Qingxue didn't want to be too shy, so she said, "Then I'll try." Lin Hai laughed out loud. "Okay. I'll let Assistant Chui take you to familiarize yourself with the group later." After saying that, Lin Hai walked back to his desk and pressed the pager on the desktop. The office door was immediately pushed open, and a beautiful and well-dressed lady walked in. "Director Lin." Lin Hai nodded. "This is Su Qingxue. I don't need to explain her identity, right?" Yesterday's wedding banquet had already spread throughout Jiangchang, and Su Qingxue's identity was already known to everyone. Assistant Chui bowed respectfully. "Master." "Madam." Lin Hai said. "Take the young mistress to visit the various departments of the group now, introduce the main persons in charge, and go to the Human Resources Department to handle the onboarding process. The position is Marketing Manager." Assistant Chui nodded. "Okay, Mr. Lin." Then he made a standard gesture of invitation. "Young madam, this way please." Su Qingxue said to Lin Mo. "Then I'll go out first." Lin Mo nodded. "Well, go ahead." After the two left, Lin Hai looked at Lin Mo with satisfaction. "You little brat. You finally got smart. This Qingxue is better than that Su Ro in every way." Lin Mo sighed. "I was stupid before, but I won't do that again." Lin Hai nodded. "I'll transfer 100 million to your card later. Take Qingxue to buy some clothes and a car, and buy a house for Su Jianming's family. When you're free, let's have a meal together. No one else will mention it. We can't lose our manners. The betrothal gift should not be reduced by a single cent." Lin Mo nodded. He really couldn't let Qingxue follow him without any clear reason. Ding! Su Ro was restless when she was going home, and her car lost control and had a car accident. Yi Chen passed by and saved Su Ro. Yi Chen fell in love with Su Ro at first sight and made Su Ro the first concubine in his harem. Fuck! This can even be corrected. I was careless. I should have locked her up for a few hours before letting her go. Lin Mo suddenly stood up and said, "It's almost time. I'm going to take Qingxue home." Lin Hai looked at his son with disdain, wondering if he was still so impulsive even after getting married. "Go ahead. I'm telling you, don't bully Qingxue, or I'll skin you alive." Lin Mo shrugged and walked out of the president's office. Found Qingxue in the Human Resources Department. "Is it done?" Qingxue said. "All right." Lin Mo nodded. Then let's go, I'll take you to buy a car and a house. Su Qingxue was stunned. What? Lin Mo pulled Su Qingxue up and left, with no intention of explaining at all. Assistant Shui looked at the two people's backs and said enviously, "This is a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman." Chapter 15 Young Master of the Lu Family. Soon, Lin Mo took Su Qingxue's hand and walked into the luxury car showroom. Under the bright lights, all kinds of sports cars were shining brightly. A saleswoman in a slim-fitting skirt saw someone looking at the car and ran up to the two of them. "Would you like to see the car?" Lin Mo held Su Qingxue's hand and said, "Is there a car suitable for my wife?" The female salesperson glanced at Su Qingxue and suddenly felt jealous. "So beautiful." "Sir, the lady has it. Please look here." The saleswoman led the two men to a streamlined red sports car, gently opened the door, and made an inviting gesture. Lin Mo took a look at the sports car, nodded with satisfaction, and asked Su Qingxue to sit in it to try it out. Su Qingxue sat down reluctantly, with disbelief in her eyes. Lin Mo went around to the other side and got in the car, starting the engine. The low roar echoed in the exhibition hall. He smiled and looked at Su Qingxue. Chapter 16 The show begins. As she spoke, her eyes turned and she asked in confusion, "Hey, that's not right. This is a Ferrari 4S store. What are you two doing here? You don't really think you can afford it, do you? I think you're just poor bastards here to broaden your horizons." Her eyes fell on the cakes on the table, and she slapped her thigh exaggeratedly as if she had discovered some shocking secret. "Oh. I see. You guys didn't sneak in here to get free food and drinks, did you? Oh, how embarrassing. I went through so much trouble just to get these two pieces of cake. I really don't know what you were thinking. It's hilarious that a school beauty like you could do such a shameless thing. Only people like you who have never seen the world would bow down for such a small advantage." Yuan became more and more excited as she spoke, and her voice suddenly rose an octave. Hey, hey, hey! Where is the person in charge here? How do you manage it? You let all kinds of people into the store? Young Master Lu is a distinguished guest who comes here to buy a car. If he is bumped into by these people and ruined his mood, can you afford it? Look at the two you brought in. One is dressed like a migrant worker, and the other is rustic. They really lower the class of our Master Lu. Lin Mo's face darkened instantly, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. He was not interested in playing any cliched face-slapping drama. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Yaozu's voice came over. "Xiaowan, what you said is not appropriate. After all, they have the right to come into the store and visit. If they really can't afford it, it's understandable that they buy a car with the lowest configuration for zero down payment to satisfy their eyes and show off. But judging from their appearance, they probably can't even come up with the down payment." Yuan seemed to have heard a great joke. She laughed so hard that she fell backwards and her body shook. That's right. I can buy a minimum configuration with zero down payment, and drive it out to show off and satisfy my vanity. TSK, so pitiful. Poor people are poor. No matter how they pretend, they can't change their poor nature. Look at this man, he is dressed so ordinary, maybe he is just a part-time worker. What future do you have if you follow him, Su Qingxue? It is better to face the reality as soon as possible and follow young Master Lu. Lu Yaozu straightened his back and looked at Su Qingxue triumphantly, as if he was sure of victory. "Miss Su, I think you might as well consider following me. As long as you nod, you can choose any car in this store." Su Qingxue's face turned completely cold. She had suffered countless humiliations like this over the years. In the past, she might have just swallowed her grievances silently and turned away. But at this moment, Lin Mo was right beside her. How could she allow others to humiliate her like this? After all, humiliating her was equivalent to humiliating Lin Mo. While Lu Yaozu and Yuan were humiliating Su Qingxue one after another, the female sales staff standing by were already stunned. They knew very well that the two people in front of them were the ones who had just paid in full for a customized luxury car. At this moment, they were trying hard to hold back their smiles, looking forward to the climax of this good show. They were all thinking, how could someone who could pay tens of millions of yuan in full to buy a car be an ordinary pauper? These two people are going to suffer now. Some salesmen couldn't hold back and secretly took out their phones to start filming. They even thought of a title for the video: Rich Second Generation Humiliates Poor Classmate and is Slapped in the Face by the Prince of Jiangcheng.
Just thinking about it, I feel that once this video is released, it will definitely go viral, and the number of likes and views will increase rapidly, right? Lu Yaozu also noticed the salespeople's actions, but he self-righteously thought that they were laughing at their wonderful performance in humiliating Su Qingxue. He suddenly became more and more complacent, and his chest almost reached the sky. Su Qingxue's eyes turned, and a cunning light flashed across them.
Oh? Is it really as good as you said?
Lu Yaozu patted his chest loudly and vowed.
Of course, my words always count. Su Qingxue glanced at Yuan intentionally or unintentionally, and said in a light tone. But don't you already have a girlfriend?
Lu Yaozu hugged Yuan into his arms and laughed wildly.
A girlfriend is not a wife. Besides, even if you have a wife, what's the big deal about having a few more girlfriends? Don't worry, Xiaowan won't mind, right, baby?
Yuan tilted her head back, her nostrils almost pointing to the sky.
Of course. Squad leader, don't say I don't take care of you. As long as you promise young Master Lu, we will be good sisters in the future. I will definitely not let you suffer any loss. Look at what kind of life you are living with Lin Mo now.
If you follow young Master Lu, you will reach the sky in one step.
Su Qingxue nodded gently, and pointed her slender finger at the cool red limited edition sports car. Then I want this one.
When Lu Yaozu heard this, he immediately turned to look at Lin Mo, his eyes full of provocation, as if to say you are doomed to lose.
Little brother, I'm sorry.
It seems that your girlfriend is very sensible. After saying that, he hooked his finger at the salesperson in a cool manner.
A salesperson stifled a laugh, walked over quickly, and asked in a serious tone, Master Lu, what can I do for you? Lu Yaozu pointed at the limited edition car and said in a heroic tone, I want this car. Full payment.
The saleswoman pinched her thigh hard, trying hard to suppress her smile, and said seriously.
Master Lu, this is the latest limited edition Ferrari.
There are only 5 in China, and the price is 28 million. Including the personalized interior decoration and other expenses, the total is 35 million.
Are you sure you want to pay in full?
Hearing this number, Lu Yaozu's face instantly turned as pale as paper, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, and his voice trembled a little.
What did you say? 35 million? Are you kidding me?
He knew in his heart that although he had some money, he could still buy a car worth $1 million if he gritted his teeth, but 35 million was an astronomical figure.
Even if he sold his property, he couldn't raise that much money.
Lu Yaozu was so embarrassed that he almost dug his toes out of the 3-bedroom apartment.
He felt so unlucky.
He wanted to pretend to be cool, but now he had dug himself into a trap. What should he do? Yuan was also completely dumbfounded. When she usually looked at cars, she would only dare to look at those worth a few million yuan.
But Su Qingxue was different. She could easily point to a luxury car worth 35 million yuan. The difference was simply unbelievable. After she came to her senses, she shouted angrily.
Humph!
Su Qingxue, are you crazy because of poverty? 35 million, can you afford it? Stop daydreaming here, change to a cheaper car quickly, and don't embarrass yourself here.
You think you can get rich overnight, but you don't even check whether you have the fate, and you just follow Lin Mo to fantasize blindly. Lin Mo turned his head slightly and happened to see Xiaolong walking in with big strides. A meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
The good show was finally about to begin. Chapter 17:10 Slaps.
Xiaolong had been watching outside for a while and had wanted to come in, but Lin Mo kept signaling him not to go in. Seeing the young master winking at him, Xiaolong entered the store and instantly locked his eyes on Lu Yaozu. Without saying a word, he rushed over. With a loud slap, Lu Yaozu was slapped in the face. Damn it, you don't even know what kind of person you are, and you dare to show off in front of my young master. When Lin Mo saw this scene, he shook his head secretly, blaming Xiaolong for being too impatient. He would feel better if Qingxue handled this kind of thing. Lu Yaozu was hit by this sudden slap and saw stars in his eyes. Just when he was about to get angry, he looked up and saw that it was the Lin family's bodyguard Xiaolong. He felt as if his spine was pulled out and his momentum was gone.
Oh, it's Brother Long. What a coincidence, why are you here? The young master is here too? Oh, I have admired young Master Lin for a long time. Brother Long, can you introduce him to me?
Xiaolong snorted coldly, his face full of disdain.
Recommend? Don't you think about your own worth?
You even dare to covet the young mistress of the Lin family.
I don't have the guts to recommend you.
When Lu Yaozu heard this, he was completely stunned and stammered.
Brother Long, did you misunderstand? When did I steal young Master Lin's woman? Xiaolong was too lazy to pay attention to him.
He walked around him and strode to Lin Mo, bowing respectfully.
Master, madam. Ha 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 ha.
The salesmen who had been holding back their laughter couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into laughter. They were laughing so hard that they fell forward and backward, completely losing their usual dignified demeanor. What is even more exaggerated is that two of them laughed so hard that they squatted on the ground, covering their stomachs with their hands and pounding the ground. Lu Yaozu and Yuan stood there in shock, their faces pale as paper, their eyes wide open, staring at Lin Mo and Su Qingxue in disbelief, their hearts in turmoil.
What? This ordinary-looking man is young Master Lin? Su Qingxue is actually young Madam Lin? How is this possible?
Lin Mo stood up and looked at Lu Yaozu with a smile.
Young Master Lu is really humorous.
He knows we are bored sitting here, so he puts on a good show to amuse us.
Come on, let's all applaud.
Clap, clap, clap. A group of salesmen laughed and clapped. Lu Yaozu and Yuan were so embarrassed that they wished they could find a hole to crawl into, their faces turning pale and blue. Suddenly Yuan seemed to understand something and pointed at Xiaolong and said,
I understand. Did you cooperate with them in the play to deceive us? You are the bodyguard of the Lin family. Does the Lin family know that you are deceiving people outside under the name of the Lin family? Xiaolong didn't say a word, and slapped him. Have you read too many online novels?
Look carefully, this is young Master Lin Mo of the Lin family. Lin Mo pushed Xiaolong aside and walked in front of Yuan. Although he had a smile on his face, that smile looked eerie no matter how you looked at it.
Yuan, right? Suddenly Lin Mo grabbed Yuan's hair.
He, Lin Mo, was a well-known ruffian and troublemaker in Jiancheng. Don't tell him nonsense like a good man doesn't fight with a woman or a man can't hit a woman.
Lin Mo only wanted to have fun when doing things.
Yuan was grabbed by the hair and immediately grimaced in pain. Lin Mo said viciously, You can donate your eyes if you don't need them.
Remember, my name is Lin Mo. If you have any complaints, you are welcome to come to me anytime.
Yuan was so frightened that her pupils trembled violently and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. She felt the urge to urinate and shuddered.
A warm current flowed down her thighs.
Lin Mo smelled the odor, looked down, and kicked Yuan aside with disgust.
Fuck, you're such an adult, but you can't control what's going on in your crotch. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Yaozu.
Lu Yaozu was so scared that his legs softened and he knelt down directly.
Mr. Lin. It's a misunderstanding.
It's all my fault that I was blind and didn't recognize the great man.
I was blinded by greed. Lin Mo kicked Lu Yaozu in the face. Young master of the Lu family, right? You made millions on one deal, right? You want my wife to be your woman, right?
Lin Mo took out his cell phone and made a call. The call was connected, and Lin Mo said calmly, Go check who signed a contract with the Lu family today and terminate the cooperation immediately.
Lu Yaozu looked at Lin Mo in shock.
His mind was blank at this moment and he had only one thought in his mind.
It's over. He's done. He'll be beaten to death when he gets home.
He had gone to great lengths to snatch this project from his sister, and it was also his first business after joining Lu's. His sister Lu Ruyan had already negotiated all the details, but in the end, he got the best deal.
But he messed it up in the blink of an eye.
Not only did he mess it up, but the Lu family also suffered an unexpected disaster.
It's over. How would he explain it when he got home?
At this time, the female salesperson came back with the vehicle registration and handed it to Su Qingxue respectfully.
Ma'am, the formalities have been completed. We will register your car now and you will be able to drive away soon. Su Qingxue took the license plate and waved it towards Lu Yaozu. Master Lu, I'm sorry. It looks like you don't have a chance. Lu Yaozu's eyelids fluttered and he fainted on the spot.
Lin Mo glanced at the two people on the ground and said,
Throw them out and notify the Lu family to pick them up. Xiaolong, you wait here.
No matter who comes from the Lu family, you must slap these two guys 10 times before you can take them away.
Xiaolong's mouth twitched. Damn, is it so cruel?
The cooperation has been terminated, but he still slapped me 10 times.
It's really heartbreaking. Soon, the license plate was installed and Lin Mo opened the driver's door. Please get in the car, wife.
Su Qingxue got into the car with a smile on her face, and Lin Mo went around to the other side and got on the passenger seat. Su Qingxue stepped on the accelerator and a red light shot out of the exhibition hall.
Ding! The host humiliates the young family member and agrees with the villain's behavior. He will be rewarded with 50 experience points and an additional skill upgrade card. Skill upgrade card, you can choose a skill to upgrade to a high level. Ha! Why does the system still have experience points? The host has passed the novice stage and officially become a villain. Lin Mo thought for a moment. Upgrade to intermediate combat. Ding, intermediate combat upgrade successful. Host, Lin Mo. Identity, the eldest son of the Lin family in Zhangcheng. Level, LV.150 100 experience. Level, mortal. Martial arts, grappling. Skill. Intermediate negotiation skills first look. Intermediate treasure appraisal skills first look. Advanced combat skills first look. Photographic memory skill first look. Lin Mo rolled down the car window, admired the scenery outside the car, and suddenly said, "Shall we hire a female bodyguard for you?" Lin Mo knew that sooner or later someone would set their sights on Su Qingxue, so he had to give her a bodyguard. Su Qingxue said indifferently, "Isn't that necessary?" Lin Mo shook his head. "Do you think Su Jiangon's family will let you go?" Chapter 18 Beating Su Yu. Su Qingxue stopped talking immediately. She also knew that her family had not posed a threat to Su Jiangang before, so Su Jiangon's family did not mind their existence. Now that she has become Lin Mo's wife, her family's status has risen. Given the ambitions of Su Jiangon's family, they will never allow her to grow. "Okay, I'll listen to you. Oh, by the way, do we need to prepare gifts for our visit to the Su family tomorrow?" Lin Mo smiled. "I dare to give it, but do they dare to accept it?" Su Qingxue thought about it and felt that it was true. With that group of people from the Su family, do they still dare to challenge Lin Mo? Lin Mo continued. "Accompany your parents to look at villas tomorrow. Let's buy one for them so they can live more comfortably." Su Qingxue felt a warm feeling in her heart. Lin Mo was still the big brother who always cared about her. Over the years, Su Qingxue has heard about Lin Mo's bad reputation outside, but no matter what Lin Mo is like outside, he will always be the special one to her. The two of them went straight home. As for clothes, there was no need for them to go to the store in person. With just one phone call, several luxury stores immediately came rushing to deliver the latest clothes to their door. Su Qingxue selected more than a dozen ready-made clothes, and Lin Mo asked them to measure Qingxue's size and customize an evening dress and several high-end dresses. After several hours of struggle, these people finally left the Lin family. Ding! Yichen gains Su Rou's trust and is hired as a bodyguard by Su Rou. Lin Mo looked weird. He was almost bankrupt, and he still wanted a bodyguard? I don't know if Yi Chen will continue to stay in the Su family after tomorrow. According to the systematic analysis, Yi Chen is an ambitious man. The reason why he chose the Su family was Su Rou's appearance was one reason, and the Su family's assets was another reason. Yi Chen hoped to use the Su family to gain a foothold in Zhangcheng. So if the Su family lost everything they have now, what would Yi Chen choose? Lin Mo began to look forward to tomorrow's meeting. He would definitely not let Su Jiangon's family go. This family of vampires had sucked so much of his blood through Su Rou, and it was time for them to bleed. At around 9 o'clock the next morning, Su Jianming and his wife Zhang Hui stepped into the old house, with a bit of helplessness and uneasiness in their steps. Mr. Su and Su Jiangong's family had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Su Jianming and his wife, Cui Xuemei's sharp voice instantly broke the silence. "Hey, look who's here. Isn't this our Su family's big shot, Brother Jianming? Why, just because you're relying on young Master Lin, do you think you're so great?" There was a mocking smile on her lips and her eyes were full of disdain, as if she was looking at a clown who overestimated his own abilities. Su Yu was not to be outdone, and echoed with contempt. "Mom, don't say that. He is now young Master Lin's father-in-law. He might be thinking about how to show off in front of us." The sarcastic tone was like a knife, stabbing Su Jianming and his wife. Cui Xuemei laughed, with endless arrogance in her laughter. "Just him? Still want to show off? A bastard, is he worthy?" If the old man hadn't been soft-hearted, he would have ended up on the streets. Now he just hooked up with Lin Mo through his daughter, and he really takes himself seriously.
As she spoke, she rolled her eyes exaggeratedly, and her sarcastic look was disgusting.
Su Jiangang coughed twice and said with a fake smile, Jianming, don't mind it. Xu Ma is just outspoken.
But then again, you should also be aware of your own status. In the Su family over the years, the old man has been very kind to you. Look at you, you haven't made any achievements in these years. Now you suddenly want to make a comeback in the Su family because of Qingxue and Lin Mo's matter.
Isn't it unrealistic?
His tone seemed calm, but in fact it contained a hidden sense of suppression. Every word was like a heavy stone pressing on Su Jianming's heart.
Just as Su Jianming was about to respond, Shui Xueme interrupted him like a machine gun. Humph, what else can he say? If the old man hadn't been so generous as to keep him, how could he be where he is today? Now, he wants to take advantage of the Su family. I think he was blinded by this sudden wealth and really thought he could rise to the top overnight.
Mr. Su's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. He stared at Su Jianming with his eyes wide open, and his voice was filled with unquestionable majesty.
Jianming, you should know yourself. Lin Mo was Su Ro's man. We won't bother with you about what happened the day before yesterday. When Qingxue comes back, you will know what to do, right?
Don't think that you can do whatever you want in the Su family just because you rely on the Lin family. Su Jianming smiled bitterly, his heart full of bitterness. Over the years, his status in the Su family has plummeted. Since Su Jiangang came back, the old man no longer cares for him as much as before.
The good eldest son of the Su family was branded as an illegitimate child overnight. Su Jianming had an inferiority complex to begin with.
If these difficulties were only directed at him, he might have endured it silently.
However, the Su family was really too much, and they also made things difficult for Zhang Hui and Qingxue. He glanced at Zhang Hui beside him with guilt. Over the years, the mother and daughter had suffered too much grievance with him. The once proud Zhang Hui had now become silent, and Su Jianming was filled with self-blame. At this moment, a playful voice came from the door. Oh? What should my father-in-law do?
In an instant, the Su family members seemed to be under a spell and all looked towards the door. Lin Mo, with a wicked smile on his face, strode into the Su family's old house holding Su Qingxue's hand, followed by the majestic Xiaolong and 4 burly bodyguards. When Shui Xueme saw this, she suddenly became furious.
She glared at Lin Mo and yelled. Hey! You came quite early. Why, you came back empty-handed?
I told you, he just used that little bitch to piss off our Ruru. He doesn't even consider his own status, and he still dares to act wildly in the Su family. Lin Mo's face darkened instantly, as gloomy as the one before a storm. Seeing this, Xiaolong leaped out like an arrow from a bow, and with 2 crisp slaps, he slapped Shui Xueme twice, shouting angrily. You are disrespectful to the young mistress, you deserve to be beaten. This sudden change left the Su family dumbfounded. They all stood there like wooden chickens.
They never thought that Lin Mo would dare to beat people as soon as he entered the door.
When Su Yu saw his mother being beaten, his eyes turned red. He rushed out like a madman, cursing.
How dare you hit my mom? Who do you think you are? You're just a dog of the Lin family.
Before he could finish his words, with a bang, Su Yu flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, hit the altar against the wall heavily, and was bounced back, falling to the ground, groaning in pain.
Chapter 19, Killing and Heartbreaking. Su Jiangang's face instantly turned pale when he saw his wife and children being beaten.
He suppressed his anger and said coldly.
Xiao Mo. After all, my wife is your elder. Is this the family education of your Lin family? You don't even know how to respect the elderly and love the young?
Lin Mo nodded slightly, his expression calm.
It is indeed Xiaolong who is wrong.
Everyone just breathed a sigh of relief, but then they saw Lin Mo turn around and say to Xiaolong.
How could you do this? How could you favor one over the other? Xiaolong understood what he meant, smiled, took a step forward, and under Su Jiangang's shocked gaze, he swung his arm and gave another loud slap.
Su Jiangang felt dizzy, and after turning around for a circle, he fell to the ground with a thump.
He was dizzy and couldn't get up for a long time.
Su Ro was so frightened that her face turned pale. Just as she was about to rush over, she saw a hand coming towards her like a gust of wind.
She closed her eyes in fear. Bang! Su Ro was not spared either.
She was slapped and spun around twice on the spot. She fell heavily to the ground with her hair disheveled and looking in a miserable state.
Old Master Su was so angry that his face turned blue.
He slammed the table and was about to yell, but he saw Xiaolong looking at him with a smirk. The look in his eyes seemed to say, just try and make a sound. The old man was so scared that he swallowed the words back. Lin Mo said coldly. Forget about this old guy, but don't let him get hurt. Xiaolong chuckled and retreated behind Lin Mo, like a loyal vicious dog, ready to obey his master's orders at any time. Lin Mo strode over, grabbed Mr. Su by the collar, and dragged him out like a chicken. Then he sat down on the main seat, patted the chair next to him, and said gently,
Qingxue, come and sit down. Su Qingxue walked over obediently and sat down next to Lin Mo.
Lin Mo said to Su Jianming and his wife,
Dad, Mom, come and sit down.
Su Jianming felt a warm current surge in his heart, and the depression and inferiority he had felt in the Su family for many years instantly dissipated. He straightened his back, pulled Zhang Hui up, and sat next to his daughter. Lin Mo crossed his legs and casually placed them on the coffee table in front of him, tapping the armrests rhythmically with his fingers, and said to Grandpa Su,
Listen carefully, old man. Su Qingxue is my wife, and Su Jianming is my father-in-law.
As the saying goes, a son-in-law is half a son.
It's okay for me, as a son-in-law, to take care of my father-in-law's affairs, right?
Old Master Su stared with his two triangular eyes full of anger, and he roared.
What do you want?
Lin Mo curled his lips and said with disdain.
I don't want to do anything. I just want to ask you, how can you lie with your eyes open and say it so confidently? You got your ex-girlfriend pregnant, married the person you arranged a marriage with, and finally shamelessly said that the child born in the marriage was an illegitimate child. You are really amazing.
Lin Mo stared at the old man, without any warmth in his eyes, as if he was looking at an unforgivable sinner.
Old Master Su's whole body stiffened and his face turned pale and red.
If this matter got out, he would never be able to hold his head up in Jiangcheng. He made his fortune through his marriage partner, but in the end he turned against his partner, raised his illegitimate son as his own, and kicked his legitimate son out of the group. Anyone who heard of this scandal would despise him. Lin Mo didn't need him to answer and continued.
Everyone is very busy. I have to take my father-in-law and mother-in-law to buy a villa. So let's not waste time. Su Ro, I don't want it anymore. You can keep it if you want. If you want to continue to find a marriage partner, it's up to you. I'm not interested in it. But you should return my father-in-law's things.
Mr. Su narrowed his eyes and said coldly.
He is my son.
He is his only if I am willing to give him to him.
If I am not willing to give him to him, he can't take him away.
Lin Mo shook his head and said helplessly. Old man, I'm not going to hit you for the sake of my dignity, but you're really confused, Xiaolong. Xiaolong chuckled, knowing that the young master would not let the old man go easily. He swung his hand and slapped Grandpa Su's face hard again.
Lin Mo spread his hands and pretended to be innocent and said, We are all gentlemen, why do you have to do this? Can you understand what people say now?
The old man was beaten so hard that blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. He was so angry that he was shaking all over, and his face was so dark that it looked like ink was about to drip out.
Lin Mo continued.
Tomorrow morning, I will accompany my father-in-law to Su's. Old man, you should be sensible and transfer all the shares of Su's to my father-in-law. I will leave you a sum of money for retirement, enough for you to enjoy your old age.
As for...
Lin Mo glanced at Su Jiangong's family with contempt in his eyes.
As for this family, those who have hands and feet, go and make a living.
Of course, you can refuse, as long as you can withstand the Lin family's ban.
After saying that, Lin Mo ignored the Su family's stunned and panic reactions, took Qingxue's hand, and strode out. When he passed the old man, he stopped and said coldly. Old man, be obedient, you still have money for your retirement. If you don't, I promise that you won't even have the energy to dance in the square in your later years.
After saying that, he patted the old man's face twice. The action seemed gentle, but it was full of humiliation.
Lin Mo looked at Suyu again. This kid often did little tricks behind his back.
Suyu was stared at by Lin Mo's cold eyes. He trembled with fear and lowered his head guiltily. Lin Mo showed a playful smile on his face and said,
Don't be afraid. I win people over with my virtue, I won't hit anyone casually. Suyu secretly complained in his heart, what the hell is this way of winning people over with virtue? Wasn't he the beating just now cruel enough? Lin Mo continued. But don't give me the chance to kill you.
I promise, if you dare to mess around again, you will never stand again. After Suyu heard this, he felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He was completely shrouded in fear.
He knew that Lin Mo was not joking.
Lin Mo's eyes were like sharp blades, sweeping diagonally towards Cui Xueme, his voice shrouded in ice. Old woman, Su Ro's self-righteous skills in controlling her husband are all your masterpieces taught by your words and deeds, right?
Look at the miserable state of the Su family now. You really deserve credit for this. This is all your credit.
After saying that, he looked at Su Jiangang meaningfully, as if he saw through all his shortcomings. Then he burst into unbridled laughter, which echoed in the old house, making people's eardrums hurt.
Then he strode away from the Su family.
Su Jianming and his wife hurried to catch up, their steps light with a sense of relief.
Xiaolong came up behind.
He first glared at Su Yu threateningly. His eyes seemed to be filled with poison, sending chills down Su Yu's spine. Then he turned to look at Su Jiangang and said coldly, "You married a good wife and raised a pair of good children.
But you have ended up in this situation today. It really proves the saying that you reap what you sow."
After that, he sneered, and that smile was full of ridicule, and then strode away. Xiaolong sighed in his heart. The young master's move was too cruel, it was really killing people and hurting their hearts. I'm afraid that from now on, the Su family will never have peace.
Chapter 20 Yi Chen's Dream.
After hearing this, Su Jiangang felt a surge of anger from his feet to his head. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turned white from the force, veins popped out on his forehead, his eyes were red, and he stared at Cui Xueme and roared. "You bitch, who told you to teach your child these crooked ways?
Look at what you have taught your daughter to be like? You have messed up a good marriage. The Su family is finished, and you can forget about having a good life." Cui Xueme was already furious, and after Su Jiangang scolded her like that, she instantly became angry. She jumped up and down and yelled, "Su Jiangang! You have no ability, why do you blame me? I am so unlucky to marry into your Su family.
The old ones are useless, and the young ones are also useless.
Do I have it easy? Isn't everything I do for this family?"
Cui Xueme became more and more excited as she spoke, tears welling up in her eyes, and finally she burst into tears, cursing as she cried. "I married you when I was 20 years old.
How much hardship and suffering did I endure? I only had a few days of comfort following you. If you have the guts, go and settle the score with Lin Mo. What's the point of getting angry at me? You watched your wife and son being beaten, and you didn't even dare to fart. Now you are angry with me, are you still a man?" Su Jiangang was so angry after being scolded by her that he lost all his rationality.
He suddenly picked up the vase on the table and threw it at Cui Xueme.
Bang!
There was a dull sound. Fortunately, Cui Xueme reacted quickly and dodged at the critical moment. The vase fell to the ground and broke into pieces.
Cui Xueme was completely enraged now.
She pounced on Su Jiangang with bared teeth and claws like a mad female beast, pinching and scratching Su Jiangang with her hands, and biting him when she was not satisfied. Su Jiangang was completely unable to withstand this crazy attack, and bloody marks instantly appeared on his face, as if he had been scratched by a cat.
Su Jiangang also became ruthless.
He reached out and grabbed Cui Xueme's hair and pulled it back hard.
Cui Xueme's scalp hurt so much that she screamed. Su Jiangang clenched his other hand into a fist and hit Cui Xueme's face like raindrops. Cui Xueme was soon beaten black and blue.
At first she could still shout loudly in pain, but later she could only moan with a weak breath. Su Ro and Su Yu were stunned by the bloody scene before them. It was not until their mother's voice became weaker and weaker until there was almost no sound that they woke up from their dream. They rushed over and used all their strength to pull their father away. Su Jiangang gasped for air, his chest rising and falling violently, and cursed viciously, "Bitch, the Su family is ruined by your hands. I must beat you to death today." Old Master Su sat aside with his eyes closed, his face full of pain and helplessness.
He looked up to the sky and sighed, "What sin have I committed? This is retribution, retribution."
The entire Su family's old house was shrouded in an atmosphere of despair and chaos at this moment, as if it was a nightmare with no end.
Ding! The host humiliated the heroine's family, which meets the requirements of villain behavior.
He will be rewarded with 100 experience points and an additional cash reward of 100 million.
Host, Lin Mo. Identity, the eldest son of the Lin family in Zhangcheng. Level, LV.2 150-300 experience. Level, Mortal. Martial Arts, Grappling. Skill.
Intermediate negotiation skills first look. Intermediate treasure appraisal skills first look. Advanced combat skills first look.
Photographic memory skill first look.
Lin Mo sat back in the car and said,
"Okay, let's go to the hotel. My parents are waiting to see you there."
When Su Jianming heard this, he suddenly became nervous and looked a little flustered.
"Ah. How can we let Mr. Lin and the others wait for us? Let's go."
Seeing this, Lin Mo smiled and comforted him.
"Dad, it's really okay. My parents are very nice people. Don't be nervous."
Lin Mo hummed a cheerful tune, walked briskly, and headed towards the hotel leisurely with his family. At the same time, in the luxurious king-size bedroom of the hotel, Yi Chen was lying on his back, staring at the ceiling, plotting in his mind how to establish his authority in Jiangcheng.
Yesterday, he accidentally saved Su Ro.
When Yi Chen thought of Su Ro's curvy and hot body and her beautiful face like peach blossoms, he felt hot all over and itchy. This woman will be mine from now on, and she is the only one who is worthy of me.
Yi Chen thought secretly in his heart.
Later, Yi Chen found out about the past disputes between Su Ro and Lin Mo, and learned that Lin Mo had been engaged to Su Ro. He was immediately furious and said, "You dare to covet my woman, Lin Mo, you are courting death." At that moment, Yi Chen set Lin Mo and the Lin family as his first target to make a name for himself in Jiangcheng. For a whole day, Yi Chen frantically collected information about Lin Mo and the Lin family through various channels. In his narrow and self-righteous cognition, based only on some one-sided rumors and hearsay, he was certain that Lin Mo was a complete idiot. As he flipped through the documents, he curled his lips in disdain and muttered,
"Lin Mo, do you think he can dominate Jiangcheng? He is just a loser who lives on eating, drinking and having fun under the protection of his family. What real ability can he have? I, Yi Chen, can manipulate him at will with just a flick of my finger."
Yi Chen felt that he was a hero sent from heaven, possessing extraordinary talent, and that all the wealthy families in Jiangcheng should bow down to him. He imagined himself making love in Jiangcheng, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smug smile, and he said to himself,
"Once I trample Lin Mo under my feet, won't the wealthy families in Jiangcheng beg me to join them and treat me as a guest of honor? I, Yi Chen, am the real ruler of Jiangcheng."
Yi Chen raised his lips in an icy sneer, and his mind kept flashing with idioms that described dandy boys, extravagant and debauched, living a life of luxury and debauchery. He gritted his teeth and whispered coldly, "Lin Mo, just wait for my righteous judgment. You will suffer when the time comes. In front of me, you are nothing but a clown. I can crush you with just a flick of my finger." Yesterday, Su Ro hired Yi Chen as her bodyguard and assistant, and tomorrow was his first day at work. Yi Chen lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, slowly exhaled a smoke ring, squinted his eyes and stared at the rising smoke. In a trance, he seemed to see Su Ro looking at him lovingly, with admiration and love on her face. Yi Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, and he secretly set a goal in his heart.
Within 1 month, I must pursue Su Ro.
When I become the son-in-law of the Su family will be under my control. By then, I will be able to lead the Su family to a higher peak and let everyone look at me with new eyes. Su Ro is just a stepping stone for me to enter the Su family. When I control everything, she can only listen to me obediently. Here Yi Chen was dreaming and fantasizing about his bright future.
Chapter 21. I'll treat you to hot pot. On the other hand, Su Ro was restless and anxious. She frowned and asked Su Jiangang anxiously, "Dad, are you really going to hand over the group to Su Jianming's family tomorrow?"
Su Jiangang frowned, his face full of helplessness and unwillingness. He knew very well that if he refused to hand over the group, the consequences would be disastrous. Lin Mo's attitude today was clear: either hand over the Su group or disappear from Jiangcheng completely. As the saying goes, it is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death, but Su Jiangang was unwilling to accept that the Su group, which he had worked so hard to obtain, was to be handed over so easily. He felt aggrieved no matter how he thought about it.
"Who can be blamed for this? It's all your fault. How could I have given birth to such an ignorant and rebellious girl like you? Didn't you swear that you had Lin Mo under your control? Didn't you say that Lin Mo was just using Su Qingxue to piss you off? I've reminded you a long time ago that you should be more cautious, but now you've gone too far, haven't you?" Su Jiangang couldn't help but complain. Su Ro pouted, looking unconvinced, and retorted, "What did I do? I just wanted to test him. What's wrong with that?"
So you also chimed in, shouting,
"It's obviously Lin Mo who is too stingy. It's just adding a little bit of betrothal gift and buying a house.
His Lin family is rich and powerful. This little bit of money is nothing to him. Just because of this little thing, he broke off the engagement and changed the bride.
He is not a man at all. Su Jiangang heard this and snorted angrily. You are all right, I am the only one who is wrong.
I might as well give birth to a piece of barbecued pork as you are my only hope.
At least barbecued pork is edible.
Mr. Su had been looking gloomy all the time, but he couldn't help but yelled.
What's the point of saying this now? Jiangang, what are you going to do?
Su Jiangang sighed, his expression solemn and silent, as if he was making a difficult decision. Seeing this, Mr. Su shook his head helplessly and said,
Contact all shareholders immediately and hold an emergency shareholders meeting here in an hour.
I don't believe that Lin Mo can cover up everything and force our Su family into a dead end. Su Yuanshan turned to the housekeeper and said, Call Lao Sheng of Dongsheng, Lao Liao of Huahai, and Lao Chao of Guojin, and tell them that I will treat them to dinner at Baiweiju tonight.
The butler immediately left the living room.
As soon as Lin Mo stepped into the hotel lobby, Xiaolong rushed over in a hurry and grabbed his arm, his movements full of urgency.
Lin Mo patted Su Qingshua's hand gently and said in a gentle voice, Take your parents to the box first.
I'll take care of some small matters and will be there soon.
Su Qingxue nodded obediently, her eyes full of tenderness. She took Su Jianming and Zhang Hui's arms affectionately and walked towards the box with grace. Her back showed her gentleness and generosity.
After their figures disappeared around the corner, Lin Mo turned his head slightly and looked at Xiaolong, his expression concerned and a little inquiring.
What's wrong? You're in such a hurry. What happened?
Xiaolong leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice, fearing that others would hear him. Old Man Su is contacting the shareholders of the Su Corporation and plans to hold a shareholders meeting at the Su family's old house tonight.
And Su Yuanshan is looking for his 3 old friends to have dinner. It seems that he is going to fight back. Lin Mo couldn't help but sneer when he heard this.
His smile was full of sarcasm and disdain, as if to say that everything was within his expectations.
This old guy really won't cry until he sees the coffin. He really has a trick up his sleeve. Keep an eye on them and see what they are up to.
Also, take those 3 old guys to a house in the suburbs at night. Xiaolong nodded confidently, his tone firm.
Don't worry, master. I know what I'm doing.
In fact, as early as the morning when he was at the Su's house, Xiaolong, with his meticulous mind and extraordinary means, placed military-grade eavesdropping devices in various key locations of the Su's house. Any movement of the Su's family could not escape his eyes and ears, as if the Su's family had been installed with countless pairs of eyes by him, and every move was under his sight.
Lin Mo patted Xiaolong's shoulder with satisfaction and walked into the box with calm confidence.
In the box, the atmosphere of the meeting between the parents of both sides was warm and harmonious. There was constant laughter and joy as they toasted each other. The meal was satisfying and both the host and the guests had a great time. Everyone's face was filled with joy and satisfaction.
In the evening, Xiaolong drove into a private house in the suburbs.
Lin Mo got out of the car, gathered his clothes, and walked into the door. The house was very simple, with only a square table and 4 or 5 square stools. There was a copper hot pot on the square table, bubbling with steam. 3 old men sat on each side of the table, surrounded by a circle of ferocious bodyguards.
At this moment, the 3 old men all looked unhappy and angry.
President Sheng slammed the table angrily.
Who are you? Why did you kidnap us? We live in a society ruled by law. You are committing a crime. Do you know that? The bodyguards said nothing and didn't even look at him. Mr. Liao clenched his fists tightly and glanced at the 2 of them. We just met Lao Su and were brought here.
After being reminded by Mr. Liao, Mr. Qiao and Mr. Sheng narrowed their eyes.
Hiss. What do you mean? Sorry for waiting. Lin Mo pulled up a faint smile, the arc of his mouth was cold, revealing his innate dignity and strength. He raised his hand slowly and unbuttoned the collar of his suit with an elegant and calm movement, and sat down casually opposite, as if the tense situation before him was just a farce. Lin Mo. President Sheng slammed the table again.
The crisp paw sound made the cups and plates on the table tremble. He stood up with a bang, the fat on his face trembling violently as he moved, like an angry bull.
Don't be so arrogant.
Your father didn't dare to invite all 3 of us at the same time.
Who do you think you are?
You are just a brat, and you dare to show off your skills in front of an expert.
You are committing a crime. How could Lin Hai teach you to be such a lawless person? Lin Mo looked at the bodyguard. You guys took action?
The bodyguard shook his head quickly.
No. I'm being polite to them.
Lin Mo nodded and said to Mr. Shang.
How have I committed a crime?
I invited the three of you to eat hot pot.
I didn't tie you up or beat you. What's wrong with that?
Lin Mo chuckled, his laughter full of sarcasm, like a sharp knife piercing people's hearts, and he didn't intend to waste time with them. He moved his fingertips lightly, and 3 file bags slid along the table like 3 black lightning bolts, accurately slid in front of the 3 people, and stopped steadily, just like a death warrant handed over by the god of death. The land use rights certificate for the Riverside plot that Dongxing acquired 3 years ago was forged. Huahai's last quarterly financial report contained 12 related transactions, each of which was recorded in detail. He spoke slowly and calmly, his tone as if he was chatting casually, but every word was heart-piercing. At this point, he paused, tapped the document of Guojin with his fingertips, and suddenly lowered his voice, as if coming from the abyss of hell. As for Mr. Chiao, your mistress who is a manager at a Swiss bank, her account has been very busy recently, with large sums of money flowing in and out.
I'm afraid it's not very clean, right? Chapter 22, Don't accept the toast and drink the wine. You.
Mr. Liao instantly flew into a rage and threw the bracelet heavily on the table with a bang, and the precious red sandalwood beads scattered all over the floor.
He pointed at Lin Mo, the veins on the back of his hand throbbing, his voice trembling with anger. You little brat, you dare to investigate me. Do you know what you are doing?
President Xiao's eyes were wide open with the veins on his forehead throbbing more and more violently. He slammed his phone to the ground, the screen shattered instantly and glass shards flew everywhere.
He stared at Lin Mo fiercely and said word by word, Lin Mo, you are looking for death. Believe it or not, you can't leave this door today.
Lin Mo's expression was stern, his eyes were like ice blades in the cold night, and he glanced at the 3 people without a trace of warmth. He slowly crossed his arms over his chest, his back straightened, his aura so strong that people dared not look directly at him.
Am I seeking death, or are you seeking death? You 3 know it clearly.
He spoke coldly, his voice filled with unquestionable ruthlessness. You want to go against my Lin family today, is it okay for me to fight back? Of course you can continue to help the Su family, but I am not the only one who knows about these scandals. At that time, whether you will be prosperous or ruined depends on your decision.
Young Master Lin, are you going to kill us all?
Mr. Chiao wiped his gold-rimmed glasses, and a gleam flashed in his triangular eyes behind the lenses. But you may not know that old Su and I are friends for life and death. Lin Mo glanced at Mr. Chiao and suddenly laughed. I said, you can choose to help the Su family, after all, this is your right. Lin Mo picked up the chopsticks, added a chopstick of meat, and started eating.
Do you want to eat hot pot together, or do you want me to send you to jail together?
It's your choice. The 3 of them looked at each other. Friendship of life and death is important, but one's own life seems more important. The next morning, the sun shone through the thin clouds and fell on the earth. Lin Mo was in high spirits and brought Su Jianning to the Su group.
As soon as I stepped into the group's door, I was politely stopped by the young girl at the front desk.
The girl had a professional smile on her face and her voice was clear and pleasant.
Excuse me, gentlemen, do you have an appointment? Who are you looking for? Lin Mo frowned slightly, feeling slightly unhappy, thinking that he was well known in Jiangcheng, but the receptionist didn't recognize him? Before he could speak, Xiaolong couldn't hold back his anger and stepped forward. With a loud slap hit the girl at the front desk in the face. The girl was dazzled by the sudden slap and her eyes widened in horror, her eyes full of grievance and fear, and her body trembled involuntarily. Lin Mo put his hands in his pockets and took 2 steps forward in a nonchalant manner, his tone somewhat amusing. Now, do you know me?
The girl at the front desk turned pale with fear, her voice trembled, and she cried.
Lin, young Master Lin.
Lin Mo raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a satisfied smile, and continued to ask.
Then do you know who I'm looking for?
The girl nodded hurriedly, like a frightened deer. I know.
Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction and led everyone straight to the elevator.
But after the elevator door opened, there was no response and it remained where it was.
Xiaolong was immediately furious, and turned around and yelled at the receptionist who was still standing there.
What the hell are you still standing there for?
Come over here and swipe your card.
The girl was so frightened by the roar that her whole body trembled and the universal card in her hand almost fell. She ran over in panic and swiped the card for Lin Mo with trembling hands. Seeing this, Lin Mo curled his lips and thought to himself, a mere receptionist actually dared to look at him in a disapproving manner, this was really too much. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Lin Mo's mind.
Ding. The host bullies the weak, which is consistent with villain behavior. Reward experience points 100. Host, Lin Mo. Identity, the eldest son of the Lin family in Jiangcheng. Level, LV.2 250 300 experience. Level, Mortal. Martial arts, grappling. Skill.
Intermediate negotiation skills first look. Intermediate treasure appraisal skills first look. Advanced combat skills first look.
Photographic memory skill first look. Lin Mo secretly laughed in his heart.
In his opinion, this little trick was very gentle. The judging criteria of this system were really interesting.
The elevator went up slowly and finally stopped steadily on the top floor. Lin Mo and his group walked out of the elevator in a mighty manner.
Their aggressive appearance frightened the surrounding Su employees and made them step aside, their eyes full of awe and fear.
Lin Mo put his hands in his pockets and walked to the door of the president's office in a leisurely manner. Just as he was about to kick the door open, a Su employee beside him stepped forward quickly and said respectfully, "Mr. Lin, the president is in the conference room."
Lin Mo said oh softly, his expression calm, turned around calmly, and walked towards the meeting room. As soon as he pushed open the door of the conference room, Lin Mo saw a group of Su shareholders sitting around the conference table. Hearing the noise, everyone turned their heads to look over, their eyes full of contempt and disdain, as if they were looking at an uninvited guest. Lin Mo raised a meaningful smile and said in a teasing tone,
"Wow. It seems like everyone is very punctual. Are all of you here?"
Old Master Su sat in the main seat, his face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out. He stared at Lin Mo fiercely with his eyes wide open, and his voice was filled with anger and unwillingness.
"Young Master Lin has come to visit us, so we must be fully prepared and not slack off in the slightest."
Lin Mo smiled, with a hint of sarcasm in his smile.
Chapter 23 Beating Yi Chen.
Mr. Su's face was as gloomy as the sky before a storm. He spoke coldly with a hint of threat in his voice.
"Mr. Lin, do you really want to do this to the extreme without leaving any room for maneuver?"
Lin Mo spread his hands and said innocently,
"Mr. Su, you are really wronging me. I didn't withdraw my investment from Su's, and I didn't forcefully terminate the cooperation. How could I have gone too far? Or did you, Mr. Su, want me to do this?"
Mr. Su's face froze instantly, and he was speechless after hearing what Lin Mo said.
Although he was extremely angry, he couldn't find any reason to refute.
At this moment, Su Ro slammed the table and stood up angrily, her face full of anger and unwillingness.
"Lin Mo. Aren't you holding a grudge just because my family put forward some conditions for you? Is it necessary for you to make such a big fuss over such a small matter? You'd better apologize to me right now, otherwise, I will never talk to you again in this life."
Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He looked at Su Ro coldly, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone.
"Oh? Then should I thank Miss Su for giving me this opportunity?"
As he spoke, he leaned back in his chair with a joking look on his face.
"Su Ro, are you still asleep? Are you still dreaming?"
Su Ro was stunned by Lin Mo's words. She was speechless for a moment and was unable to respond again. Lin Mo waved his hand impatiently, his tone cold.
"All right. I'm not interested in a verbal fight with you here. Come on, make your own choice. Do you want me to destroy the Su Corporation and drive you out of Jiangcheng, or do you want to be more conscious and hand over your shares obediently to save a little dignity for yourself?"
Su Ro gritted her teeth, her eyes full of anger, staring at Lin Mo. If looks could kill, Lin Mo would have been riddled with holes long ago. At this moment, Yi Chen took a step forward, raised his head slightly, with a hint of arrogance on his face, looked directly into Lin Mo's eyes provocatively, with a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. "Mr. Lin, you usually run rampant in Jiangcheng, relying on your family background to do whatever you want, and everyone dares to be angry but not to speak out. But today, you bully the Su family and Miss Su like this, I really can't stand it. If you are really capable, let's put aside our family background and compete one-on-one to see who is really capable or just a coward who can only hide behind the family." As he spoke, he deliberately patted his waist, as if there was some powerful weapon hidden there, and he was ready to compete with Lin Mo at any time. His words were full of disdain and provocation towards Lin Mo.
Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and looked at Yi Chen with interest, thinking to himself, "Wow. Are you jumping out to be a hero now?" He pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Who is this?"
When Su Ro heard this, she immediately raised her head proudly, with a bit of boasting in her tone.
This is my newly hired bodyguard, Yi-chin.
At this moment, Yi-chin took a big step forward, stood firmly on his feet, clasped his hands in front of his chest, raised his chin slightly, and stared at Lin Mo with a provocative look in his eyes.
Mr. Lin, don't do whatever you want here just because of your family background.
Although I, Yi-chin, don't have your prominent background, as a retired soldier, I can't stand your bullying behavior.
Today, if you have the guts, challenge me.
Let's put aside all external things and compete with our true abilities in this conference room.
If you don't dare, just put away your arrogance and stop making things difficult for the Su family.
As he spoke, he stretched his muscles, making a cracking sound, as if he was showing his strength to Lin Mo. His look seemed to tell everyone that he was absolutely sure he could defeat Lin Mo. After stretching his muscles, Yi-chin took a step forward. The friction between the soles of his shoes and the ground made a crunching sound, which was particularly harsh in the quiet conference room. He stared at Lin Mo with an almost provocative look and said loudly,
"Why, Master Lin, are you afraid to accept my challenge, or are you afraid of losing face in front of everyone? Don't think you can do whatever you want just by relying on your family's support."
In the face of true strength, those empty words are worthless. Lin Mo still had that cynical smile on his face, but there was a barely perceptible cold light in his eyes. He stood up slowly, put his hands casually in his pockets, tilted his head and looked at Yi-chin, as if he was looking at a clown.
"One-on-one? Are you sure you want to play this game with me?"
His voice was not loud, but it carried a chilling intimidation.
Seeing this, Xiaolong immediately stepped forward and reminded nervously, "Master, don't bother with him. He's just trying to attract attention."
Lin Mo raised his hand to signal Xiaolong to leave, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. "Okay, since you want to be beaten so badly, I'll play with you. But I'll be frank with you. Don't regret it when I beat you to a pulp." Mr. Su and Su Jiangang looked at each other, and there was a hint of surprise in their eyes, as if they saw hope of turning the situation around. Su Ro was so excited that her face turned red, and she shouted loudly,
"Yi-chin, teach him a lesson and let him know that our Su family is not easy to bully."
Yi-chin snorted coldly, clenched his fists, and took a posture ready to go. His muscles were tense, as if he was ready to attack at any time. He was secretly proud of himself. As a military king, he had never met an opponent.
Today he would let Lin Mo, this playboy, know how powerful he was. Lin Mo was not in a hurry.
He gently moved his wrist, and the joint made a crisp sound. Lin Mo turned around slowly, the smile in his eyes disappeared instantly, replaced by a cold look.
He stared at Yi-chin and uttered a word coldly, "Come." Chapter 24 Lin Mo's Purpose.
The Su family was all stunned when they saw this scene. Su Ro's face was full of fear and regret. She never thought that Yi-chin, whom she had placed high hopes on, would be so vulnerable in front of Lin Mo.
Old Master Su and Su Jiangang also looked pale.
They originally thought that Yi-chin could give Lin Mo a warning, but now it seems that everything was just their fantasy. Lin Mo glanced at the Su family and said coldly, "This is the end of going against me.
Now, do you still want to continue to resist?"
The Su family members all lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lin Mo again. The conference room was dead silent, with only Yi-chin's painful groans echoing in the air.
Lin Mo retracted his foot and kicked Yi-chin aside.
The friction between the sole of his shoe and the ground made a sharp sound, as if to put an end to this crushing victory. He glanced at everyone in the Su family with cold eyes. His gaze was like a sharp blade.
Wherever he looked, members of the Su family shrank back and dared not breathe.
Lin Mo strode to the conference table, placed his hands heavily on the table, leaned forward, and exuded a chilling sense of oppression. His deep voice echoed in the conference room.
"Now, it's time to talk about the president's position and the transfer of shares." Old Master Su's face turned ashen, and he gripped the armrests tightly with both hands, his knuckles turning white. He was shocked and angry, thinking to himself, how come Lin Mo suddenly became so strong? Before, I thought he was just a soft persimmon that could be easily manipulated. This time, the Su family might have really hit a wall, but they must not give in so easily. Thinking of this, he stared at Lin Mo and suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "Lin Mo, don't go too far. Do you think you can control the Su family like this? If you force us to hand over the position of president, aren't you afraid of being ruined?"
When Lin Mo heard this, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he raised his head and laughed wildly.
The laughter echoed in the conference room, making everyone feel uneasy.
After laughing, he slammed the table, causing the documents on the table to fly everywhere. Then he pointed his finger at Mr. Su viciously.
Disgraced? Do you think I'm afraid? You want to threaten me? I want to see what you can do.
Su Yuanshan snorted coldly, took out his phone and dialed a number, but the call was not answered until the ringing stopped.
Su Yuanshan frowned, looking confused.
But Su Yuanshan dialed another number, and still no one answered. Then he dialed a third number, and still no one answered. Su Yuanshan's brows were tightly furrowed into a shape, and he dialed the number several times unwillingly.
Lin Mo looked at him jokingly, and finally said, "Are you looking for your 3 old friends?
I forgot to tell you that they have decided not to help you."
Su Yuanshan looked at Lin Mo in disbelief, anger rising in his eyes. "What on earth did you do?"
Lin Mo shrugged. "Nothing, I just treated them to a hot pot meal." Su Ro's eyes were red, and there were still traces of tears on her face. At this moment, she forced herself to sneer.
"Lin Mo, stop being so pretentious. Do you think that you can make me change my mind by doing all this? You are just playing hard to get and trying to get my attention. How can I not see through your little tricks?"
She felt a little flustered in her heart. Thinking back to all the humiliations she had inflicted on Lin Mo, she couldn't help but feel a little regretful, but she still refused to give in. Lin Mo was startled when he heard this, but then he laughed again as if he had heard a huge joke. Halfway through his laugh, he suddenly stopped smiling and glared at Su Ro with a knife-like look.
"Su Ro, you are still deceiving yourself at this time. I have long lost any thoughts about you. Everything that happened today was just your Su family's fault. You'd better face the reality and stop saying these stupid things in front of me. Otherwise, I don't mind making you more embarrassed. How do you feel about making your shameful past public?"
At this time, Chen Hong, the shareholder of Su Group who had been silent, stood up. He pointed at Lin Mo with anger on his face and accused loudly.
"Lin Mo, as a businessman, you are simply immoral for doing this.
The Su family has no grudges against you, but you used force to force the Su family to hand over the position of president.
How can you gain a foothold in the business world in the future?"
In fact, he was a little scared in his heart, afraid that Lin Mo would really attack him, but he also felt that he could not just let Lin Mo bully the Su family. Lin Mo's eyes shot straight at Chen Hong. He rushed over, grabbed Chen Hong's collar with one hand, lifted him up, and said viciously,
"Morality? When your Su family humiliated me in every way and tried to trample on my dignity and bottom line, did you ever think about the word morality? What happened today is nothing but karma.
I never need others to point fingers at me when I do things.
If you dare to say anything more, you will be the next one lying on the ground. Do you think no one knows about your embezzlement in the group?"
After saying that, he swung Chen Hong back to his seat.
Su Jiangang swallowed and said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Lin, the position of president is of great importance. Can you give us some time to consider it?"
He knew that the Su family was at a disadvantage now, but he really didn't want to give up the position of president and shares so easily.
Lin Mo kicked over the chair next to him and shouted angrily, "Consider? What qualifications do you have to bargain with me? From the moment you offended me, you should have thought that this day would come.
Stop talking nonsense, transfer the position of president and all your shares to Su Jianming immediately." When these words came out, everyone in the Su family was stunned.
Old Master Su widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Su Jianming? The person who was marginalized by the Su family?
Why did you do this? What is your purpose?"
Lin Mo sneered. "My purpose? Your Su family is not." Chapter 25 Su Ro collapses. Su Ro finally broke down completely, slammed the table and stood up, crying. "Lin Mo, what do you want? I have already admitted my mistake and begged you humbly, do you really want to force me to death?"
Her eyes were full of despair and helplessness, and she looked like a trapped beast in a desperate situation.
Yi Chen quickly jumped out and said, "Mr. Lin, you should forgive others when you can. You are a grown man, why do you have to be so petty?"
After saying that, he raised his eyebrows at Lin Mo provocatively, trying to show his justice.
Lin Mo didn't even look at him and said coldly, "You have absolutely no chance.
Xiaolong, notify the group to issue a notice and ask the legal department to come up." The voice was cold and merciless, as if it was sentencing them to death without a trace of mercy. Xiaolong quickly made a phone call, and soon 2 legal staff walked into the meeting room.
"Mr. Su Jiangang, Lin's company has officially withdrawn its investment. Su's company must return the 1 billion investment within 3 days.
At the same time, because Sue's company cut corners and produced a large number of defective products, Lin's company filed a lawsuit in court.
This is the lawyer's letter.
The legal officer's voice was serious, and every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting the Sue family's hearts hard, making them feel extremely heavy.
Mr. Sue asked angrily. Large areas of defective products? Lin Mo, you are clearly making up a false accusation. Lin Mo responded arrogantly. Yes, I deliberately tricked you, what can you do to me? The attitude was extremely arrogant and he did not hide his purpose at all.
At this moment, Su Jiangyong's secretary rushed in and said in panic. Boss Su, many partners called us to terminate the cooperation and demand compensation from us. One shareholder screamed in horror. The stock price has fallen, and it has fallen precipitously. It has already fallen by 30%. If it continues like this, it will be suspended soon. Mr. Lin, I sell.
Finally, one shareholder couldn't stand the tremendous pressure anymore, broke down and shouted, and gave up resistance completely.
Lin Mo shook his head slowly, with a mocking sneer on his face, his eyes full of undisguised disdain, and his tone was 3 parts teasing and 7 parts contempt, and he said, When I gave you the chance, you were all so stubborn.
Now it's too late to regret. I've changed my mind. I don't want your shares anymore.
As he spoke, he crossed his arms over his chest and leaned back slightly. His casual posture revealed a condescending sense of oppression, as if in his eyes, these people in front of him were nothing more than a group of insignificant ants. Then, Lin Mo turned his gaze toward Su Yuanshan, his eyes filled with inquiry and amusement. His tone was indifferent, but unquestionable.
Mr. Su, how have you considered it? It's time to make a decision. Su Yuanshan seemed to have lost all his strength.
He sighed, his face full of helplessness and fatigue. His voice was low and hoarse, as if every word carried 1,000 pounds of weight.
From today on, Su Jiangyong's position as president will be revoked, and he will be transferred to a branch company to gain experience and let him reflect on his mistakes. Su Jiangang and Su Rose Su shares will be taken back, and Su Jianming will take over as the company's president and receive the company's shares. Su Yuanshan's voice echoed in the conference room, announcing the complete change of power in the Su family and marking the end of an old era. Lin Mo shook his head. Old man, why are you playing tricks on me? What qualifications do you have to decide that Su Jiangang should go to the branch company? Su Yuanshan's expression froze, a trace of unwillingness appeared on his face, and he finally said, Su Jiangang has just resigned from the Su Corporation and will no longer hold any position. Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction, a pleased smile on his face, walked forward, patted Su Jianming's shoulder affectionately, and said earnestly, Dad. Don't worry, I will invest 2 billion to help you reorganize Su's. If you think any of the former employees of Su's are capable and suit your taste, you can keep them and increase their salary by 20%. If you don't like them or they are not capable, just fire them. Don't hesitate. Lin Mo's tone was firm and powerful, full of confidence that he was in control of everything, as if the future glory of the Su family was firmly in his hands. Su Jianming's eyes were red with excitement, and there was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He nodded vigorously, and his voice trembled slightly with excitement. Well. The repression and grievances he had suffered in the Su family for many years seemed to have found an outlet at this moment, and he was full of infinite expectations for the future. Lin Mo stood up, his movements graceful and calm, and he adjusted his clothes slowly. Every movement revealed an innate dignity. He glanced at the people in the conference room who were in mourning, a look of regret appeared on his face, and he shook his head slightly, as if lamenting their overestimation of their own abilities and stupidity. Then, he looked at Yi Chen with a joking expression, with the corners of his mouth raised high, and deliberately teased. TSK. Looks like you as a bodyguard will be out of work soon. Ha 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 ha. The laughter was wanton and ostentatious, full of ridicule and provocation towards Yi Chen. It echoed in the conference room, causing Yi Chen's face to turn pale and red in an instant. Yi Chen was so angry that he was shaking all over. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails dug deep into his palms, veins popped out on the back of his hands, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. But he had just arrived in Jiangchang, and his foundation was not stable yet, so he didn't dare to be too ostentatious. He knew very well that if he completely broke off relations with Lin Mo now, his previously carefully planned plan to gain a foothold in Jiangchang and gradually grow stronger would be completely ruined. He didn't expect that Lin Mo's fighting ability was not weaker than his own at all, and he had no room to resist at all. He could only suppress the rage burning in his heart, gritted his teeth secretly, and forced a smile on his face that was uglier than crying,
but in his heart he was frantically planning how to take revenge on Lin Mo in the future.
Lin Mo laughed loudly and walked out of the conference room with a dashing pace.
His laughter faded away, but it was like a sharp knife, piercing the nerves of everyone in the conference room.
At this moment, 3 people in police uniforms walked into the meeting room with serious expressions.
They walked in step, their eyes were firm, and they exuded an awe-inspiring aura. The middle-aged man in the lead looked at Su Jiangang with a sharp gaze and said in a loud and cold voice, "Su Jiangang."
Su Jiangang had a bewildered look on his face.
He looked at the 3 people in a daze, his eyes full of doubt and uneasiness. A strong sense of foreboding surged in his heart, as if an invisible giant hand was dragging him into an endless abyss. The middle-aged man quickly showed Su Jiangang his ID and summons, and his tone was stern and unquestionable.
"Su Jiangang, we have received a report that the Su Group is suspected of tax evasion and selling inferior goods as good ones. Please come back with us and cooperate with the investigation." Chapter 26: Su Jiangong's frustration.
Every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting Su Jiangong's heart hard and shaking his body violently. When Su Jiangang heard this, he immediately jumped up and down, his eyes widened, and he argued loudly.
"I didn't. This is a false accusation. This is a frame-up. This is a frame-up."
His voice became sharp and shrill with excitement, with a slight tremor, and his face was full of fear and anger. He danced with his hands and feet, trying to excuse himself, but his panicked look made him seem so powerless. At this moment, Lin Mo actually came back with a smile that deserved a beating on his face, and said in a mean way,
"That's right. I falsely accused you, I framed you. What can you do to me? Ha 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 ha." The laughter was extremely arrogant and full of humiliation towards Su Jiangang, as if announcing his victory to the whole world. After saying that, Lin Mo turned around and strode away.
His back was arrogant and confident, leaving Su Jiangang standing there, furious but helpless.
Su Jiangong's desperate roar echoed in the conference room. Ding!
The host suppressed Yi Chan's early rise and was the most important helper.
Reward experience points, 100.
The host beats up Yi Chan and is rewarded with 150 experience points. An additional reward is the intermediate feng shui skill. The host falsely accused Su Jiangang and agreed with the villain's behavior, and was rewarded with 100 experience points and an additional cash reward of 2 billion.
Host, Lin Mo. Identity, the eldest son of the Lin family in Jiangcheng.
Level, LV.37001000 experience.
Level, Mortal. Martial Arts, Grappling. Skill.
Intermediate Negotiation Skills Minor Achievement.
Intermediate Treasure Appraisal Skills Minor Success. Advanced Fighting Skills Minor. Photographic Memory Skill Minor Achievement. Looking at the bank balance, Lin Mo became even happier.
Now he had the money to help his father-in-law start a company.
Yi Chen looked at Lin Mo's back and cursed, "Cheap. Too damn cheap. Simply despicable and shameless. Shameless.
Others cheat people secretly, but this guy cheats openly." After cheating, he even stepped on them in public, as if he was afraid that others would not know. Su Ro watched Su Jiangang being handcuffed and taken away, and suddenly she burst into tears, grabbing her hair hard, like a madman. Yi Chen wanted to comfort her, but looking at Su Ro's appearance, he felt distressed and wanted to hug Su Ro, but there were Su's shareholders around, so he didn't dare to be too ostentatious.
"I can only roar in my heart. Lin Mo. You have already chosen your own death.
One day, I will make you kneel before me and beg for my forgiveness. And I will make your life worse than death."
Old Master Su's face turned pale.
He covered his chest and slowly collapsed. The shareholders saw this and panicked. Some of them called 120 and some pinched the Rinzhong point. The scene was in chaos. Seeing that they were in chaos, Yi Chen immediately picked up Su Ro and strode out of the meeting room. He must gain a foothold in Jiangcheng as soon as possible so that he can protect his woman. In the airtight interrogation room of the Public Security Bureau, the pale light poured down without any warmth, as if to expose every trace of fear in Su Jiangong's heart. He had been sitting there in a daze for 4 hours, with no one paying any attention to him and even the most basic lunch becoming a luxury. At this moment, his face was haggard, his eyes were empty and lifeless, his originally neatly groomed hair now hung messily in front of his forehead, his expression was extremely listless, and his whole body exuded a decadent aura, as if he had been ruthlessly abandoned by fate. Su Jiangang was in a mess, and kept cursing in his heart.
"Cui Shueme, Su Ro, this is all your fault. It was supposed to be a happy event for everyone, but you two brainless women messed it up like this.
Suddenly, the door of the interrogation room was slowly pushed open with a creaky sound, and a slightly heavy sound of footsteps broke the suffocating silence in the room. A middle-aged man in uniform walked in steadily, holding a cup of steaming coffee in his hand. The aroma of coffee filled this depressing space, but it could not dispel the gloom in Su Jiangong's heart. The middle-aged man was composed and took a sip of coffee leisurely. Then he sat down at the interrogation table slowly and leisurely, his movements smooth and flowing, as if this was not a serious interrogation, but his daily leisure time. His eyes immediately fell on the file in front of him, and he was instantly immersed in it. He looked so focused, as if Su Jiangang was a transparent person and was completely ignored by him. When Su Jiangang saw someone coming in, a glimmer of hope instantly ignited in his originally dim eyes. He straightened up impatiently and spoke eagerly, his voice hoarse and dry from not drinking water for a long time.
Sir, I've really been wronged.
The tone was full of anxiety and grievance, as if he was shouting his innocence to the whole world. He thought to himself, as long as this person would listen to my explanation, he would definitely be able to clear my name. I can't just be framed like this. However, the middle-aged man was like an emotionless statue. He turned a deaf ear to his calls and did not even lift his eyelids. He was still concentrating on flipping through the files, and his fingers gently stroked the paper from time to time, as if he was looking for some important clues. When Su Jiangang saw that the other party did not respond, his anxiety grew stronger. He stood up suddenly, slapped the table with both hands, making a loud bang-bang sound, and shouted loudly,
"Sir, I am innocent."
This roar echoed in the small interrogation room, shaking the air slightly. But the middle-aged man remained indifferent, as if all this had nothing to do with him. At this moment, his world only had the thick file in front of him.
Su Jiangang was full of doubts. Didn't he hear me? Or does he just not want to pay attention to me? What on earth is he looking at? Am I really going to be trapped here? Chapter 27: Yi Chen's Fantasy.
After saying that, he walked out without looking back, leaving Su Jiangang alone in the interrogation room, swallowed by endless despair and anger. Su Jiangang knew in his heart that Lin Mo had tricked him and he had no power to fight back. He was filled with regret, wondering why he had looked down on Lin Mo in the first place, thinking that he was just a playboy.
Now, the entire Su family was going to be implicated by him.
Su Jiangang completely collapsed. His legs went limp and he collapsed onto the interrogation chair with a thump. His hands fell limply at his sides, his eyes staring at the ceiling with empty eyes. The rage in his heart was like surging magma, but he had nowhere to vent it, so he could only rage helplessly.
"You rebellious girl! Why would you offend Lin Mo when you could be the young mistress of the Lin family?"
The voice was full of regret and helplessness, and it echoed for a long time in the empty interrogation room. Night falls quietly, and the darkness is like a huge curtain, covering the whole world. Su Jiangang hadn't eaten for the entire day and was so hungry that he felt dizzy and weak that he didn't even have the strength to raise his hands. He could only lean weakly on the back of the chair, waiting for the unknown fate to judge him.
He thought, am I just going to sit there and wait for death? I am unwilling to accept this, but what else can I do?
The door of the interrogation room was pushed open again, and Lin Mo walked in leisurely with a mocking smile on his face.
That smile was like a sharp knife, stabbing straight into Su Jiangong's already broken heart.
As soon as Su Jiangang saw Lin Mo, the anger that had been pent up in his heart for a whole day suddenly erupted like a volcano. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force.
Just as he was about to curse, Lin Mo got ahead of him and said coldly,
"If you dare to curse me, I'll leave immediately."
"You can leave tomorrow."
When Su Jiangang heard this, he instantly collapsed like a deflated ball. He slumped limply on the chair and asked weakly,
"Lin Mo, what do you want to do?"
The voice was full of helplessness, fatigue and fear, like a traveler who was lost in the darkness and could not find a glimmer of hope. He knew in his heart that it would do him no good to anger Lin Mo now, so he could only show weakness first and see if he could find a way out. Lin Mo raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sarcastic expression. That smile contained 3 parts of contempt and 7 parts of pride.
"Oh.
Let me see how miserable my former father-in-law was. Now he seems to be doing okay, he didn't suffer much." The tone was like watching a carefully choreographed farce, and Su Jiangang was the funniest clown. Su Jiangang gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words.
"Are you satisfied now?"
The flame of hatred burned in his eyes, but he had to suppress it because he knew very well how powerless he was at the moment. He thought to himself, "Don't be too proud, when I get out, I will definitely find a way to retaliate against you." Lin Mo shook his head gently, a cold light flashed in his eyes. That cold light was like icicles in winter, freezing cold.
This is just the beginning. Su Jiangang, you have been thinking about swallowing up the Lin family for a long time, right?
The voice was deep and powerful, like a judgment coming from the depths of hell. When Su Jiangang heard this, he was stunned for a moment.
He looked at Lin Mo in confusion, trying to play dumb. I don't understand what you're saying.
His voice trembled slightly and there was a hint of panic in his eyes, like a child who was caught doing something wrong.
He thought to himself, how could he know? Was the plan exposed?
That's impossible, he had been very careful. Lin Mo sneered and took 2 steps forward.
Each step was steady and powerful, as if declaring his absolute control to Su Jiangang.
5 years ago, you, the Su company, started to place your people in the Lin company.
You must have obtained a lot of intelligence in the past 5 years, right?
His eyes were fixed on Su Jiangang, as if they could penetrate his soul and see through every secret deep in his heart.
Su Jiangang's heart suddenly tightened and his eyes began to evade guiltily.
He didn't dare to look directly into Lin Mo's sharp eagle-like gaze. His hands unconsciously rubbed his thighs, trying to hide his inner panic. At this moment, he was like a prey being targeted by a hunter, with nowhere to escape. He regretted it deeply. He should not have taken the risk if he had known earlier.
Now that Lin Mo had caught him, the Su family might be doomed.
Seeing this, Lin Mo laughed even more wantonly, his laughter full of ridicule and disdain.
What a pity! You almost succeeded. Didn't you tell your wife and kids about your plan with Su Yuanshan? TSK. Such a good plan was ruined by 2 women. As he spoke, he shook his head slightly, with an expression on his face that was hard to read, half smiling and half not smiling. Su Jiangang gave a helpless smile, which was full of bitterness and helplessness. He lowered his head slightly and tacitly agreed to Lin Mo's accusation. At this moment, he no longer had the strength to refute. He thought to himself that he had made all kinds of calculations, but he did not expect that Su Ro's willfulness and Cui Shuemei's greed would drag the entire Su family into the abyss. Lin Mo walked up to Su Jiangang, resting his hands on the armrests of the chair, leaning forward with a sense of oppression, his face almost touching Su Jiangang's, staring into Su Jiangang's eyes. That look seemed to be able to eat him alive. Guess what I'm going to do to you?
The voice was low and cold, like a curse coming from the netherworld.
Su Jiangang's face finally showed a clear expression, which was a deep fear of the unknown.
His body began to tremble slightly, and his teeth began to chatter involuntarily. His voice was trembling, almost crying, as he said.
Chapter 28 Yi Chen's Confidence.
At that time, Su Ro's eyes looking at him would be full of admiration and love. They will hold a grand wedding in the most luxurious villa in Jiangcheng, with luxury cars leading the way and guests flocking in, and everyone looking at them with envy. After marriage, they strolled hand in hand in scenic spots around the world, strolled leisurely on the Champs-Élysées in France, and enjoyed the romantic sunset on the beach in the Maldives. Su Ro snuggled up to him like a little bird, whispering sweet words to him in a tender voice. He gently put his arms around Su Ro's waist, enjoying this happy and fulfilling life to the fullest. When Yi Chen thought of the future scene of living together with Su Ro and enjoying a prosperous life, the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly, revealing a smug smile. My woman, I won't allow others to bully her. When Yi Chen thought of all the humiliations that Lin Mo had inflicted on Su Ro, the jealousy and hatred in his heart burned fiercely and deepened.
Lin Mo.
What you have done is to seek your own death. Whenever Yi Chen thought of Lin Mo's condescending and sarcastic attitude towards Su Ro, he would tremble with anger. He wished he could rush to Lin Mo immediately and cut him into pieces to relieve his hatred. But Yi Chen also knew in his heart that in China, a land of rule of law, violence would never be allowed.
Unless Lin Mo took action first, he would have a chance to take advantage of it. It would be too easy for Lin Mo to be killed directly like this.
Yi Chen clenched his fists, his knuckles turned white, and he thought with gritted teeth. Not only will I kill him to vent my anger for Su Ro, I will also destroy his heart and make him wish he could neither live nor die. Only in this way can I truly relieve the hatred in my heart. After an unknown amount of time, Su Ro slowly moved, rubbed her aching head with her hand, and opened her eyes drowsily. When she saw clearly that she was in a hotel room, she instantly sobered up a little. Her first reaction was to nervously check her clothes. After confirming that they were intact, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Chen was quite well behaved in this regard and did not take advantage of the opportunity. This was not because Yi Chen was a gentleman, but because in his heart, Su Ro had long been his favorite, and he disdained to use such despicable means.
Are you awake?
When Yi Chen saw Su Ro wake up, a smile immediately appeared on his face and he greeted her generously. Su-ro nodded gently, her eyes full of doubts. "Why am I here?" Yi-chen did not answer directly, but reached out and picked up the lunchbox that had been prepared on the table, handed it to Su-ro, and said with concern, "Are you hungry? Eat something first, and I'll talk to you after you're done." Su-ro's thoughts were suddenly drawn back to the crisis of the Su family. Her face turned pale instantly. She suddenly turned over and got out of bed, and asked anxiously, "How is Su? Where's my grandfather? Where's my father?" Yi Chen's expression darkened and he shook his head slightly. "Mr. Su fainted and has been sent to the hospital. Your father was taken away by the Public Security Bureau and there has been no news so far." When Su-ro heard this, her eyes widened with anger, and she pointed at Yi Chen and said angrily, "You are my bodyguard, how can you watch my Su family being bullied?" Yi Chen shrugged nonchalantly and said disapprovingly, "I'm your bodyguard, not the Su family's bodyguard. Other people's safety is not my responsibility." When Su-ro heard this, she was stunned. What kind of perverted logic is this? When Lin Mo humiliated me, didn't you hit him? I hired you because you swore that you were the best soldier. Su-ro asked back bluntly with a face full of doubt. Yi Chen still looked indifferent and made an excuse. "I was careless at that moment. I didn't expect Lin Mo also knew how to fight." Su-ro was speechless. She had no ability but was still able to make excuses. "I want to go home. I want to go to the hospital to see my grandpa." Su-ro was extremely anxious and just wanted to see her family immediately. Yi Chen stood up slowly, stopped in front of Su-ro, and said calmly, "After dinner, I will take you there." Su-ro went to the left, Yi Chen blocked her from the left. Su-ro went to the right, Yi Chen blocked her from the right again. After several rounds of this, Su-ro was completely enraged and almost exploded. Just as Su-ro was furious, Yi Chen suddenly said, "Do you want revenge?" Su-ro's eyes suddenly widened, with a glimmer of hope in them. "Do you have a solution?" Yi Chen raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a smile that he thought was extremely charming. "After you finish your meal, I will tell you. Don't worry, I will definitely make Lin Mo kowtow to you and apologize." Su-ro looked suspicious and looked Yi Chen up and down. "Really?" Yi Chen nodded heavily and said confidently, "Don't worry, when have I ever lied to you?" Su-ro was skeptical, but she felt so hungry that after hesitating for a moment, she took the lunchbox and wolfed it down. After Su-ro wolfed down her meal, Yi Chen hurriedly took her to the hospital. In the ward, Su Yuanshan sat by the bed, his face haggard, his eyes full of fatigue and unwillingness. Seeing Su-ro coming in, he forced a smile, but that smile hid deep worry. "Grandpa, how are you?" Su-ro walked quickly to the bedside, her eyes red and her voice filled with tears. Su Yuanshan waved his hand, indicating that he was fine, and then he sighed. The Su family is probably going to be in big trouble this time. Lin Mo is pressing us step by step, leaving us no chance to survive. Yi Chen was standing aside, watching Su Yuanshan's appearance, thinking secretly in his heart. He took a step forward and said seriously, "Mr. Su, just sitting there and waiting to die is not a solution. Lin Mo is so arrogant, we can't let him bully us." Chapter 29, Azura Palace Killer. A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello?" Yi Chen lowered his voice and said, "It's me. I have a big business deal. Do you want to take it?" The other party was silent for a while and asked, "What business?" Yi Chen sneered, "Kill one person, Lin Mo, in Jiangcheng, you name the price." The other party was silent for a moment and said, 2 million. Yi Chen frowned, "So expensive?" The other party said coldly, "This price does not include your travel expenses." Yi Chen gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, it's settled. Arrange someone to come here as soon as possible, and I will provide detailed information." After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen showed a smug smile on his face. He seemed to have seen the scene of Lin Mo lying in a pool of blood and Su-ro throwing herself into his arms. He firmly believed that as long as Lin Mo died, the Su family would completely rely on him, and he would also gain a firm foothold in Jiangcheng and reach the peak of his life. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on the streets of Jiangcheng. Lin Mo was driving a luxury car. The atmosphere inside the car was warm and comfortable. He had just picked up Su Qingxue from the group after get off work. The two chatted quietly all the way, enjoying this rare leisure time. However, when the car reached an intersection, Lin Mo's expression suddenly changed. His brows were instantly twisted into the shape of a character, the veins on his forehead bulged slightly, and his eyes were fixed on the traffic light in front of him, his eyes full of vigilance and anger. At this time, the traffic light was turning from red to green, and according to the current speed of the vehicle, it would be completely possible to pass smoothly. But just as he was about to reach the intersection, Lin Mo slammed on the brakes. Almost at the same time, a dump truck rushed out from the left side like a wild horse. The driver of a Passat that was originally following Lin Mo's car saw Lin Mo suddenly brake, and he turned the steering wheel in panic, trying to avoid rear-end collision. However, fate played a cruel joke on this moment. As soon as the Passat changed direction, it was hit hard by a dump truck. The huge impact force caused the entire Passat to be smashed in half, and then it rolled to the right. The harsh sound of metal collision echoed all around. Su Qingxue widened her eyes in horror and subconsciously covered her mouth with her hands, completely stunned by the tragic scene before her. Lin Mo's chest was heaving violently, he was breathing heavily, his face was full of anger and fear, his back was already soaked with sweat. Just a second ago, the system in his mind suddenly issued a sharp alarm, informing him that Yi Chen had decided to kill him and had found the underground gang in Yunnan province, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to him on his way home. They carefully planned this seemingly ordinary traffic accident in an attempt to get rid of Lin Mo, but they never dreamed that Lin Mo actually successfully avoided the disaster with the help of the system's early warning, and the Passat inexplicably became a scapegoat. Lin Mo tightly grasped the steering wheel with both hands, his knuckles turned white due to the force, and his joints turned slightly blue. His eyes seemed to be burning with two blazing flames, and he wanted to eat Yi Chen alive. He gritted his teeth and growled in a low voice. "Yi Chen! How dare you be so mean, you bastard! It seems that we will have to fight to the death in this life. I will make you pay for this blood debt with blood." At the same time, the dump truck showed no intention of stopping. It continued to flee frantically after the collision, quickly passed the intersection, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. In a coffee shop at the intersection, Yi Chen and Su Ro were sitting by the window on the second floor, taking in all of this. When Yi Chen saw that Lin Mo's car was safe and sound, and the target in the plan became the innocent Passat, he was so angry that his face turned blue, his fists were clenched, his knuckles turned white, and his whole body was shaking slightly with anger. He couldn't understand why Lin Mo braked at the critical moment. This was not in his plan at all. Su Ro was also panicking, her voice trembling with anxiety. What should I do? He actually avoided it. Yi Chen bit his back teeth and said viciously, "He won't always be so lucky. Next time, I won't let him get away again." Lin Mo returned home and sat on the leather sofa in the study. On the coffee table in front of him was a laptop and a stack of documents. The Su family was so bold as to attack him, so Lin Mo couldn't let them get away with it. Looking for underground forces, huh? Very good. Lin Mo's face was as gloomy as water. A wealthy family like the Lin family, although they appear to be well-behaved and law-abiding on the surface, how could they not have some friends in the underworld? Suddenly, there was a sound of fierce fighting downstairs. Lin Modong stood up quickly, opened the door and walked out. As soon as he left the house, Su Qingxue in the master bedroom also heard the sound and ran out. Seeing Lin Mo, she asked in a panic, "What's going on? What happened?" Lin Mo hugged Su Qingxue and comforted her, saying, "Don't be afraid, it's okay, go back to your room and don't come out." Su Qingxue was almost crying with anxiety, her whole body was shaking slightly. Lin Mo sent Su Qingxue back to his room, closed the door, and went downstairs. Downstairs, Xiaolong and several bodyguards were fighting with 4 or 5 men in black. The opponents had obviously received special training and their attacks were ruthless and deadly. Data analysis and progress. Data analysis successful. The Shura Temple is a secret assassination organization active on the border between China's Yunnan province and Myanmar. Its name is derived from the Buddhist Shura path, which implies a religious metaphor of fighting violence with violence. The organization can be traced back to the drug war on the Yunnan border in the 1990s. It was jointly established by retired special forces, drug lords in the Golden Triangle and remnants of ethnic minority armed forces in western Yunnan. Chapter 30 Charity Dinner. Lin Mo returned the tactical dagger to Xiaolong, glanced at the corpse on the ground, and said coldly, "Throw it in the car and get ready to go." After saying that, he walked into the door and went straight upstairs. As soon as he opened the door of the master bedroom, Su Qingxue threw herself into Lin Mo's arms. Lin Mo patted Su Qingxue on the back and comforted her softly. "Don't worry, it's solved." Su Qingxue hugged Lin Mo's waist tightly like a frightened little rabbit, and refused to let go no matter what. Lin Mo had no choice but to pick her up and gently put her on the bed.
I'm going to go out for a while. Don't worry, this master bedroom is specially designed.
If the door is not opened, people from outside can't get in. After rubbing Su Qingshua's furry little head and kissing her forehead, Lin Mo turned and walked out of the room.
Host. Calm down. Lin Mo paused. You're asking me to calm down now that we've come to my door? Aren't you here to help me get revenge? I can kill Yi Chen right now, and you're asking me to calm down instead? Host, the Su family is also eligible to attend the Jiangcheng charity dinner tomorrow night. There is a jade sculpture of Guanyin at the auction.
It turns out that this Guanyin is made of glass-type jadeite from an old mine in Myanmar, carved by top craftsmen. On the surface, this Guanyin looks like just a jade Guanyin, but no one realizes that this Guanyin actually has another name called blood-soaked Guanyin.
It was the tribute that the king of Burma presented to Emperor Qianlong.
After being blessed by 10 generations of living Buddhas, it was brought to Burma by the descendants of the chieftains in western Yunnan during the Cultural Revolution. It is said to be able to ward off evil spirits and contain the key to the 3 great treasures on the Yunnan-Myanmar border.
What is even more bizarre is that this statue of Guanyin was in the hands of Songpa, the previous Yama of Shura Palace, before it was bought by a wealthy Chinese businessman and brought back to China. Songpa died because of his subordinate's betrayal, but this jade Guanyin was stolen by one of his subordinates and sold secretly.
The buyer was the wealthy Chinese businessman, who sold it for 500,000 Chinese yuan.
The Su family also received an invitation to the auction tomorrow night.
Yi Chen felt that this was a good opportunity to get to know the powerful people in Jiangcheng, and perhaps find new cooperation opportunities to help the Su family rise.
Yi Chen and Su Ro attended the party together and discovered this jade Guanyin at the auction.
Yi Chen had been in the army in Yunnan province for many years and often sneaked into Myanmar to carry out missions. Naturally, he knew some of the secrets of the jade Guanyin. When he was sure that this jade Guanyin was the blood-stained Guanyin and was priceless, he was ecstatic and planned to buy it and then sell it. The money would be enough for him to gain a foothold in Jiangcheng. System task: cut off Yi Chen's chance and take a photo of Guanyin. Task reward: boxing technique, star-shattering fist, internal skill, dragon gang, internal strength. After listening to this, Lin Mo frowned tightly and was thinking about something when Xiaolong ran up and said,
"Master, we are ready." Lin Mo waved his hand. "Get rid of the body and strengthen security at the villa."
After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped.
"Oh, yes. Check the body and see if you find anything." After saying that, he went straight into the study. The Lanting mansion was brightly lit at night, with luxury cars filling the entrance and wealthy businessmen striding into the mansion with their heads held high. Jiangcheng's annual charity dinner will be held here tonight, and those who are invited to attend are all prominent people in Jiangcheng's upper circles. Yi Chen was wearing a suit with his arms bent, while Su Ro was wearing a purple evening dress and holding Yi Chen's arm. When the 2 of them arrived, they immediately attracted the attention of the entire audience. Lin Mo looked back and no longer paid attention to the 2 of them. At this time, the host of the dinner came onto the stage and announced the official start of the charity auction. The auction proceeded in an orderly manner. Items were displayed one by one and bidding sounds were heard one after another. Finally, the jade Guanyin was carefully pushed onto the auction table by the staff. A trace of greed flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. He sat up straight and stared at the Guanyin statue on the stage. The starting price of the jade Guanyin was 300,000 yuan, and Yi Chen was the first to raise the bid and directly bid 1 million yuan. This is equivalent to telling others that he is determined to obtain this Guanyin statue. When Yi Chen was the first to raise his placard and raise the price from 300,000 to 1 million, there was an uproar at the scene. The audience members were talking to each other, their faces full of surprise and confusion. A middle-aged lady in a gorgeous evening gown shook the wineglass in her hand and whispered to her female companion, "Who is this? What's wrong with you today? It's a jade statue of Guanyin. Even though it looks quite old, you shouldn't raise the price so much right away, right?" Her female companion shook her head slightly, with confusion in her eyes. Who knows, maybe this Guanyin statue has some special meaning to him. But the price has risen so much. Several young business newcomers gathered together. One of the young men wearing glasses pushed his glasses up and said excitedly, "Interesting. Who is this person?" A young man in a fashionable suit next to him curled his lips and said, "I don't know the man, but isn't that woman Su Ro from the Su family?" In the back row of the venue, a group of charity workers were also whispering. An old man with gray hair frowned and said, "The Su family is not usually so enthusiastic about charity. today they are suddenly so active. I feel something is wrong. Another young staff member smiled and said, "Who cares? As long as he is willing to donate money, it will be good for our charity." There were also some bidders who were originally interested in this jade carving of guanine, but when they heard the price Yichen called out, they all showed hesitation. A burly middle-aged man had already raised his hand, ready to bid. After hearing Yichen's offer, he slowly put his hand down, with a trace of helplessness on his face. "This price is a bit beyond my budget. It seems I can only look at it." Yichen seemed to be unaware of the reactions of the people around him. He sat in the VIP seat, his eyes fixed on the jade carving of guanine on the stage, with a determined look on his face, as if announcing to everyone that he was determined to get this guanine statue. The auctioneer walked onto the stage and tapped the gavel on the table, making a clear sound that slightly suppressed the noise. 1 million for the first time, this gentleman bids 1 million. His voice echoed in the venue, and his eyes swept across the audience, looking forward to new bids. At this time, a lady wearing an exquisite cheongsam couldn't help but speak. Didn't the Su family say they were bankrupt? How come they are still qualified to come to this charity dinner? The man next to her nodded slightly and responded in a low voice. Yeah, but who knows? A starving camel is bigger than a horse. There has to be some background. Several entrepreneurs sitting in the front row were also whispering to each other. One of the bald men frowned and said, "What is the Su family doing? They raised the price so high for no reason and disrupted the rhythm of the auction." Chapter 31 Bidding. Another bearded entrepreneur chimed in, "Who cares? Let's just wait and see what he can do." The auctioneer raised his voice again, 1 million for the second time. "Is there anyone who can bid higher?" There was a brief silence in the conference hall. Yichen raised a smug smile and leaned back in his chair, his eyes full of arrogance. Just as the auctioneer was about to call out the price for the third time, a young and slightly hesitant voice came from the corner, 1.05 million. Everyone turned their heads and saw a young man who looked like a fledgling entrepreneur holding a sign. His hands were shaking slightly and sweat was beading on his forehead. Yichen's face suddenly darkened. He turned to look at the young man, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The auctioneer was excited. "Okay, this gentleman bids 1.05 million. Is there anyone who can bid higher?" The atmosphere in the conference hall suddenly became more tense, and everyone's eyes moved back and forth between Yichen and the young man, wondering how the situation would develop next. Yichen had a cold face. He glanced sideways at the young man and confirmed that he had seen his eyes before turning back with disdain. 2 million. The moment Yichen shouted out 2 million, the entire venue seemed to have pressed the mute button. Everyone took a breath of cold air, followed by a burst of whispered discussions. Looking at the young entrepreneur who bid 1.05 million, his expression was a little unnatural at this moment. The Su family was going too far. It was an auction, so they should just raise the price. How could they just double it? He swallowed and looked at Yichen's fierce eyes. "Oh, forget it. There's no need to fall out over such a thing." The people around him cast sympathetic and curious glances at him, as if they were waiting to see if he still had the courage to continue bidding. The auctioneer was also stunned by Yichen's action, and then quickly came to his senses, and his voice unconsciously raised a few points. 2 million. This gentleman bids 2 million. Is there anyone who can bid higher? His eyes scanned the meeting room eagerly. The atmosphere in the entire venue was extremely tense. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the next voice to break the deadlock. Yichen stood up, and the chair made a sharp sound when it rubbed against the ground. He scanned the whole audience with cold eyes, and said in a low but intimidating voice, "Some young people are just starting out, so they'd better think carefully before doing anything. Don't get yourself into trouble just for the sake of being in the limelight." Although he did not name anyone, everyone knew that his words were directed at the young entrepreneur who offered 1.05 million. The guests' faces all changed, and they cursed in a low voice, "This is too much. You are still so arrogant at this charity dinner." A lady also frowned, her face full of indignation. "You rely on your power to bully newcomers. You are really a piece of shit." The charity workers also began to murmur condemnation. The gray-haired old man was so angry that he shook his head. This doesn't look like a charity dinner at all. They are openly threatening bidders. This is outrageous. The young staff member lost his ease and agreed, "Yes, if this continues, who will dare to do charity sincerely?" Lin Mo smiled. This Yichen was really arrogant and domineering. Arrogant people will surely suffer misfortune.
Originally, Lin Mo had been struggling. Although he hated Yi Chen and Su Ro, those were things from his previous life after all. They had not yet reached that stage in this life. Even if Lin Mo hated them, he could not do things too drastically. But the assassination last night made Lin Mo feel relieved. He finally had a reason to kill him. Lin Mo had a good sleep last night and slept until dawn. He was excited when he thought that he could settle all the old and new grudges soon. Yi Chen looked at everyone proudly, his eyes full of contempt. The powerful people in Jiangcheng were just like this. They didn't even have this little courage. How could they fight against him? At this moment, Lin Mo slowly raised his sign. 210,000. Boom. Everyone focused their attention on Lin Mo. Yi Chen stood up suddenly, staring with his eyes wide open, looking like he wanted to pounce on Lin Mo and strangle him to death. The auctioneer didn't care about that and said quickly, Mr. Lin bid 2.01 million. Is there any bid higher than 2.01 million? Yi Chen gritted his teeth in anger. He had saved some money over the years and had about 10 million yuan. Together with Su Ro, he had more than 10 million yuan. It sounded like a lot, but who was Lin Mo? He was the richest man in Jiangcheng and had assets worth tens of billions. What was this little money in Lin Mo's eyes? 2.5 million. Yi Chen gritted his teeth and raised the card. Before the auctioneer could speak, Lin Mo said calmly, 2.51 million. Now even a fool could see that Lin Mo was deliberately targeting Yi Chen. A group of people looked at the two of them, wanting to see how this drama would develop. Yi Chen gnashed his teeth in anger. Lin Mo. What do you mean? If you want to bid, just bid well. Do you have the shame to increase it by 10,000 each time? At this time, Su Ro also said angrily. That's right, this is a charity dinner, and the guests here are all well-known VIPs. As the eldest son of the Lin family, how can you be so ignorant of etiquette? Lin Mo laughed as if he heard a funny joke. What? Is there anything wrong with me bidding normally? Are you the only ones allowed to bid and no one else is allowed to bid? Otherwise, Mr. Yi, are you threatening me too? I just saw that Mr. Yi seemed very imposing. Yi Chen's face turned pale, his anger had clouded his mind, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a bloodthirsty demon. Finally, Yi Chen gritted his teeth and shouted. 5 million. He really dares to shout. Comparing money with the Lin family, isn't that just asking for trouble? That's right. Even during the heyday of the Su family, they didn't dare to challenge the Lin family. What's more, the Su family has changed its owner. Where does he get the confidence from? Lin Mo looked at Yi Chen with amusement. Mr. Yi seems to be determined to win. Yi Chen looked at Lin Mo coldly. Why is Master Lin planning to give in? Lin Mo smiled. I'm really sorry, I also like this jade guanine. Lin Mo once again quoted the price to the auctioneer. 5.01 million. This time Yi Chen couldn't bear it anymore, and said with a gloomy face. Mr. Lin, forgive others when you can. Leave a way out for us so that we can meet again in the future. After all, you and Miss Su had a relationship before. Do you really want to be so heartless? Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and looked at Yi Chen. Oh? Is this the jade guanine that Miss Su wants? Su Ro immediately looked at Lin Mo with a resentful look. Mr. Lin, I know you're still blaming me. You've already taken away the company, and our family has nothing left. Please be kind and let us take a picture of this jade guanine. Yi Chen waited for an opportunity to make an offer. 6 million. Lin Mo spread his hands, and Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief and finally stopped following. If Lin Mo knew that this jade guanine was the blood-stained guanine and was priceless, he wondered if he would be sad. As Yi Chen thought about this, he could no longer suppress the smile on his face. Chapter 32. Get off. 6.01 million. Suddenly, a powerful voice sounded in the backcourt. Yi Chen and Su Ro were shocked and turned around to look. Xiaolong walked in with his hands in his pockets. When Yi Chen saw Xiaolong, his pupils shrank and he instantly became furious. Lin Mo, you are playing tricks on us. Lin Mo looked innocent. I didn't bid. Su Ro was breathing heavily. Lin Mo, you're going too far. You actually asked your bodyguard to bid. Xiaolong walked to Lin Mo and sat down calmly. Lin Mo said. I'm just teasing you, so what? If you're not convinced, keep bidding.
I just have a lot of money, so much that I can crush you too. Yi Chen's eyes rolled and he thought, why not give it to Lin Mo? Anyway, the people from Shura Palace are in Jiangchang. After they kill Lin Mo, he can take it back. Thinking of this, Yi Chen smiled ghostly and said, a gentleman does not take away what others like. Since young Master Lin likes it, just give it to him. Lin Mo curled his lips slightly. How could he not know Yi Chen's little thoughts? Finally, Lin Mo took down the Jade Guanyin. As soon as he walked out of Lanting Mansion, Su Ro rushed over. Lin Mo, our Su family has nothing left. Why are you trying to snatch this jade carving from me? Lin Mo glanced at Su Ro coldly and said, I'm bidding normally. If you like, just bid normally. Why are you saying I stole yours? Su Ro looked aggrieved. You cancelled the wedding, you took away the Su family, and I have nothing left. What do you want in exchange for letting me go? Do you want to force me to death? At this time, the dignitaries who came out of the mansion saw the situation here and gathered around. Huh? What happened? Didn't they break off the engagement? Who knows? Maybe Master Lin is unwilling to accept this and is deliberately suppressing the Su family to vent his anger. Speaking of the Su family, they added a small gift for nothing and angered young Master Lin. This is retribution. You can't say that, right? The Lin family doesn't care about that little money. After all, Su Ro is a girl, how can you bully her like this? That's right. If we can't come to an agreement, just don't marry her. Why bother to tear each other apart? Hush, keep your voice down. Have you forgotten who Mr. Lin is? If a dog passes by him, it will be beaten with two big fists. Lin Mo looked at Su Ro coldly. So what do you want now? When Su Ro heard this, her expression changed instantly, and she instantly returned to her arrogant look. Lin Mo, I know you did all this just because you were angry that I didn't give you face on the wedding day. Now that things have passed and our Su family has been punished, you should calm down, right? I don't blame you for using Su Qingxue to piss me off. Let's set a new date and hold another wedding. The betrothal gift will be as we agreed before, and we won't increase it. How do you think? After listening to this, Lin Mo looked at Su Ro with a strange expression. Lin Mo couldn't understand. When things had come to this point, how could this woman still have the courage to say this to him? Suddenly, Lin Mo saw Yi Chen hiding behind a Rolls-Royce. Yi Chen was glaring at him angrily. Lin Mo thought. Okay. Wow. The crowd was stunned. What? Master Lin, are you going to go back to your ex? No way, no way? Can we still make peace after such a quarrel? When Su Ro heard this, she immediately showed an expression of as expected on her face. She pulled Lin Mo's sleeve, swayed back and forth and said, You have caused our Su family so much trouble these past few days. Shouldn't you give us some compensation? Yi Chen was watching in the corner with his eyes bloodshot, and several of his back teeth were broken. Lin Mo, you have a way to die. Lin Mo looked at Yi Chen with his peripheral vision, and couldn't help laughing in his heart. He liked peeking, didn't he? I'll let you see enough. Okay, let's go find a place to have a good chat. After saying that, he put his arm around Su Ro's slender waist and walked towards his car. Yi Chen was furious. A dragon has a reverse scale, and if you touch it, you will die. Lin Mo actually dared to hug his woman's waist in front of him. He couldn't tolerate it, absolutely couldn't tolerate it. Yi Chen's nails almost dug into his palms. He saw with his own eyes Lin Mo's hand on Su Ro's waist, and the two of them got into the Bentley Mulsanne intimately. Amid the roar of the engine, the car body sped away like a black monster, and the dust it raised was filled with the scent of Su Ro's usual rose perfume. Yi Chen also got into the car and followed with his foot on the accelerator. The intimate scene between the two of them flashed quickly in his mind, and the joints of his fingers grasping the steering wheel were deformed. Lin Mo glanced at the rearview mirror and curled his lips. Host, we have detected that Su Ro has a bug. The power is low, and the effective monitoring distance is within 300 meters. Needless to say, it must have been Yi Chen who put it there. Lin Mo smiled and reached out to touch Su Ro's face. Let's get a room. Su Ro's face was full of shyness. Hey, drive carefully and don't move your hands. Lin Mo had a lewd smile on his face. Hee. Okay, let's touch it carefully once we get into the room. Lin Mo thought, he is quite patient. He stepped on the accelerator and the Bentley rushed through a traffic light. A BMW car that was driving normally turned the steering wheel sharply and avoided the Bentley. The BMW owner breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call. That was a Bentley. If it had hit him, at least 10 years of work would have been wasted. But his car just happened to block Yi Chen's car, and Yi Chen had no time to react at all, and crashed into it with a bang. Soon, a rustling sound came from the earphones, and it was beyond the affected distance. Yi Chen punched the steering wheel heavily, with a ferocious expression and a hateful face. Chapter 33. Suddenly Su Ro yelled towards the direction where Lin Mo was going. Lin Mo, you will die a miserable death. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. Rewards: Yellow level Kung Fu Star Crushing Fist and Yellow level Internal Kung Fu Dragon Gang Internal Power. When Lin Mo returned home, he immediately placed the Jade Guanyin on the desk and looked at it over and over again. Host. Be careful. This Jade Guanyin is priceless. Lin Mo looked at it for a long time, but didn't think there were any clues to the 3 treasures in it, so he just ignored it and put it on the bookshelf. Begin to comprehend the Star Crushing Fist. In an instant, countless exquisite boxing moves, force techniques, and breathing methods flooded into his mind. Lin Mo seemed to see a master of boxing demonstrating himself in front of him. Every move was fierce, and every punch seemed to contain the power to shatter the stars. Dragon Gang Internal Strength Kung Fu. Buzz. A ball of golden light suddenly exploded from your dantian, and you saw your meridians light up in your eyes, like a galaxy dotted with stars. Before you could even get into the first high horse stance, 2 streams of pure yin and yang energy suddenly poured in from your Yongquan acupoint, causing your bones to make a crisp sound like popping beans. Puff. A mouthful of black blood spurted out a few feet away, condensing into strange ice crystals under the moonlight. You looked down at the dragon scale pattern emerging on your fingertips, and suddenly understood why this skill was called Dragon Gang. It was forcibly tempering your body and transforming your mortal body into the legendary dragon body. Host, Lin Mo. Identity, the eldest son of the Lin family in Jiangcheng. Realm, early stage of ordinary martial arts. Martial arts, Star Crushing Fist first look. Internal strength, Long Gang Internal Strength. A brief introduction. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment. Ordinary martial realm? What is this? Host, the mortal martial arts realm is usually a more basic stage in the martial arts system, mainly for martial artists who have not yet come into contact with or have initially come into contact with extraordinary powers. The ordinary martial arts realm includes 4 realms: body refining, bone strengthening, blood coagulation, and meridian opening. Each realm is divided into 3 small realms: initial stage, middle stage, and perfect stage. It is the first step on the road of martial arts cultivation. Lin Mo smacked his lips. He had accidentally become a warrior. 3 killer auras are detected approaching, please be alert. Lin Mo impatiently turned off the computer and went downstairs. The sudden opening of the door caused the 3 men in black to pause. Their hands holding the master key froze in mid-air. The 3 of them squatted on the ground, looking up at Lin Mo with stiff expressions. Lin Mo smiled at the 3 of them. Welcome to hell. Lin Mo's move was as fast as lightning, knocking out the 3 people instantly. Xiaolong heard the sound and ran out belatedly. Seeing the 3 men in black on the ground, he was embarrassed and didn't know what to do. Lin Mo smiled and said, "Handle it cleanly." Xiaolong nodded. Yes. Lin Mo looked towards the night sky. It's time to end it. Host. Yi Chen is approaching quickly. Lin Mo smiled. Good job. Lin Mo, you have humiliated me time and again. Today I want your life. A black shadow shot towards Lin Mo like a cannonball. Lin Mo remained calm and looked at Yi Chen with contempt. Yi Chen used all his strength in this punch. He was confident that Lin Mo would lose half his life with this punch. At that time, he would definitely humiliate Lin Mo. Let Lin Mo know that offending Yi Chen was his biggest mistake in this life. Lin Mo stood there motionless, still with a look of contempt. The moment Yi Chen hit Lin Mo slapped him in the face. Bang! Yi Chen immediately flew out sideways, hit a tree heavily, and then slid to the ground. Without waiting for Yi Chen to get up, Lin Mo took a few steps and stood in front of Yi Chen. He took a step forward and stepped heavily on Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen! You have come to this day. At this moment, all the humiliations of his previous life flashed before his eyes, and the hatred in Lin Mo's heart gushed out like the yellow river bursting its banks.
Yi-Chen pressed his face tightly to the ground with his feet. He was still dizzy and seemed to have completely lost the ability to think. Yi-Chen. You are the one who found Shura Palace, right? It's a pity that they can't do it. Lin Mo stared at Yi-Chen intently. In his previous life, it was this man who embezzled the Lin family's assets, forced his parents to jump off the building, and broke his limbs. This hatred is irreconcilable. Lin Mo's eyes were as cold as water. He squatted down and said coldly, Yi-Chen. I have to let you have a taste of what I suffered in my previous life. Lin Mo slowly stood up, raised his right foot high, and stepped heavily on Yi-Chen's left thigh. Crack! The sound of broken bones was clearly heard. Ah! Yi-Chen's heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the villa area. Many people ran out to see what was happening, but were glared back by Lin Mo. Lin Mo's eyes were full of hatred as he looked at Yi-Chen, who was struggling in pain on the ground without a trace of pity in his heart. He slowly squatted down again, grabbed Yi-Chen's hair, lifted his head up, and forced Yi-Chen to look at him. Yi-Chen, this is just the beginning. I will take back the pain that my family and I suffered in my previous life 100 times 1,000 times. Lin Mo's voice was icy cold, as if it came from the netherworld. After saying that, Lin Mo exerted force on his hand, and with a hiss, he directly pulled off a large piece of hair from Yi-Chen's scalp. Blood instantly oozed out, staining Yi-Chen's forehead red. Yi-Chen screamed in pain again. Lin Mo stood up and raised his foot again, this time aiming at Yi-Chen's right hand. Crack, accompanied by another crisp sound of broken bones, Yi-Chen's right arm twisted at a strange angle and collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Yi-Chen's face turned pale with pain, cold sweat poured down his face, and he kept whimpering in pain. You are not. Chapter 34 Hemostatic Agents. You want to die so easily? It's not that simple. Lin Mo looked at Yi-Chen coldly, then turned and walked towards the villa. After a while, he came back with a dagger. Under the moonlight, the blade of the dagger flashed with a cold light. Yi-Chen, everything you did to my parents in your previous life, I will repeat on you one by one. Lin Mo said, squatting down, and gently scratching Yi-Chen's cheek with the dagger. The sharp blade cut the skin, leaving a blood mark. Yi-Chen looked at Lin Mo in horror, his eyes filled with fear. He tried to struggle back, but found that he couldn't move at all. Lin Mo looked at Yi-Chen's horrified expression, and the hatred in his heart was slightly relieved, but it was far from enough. He put the dagger against Yi-Chen's left ear and cut it hard. Ah! Yi-Chen let out a shrill scream, and his left ear was cut off, and blood splattered on the grass beside him. Next is your right ear. Lin Mo said expressionlessly and raised the dagger again. The air around him seemed to be solidified by the blood and hatred. Yi-Chen's screams echoed in the night sky of the villa area for a long time. Late at night, the torture continued, shouts resounded through the night sky, and no one in the entire villa complex slept that night. The security guards in the villa complex watched from afar, and no one dared to approach, and no one even called the police? It was not until the morning that Yi-Chen died in humiliation. A purple energy wave that was invisible to the naked eye penetrated from Yi-Chen's body and quickly sank into Lin Mo's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully taking revenge. The system has been upgraded to the Destiny Villain system. Reward, Hemostatic Formula. Host, Lin Mo. Identity, Destiny Villain. Villain value, 1001000. Realm, early stage of ordinary martial arts. Martial arts, star-crushing fist first look. Internal strength, long gang internal strength a brief introduction. Backpack, hemostatic recipe. Lin Mo was stunned. The villain of destiny? Host, in the rules of the world, the villains of destiny, the children of destiny, and the children of luck should follow a specific trajectory to maintain a certain balance in the world. However, Yi-Chen, as the child of destiny, overabused his special luck and abilities and acted recklessly. The children of destiny should be the key players in promoting the healthy development of the world and leading change and progress. However, some of them have betrayed their mission, acted recklessly and bullied the weak for their own selfish desires. The same is true for the sons of destiny. They are blessed with special destiny and could have brought benefits to the world, but they choose to associate with evil people, causing chaos in the world order and suffering to the people. Their chaos broke the balance of the world's rules and caused many disasters and misfortunes. The destiny villain is to find other similar troublemakers and eliminate them one by one. Not only for revenge, but also to restore the normal order of the world and get everything back on track. Lin Mo nodded, I see. Lin Mo straightened his clothes and said,
Xiaolong, clean it up.
Xiaolong responded and immediately called 2 bodyguards, carried the body into the car, and drove out of the villa area.
The next day, Lin Mo began to study hemostatic agents. Xiaotian, what do you think this hemostatic agent is good for? Host, this hemostatic agent can stop bleeding in 3 seconds and form a scab in 5 seconds. For Lin's, it must be an excellent product that will cause a sensation in the market. So awesome? I'd like to give it a try. Host, turn Lin's into a military-industrial enterprise. This way we can get the protection of the military. When Lin Mo heard Xiaotian's proposal, he was immediately confused. Xiaotian, let Lin's become a military-industrial enterprise? How is this possible? Lin's has always been based on technology, finance, and real estate. It is not easy to transform into a military-industrial enterprise. Lin Mo was actually very tempted. This time, the incident at Shura Palace made Lin Mo very angry. He also clearly realized that he alone might not be able to deal with possible accidents in the future. If Lin's can really be built into a military-industrial enterprise and get the protection of the military, I'm afraid anyone who wants to touch Lin's will have to think twice. This hemostatic agent has an excellent effect on hemostatic wound healing, but have you ever thought about how to apply it to the military field? When soldiers are injured on the battlefield, rapid bleeding is the key, and this hemostatic agent can greatly increase their chances of survival. We can use this as a starting point, first cooperate with the military, provide hemostatic agents, and gradually open up the military market. Lin Mo stroked his chin, lost in thought, and nodded slowly after a moment. This is a feasible solution. However, just a hemostatic agent is not enough. Military enterprises need all-round technical and product support. You don't have to worry about this, Xiaotian is full of confidence. With our existing scientific and technological research and development capabilities, we can fully expand into other military-related fields. For example, we can use our artificial intelligence technology to develop intelligent weapon control systems to improve the accuracy and combat efficiency of weapons. Moreover, there is another benefit of transforming into a military-industrial enterprise, which is that it can get strong support from the government and the military. In this way, many problems faced by the business empire before can be easily solved. Lin Mo's eyes gradually brightened, and a fire of hope ignited in his heart. Xiaotian, your idea is great. However, the transformation process is certainly difficult, involving technology research and development, qualification approval, market connection and other aspects, and we have to make a detailed plan. Don't worry, host, I'm here. We can first form a special project team to be responsible for the preparation and promotion of military business. I will assist you in collecting information, analyzing market demand, and formulating research and development directions. Xiaotian actively made suggestions. Lin Mo took a deep breath and said with a firm look in his eyes, okay, let's do it. Now that we have decided, we will go all out and make Lin's a top military enterprise. Chapter 35 Military Concern. Lin Mo quickly called the technical team of Tianshu Biotechnology, a subsidiary of Lin's company, and handed them the hemostatic formula and sample. It took 3 days to prepare the finished product according to my ratio, and also to prepare a diluted version, which can stop bleeding in 10 seconds and form a scab in 30 seconds. This scientific research team was carefully assembled by Tianshu Biotech over several years. Its members are all from the world's top universities and research institutions and are leaders in their respective fields. The team leader, Dr. Liang, graduated from a world-ranked top 5 scientific research institution and has extremely high attainments in the field of medicinal chemistry. He has led many international cutting-edge drug research and development projects. His published academic papers have attracted widespread attention and discussion in the industry, and many of his research results have been applied to actual clinical treatments, saving the lives of countless patients. Professor Li, one of the members, has focused on biomaterials research for many years and has unique insights into the application of various new materials in the medical field. He has successfully developed a new type of biological dressing for wound healing, which greatly shortens the wound healing cycle. This achievement has won many international patents and made outstanding contributions to the development of biomedical materials. There is also postdoctoral fellow Zhang who returned from overseas. He has extensive experience in pharmacology and toxicology, and is particularly good at drug safety assessment and efficacy optimization. All the large-scale drug research and development projects he has participated in have been highly recognized by the market for their excellent efficacy and safety after being launched on the market. The young members of the team are equally impressive. Although they are relatively inexperienced,
they have injected fresh vitality into the team with their solid professional foundation and innovative thinking.
Among them, Xiao Wang won many awards in international academic competitions during his college years.
He has a keen sense of cutting-edge scientific research techniques and concepts, and can always come up with novel and feasible ideas in team discussions.
The entire team not only has outstanding individual abilities, but also has tacit teamwork.
Over the years, they have overcome difficulties in many fields such as drug research and development and biotechnology, and have achieved a series of remarkable achievements. Faced with the tasks assigned by Lin Mo, their eyes sparkled with confidence and excitement. For them, this was both a challenge and an excellent opportunity to demonstrate the strength of the team. Dr. Su took the hemostatic formula and sample, examined them carefully, and looked at Lin Mo firmly.
"Don't worry, Mr. Lin.
With the strength of our team, it will be no problem to complete the task within 3 days. We will definitely prepare a perfect finished product according to your requirements, and ensure that the diluted version can also achieve the ideal hemostatic effect." The other members also nodded, and quickly divided the work and threw themselves into the intense work. Some members began to analyze the ingredients of small samples, using the most advanced instruments and equipment to accurately measure the content and characteristics of each ingredient. Some began to prepare the raw materials needed for blending based on the formula, and carried out strict quality inspections on each raw material. Others have been rehearsing and formulating solutions to possible blending problems in simulated different environments.
The entire laboratory was a busy and orderly scene.
Everyone was working hard for the common goal and firmly believed that with the strength of the team, they would be able to complete the task assigned by Lin Mo on schedule.
Sure enough, this team did not disappoint Lin Mo. On the third day, 3 samples were placed on Lin Mo's desk, along with detailed experimental data and experimental videos.
The effect of the concentrated version is consistent with the sample prepared by Lin Mo, and the diluted version also meets Lin Mo's requirements of 10 seconds to stop bleeding and 30 seconds to form a scab. In addition, Tianshu also made a low-end version that can stop bleeding in 30 seconds and form a scab in 3 minutes.
Lin Mo was very satisfied with Tianshu's ability.
With a wave of his hand, he rewarded each of them with 10,000 yuan.
Su Qingxue watched the experimental video and said excitedly,
"The best hemostatic agent on the market right now is Didushan's coagulant, which can stop bleeding in 1 minute and form a scab in 5 minutes.
The price is 299 yuan for 20 milligrams.
This blood coagulant is Shen's flagship product, and it almost occupies 70% of the market in China.
Our product will definitely outperform Shen's blood coagulant once it is launched. How will Lin Mo price it?" Lin Mo smiled. "Low-end version, 30 milligrams, 39 yuan. Diluted version, 30 milligrams, 99 yuan. Concentrated version not for sale. Only for the military. The cost is also cheap.
The cost of a diluted hemostatic agent is 19 yuan, while the cost of a regular version is only 9 yuan.
Based on the profit margin, this price is already a high profit."
But Su Qingxue still didn't understand, and felt that the price was too cheap. After all, Shen's blood coagulant was 299 yuan.
Lin Mo shook his head and said, "Don't focus on the immediate benefits.
The most important thing now is to increase brand awareness and let more people accept us.
It doesn't matter if we make less money now. What if we develop more beauty products and better anti-cancer drugs? That's when we can make money." Su Qingxue was shocked. "Do you have any more prescriptions?"
Lin Mo blinked mysteriously.
"You guess?" Su Qingxue glanced at you unhappily, as if she didn't want to pay any attention to you. In a few days, several hot search terms hit the headlines.
#Lin's masterpiece, the shunning hemostatic agent, has been successfully developed. Number 30 seconds to stop bleeding, 3 minutes to form scab and stop bleeding, new product made by Lin's.
#Lin's hemostatic agent, 2 versions are available.
The press release includes some of the main ingredients of the hemostatic agent, the development process, experimental data, and experimental videos. Once these news were released, they instantly caused an uproar on the internet, triggering widespread attention and heated discussions from the whole society. On major social media platforms, the popularity of related topics continued to soar, with countless netizens forwarding and commenting on them. Netizens showed great interest and expectations in Lin's shunning hemostatic agent, marveling at its excellent hemostatic effect and speculating on the price.
Lin Mo looked at the online comments with an indifferent expression.
Lin Mo's interest was not in this. The reason why he had promoted the hemostatic agent in the media was to attract the attention of the military. Lin Mo had long understood that the hemostatic agents purchased by the military from Shins every year were enough to support a large group. Not to mention the endless convenience and benefits that the brand of military industrial enterprises brings to the company. Soon, the news of Lin's shunning hemostatic agent spread to the relevant military departments. The military showed great interest in this hemostatic agent. After all, in a complex and changing military environment, efficient hemostatic drugs are crucial. After internal discussions, the military decided to sit tight for now and wait until the hemostatic agent is officially on the market before purchasing a batch of samples from the market. They plan to conduct a comprehensive comparative test on Lin's shunning hemostatic agent and Shin's coagulant, evaluating them from multiple dimensions such as hemostasis speed, applicability to different traumas, and drug stability. If Lin's products are as good as advertised, the military will re-examine its procurement plans, which will undoubtedly cause a huge shock in the pharmaceutical market and military supply field.
Chapter 36: The Shin Family Panic.
A week before the press conference, the marketing team of Lin Group was working at full capacity. On social media, carefully crafted promotional posters and popular science videos are everywhere. On the poster, the core data of Lin's hemostatic agent is prominently marked, forming a sharp contrast with a certain hemostatic agent. The popular science video explains in an easy-to-understand manner the research and development principles and significant advantages of Lin's hemostatic agent, attracting the attention of a large number of netizens, and the topic's popularity quickly rose.
Many discussion posts about Lin's hemostatic agent have also appeared on major medical forums, and some professionals have praised Lin's research and development results, further heating up the topic.
At the same time, the Lin Group also sent invitations to major medical institutions, pharmacies, and industry associations, inviting them to participate in this highly anticipated press conference. For a time, the industry's expectations for this press conference were maxed out. In the imperial capital, the Shin family was instantly in an uproar when they learned that the Lin family was about to hold a press conference to openly challenge the Shin family. The head of the family, Shin Tianzhang, angrily smashed the teacup in his hand to the ground and roared, "This Lin Mo is simply asking for death. How dare he openly provoke our Shin family?" Shin Yao, who was in charge of the pharmaceutical sector of Shin Group, had a gloomy face. He knew that Lin's move was not a good one. "Brother, Lin is probably well prepared this time.
We can't take it lightly." Shin Tianzhang snorted coldly. "What can they do?
They are just trying to take advantage of the opportunity to hype it up. Arrange a public relations team immediately and prepare a response plan.
If there are any remarks at Lin's press conference that are unfavorable to us, we will immediately counterattack."
After receiving the order, Shin Yao left quickly and began to organize a public relations team to discuss countermeasures urgently. They collected negative information about the Lin Group and tried to counter public opinion at the press conference. They also contacted major media outlets in an attempt to block news that was unfavorable to the Shin Group.
However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not find any dirty secrets about Lin.
However, these actions of Shin's did not affect the popularity of Lin's press conference. On the day of the press conference, the venue was packed and the number of online live viewers continued to rise.
Lin Mo and Su Qingxue stood backstage, watching the scene below the stage.
Lin Mo whispered to Su Qingxue, "Today is the first step for our Lin family to step out of Jiangcheng." Su Qingxue clenched her fists, her eyes shining brightly, and nodded vigorously. At the press conference, the lights were bright.
Lin Mo, dressed in a neat suit, walked steadily onto the stage, and warm applause instantly broke out from the audience.
He smiled at the audience and the camera, and said in a steady and powerful voice, "Dear guests, friends online, welcome to the launch conference of Lin Group's new hemostatic agent. Today, we will unveil the mystery of a product that will rewrite the history of hemostasis."
After that, the big screen began to play the complete process of Lin's hemostatic agent, from the flash of research inspiration, to the scientific research team's day and night research, to repeated rigorous experiments. The audience was deeply attracted, and many of them showed amazement. "Host, you are really good at making up stories." Xiao Tian was a little unconvinced.
This was clearly a recipe rewarded by the system, but it sounded like the real thing. Then, Lin Mo presented various experimental data in detail, and the comparison charts clearly showed that Lin's hemostatic agent far exceeded its peers in terms of hemostasis speed and healing efficiency. The audience whispered to each other and exclaimed in admiration.
"Hearing is believing, seeing is believing."
Lin Mo changed the subject. "Next, we will conduct a live demonstration." Lin Mo picked up a dagger on the table.
Everyone looked at the stage in astonishment. The reporters also looked at Lin Mo in shock. "He doesn't want to try it on himself, does he?"
This sentence made everyone who heard it gasp.
Isn't this too crazy?
Lin Mo smiled at everyone and cut a wound on his arm without hesitation. Blood gushed out instantly and dripped down his arm.
The audience couldn't help but exclaim, and some even covered their eyes.
Lin Mo looked calm. He picked up Lin's hemostatic agent and applied it evenly on the wound.
A magical scene immediately took place.
The blood quickly stopped flowing, and the skin at the wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few tens of seconds, the wound had coagulated and no longer bleeds, leaving only a shallow mark. The whole audience was silent for a moment, and then broke into deafening applause and cheers.
The online barrage was filled with words such as awesome and Lin's hemostatic agent is amazing.
At this time, the Shin family, the head of the family, Shin Tianzhang, and Shin Yao and others were sitting in the conference room, watching everything through the live broadcast, their faces becoming more and more gloomy. They knew that in today's press conference, the Lin family had already gained an absolute upper hand, and they were about to face an unprecedented crisis. In the Shin family's luxuriously decorated yet depressing and dull meeting room, Shin Tianjing's eyes were red as he stared at the live broadcast screen, his chest heaving violently and veins bulging on his forehead. With a loud bang, he slammed his fist on the conference table. The documents and teacups on the table jumped up, and the expensive porcelain fell to the ground and broke into several pieces.
This Lin Mo is really going too far.
He is bullying our Shin family.
Shin Tianzhong roared, his voice full of anger and unwillingness.
He has been a big shot in the business world for many years, but he has never suffered such humiliation.
Shin Yao's face was also extremely ugly.
He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and the veins on the back of his hands bulged. They simply couldn't understand why Lin Mo suddenly pointed the finger at the Shin family. The Shin family and the Lin family had never had any intersection, let alone any conflict.
Brother, we can't just let this go. Lin Mo is openly provoking us this time, and it's obvious that he wants to beat us to death.
His voice was low and hoarse, revealing a ruthless spirit. The head of the Shin family's public relations team stood aside trembling with fear, not daring to breathe. Shin Tianjing suddenly turned his head and looked at him, his eyes like knives. Didn't you say that you had prepared a response plan?
What about now?
Come up with a solution for me, you must solve this crisis for me. The public relations director's forehead was covered with sweat, and he stammered, Master, the Lin family has irrefutable evidence, and Lin Mo just used his own body to conduct an experiment, and the results were too shocking.
We really can't refute it. Waste. All of you are a bunch of waste.
Shin Tianjing was so angry that he kicked over the chair next to him. Immediately contact all the media you can contact and send me a press release saying that Lin's hemostatic agent has serious side effects that have not yet been discovered.
Let's confuse public opinion first.
Shin Yao also added, arranging the internet trolls to stir up trouble online, questioning whether there is something fishy about Lin's experiment. This is a pre-arranged performance.
However, these methods of theirs seemed pale and powerless in the face of the strong strength of Lin's hemostatic agent and the shocking effect of the press conference. Chapter 37 Hot Search Terms.
Netizens simply didn't buy it and left messages in the comments section mocking the Shin family smear campaign.
Major media outlets also questioned the Shin family's groundless accusations.
During the question and answer session, a senior pharmaceutical industry reporter stood up, holding a microphone in his hand, looking at Lin Mo intently, and said clearly, Mr. Lin, as we all know, there is already a similar hemostatic agent on the market. It takes 5 minutes to stop bleeding and scar formation, and the price is 299 yuan for 20 milliliters.
I wonder what the price of Lin's hemostatic agent is.
After all, cost effectiveness is also a factor that consumers are very concerned about. The whole place fell silent instantly, everyone pricked up their ears, and the online live broadcast audience also kept scrolling through the word price in the comments, eagerly waiting for Lin Mo's answer. This not only concerns whether Lin's hemostatic agent can gain a foothold in the market, but is also closely related to the interests of every potential consumer present. Lin Mo's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a confident and calm smile, and he said slowly, Our Lin Group has always adhered to the century-old heritage of benevolence and medicine ethics first, and has been deeply involved in the field of medicine and health. We take protecting the health of the people as our mission, continue to increase investment in the research and development of innovative drugs, and establish a full-cycle health management system covering prevention, treatment, and rehabilitation. Through the integrated platform of industry, academia, and research, we will accelerate the transformation of scientific research results and allow more high-quality and low-cost drugs to benefit the public. Therefore, our Lin's hemostatic agent adheres to this concept.
The specification of Lin's hemostatic agent is 30 milliliters and the price is 99 yuan.
As soon as the words fell,
There was a low exclamation from the audience, followed by discussions one after another. Compared with similar products on the market, the price-performance ratio is amazingly high. Someone whispered in admiration, "This price is really reasonable." Others gave a thumbs up. Lin Mo paused for a moment, then added, "In addition, we provide an invalid refund service. As long as consumers feel that the hemostatic effect does not meet the standards we advertise after using the product, they can apply for a refund at any time. If any side effects are caused, our Lin Group will provide free medical treatment and compensate for any losses." This promise was like a bombshell, once again causing a stir at the scene. The online barrage scrolled wildly, and words such as "Lin is so sincere" and "place an order decisively" filled the screen. In the Shin family conference room, when Shin Tianjing heard the price and after-sales promise announced by Lin Mo, his face instantly turned red, as if blood was about to drip out. He slammed the documents in front of him to the ground and roared, "This Lin Mo is pushing us into a dead end. The price is so low, and he also wants to refund invalid products. How can we sell our products?" Shin Yao's face was also livid. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the force. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, if this continues, our Shin Group's share of the pharmaceutical market will be completely eroded by the Lin Group. We must find a way to save the situation." However, faced with the extremely high cost-effectiveness of Lin's hemostatic agent and Lin Mo's desperate sales strategy, everyone in the Shin family fell silent for a moment. The meeting room was filled with a suffocating and depressing atmosphere. They knew very well that in this business war, the Shin family was already in danger. Shin Tianjing clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth as he watched the Lin's press conference gain popularity. He said bitterly, "Help me contact Lin Mo. I want to see why he is targeting the Shin family. Wow, Lin's is amazing. The hemostatic effect is much better than Shin's coagulant, and the price is so affordable. We must support it. I always thought that Shin's blood coagulant was too expensive. Now that Lin's has come up with such a great product, I will choose Lin's in the future. Lin's is going to break Shin's monopoly on the hemostatic agent market. I hope it will be launched on the market as soon as possible to benefit more people." In the medical industry, many experts and scholars have also spoken highly of Lin's shunning hemostatic agent. Some authoritative medical magazines took the initiative to contact Lin, hoping to gain in-depth knowledge of the product's R&D details and conduct professional reports. The purchasing departments of major hospitals were even more eager to make a move and contacted Lin to express their purchasing intentions. Judging from the published data, this hemostatic agent is indeed innovative and practical, and is likely to become a new option for clinical hemostasis, said a senior surgical expert in an interview with the media. At the same time, Shin's group's share price was hit hard, falling sharply in just a few hours after the news was released. The top management of Shin Group held an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. Shin Tianjing, the chairman of Shin Group, had a gloomy face and slammed the table angrily. "This Lin Mo, how dare he ruin Shin Group's business? Immediately find a way to discredit Lin's hemostatic agent and stop it from occupying our market." Among consumers, the purchasing enthusiasm for Lin's shunning hemostatic agent is unprecedentedly high. Many people can't wait to buy this product on the market, and many people even call Lin's customer service hotline directly to inquire about the product's launch time and purchase channels. Major pharmacies have also taken the initiative to negotiate cooperation with Lin, hoping to put shunning hemostatic agent on the shelves as soon as possible. The heads of some chain pharmacies said, "Lin's hemostatic agent has great advantages in terms of both effect and price. Once it is on the shelves, it will definitely become a hot-selling product. We are very optimistic about its market prospects." As public opinion continues to ferment, Lin's brand awareness has been unprecedentedly improved. Not only in the field of hemostatic agents, Lin's influence in the entire pharmaceutical industry is also rapidly expanding. Many investors began to re-examine Lin's development potential and extended olive branches to Lin, hoping to participate in Lin's future development. Inside the Lin Group, there was a busy and exciting scene. Lin Mo looked at the overwhelming positive reviews on the internet and smiled with satisfaction. Su Qingxue said excitedly, "Lin Mo, we have really achieved great success this time. I didn't expect this hemostatic agent to cause such a sensation." Lin Mo nodded and said with a firm look, "This is just the beginning. We have more plans. Next, we need to speed up the research and development of other products so that Lin can gain a firm foothold in the pharmaceutical field." It's boom! Su Qingxue rushed into Lin Mo's office and screamed with joy. Su Qingxue showed her phone to Lin Mo. #LinS hemostatic agent is launched on the market. Hashtag Lin's hemostatic agent works quickly and is affordable.
Hashtag Lin's insists on being a conscientious pharmaceutical company. Many terms quickly became trending searches.
Lin's topped the list.
After the press conference, Lin's phone calls never stopped. Pharmaceutical distributors from all over the country called to request to be agents for hemostatic agents.
Hospitals, pharmacies, and clinics also sent emails and called. Chapter 38 Unprecedented Fever.
In just 2 hours, Lin's stock price rose by 15%.
Lin Mo smiled.
The marketing department is crazy busy, the phone calls never stop.
Su Qingxue said. The first batch of goods for all the pharmacies in Jiangcheng will arrive tonight.
Now it all depends on the sales volume on the first day tomorrow.
Lin Mo leaned back on the chair and said. Don't worry, the first batch of goods only allocated 200,000 to the whole city, so you can't get more if you want. Su Qingxue was stunned. Are you doing hunger marketing? Lin Mo shook his head.
We don't engage in hunger marketing, it's just that we have too few production lines at the moment. Just when the Lin family was making final preparations for the large-scale launch of the hemostatic agent, the Shin family began their smear campaign. The Shin group secretly hired a group of online trolls to post a large number of slanderous remarks about Lin's shunning hemostatic agent on major online platforms. They fabricated all kinds of sensational rumors, such as Lin's hemostatic agent contains harmful ingredients and long-term use will cause cancer, Lin's hemostatic agent's experimental data is falsified and does not achieve the advertised effect at all, etc. At the same time, Shin also bribed some so-called industry insiders and experts to publish commentary articles in some media that were unfavorable to Lin's hemostatic agents, trying to guide public opinion and make consumers fear and distrust Lin's products. Faced with the malicious smears from the Shin family, Lin Mo did not panic. He quickly convened an emergency meeting to formulate a response strategy. Lin Mo looked at everyone in the conference room with a firm gaze and said, the Shin family is desperate and wants to use such despicable means to suppress us. But we are upright and have nothing to fear, so we must confront them head-on. Lin's public relations team immediately took action and issued statements on major media platforms, strongly refuting the Shin family's rumor-mongering and stating that Lin was willing to accept testing by any authoritative organization to prove the safety and effectiveness of shunning hemostatic agent. Lin Mo also personally contacted several well-known third-party testing agencies and invited them to conduct comprehensive testing on shunning hemostatic agent and disclose the testing process and results to the public in real time. At the same time, Lin also collected evidence that Shin had hired internet trolls and bribed writers, and prepared to hold Shin accountable through legal means. In an interview with the media, Lin Mo pointed out mercilessly, in order to maintain its monopoly in the hemostatic agent market, the Shin group did not hesitate to use such despicable means to discredit its competitors.
But I believe that the truth will eventually come out.
Consumers have sharp eyes and will choose truly high-quality products.
We at Lin's will always uphold quality and integrity and will not be defeated by such malicious attacks.
As the test results of third-party testing agencies were announced one after another, all indicators of shunning hemostatic agent met or even exceeded industry standards, and the rumors were self-defeating. The news that Lin was preparing to sue Shin also made the public see Lin's tough attitude, and public opinion began to reverse. Shin Group's bad behavior was despised by the public. Lin's reputation was not only not damaged, but became more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people because of this incident.
Shen Tian was furious in the office.
These few days were the time when the military would place orders in previous years, but there was no movement from the military. Shin called the military and only got a reply telling him to wait. Shen Tian was pacing back and forth in the office, his face full of anxiety and anger.
He knew very well that once Lin's hemostatic agent was recognized by the military, Shin's dominance in the hemostatic agent market would be in jeopardy, especially the big pie of the military. Once lost, the blow to Shin's group would be devastating. Check it out for me, what's going on? Shin Tianjun yelled at his men. What did Lin say to the military? Why hasn't the military signed a contract with us yet?
The subordinate replied tremblingly, Boss Shin, our people have inquired and it seems that the military is waiting for market feedback on Lin's hemostatic agent, and is also planning to conduct a comparative test between Lin's product and our coagulant. Moreover, Lin's previous series of actions to deal with our smear campaign have won a lot of support in public opinion, and the military must have heard about it.
Shin Tianjing gnashed his teeth and said, this Lin Mo is really a troublesome opponent. It seems that we have to think of some other ways and can't let Lin succeed so easily. Finally, the day of Lin's shunning hemostatic agent's launch has arrived. As the dawn light breaks through the sky, long queues have already formed in front of the major pharmacies in Jiangcheng.
In the team, there are office workers who look hurried, probably because they got up early and rushed here after hearing the news. There are elderly people with gray hair, supporting each other, who are looking forward to the new medicine and hoping to have a sense of security at home. There are also young parents, holding their children in their arms, their eyes full of trust in this so-called highly effective hemostatic product, hoping that it can add a guarantee for their children's growth.
The crowd was already buzzing with discussion before the pharmacy even opened. I've been keeping an eye on Lynn's hemostatic agent. It's advertised so well. If it really works, I'll feel more at ease if I have it at home in the future. A middle-aged man said to the person next to him. A lady next to her took over the conversation. Yes, and the price is so affordable, much cheaper than Shen's. If it is really as good as it is said, it can be regarded as good news for us ordinary people.
As time went by, more and more people gathered in front of the pharmacy, and the surrounding traffic was slightly affected. Traffic police had to rush to maintain order to ensure the safety of the crowd and the smooth flow of traffic on the streets. When the pharmacy's roller shutter slowly rose, the crowd instantly quieted down, followed by a burst of expectant cheers. The staff came out quickly to organize everyone to enter in an orderly manner, and everyone was eager to buy this highly anticipated hemostatic agent. There was a long line of people waiting to pay at the cashier counter. Those who bought the medicine had satisfied smiles on their faces and carefully put the medicine into their pockets, as if they had obtained a rare treasure. A young man excitedly held up the shunning hemostatic agent in his hand and said to the camera of his mobile phone, "Family, I bought Lynn's hemostatic agent. Look at the packaging, how exquisite it is. I hope the effect is as good as advertised. I will give you a review later." Such a buying spree is not only happening in Jiangcheng, but also in other major cities across the country. As soon as Lynn's shunning hemostatic agent was put on the shelves on major online shopping platforms, thousands of orders were snapped up in an instant, and the order volume continues to rise at an alarming rate. The customer service staff are extremely busy, constantly answering consumers' questions about product usage, delivery time, and more.
At the Lynn Group headquarters, sales data poured in like a tide, and the numbers constantly jumping on the big screen made every Lynn employee excited.
Lin Mo stood in front of the window, overlooking the bustling scene downstairs, with a gratified smile on his face. He knew that all his efforts would soon bear fruit, but he also knew that the Shin family's interference might be in the dark, and he must always be vigilant.
Chapter 39 Lin Mo's Ambition. As Lin's shunning hemostatic agent was sold in large quantities on the market, feedback from its use came in like snowflakes.
The vast majority of consumers raved about this product and shared their experiences on major social platforms.
I have personally tried Lin's shunning hemostatic agent. It is really easy to use.
I accidentally cut my hand while cutting vegetables and the bleeding wouldn't stop.
After using this hemostatic agent, the bleeding really stopped in less than 30 seconds, and scabs began to form in about 3 minutes. The effect is simply amazing.
A netizen excitedly shared this on his social account, attaching before and after photos of the wound.
This share instantly received thousands of likes and reposts.
I used to use Shin's coagulant, which was expensive and mediocre in effect.
This time I tried Lin's shunning hemostatic agent and was completely attracted by it.
It has a very high cost-performance ratio.
I will stick to it from now on. Such favorable comments flooded the internet, further promoting the word-of-mouth spread of Lin's hemostatic agent, and its market share continued to rise.
However, just as the Lin family was immersed in the joy brought by the good market feedback, the Shin family still refused to give up and attempted a final struggle. They also bribed some bad media to publish reports that took things out of context and distorted the facts, trying to disrupt market opinion again. But this time, their wishful thinking did not succeed. The central media noticed the controversy surrounding Lin's hemostatic agent and sent a professional team of reporters to conduct a comprehensive, in-depth, and detailed investigation of the research and development process, production links, quality inspection and market feedback of Lin's hemostatic agent. After rigorous interviews and verification, the central media published an objective and fair report, detailing the arduous journey of Lin's shunning hemostatic agent from research and development to market launch, and affirmed the Lin Group's innovative spirit and adherence to quality in the field of pharmaceutical research and development. At the same time, the central media also severely criticized the Shin Group's malicious smearing of its competitors, pointing out that this unfair competition method not only harmed the interests of other companies, but also disrupted the normal market order. This report by the central media was like a bombshell, causing a huge uproar in society.
The image of Shin Group plummeted, and its stock price plummeted.
Thanks to the positive reports from the central media, the Lin Group's reputation has been unprecedentedly enhanced, and it has become a trustworthy representative of national enterprises in the minds of consumers. Major hospitals and medical institutions have also taken the initiative to start cooperation negotiations with the Lin Group, hoping to introduce Lin's shunning hemostatic agent for clinical treatment. After seeing the central media reports and the good market feedback on Lin's hemostatic agent, the military also accelerated the evaluation process. Soon after, news came from the military that after rigorous comparative testing and evaluation, Lin's shunning hemostatic agent performed well in all performance indicators and fully met the military's procurement standards. The Shen Group's monopoly on the military hemostatic agent procurement market for many years was thus broken. Lin Mo stood in front of the window of the group's conference room, looking at the bustling city outside the window, feeling a mixture of emotions in his heart. After the central media reported the incident, the Shen Group fell into an abyss from which there was no escape. The stock crash caused panic among Shen's shareholders, who began selling their stocks one after another, fearing that their assets would be wiped out. The group's capital chain began to break, and its thriving businesses collapsed like dominoes. Shen Tianjing was trapped in the office all day, facing the debt collection letters and angry calls from shareholders that came in like snowflakes. He was exhausted. He, who once was a big shot in the business world, is now like a wild beast trapped in a cage, angry but unable to do anything. In order to save the Shen family from decline, Shen Tianjing tried various methods. He urgently convened a board meeting to try to discuss a feasible rescue plan, but the meeting was in chaos. The shareholders held their own opinions and accused each other. Some believed that it was Shen Tianjing's wrong decision and his blind hostility to Lin that led to the current situation. Others complained that the company's internal management was poor, which gave the opponent an opportunity to take advantage of it. In the end, the meeting ended in a quarrel, and no effective solution was reached. Many subsidiaries of Shen's were also implicated. As the parent company's image was damaged, partners terminated their cooperation one after another and a large number of customers were lost. The Shen's building, which was once bustling with people, has now become deserted. Many departments have begun to lay off employees to save costs. Employees are in a panic and work efficiency is low. An atmosphere of despair permeates the entire group. In the market, the sales of Shen's blood coagulant plummeted. Consumers' trust in Shen's has completely collapsed, and they have turned to Lin's shunning hemostatic agent. Major pharmacies have also removed Shen's products from their shelves, no longer willing to cooperate with this scandal-ridden company. The market share that Shen's had accumulated over the years was completely divided up by competitors such as Lin in just a few days. Shen Group also faces investigations from regulatory authorities. Due to its unfair competition behavior of maliciously smearing competitors, the regulatory authorities intervened in the investigation, issued a huge fine to Shen, and ordered it to make a public apology. This not only caused a severe financial blow to the Shen family, but also destroyed their only remaining face. Shen Tianjing was filled with regret as he watched the once glorious Shen Group gradually decline in his hands. But it was too late, and he paid a heavy price for his greed and unscrupulousness. In the end, Shen Group was unable to recover and announced bankruptcy and reorganization. Shen Tianjing also fell from a prominent figure in the business world to a despised loser and completely withdrew from the business stage. After defeating Shen's, the Lin Group became more prosperous. With the success of shunning hemostatic agent, Lin's reputation in the medical field was at its peak. Lin Mo stood in front of the French window. Xiao Tian. Why hasn't the military contacted me yet? Host, don't be impatient. The military needs to follow procedures to do things. It's not like a small company or a small business that can just do it as it pleases. Lin Mo frowned slightly, crossed his arms, and responded with a hint of sarcasm, "What you said is ridiculous. I thought your system was so powerful that it could directly open a green channel for me in the military. Host, although I can assist you, I cannot violate the rules of reality. Military procurement is such a big thing, from evaluation to decision-making, you have to be extremely cautious. Although the hemostatic agent you developed is good, they must still go through multiple rounds of testing and discussion." Lin Mo nodded gently, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. "I also know that I can't be impatient, but this is a major opportunity for the Lin Group. Once long-term cooperation is reached with the military, Lin's position in the medical field will be more secure, and more resources will be available to invest in research and development. Maybe in the future we can develop more products like hemostatic agents that can truly benefit the military and civilians." Host, you are really ambitious. But I believe in you. Anyway, you should not just focus on the military, but also keep up with the company's other businesses and don't take it lightly. Chapter 40 The First Girl of Fortune. Lin Mo raised his lips and said confidently, "Of course. These days, I asked the marketing department to increase the promotion of hemostatic agents. The R&D department is also busy and is preparing several new drug R&D plans.
By the way, Xiaotian, do you have any good suggestions on future R&D directions?
I'm sure your system has a lot of cutting-edge information. Well, from the current development trend of the medical industry, the research and development of drugs related to gene therapy and immunotherapy has broad prospects. However, these two fields have high technical barriers and are difficult to develop.
With Lin's current scientific research strength, it may take some time to accumulate and cooperate with external parties.
Lin Mo's eyes lit up, and he stroked his chin and thought, gene therapy and immunotherapy, these are indeed very promising directions. It seems that we need to let the R&D team pay more attention to the research results in this area and find suitable partners.
Xiaotian, please remind me, I will arrange it later.
Hee, I'm glad I can help the host. By the way, maybe when your cooperation with the military is finalized, your resources and reputation will be improved, and it will be smoother to carry out these high-end research and development projects.
Lin Mo turned around and looked at the development plan of the Lin Group hanging on the wall of the office.
He said with a firm look, yes, cooperation with the military is a key step.
I have to keep calm and do the things in front of me well.
Step by step, the future of Lin will definitely be more brilliant. Host, the Son of Luck has been detected causing trouble.
In an instant, the light in the office distorted and a lifelike holographic projection emerged out of thin air.
In the picture, at the gate of a dilapidated orphanage, there is a girl with clear eyes but a bit of stubbornness.
It is Shenruoli.
She is being taken back to a wealthy family by a couple in luxurious clothes, who are the Shen family's parents. Shenruoli's eyes were full of longing for her new home. With a desire for family affection in her heart, she carefully stepped into the Shen family's gate, looking forward to starting a new life.
The lucky child of this world is the fake daughter Shen Miao.
The real daughter Shenruoli was originally the blood of the wealthy Shen family in Liqing who was stranded outside. She lived a difficult life in an orphanage for 16 years. When she was 16 years old, the Shen family finally found her and happily took her home. Xiaotian's voice sounded at the right time, like a narration, explaining to Lin Mo in detail the changes in this world.
The camera turned and Shen Miao was in Shenruoli's room, her eyes revealing jealousy and unwillingness.
She smashed Shenruoli's precious belongings to the ground. That was the parting gift given to Shenruoli by her only friend when she was in the orphanage, carrying countless warm memories. Afterwards, Shen Miao ran to the Shen family's parents, her eyes reddened, and she complained in tears, "Dad, Mom, I just wanted to help Ruoli tidy up the room, but I didn't expect her to suddenly get angry at me and smash everything.
I'm really wronged." Shen's parents' faces instantly turned gloomy, and their first impression of Shenruoli was overshadowed.
They called Shenruoli over and scolded her without any reason. Shenruoli felt aggrieved, but had no way to defend herself. But Shen Miao was afraid of losing her current comfortable life, so she started to target Shenruoli madly. Shen Miao pretended to be weak and pitiful in front of Shen's parents, but she kept doing small things behind their backs. She deliberately broke Shenruoli's precious things, and then cried and made up stories.
Xiaotian's voice also carried a hint of indignation. Then, a holographic projection showed a family dinner, with bright lights and many celebrities. Shen Miao secretly tripped Shenruoli and quietly stretched out her foot where Shenruoli was about to pass.
Shenruoli was caught off guard and missed a step, falling forward. The wine glass in her hand fell to the ground and the wine splashed all over her dress. The people around gave him strange looks, some looked surprised, while others chuckled mockingly.
Shenruoli's face was full of embarrassment.
She raised her head and met Shen Miao's smug eyes, and a feeling of bitterness surged in her heart. At an important family gathering, she carefully planned to make Shenruoli look bad in public, causing everyone to misunderstand Shenruoli. As time went by, Shenruoli showed his talent in the business field.
Once, Shen's parents were discussing the company's difficulties in the study.
Shenruoli happened to pass by and couldn't help but put forward her own views. She analyzed the market situation in a clear and logical manner and proposed a series of practical solutions, which impressed Shen's parents. After that, her father began to intentionally or unintentionally let her participate in some discussions about family business, and Shenruoli was able to give unique ideas and accurate judgments every time. After Shen Miao found out, the fire of jealousy in her heart grew stronger and stronger. She felt that her position was threatened like never before. So, Shen Miao had a secret meeting with the Shen family's rival, who promised that as long as she could bring down Shenruoli, she would be given generous rewards and protection after the success. Shen Miao agreed without hesitation, and the two began to plan a conspiracy to frame Shenruoli.
Not long after, the Shen family's core secrets were leaked, the company's stock price plummeted, and it fell into crisis.
Shin Miaomia took the opportunity to exaggerate in front of Shin's parents, falsely accusing Shin Ruoli of leaking secrets to her competitors in order to gain attention.
Shin's parents were furious.
Faced with the so-called evidence, they did not give Shin Ruoli any chance to explain and directly kicked her out of the house.
As she grew older, Shin Ruoli's talent in business gradually emerged. Her unique vision and accurate judgment began to attract the attention of Shin's parents, which made Shin Miaomia jealous.
When Shin Ruoli was 22 years old, Shin Miaomia colluded with the Shin family's business rivals, set a trap, and framed Shin Ruoli for leaking the family's core secrets.
Shin's parents were furious and drove Shin Ruoli out of the house.
Shin Ruoli was penniless after being kicked out of the house. She looked for jobs everywhere, but was rejected again and again because of Shin Miaomia's secret obstruction.
Chapter 41, Taking You Home.
Shin Ruoli curled up in the dim and damp rental house, which was filled with a musty smell. Her hair was messy and her eyes were full of fatigue and unwillingness. In order to make a living, she goes out before dawn every day, handing out flyers and working as a promoter on the streets, but even so, her meager income is only enough to barely make ends meet. That day, Shin Ruoli went to a restaurant to interview a waiter as usual. As soon as she entered the door, the manager saw her face and his expression instantly became unnatural.
After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Sorry, we are full."
Shin Ruoli clearly saw the recruitment notice still posted at the door, and she knew in her heart that this must be Shin Miaomia's trick behind the scenes. She walked out of the restaurant dejectedly. It suddenly started to rain heavily outside. She didn't have an umbrella and could only walk helplessly in the rain. The rain soaked her whole body. She couldn't tell whether it was rain or tears on her face.
After Lin Mo investigated Shin Ruoli's whereabouts, he drove to the neighborhood where she often hung out.
When he saw the thin figure in the rain, his heart tightened.
He slowly drove the car to Shin Ruoli's side, rolled down the window and shouted, "Shin Ruoli, get in the car."
Shin Ruoli heard someone calling her name and turned around in confusion. She saw a luxurious car and the handsome and powerful Lin Mo in the car.
She was puzzled and subconsciously took a step back. "Who are you? Why do you know my name?"
Lin Mo looked at her in such a state of disgrace that he felt pity for her. He tried to speak gently, "My name is Lin Mo, and I'm from the Lin family."
"I know you've suffered a lot. Get in the car first, and don't catch a cold. I have something to tell you." Shin Ruoli hesitated.
She had been hurt and scared over the years, and she instinctively resisted the Lin family. But looking at Lin Mo's sincere eyes and her own miserable appearance as she was soaked all over, she slowly got into the car. The car was warm and dry, in stark contrast to the wind and rain outside. Lin Mo handed Shin Ruoli a soft towel and said, "I know the truth about why you were kicked out of the Shin family, and I have also found out everything Shin Miaomia did.
I came to you this time because I want to help you."
Shin Ruoli raised her head, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes, but soon dimmed, and said with a wry smile, "Help me?
How can I help?
The Shin family only believes in Shin Miaomia now, and it's useless for me to say anything." Lin Mo smiled mysteriously, his eyes revealing confidence. "Some plans are more likely to cause complications if they are spoken out now. Don't worry, since I came to you, I am absolutely sure.
My position in the Lin family is not comparable to Shin Miaomia.
I have the ability to make the truth known and let her get the punishment she deserves." Shin Ruoli listened to Lin Mo's firm words. Although she still had doubts in her heart, she chose to believe it when she saw Lin Mo's unquestionable expression.
"Is it really possible?" Shin Ruoli's voice was trembling slightly, as if she had grasped the last straw.
Of course, Lin Mo looked at her firmly. "From now on, you don't have to face this alone.
I will accompany you."
Shin Ruoli looked at Lin Mo and felt a warm feeling in her heart. It was the first time in all these years that someone stood up and said they wanted to help her. She nodded vigorously with a determined light in her eyes. Lin Mo drove the car slowly to his luxurious villa. The housekeeper at the door had been waiting for a long time. When he saw the car coming, he immediately stepped forward and opened the door. Lin Mo got out of the car first, then walked around to the other side, opened the door for Shin Ruoli, and said softly, "We're here, go in and rest first." Shin Ruoli got out of the car with a nervous mood, looking up at the palace-like villa in front of her. Her heart was full of shock and uneasiness. She had never thought that one day she would step into such a place. Walking into the villa, the warm lighting, exquisite decoration, and expensive furnishings formed a world of difference from her small and damp rental house. Lin Mo brought Shin Ruoli to a spacious and bright guest room with a warm layout and a soft bed.
He said to Shin Ruoli, "Rest here first, take a hot shower, and change into clean clothes. There are new clothes in the closet, you can choose whatever you like."
After saying that, he gently closed the door, leaving Shinruoli some space to be alone. Shinruoli walked into the bathroom, and the hot water splashed on her body. Her tense nerves finally relaxed a little. Recalling the experience of this day, it seemed like a dream. After taking a shower, she opened the closet, which was filled with exquisite clothes of various styles. She picked out a simple dress and put it on. The selfie in the mirror looked completely refreshed. When she walked out of the room, Lin Mo was waiting for her in the living room, and a steaming hot dinner was already on the table. Lin Mo greeted her with a smile. "Come and try it, I wonder if it suits your taste." Shinruoli sat at the dining table, looking at the table full of delicious food, feeling mixed emotions. During the meal, Lin Mo broke the silence. "Just stay here for the next few days and don't worry about those troubles. When you feel better, I will tell you the next plan in detail." Shinruoli raised her head, looked at Lin Mo, and said seriously, "Lin Mo, thank you. I don't know how to repay you." Lin Mo shook his head. "Don't say that. I just can't stand what Shin Miao did and want to help you get justice. Besides, I believe in your ability. I may need your help in the future." After dinner, the two sat on the sofa in the living room, and Lin Mo began to tell Shinruoli about some of the Lin family's situations and Shin Miao's various attempts to establish a relationship with the Lin family. Shinruoli listened very carefully and occasionally raised her own questions. Before they knew it, it was already late at night. Seeing Shinruoli looking tired, Lin Mo said, "It's getting late. You should go to bed early. We can talk about it tomorrow if there's anything." Shinruoli nodded, returned to the room, lay on the soft bed, and soon fell asleep. This was the most peaceful sleep she had had in a long time. The next morning, the sunlight shone through the gap in the curtains and gently fell on Shinruoli's face. She woke up slowly, a little dazed for a moment. When she remembered that she was in Lin Mo's house, she slowly sat up. "When I walked out of the room, I smelled the fragrance coming from the kitchen." Lin Mo was wearing an apron and preparing breakfast. When he saw Shinruoli, he smiled and greeted her. "Wake up, come and try the breakfast I made. I wonder if it suits your taste." The table was filled with exquisite food, including golden fried eggs, crispy bacon, and freshly baked bread. Shinruoli sat down a little embarrassedly and said softly, "I didn't expect you could cook. It's really a bother for you." Lin Mo poured her some juice and said, "It's not a problem. I usually." Chapter 42 First Confrontation. After dinner, Lin Mo took Shinruoli to visit the garden of the villa. The garden was full of various flowers, colorful and beautiful. Shinruoli strolled among the flowers with a long-lost smile on her face. Lin Mo looked at her and said, "If you." Chapter 43 The farce ends. Shin Miao never expected to be beaten suddenly. She got up from the ground in a panic, her hair disheveled and her face full of shock and anger. You dared to hit me? Do you know who I am?" She screamed hysterically, her voice becoming sharp and piercing because of anger. Lin Mo stood coldly in front of Shinruoli, like an indestructible wall, keeping all the malice out. His eyes were as cold as ice. He glanced at Shin Miao, and a mocking arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I was wondering who was so arrogant. It turned out to be this barking shrew raised by the Shin family." When Shin Miao heard this, her face instantly turned red. She felt that her dignity was trampled by Lin Mo. The anger in her heart was burning, and she rushed towards Lin Mo desperately. "You dare to say that to me? I will fight you." Lin Mo effortlessly lifted his leg and kicked Shin Miao to the ground. Shin Miao fell to the ground, her elbow scraped and she looked miserable. "How dare you act wild in front of me?" Lin Mo looked down at Shin Miao, his voice was so cold that there was no warmth at all. "Who do you think you are? You are just a clown who does whatever it takes." Shin Miao looked at Lin Mo's condescending and disdainful eyes, and her defenses completely collapsed. She sat on the ground and cried like a madman. "Just wait, I won't let you go, I'm going to make you pay the price." Lin Mo was too lazy to pay attention to her. He turned around and looked at Shinruoli gently. The coldness in his eyes disappeared instantly, replaced by endless tenderness and concern. "Ruoli, are you okay?" Shinruoli looked at Lin Mo, tears welling up in her eyes. She shook her head desperately, her heart full of emotion and grievance. Shin Miao sat on the ground with disheveled hair, and continued to curse without caring about her image. "You were such a fool, how dare you do this to me? Who do you think you are? Wait until I go back and tell the Shin family, and you will be in big trouble." Her face was hideous, her eyes flashing with madness and unwillingness. She had no idea what kind of existence she was facing. "Host, this woman is too arrogant. I strongly suggest that you teach her a lesson, and don't let her do what she wants. Now issuing a temporary task, give Shin Miao Miao a lesson she will never forget. If you complete the task, you will get the special skill Business Insight Mastery. If you fail, all task rewards within a week will be deducted.
Xiao Tian's voice sounded anxiously in Lin Mo's mind, and his tone was full of anger.
Lin Mo nodded slightly, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and he looked at Shin Miao Miao again. His originally gentle face was now covered with frost. He walked toward Shin Miao Miao step by step, and every step seemed to be stepping on Shin Miao Miao's gradually collapsing nerves.
What did you just say? Try saying it again.
Lin Mo's voice was low, but it carried a frightening, intimidating force. Shin Miao Miao was frightened by Lin Mo's momentum, but due to her long-term pampering, she still gritted her teeth and shouted.
Why, you still want to hit me?
If you don't do anything to me today, I will spread your arrogance and make sure you have no place to stand in this city.
Host, don't waste your time talking to her, just do it.
I have scanned the surroundings to make sure that no surveillance camera can capture the key scene, so don't worry and teach her a lesson.
Xiao Tian urged anxiously.
Lin Mo sneered, as you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly made a move, grabbed Shin Miao Miao's wrist, and twisted it hard. Shin Miao Miao immediately let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered.
Ah!
It hurts, please let me go. She struggled desperately, but found herself as powerless as an ant in Lin Mo's hands.
Well done, host. Let's teach her a lesson and let her know the consequences of provoking us. Xiao Tian shouted excitedly in Lin Mo's mind.
Everyone around was stunned by this scene. The customers who were originally pointing and talking were now silent, not daring to make a sound. The mall's security guards looked at each other, but no one dared to step forward to stop them. Lin Mo looked at Shin Miao Miao's frightened eyes and said coldly, "Today is just a small lesson, you'd better put away your evil thoughts.
Otherwise, I will make your Shin family pay for your stupid behavior."
After saying that, he threw Shin Miao Miao aside with all his strength. Shin Miao Miao collapsed to the ground, and fear finally appeared in her eyes. She realized that she had offended someone today who she could not afford to offend. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the temporary mission. The skill of Business Insight Mastery has been loaded. You can now have a keener insight and accurate judgment of any business data and market trends.
Xiao Tian's cheerful voice rang in Lin Mo's mind.
The mall manager jogged along, beads of sweat on his forehead. He finally squeezed through the crowd, and when he saw Lin Mo, his face turned pale instantly, and his legs went a little weak. He hurried forward, bowed and nodded, his voice trembling a little. "Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry that you have encountered such a bad thing in our mall. It's our poor management." When Shin Miao Miao heard the words Mr. Lin, her sobbing stopped abruptly. She widened her eyes and looked at Lin Mo in disbelief.
Mr. Lin? Which Mr. Lin?
There was a slight tremor in her voice, and a strong sense of uneasiness surged in her heart. The mall manager glanced at Shin Miao Miao with disgust on his face. Who else could it be? The heir of the Lin Group, Lin Mo Lin. You dared to act wildly here without asking around, now you know you've got into big trouble. Shin Miao Miao's face turned pale as paper in an instant, and her body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. She finally understood that the person she had provoked today was not some unknown person, but the eldest son of the Lin family, who was feared by the entire business community. Thinking of all the shouting and threats she had made before, she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Lin Mo glanced at the manager calmly, his tone calm but unquestionable. "I hope the mall can properly handle today's incident and stop letting irrelevant people affect other customers' shopping." The manager nodded hurriedly. Of course, Mr. Lin, don't worry.
We will deal with this troublemaker immediately and make sure she won't bother you again."
As he said that, he signaled the security guard to take Shin Miao Miao away.
Shin Miao Miao woke up as if from a dream.
She struggled desperately and cried out loudly, "Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the great man.
Please be magnanimous and forgive me this time."
But her pleas were drowned out by the noise of the crowd, and the security guards grabbed her and dragged her out of the mall.
Lin Mo no longer paid attention to this farce, turned to look at Shinruoli, raised his hand and gently wiped away the remaining tears on her cheeks, and said softly, "It's okay, let's go."
Shinruoli looked at Lin Mo, her heart full of emotion and dependence. She nodded gently, letting Lin Mo hold her hand, and slowly walked out of the mall under the complicated gazes of everyone.
Chapter 44. Shin's parents are furious.
Just as Lin Mo was holding Shinruoli's hand and preparing to leave the mall, Xiao Tian's cheerful voice sounded again in Lin Mo's mind. "Host, great. Because of your powerful counterattack against Shin Miao Miao this time, you have successfully plundered 20% of her luck. Currently, Shin Miao Miao's luck value has dropped significantly, while your luck value has increased accordingly. In the future, the business layout and the promotion of the plan against Shin Miao Miao will be smoother. Lin Mo was slightly startled, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he regained his composure, with an imperceptible arc at the corner of his mouth. He held Shin Ruoli's hand tightly, and his steps became more determined.
Shin Ruoli noticed Lin Mo's strangeness and looked at him in confusion. What's wrong?
Lin Mo turned his head, looked at her gently, and said softly, nothing, I just thought that next, we can more smoothly reveal Shin Miao Miao's true face and seek justice for you. At this moment, Shin Miao Miao, who was dragged out of the mall by the security guard, suddenly felt dizzy and her vision went dark, as if something vital was being torn away from her body. She staggered and almost fell, with a strong sense of foreboding in her heart. After Lin Mo and Shin Ruoli walked out of the mall, the sunlight shone on them, and Lin Mo clearly felt that everything around him seemed to be going more smoothly. The originally complicated business problem gradually had a clear solution in his mind. He also had a more complete plan on how to bring Shin Miao Miao to justice. Shin Miao Miao returned to the Shin family covered in dust and dirt. As soon as she entered the door, she collapsed on the ground and burst into tears. She looked so miserable, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Shin's father and mother heard the noise and rushed over.
Seeing their daughter in such a state, they felt distressed. Shin's mother quickly helped Shin Miao Miao up and asked anxiously, Miao Miao, what happened? Who made you like this?
Shin Miao Miao cried so hard that she was out of breath, and as she cried she exaggerated the complaints, Dad, Mom, it's that bitch Shin Ruoli. She hooked up with a rich man from somewhere, and today in the mall, the man beat me without saying a word, and humiliated me in every way. As she spoke, she cried even harder, and her face was covered with tears and snot.
Father Shin frowned, his face gloomy. Is this true? Shin Ruoli is too much. Where is she now?
Shin Miao Miao was secretly delighted when she saw her father getting angry, and continued to add fuel to the fire. I think she is just a fickle woman, using her body to seduce rich men. That man is so protective of her, they must be doing something shameful.
Maybe she wants to take revenge on our Shin family by relying on the rich man. Shin's mother also echoed, what a shameless thing, she shouldn't have been brought back to the Shin family in the first place. Father Shin was furious.
He swung his hand and slammed it on the table. The teacups on the table jumped up and made a crisp sound.
This Shin Ruoli is simply lawless. He turned around and picked up his phone, quickly found Shin Ruoli's number, dialed it and shouted loudly, Shin Ruoli, get out of here and go back to the Shin family right now. Look at what you have done, bullying your sister and hiring someone to beat her up. Do you still have this family in your eyes? On the other end of the phone, Lin Mo was sitting in the car with Shin Ruoli. Shin Ruoli's phone suddenly rang.
Seeing that it was a call from Shin's father, her face turned pale instantly and she subconsciously looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo gently held her hand, gave her strength, and signaled her to put her phone on speakerphone.
Shin Ruoli took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. Before she could speak, Shin's father's roar came out. After hearing this, Lin Mo sneered. He reached out and took the phone, and said slowly, Mr. Shin, please be polite. Ruoli is under my protection now, so you can't yell at her.
What happened today was caused by your daughter Shin Miao Miao.
She repeatedly targeted Ruoli, openly humiliated her in the mall, and framed her to pay for the expensive bag. I was just teaching her a lesson. When Mr. Shin heard the voice of a strange man, he was startled at first, and then became even more angry. Who are you? This is our Shin family's family affair, it is not your turn as an outsider to interfere. Ask Shin Ruoli to answer the phone. Lin Mo was not moved at all, his tone was still calm but full of intimidation. You are not worthy of knowing who I am, but I advise you to figure out the situation and don't be kept in the dark by Shin Miao Miao anymore. Ruoli will never return to the Shin family that has brought her countless harm, and please don't harass her again in the future. Otherwise, the Shin family will face more than just this little trouble. After saying that, Lin Mo hung up the phone directly and gently placed the phone in Shin Ruoli's hand. Shin Ruoli looked at Lin Mo, her eyes full of emotion and relief. She leaned on Lin Mo's shoulder and said softly, Thank you, Lin Mo. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do. Lin Mo stroked her hair gently and said softly, Don't be afraid, I'm here and won't let anyone hurt you again. At this time, at the Shin family, Shin's father was so angry at Lin Mo's words that he was shaking all over. He slumped on the sofa, feeling shocked and angry. He realized that things seemed to be out of his control. Father Shin calmed down, suppressed his anger, looked at Shin Miao Miao again, and said in a hurried tone, Miao Miao, stop crying first, tell Dad what the man who beat you looks like? I want to see who is so bold as to touch anyone from my Shin family.
When Shin Miao heard this, a trace of panic flashed across her face, and she cried even louder, sobbing as she cried, "Dad, I was too scared at the time, and I didn't see it clearly." In fact, she knew very well in her heart that the man was Lin Mo, the heir of the Lin family, but she dared not say it out loud. If her parents knew that she had provoked the Lin family, the Shin family would be in trouble. Mother Shin stamped her feet anxiously and quickly grabbed Father Shin's arm. "Why are you still asking these questions? The point is that our precious daughter was beaten. How can we swallow this anger?" As she said this, she hugged Shin Miao distressfully and patted her back gently. "Miao, don't worry, Mom and Dad will never let Shin Ruoli and the man behind her go, and will definitely let you vent your anger." After being reminded by Mother Shin, Father Shin came back to his senses and sighed heavily. "Yes, we can't just let it go. I'll contact my friends on the street and see if I can find out the identity of that man. He must pay the price for daring to mess with my Shin family." Shin Miao was moved and scared when she heard what her parents said. She was moved that her parents were protecting her so much, but she was scared that if they really found out that Lin Mo was involved, the consequences would be disastrous. She hesitated again and again, but couldn't help but speak. "Dad, Mom, that man seems to have some background. You should not act rashly." When Father Shin heard this, his brows twisted into a knot. "What? Do you know who he is? Why didn't you tell me just now, kid?" Shin Miao lowered her head, bit her lip, and said hesitantly, I'm not sure, I just feel that he is not easy to mess with." Shin's mother disagreed and snorted coldly. "No matter how difficult it is to deal with, can it be more powerful than our Shin family? Miao, don't be afraid, your parents are here." Shin Miao opened her mouth and wanted to say something else, but swallowed the words back. She secretly groaned in her heart, hoping that her parents would not really investigate Lin Mo, otherwise the Shin family would be in great trouble. Chapter 45 Shin Miao's Dream. After Lin Mo and Shin Ruoli returned to the villa, Lin Mo sat in the study, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, thinking about how to further solve the trouble of Shin Miao. At this time, Xiaotian's voice sounded in his mind. "Host, I have detailed information about Shin Miao, including some of her past secret transactions and her unknown black history in the social circle. These may come in handy." A gleam of light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. "Send it to me quickly." In an instant, a series of information flooded into Lin Mo's mind. He browsed through it quickly, the corners of his mouth gradually rose, and a plan quietly took shape in his mind. After reading the information, Lin Mo leaned back in his chair and sneered. "It turns out she has so many handles. Xiaotian, find her a man who can make her fall completely." "Understood, host. I will select a suitable target right away. This person must have enough means and courage to make Shin Miao willingly take the bait." Xiaotian responded quickly. After some screening, Xiaotian locked on a down-and-out rich second generation named Zhao Yu. On the surface, this man is a cynical young man, but in fact he is very scheming and is in urgent need of funds to save the family business. "Host, Zhao Yu is a good candidate. He and Shin Miao have many similarities in hobbies and social circles, so it is easy to create opportunities for them to meet. Moreover, his current financial difficulties will make him covet the Shin family assets behind Shin Miao." Lin Mo nodded slightly. "Very good, arrange for them to meet. First spread the news that a mysterious rich man is interested in Shin Miao, and then let Zhao Yu approach her as a friend's introduction. Make sure Shin Miao believes that Zhao Yu is the rich man." "Got it, I'll make arrangements right away to make sure it's flawless." Xiaotian responded excitedly, as if he had already seen the scene of Shin Miao falling into the trap. At the same time, at the Shin family's side, Shin's father and mother were still indignant about Shin Miao being beaten, and they asked around for Lin Mo's identity, but found nothing. Shin Miao was worried all day, fearing that her parents would really find out Lin Mo's identity and bring disaster to herself and the Shin family. At this time, Zhao Yu had already started to create encounters in places where Shin Miao often appeared according to Lin Mo and Xiaotian's plan. A carefully planned show was about to begin. At Lin Mo's instruction, Xiaotian used hacking technology to package Zhao Yu as a mysterious wealthy businessman who had returned from overseas, and posted photos of him driving luxury cars and participating in high-end business activities on major social platforms, deliberately creating an illusion that he was powerful. These photos were accurately pushed to Shin Miao's social page through a clever algorithm. After seeing these photos, Shin Miao's heart was moved. She became very interested in this rich businessman who suddenly appeared. Zhao Yu also began to appear frequently in Shin Miao's life according to the plan. Once, Shin Miao attended a high-end fashion party, and Zhao Yu also attended in a gorgeous dress. He pretended to meet Shin Miao casually, his eyes revealing just the right amount of amazement. "Miss Shin, I have long heard of your great name, and seeing you today, I find that you are indeed worthy of your reputation. Shin Miao felt a little embarrassed by his compliment, but secretly proud of herself. During the conversation, Zhao Yu mentioned intentionally or unintentionally that he was looking for investment projects and seemed very interested in the Shin family's industry. Shin Miao's heart moved, and she felt that this might be an opportunity to help the Shin family solve their problems. As the two of them came into contact more and more, Zhao Yu found the right time and began to reveal Lin Mo's fake identity in front of Shin Miao. He said mysteriously, "Miss Shin, I know the Lin Mo you mentioned before who beat you up.
He is just an imposter who swindles people everywhere under the banner of the Lin family. I almost got fooled by him." Shin Miao's eyes widened in surprise. "Really? Don't lie to me."
Zhao Yu swore as he took out a forged document that detailed the various misdeeds of the fake Lin Mo.
"Look, this is what I asked someone to investigate. It's absolutely true and reliable.
He is just a gigolo who relies on women to get to the top, and he is not the heir of the Lin family at all." Shin Miao looked at the document, and the fear in her heart gradually dissipated, replaced by anger. "I said, how could there be such an arrogant person in the Lin family? I must make this liar pay the price." She gritted her teeth and said. Zhao Yu was secretly proud and continued to exaggerate. "Miss Shin, don't worry, I will never let him bully you again. If he dares to show up again, I will never let him go." Shin Miao looked at Zhao Yu gratefully, and her trust in him increased a little more. At this time, Lin Mo, who was manipulating all this behind the scenes, watched Shin Miao fall into the trap step by step, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Since then, Zhao Yu has been inviting Shin Miao out more and more frequently, and he has made careful arrangements for each meeting. He drove a limited edition luxury car, appeared at Shin Miao's door on time, and drove her through the bustling city. That day, Zhao Yu brought Shin Miao to a top private club. At the entrance of the club, waiters in neat uniforms greeted them respectfully. Stepping into the club, the luxurious crystal chandelier casts a dazzling light, and the surroundings are decorated with famous paintings and rare ornaments. Shin Miao is nervous and excited, holding Zhao Yu's arm tightly.
"Mr. Zhao, you are finally here.
There will be a wonderful auction tonight with rare treasures." The club manager smiled and personally led them to their seats. At the auction, items were displayed one by one, and the prices kept rising. Zhao Yu raised his hand to bid from time to time, and bought the jewelry that Shin Miao liked, which attracted envious glances from people around him. Shin Miao held the emerald necklace she had just bought, her eyes sparkling with surprise and pride. "Zhao Yu, this is too valuable." Zhao Yu gently held her hand. "As long as you."
Chapter 46 Siege.
Lin Mo closely followed the every move of Shin Miao and Zhao Yu through Shaotian. He found that Shin Miao had been completely immersed in the luxurious illusion created by Zhao Yu and obeyed Zhao Yu's words, so he decided to start the next plan. Lin Mo asked Shaotian to secretly arrange for Zhao Yu to reveal an inside message to Shin Miao. "There is an investment project abroad with a very high rate of return, but it requires a lot of money and is limited to a few capable people to participate." Zhao Yu said to Shin Miao with a mysterious look on his face, "Miao, this opportunity is very rare, and I finally managed to get a spot. I thought that we have such a good relationship, so I wanted to help you. If you invest, the Shin family's wealth will definitely reach a higher level in the future." When Shin Miao heard this, she was very excited, but she was a little hesitant. "But for such a large investment, I have to discuss it with my family."
Zhao Yu immediately pretended to be a little disappointed. Miao, you also know that this kind of opportunity is fleeting. If your family disagrees, it would be a pity to miss it. But don't worry, I will help you find a way to convince them."
Under Zhao Yu's constant persuasion, Shin Miao finally hid it from her family and secretly embezzled a huge amount of funds from the Shin's company and gave it to Zhao Yu. After Zhao Yu got the money, he followed Lin Mo's instructions and quickly transferred the funds, making the money disappear without a trace. Xiaotian's excited and anxious voice suddenly rang in Lin Mo's mind. "Host, this is terrible.
Shin Miao's luck value has dropped to only 20%, and now she is in a state of bad luck."
Lin Mo's mouth curled up with a determined arc, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he responded softly, "Well, it's time to close the net." Not long after, a highly anticipated Chamber of Commerce dinner arrived as scheduled.
Shin's father and mother attended with Shin Miao in their best attire.
She caught a glimpse of Shin Ruoli having a pleasant conversation with several business elites, and a hint of jealousy and resentment immediately flashed in her eyes. She twisted her body, stepped on her high heels, made deliberate clicking sounds, and walked straight towards Shin Ruoli. Shin Miao twisted her waist and walked in front of Shin Ruoli with a fake smile on her face. Her voice was sweet to the point of being sickening, yet full of provocation. "Sister, so you are here. I just told my parents that I haven't seen you for a long time and I miss you so much. As she spoke, she gently lifted her hair, her eyes full of pride.
But sister, I'm really worried about you.
Shin Miao Miao frowned slightly, pretending to be worried. The man you met before doesn't look reliable. I heard that he is cheating on girls everywhere.
Sister, you are so naive, don't be fooled by him and help count the money.
She covered her mouth and chuckled, but the sarcasm in her tone was not concealed at all. The guests were attracted by the sudden bustle and gathered around, whispering to each other. Several well-dressed ladies gathered together and whispered, "There are so many things going on in the Shin family.
The drama of the real and fake daughter is more exciting than a TV series."
A young man, holding a glass of wine, watched all this with interest and joked to his friend beside him,
"It seems that at this dinner tonight, in addition to discussing business, we can also watch a good show for free." Although some guests did not say anything, their eyes were full of curiosity.
They looked at Shin Miao Miao and Shin Ruoli from time to time, waiting for the next development of this farce. Some people even took out their phones to record this wonderful moment and gossip about it in the circle tomorrow. Shin Miao Miao covered her mouth and sighed hypocritically, her eyes slightly red and about to cry. "Sister, I know you must be feeling bad, but you can't keep being stubborn. Mom and Dad love you so much, but you disappoint them again and again for a stranger." As she spoke, she raised her hand and gently wiped the corners of her eyes, seemingly wiping away tears, but in fact she wanted to arouse more people's sympathy.
Father Shin's expression became increasingly ugly. He took a step forward, pointed at Shin Ruoli, and his voice was filled with anger and disappointment. "Shin Ruoli, listen to what your sister said. Look at what you have become now. For a man whose background you don't know, you have ruined your own reputation, and brought shame to the Shin family." Shin's mother also echoed, her face full of disdain. "Ruoli, can't you learn from your sister and be more sensible? When I brought you back to the Shin family, I thought you could live a good life, but I didn't expect you to cause us so much trouble." Seeing that her parents were on her side, Shin Miao Miao was secretly proud in her heart, but she still pretended to be innocent on her face. "Sister, I know you may think that I am trying to sow discord between you and my parents, but I am really doing this for your own good. If you can recognize the reality sooner and break up with that man, my parents will definitely forgive you." Shin Ruoli looked at the three people in front of her and felt sad. Father Shin was so angry that his face turned blue, his chest rose and fell violently, and his outstretched fingers trembled slightly with anger. "Shin Ruoli, you have never made me worry since you entered the Shin family. Where have you eaten all these years? You don't know how to maintain the family's face at all. Do you still have this family in your eyes?" His voice was particularly loud in the banquet hall, attracting the attention of the surrounding guests. For a moment, the discussions among the crowd became even louder. Seeing this, Shin's mother softened her tone a little, stepped forward and took Shin Ruoli's hand, and said hypocritically, "Ruoli, your father is so angry because he is anxious. Come home with us, and we can discuss it properly. Don't make a scene here and embarrass everyone." As she spoke, she gently patted the back of Shin Ruoli's hand. She seemed concerned, but in fact she wanted to end this farce as soon as possible to prevent the Shin family's scandal from being spread even more unpleasantly. Shin Miao Miao seized the opportunity, her eyes filled with tears, her voice choked with sobs. "Sister, is it because you don't?" Chapter 47 Dinner Party Farce. Not far away, several young men were also whispering to each other. One of them, a gentleman wearing glasses, laughed and teased, "Today, I have seen the true and false daughter of the Shin family. Shin Ruoli looks so weak, but I didn't expect her to be so troublesome. I think the man behind her may be problematic." Another young man followed suit. "I think she just wants to use men to get to the top, and she doesn't even think about her own status. She really overestimates her own abilities." There were some people in the crowd who didn't say anything, but their strange looks were like sharp needles piercing Shin Ruoli. In their eyes, there was curiosity, doubt, and more of them were pointing fingers and not understanding Shin Ruoli. Amid these malicious looks and discussions, Shin Ruoli's figure looked even thinner, but her back was still straight, and her eyes were full of stubbornness and unwillingness. Xiaotian was so anxious in Lin Mo's mind that he kept jumping up and down. "Host, why don't you get out? If this continues, Shin Ruoli will be bullied badly." Lin Mo looked through the one-way glass of the banquet hall and took in everything in the venue. He looked calm and said slowly, "The time is not right yet. Let's wait a little longer and let them perform this scene more fully." Inside the venue, Shin Miao Miao saw people around her pointing fingers at Shin Ruoli, and her pride reached its peak. Under the cover of everyone's eyes, she started a new round of instigation. She sobbed and burrowed into Shin's mother's arms. "Mom, my sister must hate me. It's all my fault. If I hadn't come back, my sister wouldn't be so unhappy and wouldn't have done these things."
Mr. Shin was already overwhelmed by anger, and hearing this, it added fuel to the fire. He suddenly stretched out his hand, pretending to slap Shin Ruoli. "You unfilial daughter, I must teach you a lesson today." Mother Shin also changed her hypocritical gentleness, and followed Father Shin, reaching out to pull Shin Ruoli, muttering, "Come home with us, we must make things clear today."
Shin Ruoli dodged Shin's father's slap and took a few steps back. Her eyes were red, but she held back her tears and said loudly, "You were deceived by Shin Miao. She did so many bad things, but you turned a blind eye to them. Why did you only believe her one-sided words?" However, her explanation seemed so weak amid the anger of Mr. and Mrs. Shun and the discussions of the people around them that no one cared at all. Just as Shin's father was about to slap Shin Ruoli in the face. Bang! Everyone just felt a flash before their eyes, and Father Shin covered his face and stared at the person in front of him in disbelief. When Shin Miao saw Lin Mo appear, she was stunned at first, then she reacted, her face instantly filled with grievance and anger, pointing at Lin Mo and shouting, "Dad, Mom, it's him. It's this man who beat me in the mall before and humiliated me in every way. Now he's here to make trouble again. He must be in cahoots with Shin Ruoli, just to harm our Shin family." As she spoke, she started to cry again, looking as if she had suffered a great injustice, trying to direct everyone's anger towards Lin Mo. Mother Shin looked at Lin Mo, who suddenly appeared, and was shocked and angry. She shouted without caring about anything, "Who are you? You dare to act wild here and hit my husband? Don't think about leaving easily today." The guests around were also stunned by this sudden change. The crowd that was originally whispering suddenly exploded, and the voices that were whispering became louder and louder. Who is this man? Why did he suddenly appear and beat people up? Could it be that man that Shin Miao mentioned who had an unclear relationship with Shin Ruoli? Amid the discussions of the crowd, Lin Mo looked calm. He lightly brushed his sleeves, as if the slap he had just given Shin's father was just a trivial matter. He glanced at Shin Miao coldly, his voice low but full of intimidation. "Shin Miao, you really are determined to do it, even at this time, you are still thinking of confusing right and wrong." When Shin Miao heard Lin Mo's words, she cried even louder. Her sharp cry echoed in the banquet hall, making everyone's ears hurt. She cried and pointed at Lin Mo, her whole body trembling, as if Lin Mo was an unforgivable sinner. "How dare you say that I am confusing right and wrong? Everyone, listen, it was this man who beat me up in the mall for no reason and spoke ill of me. I was kind enough to think about my sister and worried that she might be deceived by you, but you held a grudge against me and now you are causing trouble at this Chamber of Commerce dinner. What are your intentions?" She turned to look at the guests around her, her face full of tears, and she looked pitiful. "Uncles, aunts, brothers and sisters, you have to make the decision for me. I am a weak woman, and I was bullied so badly by him. The reputation of the Shin family was also ruined by him and Shin Ruoli. If he doesn't explain the matter clearly today, I will have no face to live." As she spoke, she leaned back exaggeratedly and almost fell down. Shin's mother quickly supported her. Father Shin covered his swollen face and was furious. "You little bastard, I don't care who you are, you dared to fight at this Chamber of Commerce dinner today, and you dared to slander my daughter. My Shin family will never let you go." His voice became hoarse with anger, and veins bulged on his neck, as if he would rush up and fight Lin Mo to the death at any time. The guests around listened to Shin Miao's crying and looked at Shin's father's angry expression, and there were discussions one after another. Some people showed sympathy, thinking that Shin Miao was indeed pitiful. Some people showed doubts, thinking that the matter seemed not that simple. However, facing the gazes and accusations of the crowd, Lin Mo remained calm, with a faint sneer on the corner of his mouth, as if everything in front of him was under his control. Lin Mo had a sneer on his lips, his eyes were as sharp as torches, and he slowly glanced at the people around him who were pointing fingers at him. It seemed as if his eyes could see through everyone's thoughts, and the noisy discussions unconsciously weakened a bit. He spoke slowly, his voice low but penetrating, echoing clearly in the banquet hall. "Everyone, before you blame me, why not listen to what I have to say first?" He raised his hand and pointed at Shin Miao, his eyes full of disdain. "Shin Miao, you keep saying that I bullied you, then I want to ask, who was the first to humiliate Ruoli in every way on that day at the mall, and also framed her to pay for the sky-high price bag? And who relied on the status of the Shin family to show off in front of everyone, without any humility at all?" Lin Mo paused for a moment and looked at Shin's father and mother. "Mr. Shin, Mrs. Shin, you only believed Shin Miao's one-sided words, but never thought about investigating the truth of the matter. How much do you know about the injustices Ruoli has suffered since she entered the Shin family? Just because she is introverted and not good at arguing, should she be bullied all the time?" Chapter 48. The organizer arrives. Shin Miao cried even harder after hearing what Lin Mo said.
She collapsed on the ground and rolled over. You're talking nonsense. That day in the mall, it was clearly you and Shinruoli who deliberately targeted me. I just pointed out that the man next to her was of unknown origin, and you guys hated me.
How could I have designed to frame her?
She was the one who broke the bag in the first place, and I just wanted her to take the responsibility she should have. She turned to look at Mr. and Mrs. Shin, crying, Dad, Mom, you have to believe me. I was always trembling in the Shin family, afraid of doing anything wrong, and I was always tolerant of my sister, so how could I bully her? But she and this man sang the same tune, just wanting to discredit me and throw all the dirty water on me. Shin Miao Miao cried to the guests around her again, Look everyone, he is still quibbling here, he must be guilty. I just care about my sister and don't want her to go astray, but he treats me like this and even slanders me for embezzling company funds.
This is simply slander.
Shin Miao Miao cried until she was hoarse, and she looked as if she had really suffered a lot of injustice. She tried to deceive everyone again with this pitiful appearance. After listening to Shin Miao Miao's crying, Father Shin felt that he had finally vented his anger at being slapped in the face by Lin Mo in public. He immediately pointed at Lin Mo and Shinruoli and yelled at the top of his voice, You two are ignorant of the heaven and earth. How dare you talk nonsense at this Chamber of Commerce dinner, ruining the reputation of my Shin family and slandering my daughter.
Where are the security guards? Get them out now.
As he shouted, he stamped his feet in anger, and the veins on his neck bulged like an angry bull. Shin Miao Miao also got up from the ground. Her hair was messy and there were still traces of tears on her face, but it did not reduce her arrogance at all. She jumped up and down, pointed at Lin Mo and Shinruoli's noses, and said viciously, I think you are here to fish in troubled waters and steal things. Maybe you want to take advantage of this dinner to steal everyone's business secrets and then sell them for money. You pretended to be innocent before, but now your true colors are finally revealed.
Shin's mother also chimed in.
She frowned with disgust on her face, as if Lin Mo and Shinruoli were some kind of dirty things. Yes, we must not let them succeed.
How can we let these two people with bad intentions stay here? Security, hurry up. For a moment, the atmosphere in the banquet hall was tense.
The security guards heard the shouting and quickly surrounded Lin Mo and Shinruoli. Lin Mo and Shinruoli stood where they were, looking calm, not showing any fear in the face of the accusations from the crowd and the approaching security guards. Under Shin Miao Miao's instigation, more and more guests chose to believe her one-sided words and expressed their intention to ban Lin Mo and Shinruoli. The atmosphere in the banquet hall became depressing and tense, and everyone looked at Lin Mo and Shinruoli with eyes full of rejection and disgust. The young man who took the lead in supporting the ban was now looking back and forth at Shinruoli, with a different light flashing in his eyes. He licked his lips, a malicious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he strode to Lin Mo, and said arrogantly, Humph, kid, since you have offended so many people today, it will be difficult for you to turn things around. However, I have always been sympathetic to women, and for Miss Shin Miao Miao's sake, I can show you a way out. As the young master spoke, his eyes glanced at Shinruoli. The straightforward look made Shinruoli feel frightened, but she did not dare to easily offend this young master who had some influence in the business world. The young master then said to Lin Mo, As long as you send this girl next to you to bed with me for one night, I will help you plead with these big guys for today's matter. Otherwise, you and her will really have no way to survive in the future. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar.
Shinruoli's face turned pale instantly, ashamed and angry.
She bit her lower lip tightly, her eyes full of tears of humiliation. She didn't expect this young man to be so despicable and shameless. Shen Miao Miao was also stunned. Although she wanted to frame Lin Mo and Shinruoli, she didn't expect things to develop to this point.
Lin Mo's face turned gloomy in an instant, and a chill emanated from his body.
He clenched his fists, and his knuckles turned white from the force.
Xiaotian was jumping around anxiously in Lin Mo's mind, shouting at the top of his voice, Host, beat him up. This kind of person is too much, he must be taught a lesson. Lin Mo's eyes flashed with coldness, and the long-suppressed anger was instantly ignited. He flashed like a black lightning and instantly came in front of the young master. Before the young man could react, Lin Mo hit him hard on the bridge of his nose with a straight punch. With a crack, blood immediately gushed out of the young man's nose. He flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily to the ground, screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Ah! My nose! You dare to hit me, do you know who I am?
The young man lay on the ground, covering his nose, roaring in fear and anger. Lin Mo had no intention of stopping. He strode forward, stepped on the young man's chest, and glanced at the whole audience coldly. The guests around were stunned by the sudden violent scene. The originally noisy banquet hall suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, leaving only the young man's painful groans.
Whoever dares to speak rudely to Ruoli again will suffer the consequences.
Lin Mo's voice was like a huge bell, echoing in the banquet hall and making everyone's eardrums hurt. The guests who had originally been clamoring to ban Lin Mo and Shen Ruoli were now so frightened that they were silent and dared not make a sound. They looked at Lin Mo's devil-like figure and felt a deep fear in their hearts. Shen Miao collapsed to the ground in fear, her face as pale as paper. She had never imagined that things would develop to such an out-of-control point. Mr. and Mrs. Shen were also shocked by Lin Mo's force and stood there, at a loss as to what to do. Lin Mo looked down at the young man at his feet, his eyes full of disdain. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have a little power? Today I will let you know that there are some people you can't afford to offend. After that, he swung his foot hard, kicked the young man aside, then turned around and slowly walked towards Shen Miao. Just as Lin Mo turned and walked towards Shen Miao, exuding a frightening aura, the door of the banquet hall was pushed open again, and Chen Hongye, chairman of Hangfeng Group, the organizer of the Chamber of Commerce dinner, walked in quickly surrounded by a group of bodyguards. Shen Miao seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, and she rolled and crawled to Chen Hongye's feet, knelt down with a plop, and cried, "Uncle Chen, you are finally here. You must make the decision for me." This man and Shen Ruoli, they made a big scene at the dinner party, not only beat people, but also slandered me and my family. Just now he also violently beat up Prince Wang, and messed up the whole dinner party. You see, this venue is made of smoke and dust by them, and they don't care about your face at all. As she cried, she pointed at Lin Mo and Shen Ruoli, and the grievance and anger on her face seemed to be overflowing. Shen Hongye frowned, glanced at the messy meeting hall, then looked at the young man lying on the ground groaning in pain. His face became increasingly gloomy. He cleared his throat and said in a dignified voice, "What on earth is going on? This kind of thing actually happened at the dinner party I hosted. It's simply outrageous." Chapter 49 Identity Exposed. Seeing this, the guests around began to tell Chen Hongye what had just happened, but most of them agreed with Shen Miao's statement and exaggerated the accusations of Lin Mo and Shen Ruoli. According to everyone's description, Lin Mo and Shen Ruoli seemed to be the culprits of the dinner party, and were evil people who deliberately came to cause trouble and sabotage. Shen Miao knelt on the ground, secretly looking up to observe Chen Hongye's expression. Seeing his angry face, she was secretly proud of herself, thinking that she had finally found a backer, and Lin Mo and Shen Ruoli would definitely not escape this time. When Mr. and Mrs. Shen saw Chen Hongye arriving, their faces were immediately filled with ingratiating smiles, and they bowed and nodded as they walked forward to greet him. Father Shen smiled apologetically, with a hint of fear in his voice. "Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry that this farce disturbed you. It's all our fault for not disciplining them properly, which is why these two ignorant guys are so arrogant here." Shen's mother also echoed, her face full of flattery. Yes, Mr. Chen, you are a magnanimous person, so don't bother with them. Our Shen family absolutely supports you in punishing these two arrogant bastards. You must teach them a lesson, so that everyone knows that they will not be tolerated in this Chamber of Commerce." Shen Miao knelt on the ground, and she was even more proud when she heard her parents' words. She raised her head, a trace of malice flashed in her eyes, and she said loudly, "Uncle Chen, you must punish them severely. Not only did they ruin the dinner, they also spoke ill of me and my parents, and even hurt people. If you don't punish them, who will dare to come to your activities in the future?" Chen Hongye's eyes swept across everyone's faces one by one, his expression cold. "Making trouble here is just a disrespect to me. I must give an explanation to everyone present about what happened today." He waved his hand, and the bodyguards behind him immediately stepped forward and surrounded Lin Mo and Shen Ruoli. Shen Ruoli's face turned slightly pale, but she still straightened her spine. She glanced at Lin Mo with a hint of worry in her eyes. But Lin Mo looked calm, with a faint sneer on the corner of his mouth, as if the predicament in front of him was just a piece of cake for him. He raised his head slightly, looked directly at Chen Hongye, and said in a low but powerful voice, "Mr. Chen, you are so majestic." When Chen Hongye heard Lin Mo's words, a trace of panic flashed across his face, but then he put on an enthusiastic smile, stepped forward quickly, and personally dispersed the bodyguards surrounding Lin Mo, and said with a hint of reproach, "Oh, Mr. Lin, you really embarrassed me. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I didn't even greet you properly, and you caused such a big misunderstanding. I'm really sorry." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into silence, and everyone looked at each other in amazement. The guests who were indignantly accusing Lin Mo and Shen Ruoli just now widened their eyes, with shock and confusion written all over their faces, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Shen Miao was even more stunned. It took her a long time to come back to her senses.
She was full of disbelief and said loudly, "Uncle Chen, did you recognize the wrong person?
He is just a gangster who causes trouble everywhere.
How could he be Mr. Lin?" As she spoke, she looked hysterically at the people around her, as if seeking approval. "What do you think? Is he pretending to be someone else?"
Mr. and Mrs. Shen also froze in place, the flattering smiles on their faces froze instantly, and they became extremely embarrassed. They could never have imagined that the person whom they had regarded as a thorn in their side and wanted to be punished by Chen Hongye would be treated with such respect by Chen Hongye. Chen Hongye's face darkened, and he looked at Shen Miaomio with disgust in his eyes. "Miss Shen, be careful with your words.
This is Mr. Lin Molan, the helmsman of Longtong Group. He is an important figure in the business world. How can you slander him casually?"
Shen Miaomio's face turned pale and red, and her emotions were completely out of control.
She pointed at Lin Mo and screamed, "Impossible! He is a liar. He must have colluded with you to deceive us. Uncle Chen, don't be fooled by him. He was just a nobody before. How could he suddenly become the helmsman of Longtong Group?"
As she spoke, she turned to look at the guests around her and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Think about it, this is ridiculous. He must be afraid of being sanctioned, so he came up with such a ridiculous excuse."
"Don't believe him." Mr. and Mrs. Shen stood aside, their faces turning blue and purple. They wanted to speak but didn't know what to say, so they could only worry. Father Shen's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he secretly groaned in his heart, regretting that he was so impulsive just now and offended a person he could not afford to offend. Chen Hongye's expression became uglier and snorted coldly, feeling very annoyed by Shen Miaomio's unreasonable behavior. "Miss Shen, I think you are blinded by greed. How can you question Mr. Lin's identity? Longtong Group's position in the industry is obvious to all.
You made a fuss at this dinner today and slandered Mr. Lin wantonly.
We will settle this account later."
Lin Mo raised a mocking smile, quietly looked at Shen Miaomio's ugly appearance, and slowly said, "Shen Miaomio, you still refuse to give up.
Well, today I will make you face the reality thoroughly."
After that, he took out his cell phone and made a call. Lin Mo dialed the number, gave a few brief instructions, then put the phone back in his pocket and looked at everyone calmly. But after a moment, the door of the banquet hall was pushed open again, and a middle-aged man in a high-end custom-made suit hurried in, holding an exquisite file box in his hand. He walked straight to Lin Mo, handed the file box respectfully, then whispered a few words in Lin Mo's ear and stepped aside. Lin Mo opened the file box, took out a document, raised it, and said, "Inside are Longtong Group's financial statements for the past 3 months and cooperation agreements for several important projects. They all have my signature and company seal. Shen Miaomio, if you still don't believe it, you can take it for inspection." Shen Miaomio's face turned pale, and her legs became weak, but she still refused to give up and said stubbornly, "Who knows if these things were forged by you?
Maybe you prepared them in advance to fool everyone."
At this time, an old man who had been standing in the corner and observing silently walked out slowly. His eyes were sharp and his voice was loud. "Of course I know Mr. Lin Molan.
I had a good chat with Mr. Lin at a business summit before. Shen Miaomio, don't be stubborn anymore.
You and the Shen family have to give Mr. Lin and Shen Ruoli an explanation for today's farce." The old man was highly respected in the business world, and his words were like a bombshell, completely destroying Shen Miaomio's last bit of luck. At this point, Mr. and Mrs. Shen collapsed to the ground in fear, realizing that they had gotten into a big disaster this time. Shen Miaomio looked at the accusing eyes of the people around her, and the defenses in her heart completely collapsed. She slumped to the ground, her eyes empty, and muttered to herself, "How could this be?
This can't be true." Chapter 50, The Shen Family's Destruction. Xiao Tian's excited voice suddenly rang in Lin Mo's mind. "Host, this is unbelievable. The luck value of Shen Miaomio, the lucky girl, has returned to 0. Now she is a complete unlucky person."
Lin Mo raised a cold arc at the corner of his mouth, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he responded softly, "Well, the Shen family should pay back the debt." Lin Mo raised his head, his eyes like cold stars swept over Shen Miaomio who was slumped on the ground and Shen's father and mother who were trembling. His voice was low but full of deterrence. "Shen family, I remember everything you did to Ruoli these days.
Today is the time for you to pay back."
Shen Miaomio raised her head in horror, her eyes full of despair. She tried to struggle to say something, but found that her throat seemed to be blocked and she couldn't say a word.
Shen's father and mother supported each other, standing trembling by the side, not daring to even breathe.
Lin Mo looked at Chen Hongye and said calmly, "Mr. Chen, you must have seen the true face of the Shen family after today's farce. The Shin family acted recklessly, distorting right and wrong and slandering others at the Chamber of Commerce dinner, which seriously damaged the order and reputation of the Chamber of Commerce.
How do you think we should deal with it?
Chen Hongye secretly groaned in his heart.
Today's incident almost made him offend a big shot like Lin Mo.
At this moment, he just wanted to make up for his mistake and please Lin Mo. So he immediately expressed his position. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, the Shin family's behavior is really despicable. I will definitely convene the members of the Chamber of Commerce to discuss the punishment of the Shin family. In the future, the Shin family will never be able to gain a foothold in this business world again. Upon hearing this, Mr. Shin knelt down with a plop and begged, Boss Chen, Boss Lin, we know we were wrong. Please show some mercy and spare the Shin family this time. Shin's mother also knelt down and cried bitterly, and the scene was in chaos.
Lin Mo was unmoved. He looked at Shin Ruoli with tenderness and doting in his eyes. Ruoli, don't be afraid. I won't let anyone bully you again.
Shin Ruoli's eyes were red, and she nodded vigorously. A warm feeling surged in her heart. Lin Mo looked at the three people from the Shin family again, and said in a cold voice, your pleading is meaningless.
You brought this upon yourselves. Next, enjoy the punishment you deserve.
After Lin Mo finished speaking, he took a step forward and looked down at the three people from the Shin family with unquestionable majesty on his face. He gently held Shin Ruoli's hand and said softly, Ruoli, all the grievances you have suffered these days can be avenged today.
Of course, revenge must be done personally. I will give everything in the Shin family to you, and you will decide their future.
Shin Ruoli raised her head, with tears still in her eyes, but with Lin Mo's encouragement, a determined light gradually gathered in her eyes. She took a deep breath and looked around at the three people in front of her who had made her fall into despair countless times, feeling mixed emotions. Shin Miao saw that Shin Ruoli was given the power to decide her own fate, and fear instantly swallowed her.
She crawled to Shin Ruoli's feet with her hands and feet, crying, Sister, I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me, I will never dare to do it again, I will be your slave. Shin's father and mother also kept kowtowing, their foreheads hitting the ground with a dull sound, and they kept begging for mercy. Shin Ruoli looked at their miserable appearance without any sympathy in her heart.
She had tried to reconcile with them time and time again, but all she got in return was worse harm. She bit her lower lip and spoke slowly, the pain you brought me cannot be offset by a few pleas for mercy. She paused, her eyes swept over the guests in the banquet hall who had pointed fingers at her, and continued, the Shin family has been bullying the business world over the years by relying on the power of the family.
Today's incident should let everyone see your true colors.
She turned to look at Chen Hongye and said sternly, Mr. Chen, I demand that the Shin family publicly apologize to me, clarify all the slanderous remarks against me, and return all the benefits obtained through improper means over the years. Chen Hongye nodded quickly and responded, Don't worry, Miss Shun. I will do my best to assist you in this matter and give you a satisfactory explanation. Shin Ruoli looked at Lin Mo again, her eyes full of trust and dependence. Lin Mo, I also want them to lose the ability to stir up trouble in the business world. Lin Mo nodded gently, smiled and said, Okay, I will help you. When Mr. and Mrs. Shin heard Shin Ruoli's decision, their faces turned pale and they collapsed to the ground. Shin Miao screamed in despair. Her voice echoed in the banquet hall, but could no longer arouse anyone's sympathy. Under the gaze of everyone, Shin Ruoli straightened her back, exuding an aura that was completely different from before. Lin Mo's support gave her unprecedented confidence, and the suffering she had endured in the past turned into determination at this moment. She looked at the three members of the Shin family who were lying on the ground, and her voice was clear but revealed an unquestionable power. From today on, I am the new generation head of the Shin family and the president of the group. The whole audience was in an uproar when these words came out. The guests who originally followed Shin Miao to accuse Shin Ruoli were all shocked at this moment. They could never have imagined that this girl who was once ridiculed by them and regarded as an abandoned child by the Shin family, became the person in charge of the Shin family overnight. Shin Ruoli ignored everyone's reactions. She looked around the banquet hall with a determined gaze and spoke slowly. The Shin family has been in tatters under the management of my good sister and parents over the years. Those who are colluding with them and trying to divide up the Shin family's interests, listen carefully. The first thing I, Shin Ruoli, will do when I take office is to use an iron fist to purge the group of parasites. She looked at Chen Hongye and nodded slightly. Mr. Chen, I hope you can help me publish an announcement in the business community. From now on, any company or individual that has improper dealings with the Shin family will be blacklisted by the Shin family and will never cooperate. At the same time, I will set up a special investigation team to thoroughly investigate the internal accounts of the group. Any illegal and irregular behavior will be investigated to the end.
Chen Hongye quickly agreed, secretly marveling at Shin Ruoli's courage and determination.
When Shin's father and mother heard this, their eyes widened in horror. They knew very well that once Shin Ruoli came to power, she would definitely expose all their scandals over the years with her methods. Shin Myamya was so frightened that she was shaking all over. She could never have imagined that her sister, whom she had tried every means to suppress, was now at the pinnacle of power, while she herself had become a prisoner. Shin Ruoli looked at Lin Mo again, her eyes full of tenderness and gratitude. Lin Mo, thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would never be able to get rid of this dark past. In the future, I hope you can continue to help me get the Shin family back on the right track. Lin Mo gently held her hand and said with a smile, don't worry, I will always be by your side. Accompanied by Lin Mo, Shin Ruoli strode out of the banquet hall, ready to start a new chapter in the Shin family, and those who had hurt her would pay a heavy price for their actions.
Chapter 51. It's time to go back.
A few days later, the city's busiest commercial street was crowded with people, and the light and shadow of the billboards flowed between the glass curtain walls. The young mother's handbag swayed slightly with her steps, and her 5-year-old daughter held her newly bought teddy bear, the fur of the doll making the child giggle.
Mom!
The girl suddenly stopped, her pink sandals drawing a semicircle on the ground. She pointed to the corner next to the bank's ATM, where 3 gray figures were huddled in the shadow of the air conditioner. There was grease embedded in the cracks between Shin Myamya's fingernails, and a half-moon-shaped scar could be seen when her palm was facing up. It was caused by broken glass when she was rummaging through a trash can last month. She numbly repeated the begging movements, with half a dead leaf stuck in her hair, and the collar of her Chanel dress had long been unraveled due to washing.
Please be kind.
The hoarse voice startled the sparrows at his feet. The man in a suit passing by quickened his pace, and the tail of his cologne mixed with the sour smell of Shin Myamya's body fermented in the heat wave. The golden light from the Hermes window was reflected in Mr. Shin's cloudy pupils. There was a thin layer of mist on the glass, but it could not cover the mother-of-pearl luster of the platinum bag in the display cabinet. The memory of 3 months ago suddenly came to life that day when he put his arm around the waist of his young secretary and used the Shin Group's black card to pay for the 3rd limited edition of the quarter. The clerk's flattering smile seemed like it was soaked in honey.
Sir, do you need a twilly scarf for your wife?
The shopping guide's voice suddenly exploded in my ears.
Father Shin shuddered, and slammed his age-spotted palm heavily on the window.
The vibration of the glass alarmed the store security guard, and the young man in black uniform pressed the intercom vigilantly. Shin Myamya's messy hair fell on the gold-plated Chanel logo, and the camel embroidery on the collar was rubbing against the gray wall tiles.
It's all your fault. Father Shin suddenly stood up, raising his hand and bringing a foul smell. 5 finger marks quickly appeared on Shin Myamya's left face, and the dead leaves in her hair fell down. If you hadn't instigated us to drive Ruoli away. Forced to leave? Shin Myamya interrupted with a shrill laugh, digging her stained nails into the cracks in the wall. Who said at the shareholders' meeting that bastards were not worthy of inheriting the family business?
She pulled open her collar, revealing a hideous scar on her collarbone.
That year, who pushed me down the stairs and said, this is the kind of injury that the eldest daughter of the Shin family should suffer?
The automatic door of the luxury store ding-donged open, and the lady in the camel haircoat frowned and took a half-step back. Shin's mother curled up behind the air conditioner, mechanically counting the cigarette butts in the gaps between the floor tiles. The 37th cigarette, the same number as the day Shin Ruoli left home. That day she tore the paternity test report into pieces with her own hands. At this moment, the pieces of paper were churning in her stomach, turning into acid and rising up her throat. The young mother looked at this scene, felt a little pity in her heart, and was about to take out her wallet. Hearing what the father and daughter said, the young mother suddenly stopped looking for change. My daughter was looking up with her young face, her pupils as clear as 2 mountain springs. Teacher Wang said that entrepreneurs who evade taxes are all big bad wolves.
The child hugged the teddy bear tighter. Will they eat my teddy bear?
At the intersection 500 meters away, the rear window of the black Maybach was lowered to a half-finger wide gap. The engagement ring on Shin Ruoli's ring finger flashed a cold light, and Lin Mo's body temperature came through the fabric of his suit. She stared at the 3 black dots and suddenly remembered the shape of the strawberry cake that Shin Myamya deliberately knocked over on her birthday night, which spread out on the Persian carpet. Memories came flooding back, and Shin Ruoli seemed to see again that late night when she was kicked out of the Shin family, the ferocious expressions of the 3 members of the family, their vicious curses, and Shin Myamya's provocative eyes.
She seemed to see again the dark and damp rental house, the embarrassment of being repeatedly rejected for job applications, and the street in the heavy rain, with Lin Mo sitting in the business car and extending his hand to her.
Shin Ruoli, get in the car with me. At the age of 16, he happily followed Mr. and Mrs. Shin back to the Shin family, thinking that he could regain the long-lost family affection.
During the 6 years, he was humiliated and framed by Shin Miao.
She was despised, scorned, cursed, and driven away by Shin's father and mother. Her biological parents never believed in her, and they only had their adopted daughter in their hearts. Shin Ruoli looked out of the car, and the three figures gradually disappeared at the corner of the street.
They were not worth it.
Not worth her concern, and even less worth her sincerity. It was Lin Mo who pulled himself out of the quagmire, saved himself, and allowed him to regain his dignity. When Lin Mo handed the Shin family over to him, he was still confused.
He never thought that everything about him would change like this. What are you looking at?
Lin Mo's thumb stroked the Vacheron Constantine on her wrist, the diamond-inlaid dial reflecting the rainbow. Let's see how fate will tie the knot. Shin Ruoli pressed the car window control button, and the bulletproof glass closed silently. As the car's fragrance system sprayed cedar scent, she had already opened her laptop and the stock market K-line chart was dancing on her retina. When the system prompt sounded in Lin Mo's mind, Shin Ruoli was switching between 3 languages in the video conference. He stared at the slightly curled hair behind her ears, and recalled the Shin family account books he saw in the safe last week: 27 false accounts, 6 shell companies, and those numbers were being rearranged into a new business map in Shin Ruoli's hands.
Host, the military will arrive in Jiangcheng in 4 hours. Xiaotian's electronic voice was filled with the noise of electricity.
Lin Mo's knuckles tapped on the leather seat, and the car clock showed 16:20.
He unbuttoned the second button on his collar, his Adam's apple rolling. How long does it take to go to the airport from the elevated road? But Miss Shin's merger and acquisition case. She doesn't need it anymore.
Lin Mo looked at the rearview mirror. Shin Ruoli was tying her long hair into a neat bun, with the diamond hairpin drawing a sharp arc. The Morningstar Group's logo flashed on the LED screen behind her, like a crown for a new king. In the airport VIP lounge, Shin Ruoli looked at the back of the person walking into the boarding gate, holding a brown paper bag left by Lin Mo.
When Shin Ruoli opened it, under the stamp top secret was irrefutable evidence of Shin's father's asset transfer.
At the bottom was a note, with strong handwriting that could be seen through the back of the paper: the bow must be tied by yourself to be secure. As the military green jeep drove into the Lin Pharmaceutical Park, the clinical trial data on hemostatic agents was heating up in Lin Mo's white coat pocket. He looked at the monitoring screen.
The robotic arm on the assembly line was accurately grabbing the blue medicine bottle.
At the end of the assembly line, a brand new military order was spitting out a string of zeros from the printer. Before he had time to fully appreciate the familiar environment, Xiaotian's cheerful voice exploded in his mind: "Host, take a look.
The hemostatic agent is selling well, the data is simply too good to be true."
Lin Mo's eyes fell on the pile of documents on the desk.
In the top sales report, the sales curve of hemostatic agents skyrocketed, which was eye-catching. Chapter 52: Military Free.
Lin Mo's mouth curled up, immersed in joy, when there was a hurried knock on the office door.
The assistant rushed in with a nervous look. "Mr. Lin, the military people are here and are waiting for you in the conference room."
Lin Mo's heart was shocked and he subconsciously straightened his clothes.
Xiaotian also became excited. "Host, this is a great opportunity.
The military came to our door, this is a great card to play."
Lin Mo walked quickly towards the meeting room, thinking silently about Xiaotian's words, took a deep breath and pushed open the door.
In the conference room, several soldiers stood in neat rows with sharp eyes. The middle-aged officer in the lead stepped forward, saluted crisply, and handed over a document. "Mr. Lin, I have heard of your name for a long time. Your company's hemostatic agent has a significant effect in practical applications. After many rounds of testing and evaluation, the military is very interested in this product and hopes to cooperate with your company." Lin Mo took the document and read it line by line, feeling both surprised and slightly worried.
This is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Once the cooperation is achieved, the value of the hemostatic agent will be further utilized and the company's reputation and influence will also increase. However, the military's cooperation standards have always been strict, with extremely high requirements for product quality and supply stability.
Xiaotian seemed to be aware of Lin Mo's concerns and hurriedly encouraged him. "Host, don't hesitate.
With our strength, we can definitely meet the military's requirements.
This wave is a sure win."
Lin Mo took a deep breath and raised his head. "Please sit down, let's sit down and talk."
After everyone sat down, Lin Mo said, "You need the hemostatic agent we are selling?"
The military representative nodded affirmatively.
"That's right. Please give me a price, Mr. Lin." Lin Mo shook his head. I don't plan to sell this hemostatic agent to the military.
The military representative was puzzled when he heard this. His brows were furrowed tightly, and his face was full of confusion.
Mr. Lin, why is this?
Your company's hemostatic agent has received such a warm response in the civilian market, and the military also recognizes its value.
Cooperating with us will be of great benefit to both parties. Why did you suddenly refuse?
Lin Mo raised his hand calmly and motioned the military representative to sit down. With a mysterious smile on his face, he said calmly, "Don't worry, let me explain slowly. The hemostatic agent circulating on the market is indeed a mature product that has undergone a long period of research and development and market verification.
The effect is remarkable, there is no doubt about that.
But in fact, there is a more powerful version, which I call the essence version."
The military representative's eyes flashed with curiosity. He leaned forward slightly and asked eagerly, "Essence edition? I've never heard of it before. Compared with the regular version, what's so special about it?"
Lin Mo stood up, walked to the whiteboard nearby, picked up a marker and began to draw and explain. The conventional version of the hemostatic agent is mainly used for bleeding in daily life and common medical scenarios, and stops bleeding through conventional coagulation factors and active ingredients. For the essence version, I added the latest developed nano repair factor, which can not only quickly coagulate blood in just a few seconds, but also penetrate into the cell level to promote the self-repair of damaged tissues, greatly shorten the wound healing time, and reduce the risk of infection.
Moreover, it is more stable and can maintain high efficiency and activity even in extreme environments. After listening to Lin Mo's introduction, the military representatives' faces became more and more shocked. They looked at each other and saw disbelief and excitement in each other's eyes. The leading officer's voice trembled slightly as he asked, "Mr. Lin, are you serious? Is this essence version of the hemostatic agent so effective?"
Lin Mo smiled and nodded, then turned around and carefully took out an exquisite sealed box from the safe. Inside lay several injections filled with light blue liquid, which was the essence version of the hemostatic agent. He picked up one and showed it to everyone. "This is the essence version of the hemostatic agent.
The effect is far beyond your imagination."
After that, Lin Mo took out the experimental props he had prepared in advance and simulated a gunshot wound. He gently dripped the essence version of hemostatic agent on the wound, and in an instant, a magical scene happened. In just 3 seconds, the surging blood stopped flowing. After 5 seconds, the wound had already formed a scar and the surrounding redness and swelling quickly subsided. Military representatives gathered around, observing this incredible change closely and exclaiming in amazement.
Lin Mo continued. "This is just the basic and refined version.
We also have an enhanced version that can automatically identify and remove bullets and shrapnel from wounds." As he spoke, he took out another injection of a slightly darker color and placed it into another experimental device that simulated the presence of shrapnel remaining in the body. As the injection was made, a slight vibration sound came from the device. After a while, a shrapnel was slowly pushed out of the simulated wound, causing an uproar at the scene.
Xiaotian cheered in Lin Mo's mind, "Host, the military must be completely conquered by us now. Once this hemostatic agent is put into military use, the effect will be huge."
The military representative stood up excitedly and held Lin Mo's hand tightly. "Mr. Lin, this enhanced and essence version of hemostatic agent is too important to the military. No matter what the cost, we hope to reach a cooperation and purchase in large quantities." Lin Mo smiled, his eyes firm and fiery, and said slowly, "If someone else wants this essence version and enhanced version of hemostatic agent, I will definitely offer a sky-high price. After all, the R&D investment is huge and the technology is unique.
But if the Chinese military wants it, it's free."
When the military representatives heard this, they were stunned for a moment, their faces full of shock and emotion. The leading officer's eyes were slightly red, his lips moved, but he was speechless for a moment. After a while, he said with a choked voice, "Mr. Lin, we really have no way to repay your patriotism. This hemostatic agent is of great significance to national defense and should be traded according to market rules.
How can we let you provide it for free?" Lin Mo waved his hand, his expression solemn. "Soldiers defend their country and shed blood and sacrificed on the front line. I just did what I should do.
Over the years, I have been able to move forward smoothly on the road of entrepreneurship, which is inseparable from the support and protection of the country. It is my honor to have the opportunity to contribute to the army now.
Money is not the standard for measuring everything.
Providing protection for the heroes who protect the country and the people is the best destination for this hemostatic agent." Xiaotian was so excited in Lin Mo's mind that he kept jumping up and down. "Host, well done.
This pattern and this sentiment are absolutely amazing.
The military representatives stood up one after another and saluted Lin Mo with the highest military salute, which they did not put down for a long time. At this moment, the atmosphere in the conference room was solemn and warm, and everyone's hearts were filled with admiration and gratitude for Lin Mo. Afterwards, the military representative said excitedly, "Mr. Lin, we will remember your generosity in our hearts. We will fully cooperate with you in the future to help you solve all problems in the production process, strive to put the hemostatic agent into use as soon as possible, and enhance the combat effectiveness of our army."
Chapter 53, The Chinese Dragon Group Arrives.
After reaching a cooperation with the military to supply hemostatic agents free of charge, Lin Mo handed over the hemostatic agents to Tianshu Technology. He arranged for capable assistants to organize the company's top scientific researchers and management elites to devote themselves to the construction of new production lines and product optimization. In just a few weeks, the originally ordinary production workshop was transformed into a highly intelligent, military standard production base. In the dust-free workshop, advanced production equipment operates in an orderly manner, and workers carry out each process meticulously under strict quality control. At the same time, professional technical consultants and security teams sent by the military also moved into the Lin Group. With their rich military experience, technical consultants provided many valuable suggestions for the improvement of hemostatic agents, ensuring that the products can perfectly adapt to the complex battlefield environment. The security team patrols day and night to protect the safety of the production base and technical data, allowing the Lin Group to carry out production without any worries. As the first batch of elite and enhanced hemostatic agents were delivered to the military, the reputation of the Lin Group spread like wildfire. Major media outlets have reported that the Lin Group has leapt from an ordinary medical company to a high-profile military-industrial enterprise. This legendary transformation has attracted the attention of countless people. Business partners have extended olive branches, hoping to cooperate with the Lin Group and share the dividends brought by this industry change. Colleges and universities and research institutions also took the initiative to contact Lin Mo, expressing their willingness to cooperate deeply in the field of military science and technology, hoping to jointly carry out cutting-edge technology research and contribute more to the national defense cause. Lin Mo stood on the top floor of the company's newly built R&D building, overlooking the busy and orderly production base, his heart full of emotion. Xiaotian quietly hid deep in Lin Mo's consciousness, silently recording everything without making a sound so as not to disturb Lin Mo's thinking. That day, Lin Mo was reviewing a new R&D project report in his office when his secretary hurried in, looking a little nervous. "Boss Lin, there are a few people claiming to be from the Huaxia Dragon Group who want to see you. They say they have important procurement matters to discuss." Hearing this, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows slightly, his heart full of doubts, but he still signaled the secretary to invite them in.
A moment later, 3 people in black uniforms walked into the office. The middle-aged man in the lead had a stern face and a mysterious look in his eyes. He walked forward, handed over a certificate politely, and said, "Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Song Hui, the captain of the Huaxia Dragon team. I came here this time in the hope of purchasing a batch of hemostatic agents from your company." Lin Mo took the certificate and examined it carefully. He became even more confused and asked, "Doesn't the military already have our hemostatic agent? And it's free. You and the military are both state departments, so there should be corresponding channels for resource allocation, right?" Song Hui smiled bitterly and explained helplessly, "Mr. Lin, you may not know that our Chinese Dragon Group has a different mission scope from the military. We are mainly responsible for handling some supernatural and special events, and the situations we face are more complicated and strange. During a recent mission, the team members suffered serious casualties and urgently need your hemostatic agent. Although the military also has some, the demand from other special departments is too strong, and when resources are allocated, it is not even our turn." Lin Mo suddenly realized that there was such a hidden story. He pondered for a moment, and Xiaotian analyzed it in his mind. "Host, the Huaxia Dragon Group mainly handles violations by warriors and monks." Lin Mo nodded slightly, and had an idea in mind. He raised his head, looked at the 3 members of the Huaxia Dragon team in front of him, and said seriously, "In that case, we can discuss cooperation. However, I need to know more about the mission of the Huaxia Dragon Group and your specific needs for hemostatic agents, so that I can ensure that the products we provide can play the greatest role." Song Hui looked solemn and said slowly, "To be honest, I was tracking a group of evil cultivators recently. We lost our target in an ancient ruin in the southwest, but found something beyond our imagination. There seemed to be some unknown evil sealed in the ruins, and when our team members entered to explore, it was suddenly activated.
Those evil powers are strange and can control shadows in the dark to launch attacks, making the team members defenseless. The types of injuries were even more complicated. Some team members were pierced by shadows, and the wounds were completely black. Ordinary methods of stopping bleeding were completely useless. The blood seemed to be cursed and could not be stopped from flowing. Others were corroded by evil auras, and strange ulcers appeared on their bodies, with their skin necrotizing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the consciousness of some team members was affected, and they fell into madness and hurt themselves. Our existing medical treatment has little effect on these injuries, but the mission is still going on and casualties may occur again at any time, so we urgently need your hemostatic agent. Xiaotian instantly mobilized a huge database of information and began to quickly report in Lin Mo's mind. Host, according to the description of the Dragon Group, this relic is most likely one of the key battlefields in the battle between good and evil in ancient times. At that time, the strong men of righteousness used their supreme power to seal the evil forces here and set up numerous mechanisms and prohibitions. After a long time, the power of the seal has gradually weakened. Coupled with the energy fluctuations caused by the recent crustal movement, the core sealing mechanism inside the ruins has been triggered, which has given the evil spirits an opportunity to take advantage of. The mechanisms inside the ruins are intricate and are built based on the power of the 5 elements. The evil cultivators may have mastered some special method that can temporarily resist some of the dangers in the ruins, so they dare to rush in. They may want to use the evil power in the ruins to practice forbidden techniques and improve their own strength. Lin Mo frowned, his expression grim. As Mo Yushiansi, even though he had witnessed many strange things, the strange injury in front of him still made him feel very difficult. In this case, conventional hemostatic agents are unlikely to help. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Mo calmed his mind and said calmly, "This injury is too strange. I am afraid it will be difficult to achieve the expected effect with the existing hemostatic agents. However, I will go with you. Maybe we can find a solution through field research." The 3 members of the Huaxia Dragon team were surprised and grateful when they heard this. Song Hui's eyes were red, and he stepped forward quickly, holding Lin Mo's hand tightly, his voice trembling slightly. "Mr. Lin, you are willing to go there in person. It is really a timely help. The lives of the team members are relying on you." Xiaotian then issued a task. System task release: assist the Huaxia Dragon Group to solve the crisis of the southwest ruins and obtain clues to the ancient mysterious power. Reward for successful task: fragments of ancient cultivation techniques, which can help you break through the current bottleneck of cultivation. Penalty for failed task: the reputation of the Lin Group will be damaged, and future cooperation opportunities will be reduced. After meeting up with the Huaxia Dragon Group, they set out on a journey to the southwestern ruins. Along the way, Lin Mo continued to discuss the ruins incident with Song Hui, not missing any details told by the members of the Huaxia Dragon Group, trying to find the key to solving the injury from these complicated information. Xiaotian was not idle either, constantly reminding Lin Mo in his mind, "Host, just now the Dragon Group mentioned that there is a mechanism in the ruins that is related to the 5 elements. I checked the information and it should be related to purifying dark energy. You should pay special attention to it." Chapter 54: Entering the Ruins. The helicopter flew for nearly 5 hours and finally arrived at the temporary camp near the ruins. The strong wind carried sand and gravel, roaring like a wild beast. The simple tent shook violently in the wind and sand, making a creaking sound. The sand and gravel hit the tent, making crackling sounds. Lin Mo saw the busy and tense scene in the camp and heard the painful groans coming from not far away. He did not dare to delay for a moment and rushed directly into the tent. As I stepped into the medical tent, a strong smell of blood and decay hit me in the face. The smell was so pungent that it made me breathless. The light in the tent was dim and the atmosphere was suffocating, as if even the air had frozen. Lin Mo frowned and quickly glanced at the injured in the tent. Some team members were lying on the bed, their faces as pale as paper, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down their foreheads. They clenched their teeth but still could not help but groan in pain. A strange black mist filled the wounds, surging like living things, and the surrounding skin was a shocking purple color, as if it had been severely cursed by an evil force. Some team members were tied tightly to the hospital beds with heavy restraints. Their eyes were full of madness and fear. They struggled desperately, their muscles tensed due to the effort, and they let out indistinct roars from their mouths. The sound was filled with endless pain and despair, which was creepy. Lin Mo's expression was solemn and focused. He knew very well that every second was extremely precious and every second would be wasted. He slowly stretched out his hand and gently touched the wound of a wounded man. At the same time, the Xian Kuan Han Yuan Gong in his body was running at full power, exerting his perception ability at the peak of the qi-gathering realm to the extreme without reservation. Under the influence of this powerful perception ability, Lin Mo seemed to have entered a completely new microscopic world. He clearly felt an evil and chaotic energy surging in the wound. This energy was like countless small black snakes, twisting and weaving wildly, constantly eroding the victim's body tissues. Wherever they go, the cell structure is destroyed and the normal physiological repair mechanism is completely disrupted, as if an invisible black hand is desperately pulling the injured into the abyss of death. Lin Mo's heart sank. He thought to himself that this injury was indeed tricky, but with his strength at the peak of the qi-gathering realm, it was far from unsolvable. Xiaotian also suggested, "Host, the purifying power of Longgang Nei Jingong may be able to restrain this evil energy. Try to accurately transform the spiritual power into purifying power and slowly inject it into the injured person's body. Pay attention to the fluctuations and feedback of the energy." Lin Mo immediately activated the Longgang internal energy kung fu, transforming his internal energy into a gentle yet powerful purifying force, and slowly and carefully injected it into the injured person's body. The power of purification flowed through the injured man's meridians, and with every step forward, he could feel the crazy resistance of the evil energy. Beads of sweat oozed from Lin Mo's forehead. He clenched his teeth and concentrated on controlling the direction and intensity of his spiritual power. At the same time, internal force is used to simulate the healing properties of running water to accelerate the repair of the injured person's body tissues. The inner force is like a flexible stream of water, quickly nourishing the damaged cells in the channel opened up by the purifying force. With Lin Mo's unremitting efforts, the evil and chaotic energy gradually lost to the power of purification and began to slowly dissipate. The black mist at the wound gradually thinned, and the purple skin gradually returned to its normal color. The originally crazy team member's eyes gradually became clear, his breathing became steady, and he lay calmly on the hospital bed. After some difficult treatment, the injured team members were finally out of danger and their condition quickly improved. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief and was about to discuss the next plan with Song Wei. At this moment, a loud shouting suddenly came from outside the medical tent.
"Oh no, another team member is injured."
A member of the Dragon team hurried in, looking panicked. Immediately afterwards, several team members rushed in carrying a new injured person. The wounded man was covered with a strange layer of frost, his skin was an unnatural bluish-white color, his teeth were clenched, his body was shaking constantly, and white cold air came out of his mouth from time to time. Before Lin Mo could check on the wounded, the sandstorm outside the camp suddenly became more violent, and the tents were blown to the point of being shaken, as if they would be uprooted by the strong wind in the next second. At the same time, the ground began to shake slightly, and a low roar came from the direction of the ruins in the distance, as if something terrifying was awakening.
"What's going on?" Song Hui looked at Lin Mo anxiously. "Mr. Lin, is the change in the ruins related to the newly appeared injured person?" Xiaotian said anxiously in Lin Mo's mind.
"Host, I just detected that the energy fluctuations around the ruins have changed dramatically, which is completely different from the previous pattern. The frost energy on this new wounded person is also very strange, and it seems to resonate with some kind of power in the ruins." Lin Mo took a deep breath and calmed his mind. "First treat the wounded, then I must enter the ruins as soon as possible. These changes may be the evil forces trying to stop us, but the more so, the more we cannot retreat." Song Hui gritted his teeth and nodded. "Okay, Mr. Lin, we will fully cooperate with you." Lin Mo once again devoted himself to treating the newly wounded. He used his internal energy to try to dispel the strange frost on the wounded, but the frost was extremely stubborn and every attempt was met with strong resistance. Lin Mo waved his hand, his expression still solemn. "This is only temporarily stabilizing the injury. To truly solve the problem, we have to enter the ruins and find the source of this evil power." Song Wei frowned, his eyes full of worry. He took a step forward and said sincerely, "Mr. Lin, your medical skills have opened our eyes, and the team members are out of danger because of you. But this ruin is too dangerous, we cannot let you take the risk. If something happens to you, how can we explain it to you and how can we repay your kindness?" Lin Mo knew in his heart that they were sincerely thinking about him, but he could not retreat when he thought that the evil power hidden deep in the ruins might erupt again at any time. With a firm look and sharp eyes, he explained patiently, "Captain Song, I understand your concerns, but only if I go deep into the ruins can I solve the problem completely. Although the team members are out of danger for the time being, as long as the evil force is not eliminated, they may relapse at any time, and even more people may be harmed." Lin Mo continued, "Since I'm here, I have no intention of retreating.
As a warrior, it is my responsibility to slay demons and solve evil spirits.
Don't worry, I will act carefully and won't take any risks. Also, with you guys supporting me outside, I will feel more confident.
Song Hui was still hesitant, his face full of confusion.
Seeing this, Lin Mo said, the evil power this time is so strange. If we don't take this opportunity to completely resolve it, it will only become stronger and stronger. By then, it will not only harm the team members who are carrying out the mission, but may also affect more innocent people.
I believe that this is not what you want to see.
Lin Mo looked at the ruins outside the camp that were covered by wind and sand.
Although he felt a little uneasy, he was more determined. Chapter 55, Ruins Monster.
Song Hui was silent for a moment, then he sighed heavily and nodded helplessly.
Mr. Lin, since you have made up your mind, we will not stop you. But you must be careful. We will be on standby outside at any time.
Once there is a danger signal, we will immediately find a way to respond. Our Dragon team has deployed the most advanced communication and monitoring equipment around here, so you can contact us immediately if there is any situation. Lin Mo smiled slightly and nodded in thanks. Don't worry, I will return safely. After that, he adjusted his state again, and the spiritual power around him surged slightly, preparing to step into the mysterious and dangerous ruins. The wind and sand cut across his cheeks like a knife, raging behind him, as if playing a prelude to the adventure he was about to face, and his figure seemed both small and resolute in the wind and sand. Lin Mo put his hands behind his back and stepped steadily into the ruins against the wind and sand. As soon as I stepped in, the noise from the outside world was instantly blocked off by an invisible barrier, leaving only an eerie silence. The strong wind, carrying sand and gravel, roared like a wild beast outside the ruins, but inside this door, it was so quiet that not even the sound of the wind could get in, with only the sound of his own steady and strong heartbeat. The lingering sound of the wind and sand still echoed in my ears, but at this moment the only sound was my own heavy breathing. Xiaotian nervously reminded Lin Mo in his mind, Host, the energy fluctuations in the ruins are chaotic, pay attention to keep the spiritual power circulation stable and prevent interference from unknown energy. The energy disorder in this place is far beyond imagination, and it is very likely to impact your spiritual power circulation instantly.
You must always pay attention to the flow of spiritual power in your body.
Lin Mo responded calmly, Don't worry, with my strength at the peak of the spiritual martial realm, these little troubles are not enough to throw me off balance. At the entrance, a heavy stone door was half open and engraved with strange symbols. It flashed a cold light in the darkness, like countless pairs of eyes peeping in.
Lin Mo's footsteps echoed dully in the empty passage.
The torches on the wall emitted a faint green light, which stretched his shadow into strange distortions, as if it would separate from his body at any moment. On the stone walls on both sides of the passage, there was a faint rise of strange mist, which sometimes condensed into vague ghost faces and sometimes dissipated in the darkness, making a faint whimpering sound. He scanned the area with a cold eye, paying attention to every subtle change, and constantly pondering the secrets behind these strange signs. He knew very well that every detail could be the key to solving the mystery of the ruins. We walked forward to a huge circular stone chamber. On the central stone platform was a crystal ball that emitted a strange red light. The light was like blood flowing, dyeing the stone chamber dark red. Blurred figures appeared faintly on the surrounding walls, like trapped ghosts, uttering faint low moans. The floor of the stone room was covered with complex runes, which emitted a faint blue light, interweaving with the red light of the crystal ball, creating a mysterious and dangerous atmosphere. The air was filled with a pungent stench of decay, mixed with a faint smell of blood, which made people want to vomit. Lin Mo's heart sank, realizing that these strange phenomena might be closely related to the strange injuries of the team members, and the truth must be found out as soon as possible. A gust of cold wind blew by, the light of the crystal ball flickered violently, the figure on the wall became clearer and clearer, twisting and struggling, and roaring in pain. Lin Mo clenched his fists vigilantly, circulated his spiritual power, and scanned the surroundings with eyes like a torch. Suddenly, a skinny, cracked hand emerged from the darkness and grabbed his ankle. He looked sternly, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, and without hesitation, he gathered his spiritual power in his palm and struck hard at the wrist of that hand. Xiaotian analyzed anxiously in his mind, Host, this is a low-level evil spirit. Its energy core is at the wrist. We can get rid of it completely by attacking it with all our strength. I just found through energy scanning that its energy convergence point is at the wrist joint. As long as we destroy it, its control ability will collapse. Lin Mo sneered in a low voice, it's just an ant-like thing. Sure enough, the hand loosened instantly and disappeared into the darkness. At this time, black smoke emerged from the corner of the stone chamber and quickly spread, enveloping Lin Mo. Sharp screams and grinding sounds were heard from time to time in the smoke, as if countless pairs of eyes were watching in the darkness. Lin Mo looked calm with a bit of contempt on his face. He calmly performed the Hunyuan Yulong step, and his body moved like lightning, and he found the source of the smoke in an instant.
From the depths of the smoke, a huge black shadow slowly emerged, its outline blurred and emitting a chilling evil aura.
Lin Mo's eyes were like a falcon, fixed tightly on the black shadow. He secretly practiced the Dragon Gang internal energy to let the spiritual power flow at a high speed in his meridians, and a layer of faint golden light appeared around his body. At this moment, spiritual energy was surging all over his body. His powerful aura made the air around him tremble, forming an invisible oppressive force that made the surrounding darkness retreat a little. Looking at the terrifying black shadow in front of him, Lin Mo raised a mocking arc at the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, "With an opponent of this level, you want to stop me? It's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot." Xiaotian calmly analyzed, "Host, according to the energy scan, the energy fluctuations of this shadow are concentrated in the head. Attacking there can effectively weaken it. I detected that the energy reaction of its head is the strongest, which is likely to be its core. Attacking there can disrupt its energy flow." Lin Mo nodded slightly, his tone full of disdain. "I want to see how hard its so-called core is." In the blink of an eye, the black shadow appeared. It was actually a monster more than 2 people tall, with sharp bone spurs all over its body and flowing with foul-smelling black mucus. The head was oddly shaped, without any facial features, only a huge mouth with densely packed fangs flashing coldly under the dark red light. The monster sensed Lin Mo's gaze and let out a deafening roar, causing the stone chamber to buzz and dust to fall. Then, it swung its arms, which were as thick as tree trunks, causing a whirring sound and sweeping over with the force of thunder. Chapter 56 Ancient Battlefield. Lin Mo followed the guidance of the light and continued to go deeper into the ruins. After walking for a distance, Lin Mo came to a huge open space. A strong smell of blood wafted over, and the ground was covered with huge cracks and holes, as if it had been through a brutal war. Suddenly, his foot slipped and he almost fell into a bottomless ravine. When he steadied himself and looked down, he found a strange light flickering at the bottom of the ravine. Lin Mo used his skills to carefully land at the bottom of the ravine. There, he saw many glowing fragments, which were engraved with mysterious runes. Xiaotian quickly analyzed and conveyed in Lin Mo's mind, "Host, these fragments are detected to contain unique energy fluctuations, which are weakly related to the core energy of the ruins. It is very likely that there are clues about the origin of the ruins or major secrets. It is recommended to collect and analyze them." Lin Mo picked up a piece of debris and used his spiritual power to try to decipher the runes on it. At this moment, the surrounding space suddenly vibrated violently, and countless afterimages emerged from all directions. These afterimages are exactly the fighting figures in the murals. They fight each other and the shouts are deafening, as if bringing Lin Mo back to that ancient war. "Lin Mo, is this the ancient battlefield?" "Xiaotian, that's right. This is the battlefield where the battle between humans and demons took place thousands of years ago." Lin Mo was shocked by the scene before him. He realized that he was on the battlefield of the tragic battle between humans and demons 1,000 years ago. In the afterimage, human warriors cast devastating spells with shining light. The demons were surrounded by strange black mist, and everything withered wherever they went. Xiaotian exclaimed, "Host, according to the analysis of energy fluctuations, these afterimages are the concrete manifestation of the residual ancient energy, accurately restoring the battle scene at that time, which is of great significance to the study of the human-demon war." Lin Mo looked calm, raised his eyebrows slightly, and thought to himself, "I understand all this, it's just the afterglow of some energy." He stared at the afterimages, trying to find clues from their battle. He discovered that although the magic spells of humans were powerful, the demons seemed to have a special resistance to certain energy fluctuations. Lin Mo continued to go deeper into the battlefield, and on the way, he discovered a huge stone tablet half buried underground. The stone tablet is engraved with dense text, recording the cause and course of the war. It turns out that thousands of years ago, the demons invaded the human world in order to fight for living space. The powerful sects of mankind stepped forward and fought a desperate battle with them. Just as Lin Mo was concentrating on interpreting the words on the stone tablet, the ground suddenly shook violently, and a huge demonic hand broke out of the ground and grabbed Lin Mo. Lin Mo reacted very quickly, performing the Hunyuan Wandering Dragon step to quickly dodge. He looked closely and saw a demonic shadow formed by countless black mists slowly emerging. The demonic shadow let out a low roar, "How dare you, tiny human, break into this place?" Lin Mo had a mocking smile on his face, his eyes full of disdain, and said coldly, "How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Xiaotian urgently reminds, host, the energy level of the demon shadow is assessed to be dangerous, and the energy fluctuations are concentrated in the arms and core areas.
Pay attention to dodge its close-range attacks and look for core flaws.
Lin Mo nodded slightly, his tone full of indifference. He is just a guy who looks strong on the outside but is weak on the inside.
What tricks can he come up with?
He took a deep breath and activated the Dragon Gang internal power, and a golden light shone around him. You were defeated 1,000 years ago, so don't even think about wreaking havoc here today. After saying that, he unleashed the star-breaking fist, smashing towards the demon shadow with brilliant golden light. The demon shadow waved his magic hand to resist, and the black mist collided with the golden spiritual power, bursting out with a powerful impact force. During the battle, Lin Mo remembered the weaknesses of the demons recorded on the stone tablet. He adjusted his internal force output and simulated the energy fluctuations of human strongmen to restrain the demons in war. In an instant, the demon seemed to have suffered a severe blow and his body began to tremble. Seeing this, Lin Mo took advantage of the situation and attacked, gathering all his spiritual power into his right fist and fiercely slamming it towards the core of the demon shadow.
Lin Mo's full-strength attack hit the core of the demon shadow with unstoppable force.
With an earth-shaking roar, the black mist surrounding the demon shadow quickly dissipated like thick smoke blown away by a strong wind. But before Lin Mo could catch his breath, the space around him suddenly twisted, and black cracks appeared out of nowhere, from which countless demonic shadows and residual souls poured out. These remaining demonic souls let out sharp and piercing cries and surged towards Lin Mo like a tide. Xiaotian shouted anxiously, host, there are a large number of residual souls of demon shadows, and they have the characteristics of cluster attack. It is recommended to immediately build a spiritual defense matrix and find their energy-related nodes to carry out targeted attacks. Lin Mo's expression was calm, with a hint of disdain in his eyes.
A bunch of rabble dared to attack us?
He quickly activated the Dragon Gang internal energy to form a layer of golden spiritual power shield around his body to resist the impact of the remaining soul of the demon shadow. While Lin Mo was resisting, he was thinking in his mind, this passive defense is not a solution, I must find a way to break it. He looked around and found that these remaining evil spirits seemed to be attracted by a mysterious magic circle in the center of the battlefield. Lin Mo made a prompt decision and performed the Hanyuan Yulong step, rushing towards the magic circle. Along the way, he kept wielding his spiritual power to repel the approaching demonic spirits.
Finally, Lin Mo arrived in front of the magic circle.
The magic circle emitted a strange glow, and the runes flickered. He observed carefully and found that the operation of the magic circle was related to the sealing technique mentioned in the text on the stone tablet he had previously interpreted. Lin Mo took a deep breath and tried to mobilize his own spiritual power and inject it into the magic circle according to the method recorded on the stone tablet. With the injection of Lin Mo's spiritual power, the magic circle glowed brightly, and a powerful suction force emanated from the center of the magic circle, sucking those surging demonic souls into it one after another. But just when the remaining soul of the demon was about to be completely sucked in, the magic circle suddenly trembled violently, as if it was about to lose control.
Xiaotian nervously reported.
Host, the array energy is overloaded, and the stability index has dropped to the dangerous threshold.
It is recommended to immediately adjust the frequency and intensity of spiritual power output to stabilize and repair it.
Lin Mo clenched his teeth and increased his spiritual power output, with beads of sweat on his forehead. He knew clearly that once the formation got out of control and these evil spirits rushed out, the world would be in disaster again. Lin Mo tried his best, the spiritual power around him surged wildly, his eyes fixed on the magic circle, his eyes full of determination to fight to the death. With the injection of the last bit of spiritual power, the trembling of the magic circle gradually subsided, and the light became more and more dazzling, sucking in all the remaining evil spirits, and then slowly dissipated. Lin Mo let out a long sigh and sat down on the ground exhausted. His clothes were already soaked with sweat and his limbs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead.
Xiaotian was also relieved. Host, the purification mission was successfully completed.
Energy monitoring shows that the evil energy in the battlefield area has dropped to a safe range.
Your performance is perfect.
Lin Mo responded silently in his heart with a relieved smile on his face. This fierce battle exhausted too much of his energy, but the joy of victory made him feel that it was all worth it. After resting for a while, Lin Mo stood up and continued to explore this ancient battlefield.
Chapter 57: The Guardian Beast's Strange Behavior.
The air around was filled with a thick smell of blood mixed with the smell of damp earth, which made people feel nauseous. The huge cracks and potholes crisscrossed the ground, like hideous wounds on the earth. In the distance, huge rocks blackened by the war and collapsed ruins were dim in the dim light, like dormant beasts. At the end of the battlefield, a tall stone tablet stood abruptly, with ancient characters engraved on the tablet. Although it has been eroded by wind and rain for thousands of years, it is still clearly visible. Lin Mo carefully studied the contents on the stone tablet and learned that the stone tablet was left by a powerful human 1,000 years ago. It recorded in detail the course of the Great War between humans and demons, and also engraved an astonishing prophecy: 1,000 years later, the devil will return to the world, and only those who find the inheritance and use supreme spiritual power to purify the evil can save the people. When Lin Mo's eyes swept across the stone tablet pointing out the location of the inheritance, his breathing became rapid. It is recorded that in the deepest part of the ruins, there is a secret room guarded by a mysterious force, which contains a supreme inheritance that can fight against the demons.
I am destined to be a villain, so it is only natural for me to inherit the legacy, right?
Lin Mo murmured to himself.
As Mo Yuxianzi, he was shouldering the mission of slaying demons and protecting the peace of the world.
At this moment, he was excited and nervous. He reviewed his journey, from treating injured team members as Mo Yuxianzi, to going deep into the ruins and using the power of laws to fight monsters. Every challenge gave him a deeper understanding of the power of laws that he controlled, and every escape from death made his will become more resolute like steel. The fear he once felt when facing unknown dangers has gradually been replaced by his firm belief in being a destined villain. He is becoming more and more certain that he is moving step by step towards the trajectory of destiny.
At this time, Xiaotian, host, there is no doubt that you are the chosen one.
There was an irrepressible excitement in Xiaotian's voice, which was not only his trust in Lin Mo, but also his anticipation for the new chapter that was about to begin. Lin Mo's eyes were determined, and without hesitation, relying on his keen perception of the power of laws, he headed towards the deepest part of the ruins indicated by the stone tablet. Along the way, the dim light grew fainter, as if it were swallowed up by some evil force. The cold wind whistled past, making a mournful whimper, as if the innocent souls who died in the war were crying out. The dilapidated buildings and ancient ruins are vaguely visible in the haze, as if telling the glory and vicissitudes of the past. Lin Mo gently stroked the runes on the wall. The cold touch and mysterious patterns from his fingertips produced a wonderful resonance with the power of laws in his body, which gave him a deeper understanding of the history of this relic and made him full of awe for the unknown that he was about to face. As we went deeper, the atmosphere around us became more and more mysterious. The air seemed to be filled with an ancient and powerful force that made it hard to breathe. Lin Mo's palms were slightly sweaty, and he kept encouraging himself in his heart: now that I have come this far, as Mo Yuxianzi, I must not retreat. I must get the inheritance and save the people. At this moment, he is no longer the slightly immature boy who first entered the ruins, but a strong man who shoulders the mission and controls the power of laws. Suddenly, a huge stone gate appeared in front of them. It was engraved with strange patterns. Those patterns seemed to have life, emitting a deep light. Relying on the power of the law, Lin Mo keenly sensed that the inheritance was behind this stone gate. He took a deep breath, circulated the power of the laws in his body, injected it into the stone gate, and tried to open the passage to the key inheritance. At the moment when the power of the law touched the stone gate made a low roar and slowly vibrated, as if a giant beast that had been sleeping for thousands of years was finally awakened. The stone door vibrated slowly, making a dull sound, and the raised dust filled the surroundings. Lin Mo stared at the stone gate, his heart pounding, feeling both expectant and nervous. As the stone door gradually opened, an ancient and mysterious atmosphere blew over him, as if bringing him into a completely new time and space. Behind the door was a narrow passage with glowing gems inlaid on the walls, illuminating the way forward. Lin Mo stepped in carefully, taking every step extremely cautiously, for fear of triggering hidden danger. Xiaotian also became nervous in his mind and quickly analyzed: host, according to the environmental scan, there are many unstable nodes in the energy field of this channel, which may hide unknown dangers. Be sure to stay vigilant and pay attention to the subtle changes in energy fluctuations. Lin Mo nodded slightly, his eyes became more focused, not missing any details.
He used the power of the law to sense the energy fluctuations of the gems and found that these gems seemed to emit light in a certain order, which was vaguely related to the ancient magic circle knowledge he had learned in the ruins before. This gave him a little more confidence in the subsequent exploration.
Walking along the passage, Lin Mo came to a huge circular stone chamber. In the center of the stone chamber, an ancient book emitting soft light was placed on a stone platform, and several crystals emitting light of different colors were suspended around the ancient book.
Lin Mo recognized it at a glance. This ancient book must be the key to inheritance.
Just as he was about to approach the stone platform, the ground in the stone chamber suddenly shook violently, and countless sharp stone spikes emerged from all directions. Lin Mo reacted quickly and performed the Hunyuan Yulong step that integrated the power of the laws, moving flexibly among the stone spikes and avoiding the attacks. While dodging, he used the power of the laws to observe the patterns of the stone thorns, trying to find a way to break them. During the fierce dodging process, Lin Mo discovered that the appearance of the stone thorns seemed to be related to the flashing frequency of the crystals around the ancient books. His mind moved, and he concentrated his energy, mobilizing the power of the laws in his body, focusing it in his eyes, trying to decipher the mystery in the crystal light.
He recalled the ancient murals he had seen in the ruins before.
The mysterious rituals depicted on the murals seemed to have similar flashing light scenes. Through constant comparison and analysis in his mind, combined with the analysis of energy by the power of law, Lin Mo finally discovered that when the crystal light flashed in a specific order, the stone thorns would pause briefly. He took a deep breath, found the right moment, and took advantage of the pause in the stone spikes to rush towards the stone platform. Just as he was about to touch the ancient book, a huge guardian beast suddenly jumped out from under the stone platform, bringing up a strong airflow that blew the surrounding dust into the sky. Lin Mo took a closer look and saw that the guardian beast was huge, more than 2 people tall, and covered with a layer of black scales that shimmered with a faint light. The edges of the scales were as sharp as blades, emitting a cold light in the dim light. The head is triangular, with a pair of blood-red vertical pupils burning with flames of anger, as if they can see through people's souls. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs, each as long as a dagger.
Disgusting green slime flowed between its teeth, dripping onto the ground and instantly corroding small pits.
The tail is thick and long, covered with sharp spikes, like a giant mace. It can smash the surrounding stone thorns into pieces with a casual swing.
Chapter 58 Inheritance.
Lin Mo took a deep breath and thought to himself, here comes another tough one.
Judging from his posture, his strength may be greater than mine. Xiaotian anxiously analyzed in his mind.
Host, through energy spectrum analysis, the energy fluctuations of this guardian beast are extremely complex and powerful. The core energy is concentrated in the head and heart area. The attack mode is likely to be a combination of close-range biting and energy shock.
We must be careful in dealing with it.
Lin Mo responded in his heart, don't worry, I won't act rashly.
Let's see its attack mode first. He used the power of the law to carefully observe the guardian beast's body movements and energy fluctuations, and found that before the guardian beast launched an attack each time, the faint light on its scales would flash rapidly. This was most likely a signal that it was accumulating energy. Lin Mo silently noted this detail and prepared to find an opportunity to counterattack. The guardian beast seemed to sense Lin Mo's provocation and let out a deafening roar.
The sound echoed in the stone chamber, causing Lin Mo's eardrums to hurt. Then, it kicked its hind legs and shot straight towards Lin Mo like a black cannonball, its sharp claws drawing several cold streaks in the air. Lin Mo's pupils suddenly shrank, and the power of the laws around him circulated wildly. He instantly performed the Hunyuan Yulongbu that integrated the power of the laws and dodged sideways. Just when he thought a fierce battle was about to begin, the guardian beast suddenly stopped in mid-air. Its blood-red vertical pupils stared at Lin Mo, and a hint of doubt and surprise flashed in its originally aggressive eyes.
Its nose twitched slightly, as if capturing some special scent in the air.
Then, the guardian beast let out a low roar, which was no longer as angry and fierce as before, but instead had a slightly complex meaning. The atmosphere in the stone chamber was still oppressive, but there was a subtle change. The dust slowly fell in silence, and the light of the glimmering gem no longer flickered, as if it was waiting for something. Lin Mo's heart moved, and he suddenly remembered some clues about guardian beasts he had obtained in the ruins before. Legend has it that some guardian beasts will judge whether the intruder is qualified to inherit based on his breath.
Could it be that the guardian beast's attitude changed because it sensed the special aura of Mo Yushiansi and the power of the laws that he controlled?
The guardian beast's huge body slowly turned around, and its originally tense muscles gradually relaxed. It walked towards the exit of the stone chamber with heavy steps, leaving a deep footprint on the ground with every step. Lin Mo's face was full of doubts, but he didn't dare to relax his tense nerves. His eyes followed the guardian beast closely, and he secretly wondered in his heart, why did this guardian beast suddenly leave?
Is there something in my body that makes it afraid? Xiaotian was also wondering in his mind, host, did he find out your identity and leave?
The guardian beast walked to the door of the stone chamber, looked back at Lin Mo, and then disappeared into the darkness of the passage. As the guardian beast left, the strange atmosphere in the stone chamber gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of tranquility. Lin Mo slowly walked to the stone platform and his eyes fell on the ancient book that was emitting a soft light. He stretched out his hand and gently touched the ancient book. A warm and familiar power came from his fingertips, as if responding to his arrival. As soon as Lin Mo's fingers touched the ancient book, the light on the ancient book suddenly became brighter, and the strong light enveloped him completely.
A powerful and ancient force surged into his body through his fingertips, rushing through his meridians.
He suddenly felt sore all over, as if his body was about to burst by this force.
Xiaotian anxiously called out in his mind, "Host, how are you?"
Lin Mo gritted his teeth and persisted, practicing the Dragon Gang internal energy in an attempt to guide this power. Under the collision of the two forces, his forehead was covered with sweat and his face was as pale as paper. As time went by, he gradually mastered the trick and integrated the power in the ancient books with his own spiritual power. In the light, information about ancient fighting techniques, powerful spell formulas, and the weaknesses of the demons flooded into his mind like a tide. He saw more details of the great war between humans and demons 1,000 years ago, and how the strong human beings used their wisdom and courage to resist the invasion of demons. Those lost spells, every move and every form were constantly practiced in his mind, and every detail was extremely clear. The first is a set of spells called All Things Demon Breaking Technique, which can gather the surrounding natural forces and transform them into corresponding attack forms according to different battle scenarios. In the desert, you can gather the power of sandstorms to form sharp sand blades to cut your enemies in the forest. You can control trees to turn them into tough vines to bind your opponents.
Next is the inheritance of the ability of telepathy. After it is activated, one can see through the flow of the enemy's spiritual power and accurately find the flaws. It can also sense the hidden energy fluctuations in the surrounding environment and detect danger in advance. At the same time, he also mastered the 9-turn soul restoration technique, which can not only quickly restore his own spiritual power, but also heal others and repair damaged meridians. Regarding the weaknesses of the demons, he learned that although the demons were surrounded by strange black fog and had strong defenses, their power came from the dark abyss and they were extremely afraid of spiritual power of light attributes. Furthermore, when the demons launch powerful attacks, their core energy will be briefly exposed, and as long as the timing is right, they can deliver a fatal blow. After an unknown amount of time, the light gradually dissipated, and Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, with a gleam of brilliance flashing in his eyes. At this moment, his temperament was completely different from before, and he exuded a strong sense of confidence and calmness. He has mastered the inheritance. Not only has his strength increased greatly, but he has also gained a deeper understanding of the laws of power in the world. He picked up the ancient book and found a line of words on the originally blank page: "The inheritance has been passed down. Use this power to protect the peace of the world." Lin Mo walked steadily along the passage, his heart full of determination for the challenges ahead. At this moment, his mind moved, and a data panel emitting soft blue light instantly appeared in front of him. Host, Lin Mo. Identity, Destiny Villain. Level, mid-stage of Yuanwu realm improved due to inheritance.
Spiritual power, 8,000 upper limit, can be increased with level.
Skill. Hunyuan Yulong Bubu, Shattering Starfist, Wanxiang Pomo Ju, Lingxi Xinyan, Zhuoxuan Huilingshu, Longgang Nijingdong. Special item, Mysterious Ancient Book records the inheritance content, can be consulted at any time to deepen understanding. Lin Mo looked at the data on the panel and a sense of pride surged in his heart. The inheritance not only enriched his skills, but also increased his level and spiritual power, which greatly increased his confidence. Although I have only just begun to glimpse new skills such as the myriad demon breaking technique, with continuous practice, they will surely unleash great power. Lin Mo pondered secretly, his eyes full of expectation and confidence. He closed the panel, quickened his pace and walked towards the exit of the ruins, ready to face the upcoming demonic crisis with new strength. Chapter 59, Hemostatic Agent demonstrates its power. Lin Mo closed the data panel and quickened his pace towards the exit of the ruins. The moment he stepped out of the ruins, the dazzling sunlight shone on him. He raised his hand to block it, and it took him a while to adjust to the surrounding scene. Over at the camp, the members of the Chinese Dragon team had been waiting anxiously. When they saw Lin Mo, they immediately cheered and surrounded him. Song Hui said excitedly, "Mr. Lin, you finally came out." Everyone was worried sick.
Lin Mo nodded slightly and said solemnly, "We have gained a lot this time, but we are also facing a huge crisis." He told everyone about his experiences in the ruins, from the truth of the war between humans and demons to the prophecy of the return of the demon shadow, and then to the process of his obtaining the inheritance. After hearing this, the team members were immediately in an uproar.
The young team member Xiao Zhan was terrified and cried, "What should we do? The demon is really coming. How can we defeat it?"
His hands trembled unconsciously and his eyes were full of despair. Although Shaoli pretended to be calm, his clenched fist still revealed his inner tension. He swallowed and said, "Thousands of years ago, the strong men of mankind paid a heavy price.
Can we really withstand it?"
Old team member Lao Wang frowned, took a deep puff of cigarette, slowly exhaled a thick smoke ring, and sighed, "Why panic?
There are always more solutions than problems."
But his eyes could not hide his worry. The players talked to each other, and the anxiety spread quickly among the crowd like wildfire. At this time, Sister Zhao, the technical director who had been silent the whole time, pushed her glasses and said calmly, "Don't panic yet.
Mr. Lin said that the demons are afraid of the spiritual power of light attribute. We can start from this aspect.
I remember the records that there is a spiritual valley in the far north, where a plant called sunlight grass grows.
Maybe it can be used."
When Xiao Zhang heard this, his eyes lit up for a moment, but then dimmed again. The far north? The environment there is harsh, and there are all kinds of unknown dangers.
Can we find it successfully? How do you know if you don't try?
The captain, who had always been calm, stood up at this moment with a firm look on his face.
We can't just sit there and wait.
Sister Zhao, please organize the information about daylight grass and other spiritual objects with light attributes, and we will act in groups. Those who are good at fighting will go to look for spiritual objects, and the others will be responsible for logistics and researching tactics in the camp.
Everyone nodded and began to do their own job.
Lin Mo stood aside and watched the team members discuss quietly. He believed that with everyone's joint efforts, they would be fully prepared for the upcoming Demon Shadow crisis. With everyone's concerted efforts, the preliminary work to deal with the Phantom crisis was initially completed, and Lin Mo finally found time to return to Jiangcheng. As soon as he got off the plane, he was enveloped by the familiar and lively atmosphere of Jiangcheng. The hustle and bustle of the streets and the flashing neon lights gradually relaxed his nerves that had been tense for a long time.
Lin Mo couldn't wait to call Su Qingxue. As soon as the call was connected, Su Qingxue's surprised voice came from the other end. "Mo, you are finally back."
Lin Mo raised the corners of his mouth and responded gently, "Well, I'm back, let's have dinner together tonight."
Su Qingxue readily agreed, and her cheerful tone made Lin Mo even more excited.
In the evening, Lin Mo came to the private restaurant full of literary and artistic atmosphere that they often visited. The interior of the store is elegant and warm, the wooden tables and chairs exude a faint wood fragrance, and the art paintings hanging on the walls are more charming under the warm light. Su Qingxue had already been sitting by the window, wearing a simple yet elegant white dress, like a blooming lily. Her eyes were fixed on the door. The moment she saw Lin Mo, her eyes lit up brightly and she stood up and walked quickly to greet him. Lin Mo walked forward and hugged her gently. The unique fragrance of her hair lingered around his nose, and the fatigue from the journey instantly dissipated. He lowered his head slightly, kissed Su Qingxue on the forehead, and said softly, "I'm sorry to have worried you during this period of time."
Su Qingxue's cheeks turned slightly red.
She shook her head gently and took his hand to sit at the dining table. On the dining table, the delicate candlesticks emitted a soft glow, making the faces of the two people look particularly charming. The waiters brought their favorite dishes one after another, each of which was delicious and tasty. Lin Mo carefully served Su Qingxue a bowl of her favorite soup and said with a smile, "Try it and see if you have any improvement." Su Qingxue took a sip, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. "It's still as delicious as before, and it still has the familiar taste." As she spoke, she scooped up a spoonful of soup and handed it to Lin Mo. "Try it too." Lin Mo smiled and opened his mouth, his eyes full of love. During the meal, Lin Mo and Su Qingxue shared their experiences during this period. From the thrilling battle in the ruins, to the shock of obtaining the inheritance, to every detail of preparing with the teammates to deal with the Phantom crisis. Su Qingxue listened attentively, sometimes nervously grabbing Lin Mo's hand, and sometimes showing a gratified smile for his success. When she heard about the crisis of the Demon Shadow, a trace of worry flashed in her eyes, but she soon became firm, tightly holding Lin Mo's hand and said, "No matter what happens, I will always be by your side. I believe you can protect everyone." Lin Mahue held her hand, gently stroked her fingertips, and said seriously, "With you here, I feel full of strength."
Su Qingxue's cheeks were flushed, and she gently leaned on Lin Mo's shoulder.
In this warm atmosphere, all the pressure and fatigue were thrown away.
At this moment, they just hoped to enjoy this rare tranquility and sweetness for a while longer. Chapter 60, Surge from all directions.
The battlefield was filled with smoke and the shouts of killing were deafening. Chinese soldiers were engaged in a fierce battle with foreign forces. Unfortunately, a young soldier was hit by a stray bullet. His clothes were instantly stained with blood. He covered his wound and staggered to the ground. The comrades were extremely anxious, but they were unable to rescue him.
At this critical moment, the medical soldier arrived quickly and without hesitation took out the hemostatic agent developed by Lin Mo and sprayed it on the soldier's wound. A magical thing happened. In less than a minute, the wound that was originally bleeding profusely suddenly coagulated, and the soldier's pale face gradually regained some color. Fighting spirit burned in his eyes. He shouted loudly, jumped up, tightened his weapon in his hand again, and rushed towards the enemy bravely. This scene boosted the morale of the comrades around him, and they shouted and launched a more fierce attack. When the soldiers from foreign forces saw this scene, their eyes were filled with disbelief. They thought that this injured Chinese soldier would lose his combat effectiveness and become a burden on the battlefield, but the scene before them completely overturned their perception. An enemy squad leader widened his eyes and stammered to the adjutant beside him, What kind of potion is this? How can it have such a quick effect of stopping bleeding and restoring health?" The adjutant was also shocked, shaking his head and saying, "I have never seen such a magical thing. When did China have such black technology?" With the help of hemostatic agents, the Chinese soldiers fought more and more bravely and gradually reversed the situation on the battlefield. Foreign forces began to lose ground, their hearts filled with fear and confusion, not understanding how many amazing secret weapons like this China still had hidden. After witnessing the astonishing scene on the battlefield where hemostatic agents instantly allowed seriously injured soldiers to charge back with full health, foreign forces quickly reported this shocking information to the top leaders through encrypted communication channels as quickly as possible. The head of the enemy country suddenly stood up in the magnificent but murderous conference room and slammed his hands on the conference table, causing the documents on the table to rustle. His eyes seemed to be burning with greedy flames, and he gritted his teeth and said, "What kind of incredible potion has China created? We must get the formula. With it, we will have the final say on the battlefield. Internationally, those countries that have been against us will have to reconsider our weight. The right to speak will naturally be firmly in our hands." As soon as he finished speaking, the Minister of Defense immediately agreed, "What the Führer said is absolutely right. This medicine is too important for us. If we can equip our troops on a large scale, we will have an absolute advantage in any future conflicts." The foreign minister also pushed up his glasses and added, "Moreover, once we have this medicine in our hands, we will have an extremely deterrent trump card at the international negotiation table." With everyone's unanimous agreement, the enemy country quickly assembled the country's top scientific research team. These researchers were urgently packed into black bulletproof vehicles and transported to the secret laboratory at lightning speed. In the laboratory, the lights were pale and dazzling. The medical supplies with hemostatic agents left on them that the researchers had painstakingly collected from the battlefield were carefully placed on the operating table. Their brows were twisted into knots, their eyes were full of anxiety and concentration, and their hands were operating various precision instruments quickly. Under the electron microscope, they tried to find a key clue from the tiny sample the mass spectrometer kept flashing data, but the results were always disappointing. Repeated experimental failures made the atmosphere in the laboratory as depressing as the dead silence before a storm. The team leader rubbed his bloodshot eyes, looking exhausted, but not daring to slack off in the slightest. He yelled hysterically at his researchers, "Everyone, cheer up! Increase your research efforts! Even if we have to break down the ingredients of this potion into atoms, you must find the formula for me. If you fail to complete the task, you all know the consequences." At the same time, the enemy's head of state personally ordered a group of well-trained agents to be drawn from the elite intelligence departments. These agents have gone through layers of disguise. Some of them dress up as wealthy businessmen with big bellies and smiling faces, carrying seemingly valuable gifts and making connections everywhere. Others disguise themselves as tourists carrying cameras and looking curious, and travel through the streets and alleys of various cities. They were like poisonous snakes hiding in the dark, scattered all over China, asking for information related to hemostatic drugs. They secretly placed spies in places where Lin Mo often appeared, secretly recording his whereabouts with telephoto lenses. They also tried to bribe some people who seemed to be related to drug research and development with money and beauty, trying to pry intelligence out of them. On the border battlefield, the defeated foreign forces are still unwilling to give up. They continued to send in additional troops, and those soldiers armed with live ammunition patrolled back and forth on the border, deliberately creating friction. From time to time, they fired provocative shots at the Chinese border area, or sent small groups of troops to pretend to launch exploratory attacks, trying to create chaos again and seize the hemostatic samples in the chaos. For a time, the situation in the border area became increasingly tense, and the air seemed to be filled with the smell of gunpowder that could lead to a war breaking out at any time.
The security team sent by the military to Lin's was highly alert and keenly aware of the covert activities of the enemy's agents. They were on edge all day, closely monitoring every move around the Lin group and not missing any suspicious signs. The security captain hurriedly found Lin Mo and suggested solemnly,
"Mr. Lin, foreign forces are constantly making small moves.
They have been coveting the hemostatic formula for a long time. Your safety and the confidentiality of the formula are facing great threats.
We recommend that you try to reduce going out during this period.
All trips must undergo strict security assessments, and the security measures within the Lin group must be strengthened, and every person entering and leaving must be checked more carefully." Lin Mo frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes.
He waved his hand, his tone firm and a little disdainful.
"I, Lin Mo, don't need to be so timid when doing things.
Those jumping clowns can't cause any trouble."
In his opinion, his own strength is strong and the enemy's agents are nothing to be afraid of.
Afterwards, Lin Mo quickly convened the top management of Lin Group for an emergency meeting. The atmosphere in the conference room was solemn, and everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Mo.
Lin Mo stood up, glanced at the whole audience, and announced calmly and forcefully,
"From now on, the sale of hemostatic agents to overseas personnel is prohibited. All persons who purchase hemostatic agents must register with their real names, and the information must be detailed and accurate. At the same time, every business store must immediately add facial recognition equipment to ensure that every transaction can be accurately tracked. I hereby solemnly warn that if a hemostatic agent is found to have flowed into overseas, the purchaser will face collective punishment and there will be no leniency." This notice quickly caused a stir in the pharmaceutical industry. Major stores immediately got busy installing facial recognition equipment and training employees on the operating procedures.
The market already had a strong demand for hemostatic agents, but because of this restriction, buyers became more cautious and long queues formed at the real name registration offices.
When the enemy agents learned the news, they were immediately thrown into disarray. Chapter 61, Forging a Flying Sword.
The agent disguised as a businessman paced back and forth in the hotel room anxiously, cursing non-stop. This Lin Mo is too cruel. Now it will be more difficult for us to obtain samples through normal channels.
The agent disguised as a tourist was detected as abnormal by the facial recognition system when he tried to buy hemostatic agent.
His identity was almost exposed and he had to escape in disgrace. In the border area, foreign forces still refused to give up. They continue to gather troops and act as if they are ready to attack at any time, trying to put pressure on China and create chaos in order to find an opportunity to steal the hemostatic agent. But the Chinese military had already been on high alert, border troops had stepped up patrols, and various advanced reconnaissance equipment were closely monitoring the actions of foreign forces, leaving them no chance to take advantage. The military convoy once again arrived at the Lin Group in a mighty manner, and the atmosphere was more solemn than ever. Several senior military officers walked straight into Lin Mo's office with stern expressions. The leading general had a serious expression and spoke in a sincere tone. "Mr. Lin, foreign forces have gone crazy.
They are likely to take extreme actions out of desperation. For your absolute safety, we suggest you enter the secret military base immediately." Hearing this, Lin Mo frowned, looked at the general with a firm gaze, and asked, "Can I leave? Can my family leave? Can my employees leave? If I leave, what will happen to the Lin Group? How will the research and development and production of hemostatic agents continue? Do we have to hide just because we are afraid of the enemy's threat?"
Lin Mo stood up, paced back and forth in the office, and continued, "This hemostatic agent is the key to protecting our soldiers.
Each bottle may save a life on the battlefield. Right now is a time of great need, and I cannot ignore the interests of the country and the people just for the sake of my own safety." The general was silent for a moment and tried to persuade, "Mr. Lin, we understand your concerns, but your safety is of utmost importance. You are a key figure in the development of hemostatic agents. If something happens to you, the consequences will be disastrous. The secret base has the most stringent security measures to ensure the safety of you and your family. As for the operation of the Lin Group, we will also arrange for special personnel to assist." Lin Mo stopped, his eyes revealing unquestionable determination. "General, I understand your good intentions, but I cannot hide away like a coward. I have to face these threats with my team and family. I believe that as long as we unite as one and strengthen our defenses, those foreign forces will not be able to cause any trouble." Seeing Lin Mo's firm attitude, the general had no choice but to compromise. "In this case, Mr. Lin, we will further strengthen the security of the Lin Group to protect you and everything here in all directions. But if the situation worsens, please be sure to consider our suggestions.
Lin Mo nodded in thanks. Thank you for the support of the military.
With your help, we are more confident in dealing with the enemy's provocation.
After seeing the general off, Lin Mo immediately convened the group's top management and security team to discuss further security upgrade plans, determined to protect everything he cherished in this war without gunpowder.
After the general left, Lin Mo was the only one left in the office. At this time, Xiao Tian's anxious voice came from my mind. Host, foreign forces are eyeing us now. The situation is very dangerous. Why don't we avoid the sharp edge and find a safe place to hide?
Lin Mo sneered and said firmly, Xiao Tian, it is my habit to take the initiative.
Hiding blindly will only make the enemy more arrogant and think that we are afraid of them.
There was a sharp gleam in his eyes, as if he could see through the enemy's every move. But, their agents are everywhere, and there are military threats on the border.
Wouldn't it be too risky for us to attack rashly? Xiao Tian was still a little worried.
Lin Mo walked to the window, overlooking the bustling street below, and said slowly, Xiao Tian, don't forget that I have inherited the power of the ancients.
How can these villains easily deal with me?
Besides, I am not a pushover either. We must turn passivity into initiative and seize the initiative in this contest. He turned back to his desk, turned on his computer, and pulled up information about enemy agents and foreign forces, browsing and analyzing it. They think they can succeed by doing some small tricks in the dark, but they don't know that we have our own spies. We must first understand their patterns of action, find their weaknesses, and then strike them with a fatal blow.
So what should we do specifically? Xiao Tian asked. Lin Mo pondered for a moment, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. By the way, do I have an intelligence network? Xiao Tian, yes, you do have a global intelligence network.
Lin Mo smiled and said, first, let the intelligence team increase the intensity of investigation on the agents and find all their bases in China.
Then, we will use the same trick on them, deliberately revealing some flaws to lure them into the trap.
As for the threats on the border, we can just ask the military to cooperate and teach them a lesson, so that they know the consequences of provoking China. A counterattack plan against foreign forces quietly began under the leadership of Lin Mo. That night, the military, police, and national security joined forces to wipe out the secret bases of foreign organizations in China. When senior officials of many countries learned that the strongholds they had painstakingly built up over many years in China had been wiped out, they were furious.
The enemy's head of state was furious in the conference room. He threw the documents at hand against the wall and shouted, "How is this possible? We have been planning carefully for many years. How could China uproot us so easily? What are the intelligence departments for?"
His face was filled with anger and unwillingness, and veins bulged on his forehead.
Senior officials from other countries involved in this secret war also held emergency meetings.
In a conference room that was splendid but had a depressing atmosphere, a senior official dressed in gorgeous clothes had a face so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it.
He gritted his teeth and said, "China was too ruthless this time.
We invested so many resources and trained so many agents, but they were all destroyed in one day. We must find a way to save the situation."
Countries quickly began a new round of conspiracy.
On the one hand, they urgently recalled the surviving agents to renegotiate the infiltration and penetration plans. On the other hand, in the international public opinion field, they tried to confuse right and wrong, accusing China of violating so-called human rights and international norms in an attempt to exert public opinion pressure on China. After Lin Mo learned the news, he sneered.
They really don't give up.
Since they want to play, then let's play with them to the end. Lin Mo sneered and thought to himself, these jumping clowns still want to stir up trouble. At that moment, he no longer paid too much attention to the disturbances in the outside world, but decided to retreat and forge a flying sword to improve his own strength. After all, only by becoming strong can one cope with all crises. He had a refining room specially prepared for him in the base. Various rare refining materials are placed in the refining room, and ancient runes are engraved on the walls, which can stabilize the fluctuations of spiritual power and provide an excellent environment for refining.
Chapter 62: The Threat from the East. Lin Mo took out the black iron essence he found from the ruins.
The black iron essence was dark black in color, emitting a cold luster, and contained powerful golden spiritual power. Lin Mo circulated the spiritual power in his body, and a blazing flame rose from his palm, wrapping the black iron essence. The black iron essence gradually softens under high temperature, making a sizzling sound. Lin Mo's forehead was covered with sweat, but his eyes were extremely focused. He knew very well that the first step in building a flying sword, refining materials, was crucial.
Any mistake would lead to waste. As time went by, the black iron essence was refined into a ball of liquid.
Lin Mo's hands kept changing seals to control the temperature of the flame and the infusion of spiritual power. He also added the essence extracted from spiritual objects with light attributes, so that the flying sword not only has powerful attack power but also has the ability to restrain the power of darkness.
This is also a preparation for the upcoming demonic shadow crisis. The next step was the shaping stage.
Lin Mo muttered something, and his hands danced quickly in the air. Under the traction of spiritual power, the fused liquid gradually stretched and extended, and finally formed the shape of a sword blank. The sword blank took shape, emitting a faint glow, with mysterious patterns faintly appearing on the blade. But this is far from enough. What Lin Mo wants to create is a peerless flying sword. He began to carve runes on the sword. These runes were what he learned from ancient texts, and each one contained powerful power. When engraving the runes, Lin Mo's mind was highly concentrated. If he was not careful, the runes would be engraved incorrectly and the whole flying sword might be scrapped. Runes lit up one after another on the sword, and the light of the sword became more and more dazzling.
When the last rune was engraved, the entire refining room was illuminated by dazzling light.
A powerful sword energy burst out from the flying sword, cutting the surrounding air with a hissing sound. Lin Mo gently grasped the flying sword that was still emitting blazing heat, and a feeling of pride surged in his heart. He circulated his spiritual power, trying to establish a deeper connection with the flying sword.
In an instant, something magical happened.
The flying sword in his hand hummed and vibrated, and the sword body glowed as if it was given life. Lin Mo's mind moved, and driven by his thoughts, the flying sword suddenly floated in the air. Then, rays of light peeled off from the sword. In the blink of an eye, the original flying sword turned into countless small flying swords. Each of these small flying swords flashed with cold light and was surrounded by spiritual energy.
Although they were small in size, they did not diminish their sharp momentum at all.
Lin Mo stretched out his hand and pointed, and countless small flying swords flew towards a huge stone target in the refining room like arrows. With a series of loud bang 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 noises, the huge rock target was instantly pierced by the densely packed small flying swords. Stones flew everywhere, and in a moment it turned into a pile of rubble. Seeing this, Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction. He knew very well that this characteristic of the flying sword would surely bring about tremendous power in actual combat. Whether facing groups of enemies or powerful single opponents, these small flying swords that can be controlled at will can launch attacks from different angles, making it difficult for the enemy to defend themselves. In order to further master this skill, Lin Mo began arduous training in the refining room. He kept changing the way he controlled the small flying swords, sometimes letting them form a sharp sword formation, and sometimes letting them disperse and fly back and forth at a very fast speed. With repeated practice, Lin Mo became more and more proficient in controlling the small flying swords. They were like a part of his body and could accurately execute his every command. When Lin Mo felt that he had mastered the ability of the flying sword, he decided to leave the refining room and test the true power of this peerless flying sword. He walked out of the secret base, looked at the sky, and secretly looked forward to the next battle with the enemy. With this magical weapon that could split into countless small flying swords, no matter it was the conspiracy of foreign forces or the threat of the demonic crisis, he would be able to resolve them one by one. The flying sword in Lin Mo's hand can be called a peerless artifact, with many extraordinary functions. This flying sword is made of rare black iron essence fused with the essence of spiritual objects with light attributes, and it contains powerful power in itself. The sword is made of extremely hard material and can easily cut through most weapons in the world. In battle, with just a light swing, it can release a powerful sword energy, like a flash of lightning, which can cause great damage to the enemy.
Even solid fortifications can be easily broken by it.
The most unique thing about this flying sword is that it can be divided into countless small flying swords. With Xiao Tian's help, each flying sword can fight alone, and even fight all over the world. When facing numerous enemies, Lin Mo only needs to think about it, and the flying swords will disperse instantly, flying towards the enemy like stars in the sky, covering a large area and leaving the enemy nowhere to hide. Moreover, with Lin Mo's mental power and Xiao Tian's assistance, he can control 10 flying swords to attack at the same time. These 10 flying swords can attack the enemy from different angles and in different ways according to Lin Mo's instructions, or make roundabout attacks or concentrated breakthroughs, making the enemy defenseless. In terms of defense, flying swords can also play an important role. Lin Mo can surround himself or others with flying swords or small flying swords to form a solid sword energy barrier that can resist various attacks. Whether it is the enemy's spell attack or physical attack, it is difficult to break through this layer of defense.
Flying swords can also be used for assistance and reconnaissance.
Lin Mo can let the small flying sword carry special spiritual power signals to explore unknown areas.
Once an abnormal situation is found, the information can be quickly fed back.
In the United States, President Trump walked out of his room early in the morning and was met with a flying sword. The flying sword was wrapped in a cold light and stabbed at him like lightning. The speed was so fast that people did not have time to react. Trump's eyes suddenly shrank, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. As the President of the United States, he had been in the political arena and had seen all kinds of storms, but this sudden attack still made his nerves tense. He subconsciously wanted to dodge backwards, but the flying sword followed him like a shadow.
Bang! With a loud bang, the flying sword hit the wall of his villa hard, splashing circles of spiritual power ripples. The powerful impact force made Trump take a half step back. He steadied his body, staring intently at the flying sword that was floating in the air with slightly trembling blade, his heart filled with shock and confusion. He thought to himself, on this earth, there is actually someone who can attack me silently. Who is this person? Who is it? How dare you act wildly on American soil? Trump roared angrily.
His voice echoed throughout the villa area, making the surrounding air buzz. However, the only response he got was dead silence, and no one showed up. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger, and this feeling that the enemy was in the dark and he was in the light made him, a strong man who was used to controlling everything, very uncomfortable. But the flying sword seemed to have its own consciousness. It turned flexibly in the air and stabbed towards him again.
Trump became more and more angry.
The flying sword was so agile. As the President of the United States, he was actually being fooled like this. How could he save his face if this got out? He stretched out his hand tentatively to grasp the hilt of the sword, and just when his hand was about to touch the flying sword suddenly changed direction again, turned into a stream of light, and flew away into the distance.
Chapter 63:My God.
He breathed a sigh of relief and finally left. He thought to himself, who is the controller of this flying sword? To be able to control the flying sword so flexibly, his strength must be very strong. Moreover, the other party seems to know something about me. The attack of this flying sword seems fierce, but it seems that he does not want to take my life.
Could it be a secret weapon of some country?
Thinking of this, Trump felt a chill in his heart.
If this were true, wouldn't it be too horrible? You could take someone's life from thousands of miles away, and you don't even know who your opponent is.
Trump looked at the flying sword in front of him that was emitting cold light. His brain was working rapidly and all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. He thought of those forces that were in direct confrontation with the United States in international affairs, but for a moment it was difficult to determine who had such courage and strength. Could it be the Big Bear Country, he whispered to himself? The Big Bear Country has always been a strong rival of the United States in military terms, possessing many advanced weapons and equipment and a mysterious spy organization. Their technical strength should not be underestimated, and it is not completely impossible for them to create such a flying sword.
But he quickly rejected this idea. The Big Bear Country has always been direct in its style of doing things.
If they really want to take action, I'm afraid they will not just make such a tentative threat, but will directly launch a thunder attack. He thought of the mysterious organizations in the Middle East, who were elusive and often did unexpected things. However, these organizations could hardly fully popularize even basic modern military equipment, let alone create such high-tech and fantasy flying swords. Trump's eyes gradually became sinister.
He paced back and forth in the room, muttering, "Who on earth is it?" Suddenly, a bolder guess flashed through his mind. Could it be a mysterious organization hiding in the dark?
These organizations may have unknown technology or mysterious power, lurking silently, waiting for the right time to make a splash. Just as his thoughts were in a mess, the flying sword suddenly vibrated and made a sharp buzzing sound, as if urging him to make a decision. Trump stopped abruptly, glared at the flying sword, and a nameless anger surged in his heart. No matter who you are, if you dare to threaten me, I will never let you go. He quickly pressed the emergency call button and summoned his most trusted staff and intelligence experts. When everyone rushed over and saw the flying sword suspended in the air, they couldn't help but gasp.
"Mr. President, what is going on?" an aide asked cautiously.
Trump snorted coldly. "I was just about to ask you.
Investigate it for me. Find out the mastermind behind this at all costs."
Intelligence experts surrounded the flying sword, trying to find some clues from it, but apart from emitting a cold aura, there was nothing unusual about the flying sword. Trump looked at the busy figures of the crowd and thought to himself, if it was really China who did it, then this contest may have just begun. He must come up with a response plan as soon as possible, otherwise, the United States' international status and its own authority will face unprecedented challenges. The head of the Secret Service Department hurried into the office, with beads of sweat on his forehead. Obviously he had jogged all the way there. After he stood still, he took a deep breath and was about to report on the action against the Chinese hemostatic agent. Mr. President, regarding our action against the Chinese hemostatic agent. Before he could finish his words, the flying sword that was originally floating in the air seemingly calmly suddenly became violent as if triggered by some signal. The sword shone brightly, and the originally cold light became hot and dazzling. It rushed around the room like a mad beast.
The first thing to be hit was the mountain of documents on the president's desk.
The flying sword was like a pair of sharp scissors, instantly shredding the documents into pieces. Paper scraps flew all over the sky, as if it was snowing white snow.
Then, the flying sword flew towards the huge crystal chandelier.
With a crisp click sound, the chandelier was cut in half, and crystal fragments fell like raindrops. Trump's eyes widened in horror and he instinctively raised his arms to protect his head and avoid the flying debris. The head of the Special Service Department was so frightened by this sudden change that he stood there in a daze, not even noticing that the documents in his hand had fallen to the ground. He watched helplessly as the flying sword rushed towards the priceless antique bookshelf again. After a crackling sound, the precious ancient books and ornaments on the bookshelf were all destroyed, and the ancient bookshelf collapsed.
What the hell is going on?
Trump roared at the top of his lungs, but the only response he got was the whistling sound of flying swords rushing around and the sound of objects being destroyed and shattered. The office was in a mess at this time. The expensive carpet was scratched and the famous paintings on the wall were cut into pieces. In the chaos, Trump suddenly realized that the abnormal behavior of the flying sword might be related to the Secret Service's action against the Chinese hemostatic agent.
Could it be that the Chinese side had noticed something and sent a warning through this flying sword?
The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible, and a chill ran through his heart. When the flying sword finally stopped destroying and hovered in the center of the ruins, Trump looked at the tragic scene in front of him, feeling shocked and angry. He knew that this matter was far beyond his control, and next, he must carefully consider how to respond to this series of warnings from the mysterious opponent, otherwise, the United States may face an unimaginable crisis. Trump, still in shock, suppressed his anger and fear and decided to contact his allies to discuss countermeasures. He quickly made a video call with the leaders of Japan and South Korea. The video was connected, and Trump was about to speak, but his eyes widened in shock at the scene in front of him. The leaders of Japan and South Korea both had dark circles under their eyes, looked haggard, and their eyes were full of fatigue and fear.
Chapter 64, Flying Sword?
What flying sword?
Trump held his head and yelled in despair, "Oh my God!"
When the chaos in the room subsided a little, he decided with trembling hands to contact the heads of several other countries to try to get more clues from them. He first called the president of France, a country known as a European military power. The moment the video was connected, Trump's heart sank. He saw that the French president's office was also in a mess, and the flying sword floating behind him was emitting a faint cold light.
The French president looked exhausted, with fear and anger in his eyes. "Trump, you also encountered this ghost thing? It has been messing with me since yesterday. My security system is completely useless."
Trump nodded with a wry smile and called the president of the country of Russia, which is known as a fighting nation. The president of the bear country twitched his beard, obviously trying to suppress his anger. "Trump, look at this thing. My great bear country has been thrown into chaos by this weird thing." Behind him, the flying sword seemed to sense the anger and its light flashed even more violently. Then, Trump contacted the Prime Minister of the South Asian country of Afghanistan.
The Prime Minister of Afghanistan had a messy turban on his head and looked panicked. "Mr. Trump, what is going on?"
"This sword suddenly appeared, and our high-tech detection equipment can't detect its source."
Trump's face became increasingly gloomy.
He realized that this was no longer a simple threat against him or a few countries, but a mysterious crisis sweeping across many countries around the world. These countries have, to a greater or lesser extent, had frictions with China in international affairs, or have participated in certain actions against China.
Could it really be China? But how did they do it so secretly? Trump thought to himself.
He knew very well that if he could not find a solution as soon as possible, not only would his own political career be in jeopardy, but the entire international order might also face a huge impact. Just as Trump was lost in thought, the flying sword behind him began to tremble slightly again, making a low humming sound, as if reminding him that this crisis was far from over. After an in-depth investigation, Trump finally confirmed that China was the mastermind behind the flying sword crisis. Only China's mysterious magic could have such power. He sat slumped in the office that was in a mess due to the flying sword. His mind was in a mess and all kinds of complicated emotions were intertwined and surging. Anger surged in his heart like a raging tide. His face flushed red, his hands clenched unconsciously, his knuckles turned white from the force, and he roared in his heart.
How dare China? How dare they attack us so brazenly? This is simply a blatant provocation to the authority of the United States. I have been working in the international political arena for so many years, and I have never been humiliated like this. He found it hard to accept that he was being manipulated in such a strange and powerful way by China, whom he had always regarded as a rival. Fear also followed him like a shadow, quietly creeping into his heart. When he thought of China's ability to send flying swords to the leaders of various countries without anyone noticing, he felt a chill down his spine. He knew very well that China, with such power, had the ability to have a subversive impact on the United States and even the global situation. If they launch a more violent attack, how can we resist? What will happen to the security of the United States? His eyes revealed unprecedented confusion and fear. This fear of the unknown and powerful forces made him feel uneasy. At the same time, deep regret surged in his heart. He began to reflect on the various provocative actions he and the United States had taken against China in international affairs. Those small actions against China's hemostatic agents seemed so stupid at the moment. If I had known that China had such a trump card, I should not have been so reckless. Now, I have dragged the United States into such a big crisis. How can I explain to the people? His face was filled with bitterness and helplessness, and his heart was filled with regret for his wrong decision. But despite his anger, fear, and regret, Trump had to admit in his heart that China is powerful. He sighed and muttered to himself, "It seems that I underestimated the strength of China. This great eastern country has quietly risen and become a powerful opponent that we cannot ignore." But then, he was filled with helplessness, knowing clearly that this matter could not be brought to the table. He frowned, a desperate smile appeared on his face, and he thought to himself, "You know it was them who did it, and they also know that you know it was them who did it, but do you have any evidence? How can I accuse China internationally without evidence and based on speculation? Even if I make this known to other countries, they will only think that I am making trouble for no reason, and the United States will become an international laughingstock." Thinking of this, he leaned weakly on the back of the chair with empty eyes. For the first time, he felt so helpless and aggrieved. In this battle without the smoke of gunpowder, the United States seemed to have fallen into a completely passive position. After weighing the pros and cons, Trump knew that if he continued to confront China, the United States would fall into a more passive situation. So he decided to humble himself and take the initiative to show goodwill to China. Trump held an emergency press conference, changing his previous tough attitude towards China and expressing his sincere words. The United States has always cherished its friendly relations with China. In the past cooperation, we have jointly contributed to the development of the world. In the future, the United States hopes to further strengthen exchanges in cooperation with China, work together in science and technology, economy, culture, and other fields, and jointly respond to global challenges. As soon as these remarks were made, international public opinion was in an uproar, and media from various countries speculated what was hidden behind the sudden change in the U.S. attitude. At the same time, Trump also personally called the Chinese leader. After the call was connected, he was all smiles and his tone was extremely enthusiastic. "Dear Lord, I have always admired China's long history and great achievements. Recently, I have deeply reflected on the relationship between the United States and China, and I think we should put aside past grudges and start a new chapter of cooperation. The United States is willing to show the greatest sincerity in trade, environmental protection, and other aspects, and explore new cooperation models with China." After some greetings, Trump could not hold back, and his tone was a little anxious and tentative. "Lord, look, we have already discussed cooperation, so can you take away the flying sword? I feel uneasy when this thing hangs around me every day." When the Chinese leader heard this, he looked confused and asked, "What flying sword? Mr. President, I don't understand what you are saying." The king was secretly alert in his heart. The US president mentioned the flying sword without any reason. There must be something unknown behind it. He must deal with it with caution. Chapter 65, Yang Wei of the East Sea. Trump was stunned for a moment, thinking that the Chinese leader was pretending to be stupid. His face turned pale and red, but he didn't dare to get angry. He could only bite the bullet and explain. "It's the flying sword that suddenly appeared in my office and besides several other heads of state. It causes trouble from time to time, making it impossible for us to work and live normally.
Trump turned the camera to the other side of the wall, where 4 big words "I was here" were engraved.
Look, do you think this place is a tourist attraction?
The King of China became even more certain that there must be something fishy behind this, and that this matter was related to China. He said sternly, "Mr. President, China has always acted in an upright manner and would never do such a thing.
We really don't know about the flying sword you mentioned.
If this is really the case, perhaps you should look for the reason from other aspects." After hanging up the phone, the Chinese leader immediately convened a think tank to discuss countermeasures.
Everyone sat in a circle and expressed their opinions. A senior diplomat analyzed.
This move by the United States is too unusual.
They must have some ulterior motive.
They have done so many tricks against our hemostatic agents before, and now they are suddenly showing goodwill and even mentioning flying swords.
We have to be on guard. Another military expert nodded in agreement. That's right. We can't be fooled by their superficial words.
We must strengthen intelligence collection and pay close attention to every move of the United States, especially the military developments.
At this time, the Dragon Team director raised his hand and said, "Lord, do you still remember Lin Mo?"
The king nodded slightly, his eyes revealing a trace of thought. "Of course I remember that young man who inherited the power of the ancients and showed extraordinary abilities in many matters."
"What is his connection with this matter?"
The Dragon Team director looked solemn and said slowly, "Lin Mo has been secretly researching some supernatural powers and items before, and the abilities he possesses are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Moreover, our Dragon Team recently received intelligence that Lin Mo seems to have developed an extremely powerful weapon in the confrontation with foreign forces. The appearance of this flying sword is too coincidental at this time.
I suspect it may be related to him."
A think tank member questioned, "But Lin Mo has always acted prudently.
Would he act on his own without reporting to the country?"
The Dragon Team director shook his head and said,
"I'm not sure.
But Lin Mo's loyalty to the country is beyond doubt. Maybe he sensed some major crisis and acted first and then reported to the emperor. After all, those foreign forces have been making small moves against our hemostatic agents and other strategic materials, which Lin Mo has always hated." After thinking for a moment, the king gave the order.
"Contact Lin Mo immediately and ask him to come see me.
We must find out the whole story of this flying sword. Before the matter is clarified, we must not relax our precautions. In terms of military, we should continue to closely monitor the military developments of the United States and other relevant countries, and report any abnormalities immediately. In terms of diplomacy, we should be cautious in responding to the goodwill of the United States, and do not easily make promises on cooperation matters." Just as the king had just given the order, the atmosphere in the conference room became tense and solemn, and everyone was waiting for Lin Mo's arrival.
3 hours later, Lin Mo hurried into the conference room.
He looked calm, his eyes swept across everyone's faces one by one, and then he saluted respectfully to the king. The king looked at Lin Mo with sharp eyes and asked directly, "Lin Mo, the international community is now in an uproar because of the mysterious flying sword. The Dragon Group suspects that this is related to you.
Do you know anything?" Lin Mo took a deep breath, straightened his back, and said frankly, "Lord, that's right, it was me who did it."
As soon as these words came out, the conference room exploded. The think tank members looked at each other, some were surprised, and some frowned.
The king laughed loudly. "Lin Mo, well done.
These hypocritical guys should have been taught a lesson long ago." However, the senior diplomat at the side was embarrassed and stepped forward and said, "My lord, that being said, international opinion is now extremely unfavorable to us. Many countries have jointly put pressure on us and condemned us for threatening other countries by unknown means. This has caused great obstacles to our country's diplomatic image and international cooperation." Lin Mo looked at the diplomat, his tone sincere but firm. "Sir, I understand your concerns. But for a long time, those forces have been making small moves against our country in the international arena, especially in the matter of hemostatic agents. They tried to obtain technology through improper means and even went so far as to disrupt our research and development process.
Doesn't this undermine international fairness and justice?
We have always adhered to the principles of peace and friendship, but in return they have been making further advances.
This time I used the flying sword to warn them, just to let them know that I, Lin Mo, am not a soft persimmon that can be manipulated by anyone." Military experts also chimed in with concern.
"Lin Mo, your intention is good, but we have to consider the subsequent military impact. Those countries are likely to use this as an excuse to encircle us militarily and increase pressure on our borders."
Lin Mo nodded slightly and responded,
What the expert said is absolutely right, but I have also made some preparations. The flying sword I developed is not only intimidating, but also has unique advantages in actual combat.
If they make any military moves, we can respond quickly.
Moreover, I believe that after seeing the power of the flying swords, it will not dare to act rashly.
The king listened to everyone's discussion, thought for a moment and then said,
Although Lin Mo's actions were beyond our expectations, they also gave those forces with ill intentions a warning.
Next, we must turn passivity into initiative.
In terms of diplomacy, we should collect evidence of the evil deeds of foreign forces against our country, make it public, and expose their ugly faces. In terms of military, we should strengthen border defense deployment, and at the same time pay close attention to their military dynamics to be prepared for any eventuality. As soon as the king finished speaking, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became more solemn. At this time, the communications officer rushed in and reported in a panic, "King, it's bad. There was a sudden conflict in the East My Country Sea, and the Fuso warships bombarded our fishing boats."
In an instant, the big screen lit up.
In the picture, several Fuso warships surrounded the Chinese fishing boat aggressively.
Artillery fire continued to roar.
A fishing boat caught fire in the artillery fire. The crew members were panicked on the deck and the situation was extremely critical. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes were filled with anger and shock.
Lin Mo's eyes turned cold in an instant, and a murderous aura emanated from his body.
He stared at the screen and said angrily, "How dare these Japanese people be so arrogant?" A trace of anger flashed in the king's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "How can this be possible?" The diplomat immediately said, "I will immediately draft a statement to expose Fuso's atrocities to the international community and put them in a passive position in international public opinion." Military experts also quickly reported, our East China Sea fleet immediately entered the first-level combat readiness state, ready to respond to Fuso's possible counterattack at any time. Lin Mo put away his flying sword, his face stern, and walked out of the meeting room directly. He stepped on the flying sword and quickly headed towards the East China Sea. Before the arrival of the Chinese warship, Lin Mo was already standing proudly in front of the Fuso warship.
Lin Mo rushed to the East China Sea with the fleet. The sea breeze was howling.
He stood on the flying sword with a cold expression, exuding an inviolable aura.
Chapter 66, Shocking Fuso.
Lin Mo's mind moved, and the flying sword was like a nimble dragon, instantly transforming into a stream of silver light, shuttling rapidly among the Fuso fleet. With the precise assistance of System Xiaotian, wherever the flying sword goes, powerful electromagnetic interference waves spread like ripples. The communication channel of the Fuso fleet was instantly filled with chaotic electrical sounds, drowning out the commander's desperate shouts. The fleet formation, which had been closely coordinated, fell into chaos due to the loss of communication coordination. The soldiers on the deck looked around in confusion, not knowing what to do, and the conflicting orders made the situation increasingly out of control. Then, the flying sword shot towards the warship's power system. The sharp sword energy was like an indestructible blade, cutting into the engine room accurately. In an instant, sparks flew in the engine room, accompanied by the harsh sound of metal friction. The engines of several warships began to emit billowing black smoke, the power systems were paralyzed, and the warships lost control on the sea and could only drift with the waves. The commander of the Fuso fleet was as pale as paper, with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His legs couldn't help but tremble slightly as he looked at the unimaginable scene before him. Before the communication was completely cut off, he screamed desperately into the microphone, What kind of monster is this?"
Lin Mo was suspended in mid-air, surrounded by a sharp sword aura. His voice was like a huge bell, echoing on the sea. "Fuson, you will pay a heavy price for your atrocities today.
You bombarded our fishing boats without reason and invaded our waters. Your crimes are unforgivable." Each word was wrapped in endless majesty and anger, hitting the hearts of the Fuso soldiers heavily. A Fuso warship that had not yet completely lost power tried to make a final struggle in panic. It slowly turned the muzzle and aimed at Lin Mo. Several gunners tried to load the shells with trembling hands. Lin Mo watched all this coldly with a sharp gaze, a hint of disdain appearing at the corner of his mouth.
"You two really want to resist?"
Lin Mo snorted coldly and waved his hand. The flying sword instantly turned back and hovered above the main gun of the warship. Under the pressure of the powerful sword energy, the barrel of the main gun began to twist and deform, making a creaking sound. The soldiers on the Fuso warship watched the scene in horror, some collapsed to the ground, and some fled frantically. The commander of the Fuso fleet, at this moment, also stood on the command platform with his shaking body, and shouted in a trembling voice, "What do you want?" Lin Mo's eyes were like lightning, shooting straight at the commander. "I want you to bear the consequences of your actions. Immediately order all soldiers to lay down their weapons and accept China's trial. Otherwise, this warship will be your burial place." A trace of despair and unwillingness flashed in the commander's eyes, but under Lin Mo's strong pressure, he finally raised his hands slowly and said in a hoarse voice, "Cease fire. Lay down your weapons." At this moment, China's East China Sea Fleet came breaking through the waves like a steel torrent, with neatly arranged warships in a majestic formation, their guns pointed at the Fuso fleet. The fleet commander shouted to the Fuso fleet through the loudspeaker, "Lay down your weapons immediately, accept inspection, and take responsibility for your crimes." The soldiers of the Fuso fleet looked at the powerless warships, then looked at the powerful Chinese fleet in front of them, and then thought of Lin Mo's elusive and powerful flying sword, and the fear in their hearts reached its peak. Some soldiers have begun to lay down their weapons and slump on the deck, waiting for the judgment of fate. The Chinese fleet quickly surrounded the Fuso fleet. The soldiers boarded the powerless Fuso warships in an orderly manner and began to confiscate weapons and control the crew. Lin Mo put away his flying sword and landed on the deck of a Chinese main battleship. The fleet commander quickly stepped forward and saluted him with a standard military salute. "Mr. Lin, we are very grateful to you for this. Otherwise, we don't know how much trouble it would have gone through," the fleet commander said with admiration. Lin Mo smiled back and said modestly, "This is everyone's joint credit, I just did what I should do. The most urgent task now is to properly handle the follow-up matters and not allow these Japanese people to take advantage of any opportunity." At the same time, in China, the ruler was closely following the developments in the East China Sea. Upon learning that Lin Mo had successfully intimidated the Fuso fleet, the king nodded slightly and said to the diplomatic official beside him, "We will immediately lodge a solemn representation to the Fuso government, demanding that they publicly apologize, compensate for the losses, and guarantee that similar provocative actions will not occur in the future." The diplomatic officials took the order and quickly drafted a diplomatic note, which was submitted to the Fuso side through emergency diplomatic channels. In the international public opinion field, the video and detailed information released by the Chinese authorities about the Fuso warships shelling Chinese fishing boats caused an uproar. Many countries have condemned Fuso's vile behavior, and Fuso has fallen into an extremely passive situation internationally. The Fuso government was in chaos. Faced with the pressure of international public opinion and China's tough attitude, they had to hold an emergency cabinet meeting to discuss countermeasures. The prime minister's face was gloomy. He slammed the table and roared, "What is going on? How could we provoke such a terrible opponent?" The cabinet members looked at each other, and no one dared to speak easily. In the end, they decided to send a negotiator to the East China Sea to contact the Chinese side and try to ease the crisis. The atmosphere on the negotiation ship was tense and depressing. The Fuso negotiator smiled apologetically and said to the commander of the Huaxia fleet and Lin Mo, "This is our mistake. We are willing to bear the corresponding responsibility. We hope that your country can show mercy and give us a chance to make amends." Lin Mo stared at the other party with sharp eyes and said coldly, "Make up? It's not something that can be solved with just empty words. Apologies, compensation, and severe punishment of the perpetrators, none of them can be missing. Otherwise, you will see more serious consequences." In the subsequent negotiations, the Chinese side maintained a firm attitude and refused to give in. Although the Fuso representative tried to shirk responsibility in every way, he finally had to compromise under the ironclad facts and Lin Mo's invisible intimidation. They agreed to a public apology, pay heavy compensation to the boats and fishermen that were shelled, and promised to deal severely with those involved. With the conclusion of the negotiations, the East China Sea crisis has come to a temporary end. Lin Mo and his fleet returned triumphantly and were warmly welcomed and praised by people across the country. Domestically, major media outlets reported the incident on their front pages, and Lin Mo's heroic deeds were widely praised. On the streets, people were talking about his heroic feat of controlling the flying sword to turn the tide. He became a hero in the eyes of the people and inspired the patriotic enthusiasm of countless young people. In school, teachers used this incident as a vivid teaching material to tell students the importance of national sovereignty and the responsibility of upholding justice. The business community was also deeply touched, and many technology companies expressed their intention to increase their R&D investment, emulating Lin Mo's development of black technology such as flying swords, and contribute to enhancing the country's scientific and technological strength. Scientific research institutions have even extended an invitation to Lin Mo, hoping that he can share his experience in supernatural power research and help domestic scientific research reach new heights. Chapter 67 Tianshu Intelligent Drone. Internationally, countries that were originally on the sidelines or even hostile toward China have undergone a subtle change in their attitudes. Some countries that originally followed Fuso in pointing fingers at China in international affairs have restrained their actions and re-examined their relations with China. They knew very well that China had a powerful guardian like Lin Mo, and they would never dare to provoke him easily on issues concerning China's core interests. Countries that have maintained friendly cooperation with China have sent congratulatory messages, expressing their support for China's firm defense of its sovereignty. They also expressed their amazement at Lin Mo's extraordinary abilities and hope to develop deeper exchanges in cooperation with China in the fields of science and technology, culture, etc., to jointly explore unknown areas and promote the progress of human civilization. Some international organizations also called on countries to exercise restraint and resolve disputes through peaceful negotiations. They affirmed China's approach of using courtesy before force and convincing people with reason in this incident, which set a good example for the international community to deal with similar conflicts.
Fuso's international isolation became increasingly apparent, its international image plummeted, and its voice in many international affairs also declined significantly.
It had to readjust its diplomatic strategy in an attempt to save the situation. At the same time, US President Trump, who was far away on the other side of the ocean, looked so gloomy after seeing the relevant news reports. He slammed his fist on the desk and said through gritted teeth, "I knew it was him."
That Lin Mo is indeed not a simple character.
Trump recalled the incident in his office caused by a mysterious flying sword. He suspected it was related to China at the time.
Now it seems that the culprit is most likely Lin Mo. He knew very well that the power displayed by Lin Mo was a huge potential threat to the United States.
Immediately convened the National Security Advisor and military think tank. "We must discuss countermeasures,"
Trump ordered the secretary sternly.
Soon, a group of officials in formal attire filed into the conference room.
Trump glanced at everyone and said, "Everyone, China has a man called Lin Mo.
I believe everyone has heard about him controlling the flying sword to intimidate the Fuso fleet.
This means that China is ahead of us in the application of supernatural powers. We must take action."
A military advisor frowned and said, "Mr. President, the electromagnetic interference and powerful attack power displayed by Lin Mo's flying sword are difficult to counter with our conventional military means at present. Perhaps we should increase investment in the research of similar supernatural powers and set up a special scientific research team."
Trump nodded slightly and asked, "What about diplomacy? We can't just sit back and do nothing."
The Secretary of State thought for a moment and replied, "We can unite some allies to put pressure on China in international public opinion, accusing them of violating the so-called international rules and defining Lin Mo's behavior as a threat to world peace. At the same time, we will strengthen military cooperation with other countries to form a strategic encirclement of China." However, their wishful thinking was not so easy to achieve.
After learning about this, the United States allies had different attitudes.
Some countries are wary of China's strength and are unwilling to get easily involved in the dispute for fear of getting burned, while other countries are taking a wait-and-see attitude towards the US proposal.
After all, they are also aware that China's influence in international affairs is growing. In China, the leader was also keenly aware of the movements of the United States.
He called Lin Mo and a group of think tank members to discuss countermeasures. The king said solemnly, "The United States will definitely not give up.
Lin Mo, there will probably be more challenges next."
Lin Mo looked determined, and said with a folded hand, "Don't worry, my lord.
If the United States dares to do anything wrong, I will not let them succeed.
I will continue to improve the power of the flying sword, and at the same time cooperate with the scientific research team to explore more applications of supernatural powers and build a solid defense line for the country."
Members of the think tank offered suggestions and advice.
In diplomacy, they planned to further expose the hegemonic behavior of the United States in international affairs and win the understanding and support of more countries. In militarily, they would strengthen strategic deployment, closely monitor the military developments of the United States and its allies, and make full preparations for battle. An undercurrent surging around Lin Mo and his flying sword, concerning national sovereignty and international status, is quietly unfolding around the world. A week later, Lin's Tianshu technology announced that the intelligent drone had been successfully developed.
Unlike ordinary drones, the intelligent drone has the ability to fly independently.
Once this news was released, it instantly triggered a new wave of attention around the world. In China, people's sense of pride has been ignited again.
All major media outlets have focused on Lin's Tianshu technology, reporting in detail on the development history and powerful performance of the intelligent drone.
People on the streets are discussing this scientific and technological achievement and are full of confidence in the rapid development of the country's scientific and technological strength.
Technology enthusiasts are even more excited.
They enthusiastically discuss the application prospects of smart drones in online forums. Some predict that it will play a huge role in future disaster rescue, and can quickly reach dangerous areas and provide accurate information for rescue operations.
Domestic scientific research institutions also highly praised this achievement.
Many universities have extended olive branches to Lin's Tianshu technology, hoping to carry out cooperative projects, jointly cultivate professional talents in related fields, and promote the further development and application of intelligent drone technology. The military showed great interest and quickly started negotiations with Lin's Tianshu technology, and soon invited it to participate in an important military exercise.
The intelligent drone made its first public appearance at the exercise site.
Relying on advanced artificial intelligence algorithms and powerful computing power, it can quickly analyze and judge the battlefield situation, independently plan flight routes, and flexibly avoid enemy electronic interference and air defense firepower.
Chapter 68 Moya Group.
Just as countries were arguing over the issue of China's intelligent drones and the situation was becoming increasingly tense, the president of an African country suddenly stood up at an international summit and said loudly,
"Everyone, stop arguing. Why do we keep thinking about restrictions and confrontation instead of win-win cooperation? Look at China.
They have not only made great breakthroughs in science and technology, but also demonstrated the responsibility of a major country in international affairs. We should quickly establish diplomatic relations with China, learn their advanced technology, and carry out mutually beneficial cooperation." These words were like a bombshell, instantly silencing the venue. Many national leaders who were originally wavering began to reflect, yes, it is better to actively seek cooperation and seek benefits for the development of their own countries than to blindly follow the United States in containment.
The president of a Southeast Asian country took the lead in responding. "I agree. China's Belt and Road Initiative has brought us tangible benefits over the years. Now they have made new breakthroughs in science and technology. By cooperating with China, our country will have more development opportunities." The president of a South American country also expressed his opinion. "We have always been eager to improve our country's scientific and technological level.
China's intelligent drone technology is of great help to our agricultural monitoring and resource exploration. It is urgent to establish diplomatic relations with China and carry out scientific and technological exchanges."
As more and more countries join in, the United States' sense of isolation grows stronger.
Trump sat at the conference table, his face turning pale and red. He never expected that his carefully planned containment plan not only failed, but also greatly increased China's international appeal. In China, after the king learned of the change in attitudes of various countries, he discussed it with Lin Mo and the think tank members.
The head of state smiled and said, "This is a rare opportunity. We have always upheld the concept of peaceful coexistence and win-win cooperation. We welcome all countries to come for exchanges and cooperation." Lin Mo nodded and said,
"We can take this opportunity to promote our scientific and technological achievements, promote global common development, and let more countries see our determination to maintain peace." As a result, the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs actively responded to requests from various countries to establish diplomatic relations and launched a series of diplomatic activities. In the following months, delegations from various countries visited China and signed a series of agreements with China on scientific and technological cooperation, cultural exchanges, economic and trade, etc. Lin's Tianshu technology has become the focus of cooperation and has reached cooperation with scientific research institutions and enterprises in many countries to jointly promote the application of intelligent drone technology around the world. In the agricultural field, smart drones help African countries monitor crop growth and increase food production and environmental protection. They assist European countries in conducting ecological environment monitoring and protecting natural resources. As the United States watched its former allies move closer to China, different voices began to emerge at home, with some companies and researchers calling on the government to change its strategy and cooperate with China. Trump is facing tremendous pressure and has to re-examine the U.S. policy toward China. A global wave of cooperation is emerging, and China is standing at the center of this wave, leading the world into a new stage of development. Lin Mo had just finished discussing international cooperation with the king and was preparing to devote himself to the research on the integration of flying sword and intelligent drone technology. Suddenly, the urgent voice of System Xiaotian sounded in my mind, "Host, there are attackers causing trouble." Lin Mo's expression was stern, and a trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. He quickly found a quiet place and asked in his heart, Xiaotian, tell me the situation in detail.
What is the origin of this attacker? This attacker is named Chen Yu.
He has a system that gives him special skills. After entering the small world, in order to complete the tasks issued by the system, he used all means to destroy the balance of the small world.
Many innocent people were implicated, and the order of the small world was in jeopardy. Lin Mo smiled and said, interesting. Let's go check it out.
Xiaotian continued to report anxiously, this attacker needs to constantly attack the targets released by the system to get rich rewards. In order to complete the task, he used all kinds of despicable means, and countless families in the small world were torn apart by him. Now the divorce rate and death rate in the small world have continued to rise for 3 consecutive months, and the entire small world has fallen into panic and chaos.
Lin Mo's eyes turned cold instantly. He took a deep breath, suppressed his inner anger and said, it's totally lawless. Xiaotian, find out where he is. I want him to pay for what he did. News City.
Lin Mo walked out of the airport and just arrived in the city. He was overwhelmed by an atmosphere of despair and pain, and the streets were filled with crying and quarreling. He saw many couples accusing and pulling each other on the streets, with children crying in fear.
It was a miserable scene. Lin Mo's face turned pale. Where is Chen Yu? Xiaotian.
Host, although Chen Yu is a capturer and has a system, he is still an ordinary person in the final analysis.
He cannot be defeated by force.
We must fight poison with poison and tooth for tooth to completely destroy him.
Now he is trying to capture Bai Xiao, the president of Moya Group.
The capture progress has been completed by 90%.
In order to better enter the role, the system will let the host fight back using Bai Xiao's husband. Lin Mo nodded. Got it. Let's get started. Xiaotian. Identity replacement in progress. Replacement completed.
Lin Mo opened his eyes and saw a small office in front of him. Before Lin Mo could figure out his identity, a beautiful woman rushed into the office angrily.
He slapped the phone away.
I just asked the finance department to show some sincerity in rewarding the company's top sales.
Is it necessary for you to call and scold them? You have to understand that this is my company. What right do you have to tell me what to do?
After saying that, the woman left angrily. Lin Mo touched his face, looking confused. Xiaotian.
Xiaotian chuckled.
Host, the person just now was the wife of this body, Bai Xiao, the president of Moya Group.
Just an hour ago, Bai Xiao's Bai Yueguang posted an order for a Porsche on WeChat Moments, and the payee was Bai Xiao. Lin Mo was confused. What does that have to do with me? Of course, this was Chen Yu's instigation.
This kind of thing has happened countless times. This company was co-founded by you and Bai Xiao. It mainly deals in home furnishings, and you are the main programmer.
It can be said that this company is supported by you alone. Without you, there would be no company.
You are in charge of programming, sales, and design, while Bai Xiao is just a hands-off manager. After listening to this, Lin Mo looked strange.
How dare she do this to me? Xiaotian sighed. Who made you love her?
It was you who pursued Bai Xiao in the beginning, and it was you who used all your assets to start this company.
From the first day of the company's opening, Bai Xiao never asked about the business for a single day. Chen Yu is her white moonlight.
He was recruited by Bai Xiao to work as a salesperson in the company 3 months ago. A week ago, you spent the whole night drinking with an old customer, ended up in the hospital, and signed a multi-million-dollar order.
But Chen Yu took all the credit. That's why Bai Xiao directly rewarded Chen Yu with a Porsche. Chapter 69 Weird Wife. Lin Mo fell into deep thought. Wait. Is there something wrong with the logic here? I founded the company, I did everything, I drank the wine, I signed the orders, why should I reward him? Because Chen Yu's system changed the signature to Chen Yu. I'm Chao. So direct?
At this time, Lin Mo's cell phone vibrated.
Lin Mo took out the phone and took a look. It turned out to be a message from Chen Yu, with an emoticon of a middle finger. Lin Mo was so angry that he laughed. So crazy?
Xiaotian said, your predecessor has been abused by him for 3 months.
He has the capital to be arrogant.
At this time, red dots lit up one by one in Lin Mo's circle of friends. Lin Mo's fingers clicked on them habitually, and Chen Yu posted another circle of friends with a picture of red wine and steak. The woman opposite with a bright smile on her face is none other than my good wife, Bai Xiao. Lin Mo looked like an old man in the subway.
Xiaotian said. Host. This photo is only visible to you. Lin Mo asked. How can we completely defeat a raider like this?
Don't let him get by Xiao while your marriage lasts.
Lin Mo rubbed his chin. Oh? Is that so? Xiaotian, host, why do I have a very bad feeling? Lin Mo. Be more confident and remove the question mark. I glanced at the time. It's already 7 o'clock? Go home from get off work. Host, you haven't finished this code yet. Lin Mo shrugged. What does it have to do with me?
Lin Mo whistled and went straight to the parking lot, but suddenly he realized that he didn't have a car. Your husband doesn't have a car, but she buys another man a Porsche.
Awesome.
Lin Mo returned to the first floor, walked out of the group's gate, hailed a taxi and gave an address according to his memory. After returning home, Lin Mo didn't even bother to look at the furnishings in the house. He went straight to make himself a meal, then took a shower and went to bed. This body was so tired that he fell asleep in a short while. There was a sound of a door opening in the middle of the night. Lin Mo was too lazy to get up to check. The door was pushed open and a bag hit him.
Why isn't the code finished yet?
Lin Mo sat up slowly, with a cold light in his eyes, looking at Bai Xiao coldly. Bai Xiao didn't seem to notice Lin Mo's mistake at all, and threw another gift box over.
Anniversary gift. Lin Mo was stunned. Only then did he realize from his memory that today was their 3rd wedding anniversary. They had even booked a candlelight dinner at the French restaurant. Lin Mo smiled.
On their 3rd wedding anniversary, she was having a romantic dinner with another man. Her predecessor was really tolerant. When he opened the gift box, a watch was revealed. It was a pretty good Rolex model, but Lin Mo recalled that this watch had appeared in Chen Yu's circle of friends, probably a month ago.
Lin Mo took out the watch and turned it over. Sure enough, he saw obvious scratches on the strap. CY was engraved on the back of the dial, the initials of Chen Yu. It seemed that someone else didn't want it. Lin Mo threw the gift box onto the sofa. Bai Xiao got angry. What do you mean? Lin Mo. I bought you a watch out of kindness. I'm so considerate, who are you showing your disapproval to?
Lin Mo didn't look at her and said indifferently, second-hand things are too dirty.
I'm not interested.
I thought Bai Xiao would be furious, but a phone call interrupted her anger. She covered the receiver so that Lin Mo wouldn't hear, but the shy expression on her face betrayed her. She smiled, spoke softly, and stamped her foot as if in annoyance. Bai Xiao hung up the phone, her eyes still on the screen, and replied to me casually.
I'll buy you a new one right away, okay? There are so many things to do every day. A grown man is just as fussy as a woman. It's boring to have no manliness at all.
After saying that, she slammed the door. Looking at the watch, it was already 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Lin Mo turned over and continued to sleep.
The next day, Lin Mo walked into the company and all the employees were surrounding Chen Yu.
Chen Yu bought a lot of breakfast and was distributing it to his colleagues. When Chen Yu saw Lin Mo walk into the company, he put on a fake smile and walked over with a breakfast in his hand. He deliberately raised his voice so that his colleagues around him could hear. Hey, Lin Mo, you're here for work. I bought a lot of breakfast today, and I thought we could eat together, so I brought some for you as well. He handed the breakfast to Lin Mo, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone.
You said you were so busy every day, and I don't know what you were busy with. You didn't even have time to eat breakfast.
Unlike me, I have been discussing several big projects with Mr. Bai, and now I am much more relaxed.
You have to eat this breakfast well. Only when you are full can you have the energy to work.
When the colleagues around heard this, they looked at Lin Mo awkwardly, not knowing how to react.
Chen Yu seemed not to notice the expressions of the crowd, and continued, Boss Bai mentioned you to me yesterday, saying that you haven't been doing well at work recently, and asked me to help you more. You said so too. We are all colleagues. If you don't understand anything, just ask me, don't work on it alone.
Lin Mo looked at the breakfast that Chen Yu handed over, but did not reach out to take it. Instead, he smiled coldly.
Chen Yu, you are really thoughtful. But I dare not eat this breakfast. Who knows if you have added anything in it? After all, you can even take over my work, so what else can't you do?
Chen Yu's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his fake smile. Lin Mo, what you said is really harsh.
I stole your job? Don't wrongly accuse me, I won those projects with my own ability.
If you have any objections, go talk to President Bai and see what she says.
Lin Mo looked at Chen Yu, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Don't worry, I will talk to Mr. Bai and make things clear. But before that, you'd better restrain yourself. Don't think I don't know what you are planning.
After saying that, Lin Mo walked around Chen Yu and went straight to his workstation, leaving Chen Yu standing there, his face turning pale and blue. Lin Mo returned to the office, slammed the door, suppressed his inner anger, and quickly called his lawyer.
Hello, is this Lawyer Lee? I'm Lin Mo.
His voice was deep and full of unquestionable determination.
I need you to make a divorce agreement for me now. The sooner the better. I need it right away.
On the other end of the phone, Lawyer Lee was obviously caught off guard by this sudden and urgent request.
He was stunned for a moment before responding.
Mr. Lin, a divorce agreement is no small matter.
Are you sure you want to prepare it now?
It involves many complicated issues such as property division and child custody.
Would you like to consider it carefully first?
Lin Mo sneered, and the intimate scenes between Bai Xiao and Chen Yu appeared in his mind, as well as her various perfunctory and betrayal towards him, and his anger became even worse.
Don't think about it. As for property, all assets under my name belong to me.
I will recover every penny she transferred during the marriage. As for child custody, I don't have any children yet, so this item can be left blank for now. Lawyer Lee quickly recorded in his notebook and reminded Mr. Lin, to recover the property transferred during the marriage, solid evidence is needed.
Do you have relevant information? Chapter 70. Don't give me the chance to kill you.
Lin Mo narrowed his eyes revealing sharpness and determination. I will collect the evidence. You first build the framework of the agreement and draft it in the direction that is most beneficial to me. By the way, regarding her gift of property to a third party, the agreement must also clearly state the liability clause.
I want her and that Chen Yu to pay the price.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo took a deep breath and calmed down. Xiaotian.
Xiaotian, sent to your email. Lin Mo. Are you all ready?
Host, I know you too well. Lin Mo began to check the evidence on his computer, including documents related to Chen Yu and Bai Xiao's financial transactions, company business, chat records, and screenshots of transfers. Every time he saw a piece of evidence, his eyes became colder.
At this moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and Bai Xiao walked in with an angry face, questioning, Lin Mo, what do you mean? What do you want to do by bullying your colleagues so early in the morning?
Lin Mo raised his head and looked at her coldly. His voice was calm but filled with endless chill. Just in time for you to come, I'll let you know.
I've resigned.
Bai Xiao looked as if she had heard a huge joke. Her eyes widened, and the anger on her face was instantly replaced by astonishment.
What did you say? Resign? Lin Mo, are you out of your mind? Do you know how important your current job is? Or, you just can't stand the fact that Chen Yu is better than you, so you want to escape?
Lin Mo stood up, stared into her eyes with a sharp gaze, and a mocking arc appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Bai Xiao, stop playing dumb.
My resignation has nothing to do with Chen Yu, but it has everything to do with you as the president.
I worked diligently and devoted so much effort in this company, but what happened?
My work was taken away by others, and my credit was taken by others. And you, as my wife, not only turned a blind eye, but also flirted with Chen Yu and colluded with him.
Bai Xiao's face turned pale and red, and she pretended to be calm and retorted. Don't talk nonsense.
Chen Yu is capable, and the projects he won were all based on his own abilities.
It has nothing to do with me. As for what happened between us, that's all your misunderstanding.
Lin Mo snorted coldly, retrieved pieces of evidence from the computer, and threw them on the table.
Misunderstanding? How do you explain these transfer records, chat records, and the luxury goods you gave him? Do you think I'm a fool and don't know anything?
Bai Xiao looked at the evidence on the table and her face turned pale. She opened her mouth but didn't know how to defend herself. Lin Mo continued, I have contacted a lawyer and am ready to divorce you. Before that, I don't want to stay in this place full of betrayal and hypocrisy for another second.
Aren't you and Chen Yu a perfect match? Then enjoy your happy life. However, I warn you, I will take back everything you took from me.
After saying that, Lin Mo strode towards the door.
When he passed by Bai Xiao, he paused and said in a low voice, also, you'd better pray that Chen Yu is sincere to you, otherwise, you will lose miserably.
Bai Xiao stood there blankly, looking at Lin Mo's departing back, with an inexplicable fear in her heart. She knew that the relationship between her and Lin Mo had completely broken down, and her and Chen Yu's future was full of unknown variables.
Xiao Tian. Host. Are you progressing a little faster? Lin Mo smiled. You want me to play sadomasochism with such a disgusting person? Am I crazy?
Lin Mo thought, if it wasn't impossible to kill him directly, I would have slapped him to death long ago.
Lin Mo went directly to the Human Resources Department to fill out his resignation application. At this time, Bai Xiao chased in. Lin Mo, stop pretending.
I know you care about that Porsche, but you need to find out that this company has my name on it.
You have no right to control how I deal with it. Rewarding top sellers is a management tool. I don't need to report this to you. Did you understand?
Lin Mo's head hurt from her roar, but he couldn't hit her, otherwise. Lin Mo pushed away the unreasonable Bai Xiao, suppressed his anger and said helplessly, how you want to reward employees has nothing to do with me, and I don't care about your company. Before he finished speaking, Bai Xiao suddenly picked up the phone and smashed it to the ground.
I've had enough.
I've told you several times, stop interfering in my affairs.
Although we are married, I am still me and you have no right to control me. Look at what you look like if you stay up late every day.
In a few years, you'll probably be bald and have a beer belly.
Chu Zetian insists on exercising. Look down at yourself. How can you compare with him? Oh, I was really angry and laugh now. He used to be the captain of the school football team.
He had muscles and a good figure, otherwise Bai Xiao would not have married him. But the piles of data and staying up late to work overtime have worn away my previous enthusiasm.
Chen Yu is a salesman, why does he have time to exercise when he is not doing sales? Didn't Bai Xiao think about it?
I used to think that as long as I gave enough, she would always see my hard work. But now Lin Mo just felt sorry for himself. There is no love that can be obtained by humbly praying, and no marriage can be maintained by one person's selfless dedication.
Lin Mo was already mentally exhausted, so he turned around and left. It's up to you. I won't come to the company anymore.
As soon as Lin Mo walked out of the Human Resources Department, he saw Chen Yu coming towards him with a concerned look on his face, a hypocritical smile on his face, but a hint of pride flashed in his eyes.
Lin Mo, what's going on? I heard you want to resign. Is it because you are too tired from work? Or did you have a conflict with President Bai?
Chen Yu's voice was gentle, revealing a false concern.
Don't think too much about it. Ms. Bai is just a little impatient.
She still values you very much. The Porsche reward was given to me this time to motivate everyone.
Don't take it to heart.
Lin Mo looked at Chen Yu's face and felt disgusted.
He sneered and said, Chen Yu, stop pretending to be kind. Do you think others don't know what you are thinking? Chen Yu pretended to be surprised, spread his hands, and said aggrievedly, Lin Mo, how can you say that? I have always respected you and regarded you as my senior at work. I have never thought of calculating against you. I also won this project through my own efforts. Don't misunderstand me.
As he spoke, Chen Yu sighed softly, with an innocent look on his face. I know you and Mr. Bai have a good relationship, but maybe you've been under a lot of work pressure recently, so there are some misunderstandings. How about this, I can find a time to arrange a meal for you two, and you can sit down and have a good chat to clear up the misunderstanding. We are all colleagues, we see each other every day, so don't let this little thing ruin your relationship.
Lin Mo turned around and looked at Bai Xiao. Did you hear that? Your first love has to arrange even a meal for us as a couple. Should I thank him?
Lin Mo watched Chen Yu's performance and patted Chen Yu's face. Chen Yu, you don't have to act here.
I already know everything about you and Bai Xiao.
Don't worry, I will leave here soon, but before I leave, you'd better be careful and don't give me an excuse to kill you.
Chapter 71 I Resigned.
Chen Yu's expression changed slightly, but he quickly returned to his hypocritical look.
He smiled and said,
Lin Mo, you must have misunderstood something. Mr. Bai and I are really just a superior subordinate relationship.
Don't listen to what others say.
It would be such a pity if you really resigned.
The company still needs talents like you.
At this time, Bai Xiao also chased out, and when she saw Chen Yu and Lin Mo standing together, her face turned a little ugly. Seeing this, Chen Yu immediately stepped forward, stood in front of Bai Xiao, and said to Lin Mo, Lin Mo, if you're still angry, calm down first.
If there's anything, we can discuss it. Don't make things difficult for Mr. Bai.
Bai Xiao walked around Chen Yu and went straight to Lin Mo, her face full of anger and dissatisfaction. her finger almost poking the tip of Lin Mo's nose.
Lin Mo, you've gone too far. Look at what you said to Chin Yu.
He came to mediate with good intentions, but you spoke such harsh words to him.
You must apologize to Chin Yu today.
Lin Mo looked at the woman in front of him who was blinded by love, his heart full of disdain and disappointment. He took a deep breath and suppressed his anger.
Bai Xiao, have you been bewildered by Chin Yu? Don't you really know who he is?
Asking me to apologize to him is simply ridiculous. Bai Xiao crossed her arms and glared. Chin Yu is capable at work and humble, and has helped the company win so many projects.
Unlike you, your work status has been a mess recently, and you are still making trouble here.
If you don't apologize today, this matter will not end. Chin Yu stepped forward at the right time, with an aggrieved yet generous expression on his face, and gently pulled Bai Xiao's arm. Boss Bai, forget it, forget it. Lin Mo may be in a bad mood, I understand, and there is no need to force him to apologize.
We are all colleagues, don't let me hurt everyone's harmony.
Bai Xiao refused to give in and turned to Chin Yu and said,
Chin Yu, you are just too kind. He treated you like this, and you still think about him.
No, you must make him give you an explanation today.
After that, he turned around and stared at Lin Mo fiercely. Lin Mo, don't refuse a toast.
If you don't apologize, don't even think about staying in this industry.
I have plenty of ways to ruin your reputation.
Lin Mo looked at Bai Xiao and Chin Yu singing the same tune, and sneered in his heart. He straightened his back and looked at Bai Xiao firmly.
Bai Xiao, you are willing to threaten me for this man. Well, I'm going to make this clear today. It's impossible to apologize. I will make sure everyone knows about your scandal with Chin Yu.
Also, you should be prepared for the divorce. When Bai Xiao heard the word divorce, her face turned pale instantly.
She didn't expect Lin Mo to be so determined. But soon, she resumed her tough attitude. Divorce if you want, do you think I'm afraid of you?
But if you apologize to Chin Yu now, for the sake of our marriage, I can still consider giving you some face when we divorce. Lin Mo ignored her and turned away, leaving Bai Xiao and Chin Yu standing there.
The atmosphere was awkward and tense.
Chin Yu looked at Lin Mo's departing back, a barely perceptible panic flashed across his eyes.
He knew that things might not be as simple as he imagined. Lin Mo took the heavy divorce agreement from the lawyer.
Although the paper was thin, it carried the end of a relationship and a new beginning. His fingers gently stroked the edge of the agreement, his eyes firm and resolute, without the slightest hesitation or reluctance. Returning to the home he once shared with Bai Xiao, everything in the house was still familiar, yet it also had a strange chill. Lin Mo walked straight to the bedroom, opened the closet, and took out his clothes one by one, his movements quick and decisive. He packed all the memories that had been ignored by Bai Xiao into the suitcase. Every piece of clothing is like a story, telling of his efforts and sorrows over the years. He recalled how he had stayed up late to work overtime and rushed to pick out gifts in order to prepare a surprise for Bai Xiao. He recalled the countless nights he had spent alone in the empty house, waiting for Bai Xiao's return. And now, all this will become a thing of the past. After packing his clothes, Lin Mo went to the study, where his books, documents, and some precious collections were placed. He carefully put those things that were meaningful to him into the box. As for those items related to Bai Xiao, he didn't even look at them and threw them directly into the trash can. While sorting out the drawers, he found an album containing their wedding photos. The two people in the photo are smiling brightly, and their eyes are full of longing for the future.
Lin Mo looked at the photos with mixed feelings.
He sneered, slammed the album shut, and threw it into the trash can. At this moment, Xiaotian's voice sounded in his mind, "Host, don't be too sad. The end of this bad marriage is a new beginning."
Lin Mo took a deep breath and said, "I'm not sad at all, I'm just sighing. But it doesn't matter. Next, I will make Bai Xiao and Chin Yu pay the price for what they did."
After packing his luggage, Lin Mo took one last look around his former home. Without a trace of nostalgia, he strode out of the house pulling his suitcase. The sun shone on him, and he knew that from this moment on, he would start a new life, and those who had hurt him would be punished as they deserved. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Bai Xiao standing at the door. Her smile stopped abruptly and she stared at me with a frown.
"It was just a quarrel. You want to move out? Okay, you are a greasy middle-aged man who doesn't dress up or clean up every day.
I want to vomit when I see your dark circles under your eyes.
Do you think I will keep you? I wish you would get out. Don't beg me to come back if you have the guts." Lin Mo closed the door, blocking out her cursing.
My predecessor had severe anxiety disorder. In the past, he couldn't wait for Bai Xiao to come home, so he always suffered from insomnia and called her frantically. I humbly begged her to come home so that I could sleep peacefully with her body by my side. And now Lin Mo was lying on the big bed in the hotel, feeling extremely at ease. A psychiatrist once told my predecessor that this kind of attachment relationship was like a rotting tumor. If you don't cut it off, it will continue to erode you. As long as you cut it off ruthlessly, you will get a brand new body after a short period of pain. But the previous body always cares about the old feelings and doesn't cut it off. After a good night's sleep, Lin Mo felt his mind was extremely clear. When he opened his phone, Bai Xiao had sent him many messages. It was a video of her going clubbing last night, and the person next to her was Chunyu. Lin Mo ate breakfast leisurely and watched her new video. In the video, she was wearing a professional suit, looking very serious and smiling. Celebrating the establishment of our branch overseas and its upcoming listing. Chunyu stood beside her, wearing an expensive suit and looking like the president of a company. Chapter 72, No More Playing, Let Us Get a Divorce. As soon as Lin Mo stepped out of the hotel door, he saw Bai Xiao waiting downstairs. Lin Mo was slightly stunned, thinking, great, they found it so quickly. Bai Xiao saw Lin Mo walking towards her quickly. There will be a high-level company meeting later. Get ready and come with me. Before she finished speaking, Bai Xiao wanted to pull Lin Mo into the car. Lin Mo took a step back. I've already resigned. I'm not interested in this kind of meeting. At this time, Shenyu came out from the other side of the car, with a harmless smile on his face, but a hint of smugness in his eyes. He walked to Bai Xiao, patted her shoulder gently, signaling her not to worry, and then looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, I know you are angry and unhappy, but this is a major company event after all. It concerns the company's future development. Everyone is looking forward to your attendance. You have been in the company for so long and have accumulated so much experience. If you don't go, this meeting will be missing a backbone. Chunyu spoke softly, as if he was persuading an old friend. Boss Bai thinks highly of you, so she came to invite you personally. Please don't embarrass her. As he spoke, Chunyu sighed slightly, showing a considerate look. I know there may have been some misunderstandings before, which made you feel uncomfortable, but we are all doing this for the good of the company. If we ignore the future of the company because of such a small matter and spread it out, it will be bad for everyone, don't you think? You are very capable and everyone recognizes that. You will definitely shine at this meeting and maybe even change your opinion of the company. Chunyu continued, his eyes flashing with a hint of provocation. Besides, President Bai has been busy running around for the company and has worked very hard. Just consider it as helping her this time and don't make it difficult for her, okay? However, Chunyu suddenly leaned in and whispered. Does it hurt to see me take away everything from you? Lin Mo answered the phone, whispered a few words to the other party, and then a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He turned to look at Bai Xiao and Chunyu, and said firmly, I want to see how you will deal with this meeting without me. After saying that, he turned around and walked into the hotel. Bai Xiao watched Lin Mo's series of actions, her face turned pale, her chest rose and fell violently, and she asked loudly, Lin Mo, what on earth do you want to do? You are deliberately making trouble. Chunyu couldn't help himself and took a step forward. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes. He pretended to be calm and said, Lin Mo, don't go too far. It won't benefit anyone if you do this. Lin Mo glanced at him and sneered, excessive? Compared to what you have done, this is nothing. Seeing Lin Mo's firm attitude, Bai Xiao was furious. She glared at Lin Mo fiercely, turned around, pulled Chunyu, and stormed back to the company. She sat in the conference room, her delicately made-up face full of gloom. Chunyu beside her was also uneasy, looking towards the door from time to time. As time passed, the atmosphere in the conference room became increasingly depressing. The employees looked at each other, not daring to breathe. Bai Xiao glanced at her phone from time to time, then looked at the door, her eyes gradually changing from initial anger to anxiety, and then to despair. I waited until the end of the day, but there was still no sign of the investor in the meeting room. Bai Xiao finally couldn't hold back any longer. She stood up suddenly and slammed the documents in her hand onto the conference table. The documents scattered all over the floor. She screamed hysterically. Lin Mo, this bastard, what on earth does he want? I will never let him go. The sharp voice echoed in the empty conference room, scaring the surrounding employees so much that they lowered their heads and dared not even breathe. Seeing this, Chunyu hurried forward, gently patted Bai Xiao on the back, and comforted her softly. Boss Bai, please don't get yourself hurt. Lin Mo was just confused for a moment and came here to cause trouble on purpose. You have contributed so much to the company, but he repays you with evil.
This is really too much.
As he spoke, Chen Yu showed an indignant look on his face, but there was a barely perceptible glimmer of joy in his eyes.
Look, he ruined such an important meeting today. It shows that he doesn't care about the company at all. He pretended to work hard for the company before, but it was all fake.
Chen Yu continued to exaggerate, secretly observing Bai Xiao's expression as he spoke. Unlike me, I have been wholeheartedly devoted to the company since I joined. You have seen how much effort I put into winning those projects. Bai Xiao listened to Chen Yu's words, and her anger subsided a little, but she still couldn't hide her frustration.
What can we do now?
If investors don't come, this project will fail and the company will face a huge crisis.
Chen Yu patted his chest and said confidently, Boss Bai, don't worry, I'm here. Even if Lin Mo leaves, I'll still be in the company.
I will definitely find a way to find another investor and revitalize this project.
He thinks he can defeat us by leaving the company, it's just a daydream. You are so thoughtful.
If I had known that Lin Mo was this kind of person, I should not have used him. Bai Xiao sighed, a look of regret on her face. Chen Yu was secretly pleased to see Bai Xiao's emotions gradually stabilize, and continued to criticize Lin Mo.
Boss Bai, you are too kind, that's why you were deceived by Lin Mo.
From now on, you can leave all the company's affairs to me.
I will never let you down, unlike Lin Mo, who will only make you sad.
Bai Xiao listened to these words and nodded slowly, but there was still a trace of worry in her eyes. After Lin Mo finished dealing with the company's related matters, he came to Bai Xiao again with the divorce agreement. At that time, Bai Xiao was worried about the failure of the company's project, and seeing Lin Mo made her already irritable mood even worse.
Bai Xiao, this is the divorce agreement. Please sign it and we can part ways in peace.
Lin Mo looked calm, without a trace of emotion in his tone, as if the woman in front of him had nothing to do with him anymore.
Bai Xiao looked at the divorce agreement with a flash of panic in her eyes, and then she loudly retorted, Divorce? I don't agree. Lin Mo, don't think that you can threaten me with divorce just because things in the company have become like this. I won't let you succeed.
Lin Mo frowned slightly, with a hint of impatience in his eyes. Bai Xiao, don't be stubborn.
There is no love between us anymore.
There is no point in continuing this marriage.
It's meaningless? That's not what you said when you married me.
Bai Xiao was emotional, her eyes reddened. Now that the company is in trouble, you just want to pat your butt and walk away. It's not that easy. Lin Mo sneered, the company's problems were caused by you and Chen Yu.
It has nothing to do with me. As for divorce, it's a matter of time. If you don't sign, we'll see you in court. Chapter 73 Court Confrontation. Hearing the word court, Bai Xiao's face changed slightly, but she was still unwilling to compromise. Let's go to court. I want to see what you can do to me.
Lin Mo looked at Bai Xiao, his eyes revealing a trace of determination. In this case, don't blame me for being rude.
In addition to divorce, I also want to recover all the money you gave to Chen Yu during the marriage.
Those are our common property, you have no right to give them to others privately.
You, how did you know?
Bai Xiao's eyes widened, a look of horror on her face.
She never thought that Lin Mo could find out everything about this matter. Do you think you can hide what you and Chen Yu did from me?
Lin Mo's eyes were cold. I advise you to cooperate obediently. Otherwise, once the case goes to court, you will not only lose more, but also be ruined. Bai Xiao slumped in the chair, her face as pale as paper. She knew that Lin Mo was serious this time and she had no way out. But she still had hope, hoping to find a chance of turning around. In the courtroom, the atmosphere was heavy and depressing, and the air was filled with tension. Lin Mo was wearing a neat suit and had a stern look on his face. The lawyer beside him was sorting out the documents in an orderly manner.
Bai Xiao sat opposite him.
Although her makeup was exquisite, she could not hide the haggardness and anxiety in her eyes.
Chen Yu sat behind her, his eyes dodged, and he lowered his head from time to time and did not dare to look Lin Mo in the eye.
The judge banged the gavel and announced the start of the trial. Lin Mo's lawyer stood up first and spoke sharply. Your Excellency, the marriage between my client, Mr. Lin Mo, and the defendant, Ms. Bai Xiao, has broken down and cannot be repaired. During the marriage, the defendant had a close relationship with the third party, Chen Yu, which not only seriously hurt the relationship between the couple, but also privately misappropriated the couple's common property and gave it to the third party. This series of actions violated the marital fidelity obligations and property distribution principles. As he spoke, the lawyer presented a thick stack of evidence, including intimate chat records between Bai Xiao and Chen Yu, large transfer receipts, and invoices for luxury goods purchases. Bai Xiao's lawyer quickly stood up and retorted, "Your Honor, although my client has had some dealings with Mr. Chen Yu, this does not directly prove that they have an improper relationship. Regarding the gift of property, some of the money was part of normal business dealings and gifts between friends, and was not a malicious transfer of marital property." Lin Mo frowned slightly, a hint of anger flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but speak.
Normal business dealings? Then how do you explain these intimate chats? Also, is it reasonable to give $1 million luxury car to a friend? Bai Xiao, ask yourself with your conscience, are you worthy of our marriage? Bai Xiao bit her lip, her face turned pale and red, but she was speechless. Chen Yu suddenly stood up and tried to explain. Boss Bai and I are really just friends. Some of that money was reimbursed for my expenses in helping the company. How can it be considered a gift?
Lin Mo's lawyer sneered and played a recording in court, which clearly recorded Chen Yu expressing his love for Bai Xiao and thanking her for giving him the car. When Chen Yu heard the recording, his face turned pale instantly and he sat back heavily in his chair. As the trial progressed, more evidence unfavorable to Bai Xiao and Chen Yu was made public. Bai Xiao's psychological defenses gradually collapsed. She looked at Lin Mo with regret and resentment in her eyes.
Lin Mo, we are husband and wife after all, can't you just let me go?
Lin Mo's eyes were firm and unmoved. I gave you chances, but you trampled on our marriage and trust time and time again.
Today, I am only seeking justice.
After listening to the statements and evidence from both parties, the judge pronounced the verdict in court. The judge looked solemn, his eyes swept across the audience, then he cleared his throat and spoke calmly. After a rigorous review of the evidence from both parties and sufficient cross-examination during the trial, this court now renders the following judgment: the divorce between plaintiff Lin Mo and defendant Bai Xiao is granted. There was a slight commotion in the courtroom, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the subsequent ruling. Regarding the division of the common property of the couple, given that the defendant Bai Xiao, during the continuation of the marriage, privately donated a large amount of the common property of the couple to the third party Chen Yu without the consent of the plaintiff, it seriously damaged the property rights and interests of the plaintiff. This court rules that the defendant must return all the property that the plaintiff secretly transferred to Chen Yu during the marriage, including but not limited to transferred funds, luxury cars and luxury goods, etc. The specific amount is subject to verification of evidence. When Bai Xiao heard this, her body trembled slightly and her eyes were full of despair, while Chen Yu felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, with beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. In addition, the defendant Bai Xiao violated her marital fidelity obligations and was primarily responsible for the breakdown of the marriage. In the final distribution of the couple's common property, her share should be reduced as appropriate. The judge's voice echoed in the courtroom, and every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting Bai Xiao and Chen Yu's hearts. Lin Mo's lawyer stood up and bowed slightly. I am grateful for the court's fair judgment, which is a strong protection of my client's legitimate rights and interests. Lin Mo's face was calm, but there was a hint of relief in his eyes. This unbearable past had finally come to an end. Bai Xiao's lawyer looked embarrassed and stammered, still trying to fight for it. Your Honor, could you give our client some time to study the verdict and consider whether to appeal? The judge nodded and agreed. The defendant is allowed to appeal within the prescribed time limit. If he fails to appeal within the time limit, this judgment will officially take effect. The trial was over and everyone left. Lin Mo walked out of the court and took a deep breath of the fresh air outside. The sun shone on his body, making him feel warm. Bai Xiao and Chen Yu followed behind dejectedly. Bai Xiao's steps were unsteady and she almost fell. Chen Yu wanted to help her, but she pushed him away. It's all your fault. Bai Xiao cried and cursed, if it weren't for you, how could I have ended up like this? Chen Yu opened his mouth but was speechless. At this moment, both of them knew that their beautiful dreams had been completely shattered. What awaited them would be a significant reduction in their wealth and strange looks from those around them. Xiao Tian. Host. Let us go back. Lin Mo smiled. What's the hurry? How can this punishment be enough? Chen Yu gritted his teeth and quickly caught up with Lin Mo, forcing a fake smile on his face, but his eyes were filled with resentment. Lin Mo, are you just leaving like this? We worked together after all, are you really going to ignore our past relationship and do something so ruthless? His voice was deliberately soft, with a hint of grievance, as if he was the innocent victim.
Look at President Bai.
She's in such a mess now.
The company is in a mess.
If you care about our past friendship, you shouldn't have brought all the evidence to court and embarrassed everyone.
Chun Yu continued, shaking his head and sighing, we are all adults. Why can't we sit down and talk it out? Why do we have to take this to court and make a fool of ourselves? Chapter 74 Chen Yu's Wives.
Lin Mo stopped, turned around, and looked at Chen Yu coldly, his eyes full of mockery.
Chen Yu, you are so shameless. When you and Bai Xiao did those things behind my back, why didn't you think about our old friendship?
You stole my job, my wife, and even tried to seize my property.
Now you accuse me of disregarding our old friendship?
Chen Yu was choked by Lin Mo's words and was speechless. His face turned pale and red, but he still did not give up and continued to pretend to be pitiful. Lin Mo, I know what I did before was wrong, but I was just confused at the time. Just give me a chance to make a fresh start and stop pursuing the issue, okay?
Ms. Bai also knows she was wrong.
Look how pitiful she is now, please show some mercy.
Lin Mo snorted coldly. Reform yourself?
What you have done cannot be undone.
You brought today's outcome upon yourselves.
I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. After saying that, Lin Mo no longer paid attention to Chen Yu and strode forward. Chen Yu looked at Lin Mo's back, the resentment in his eyes became stronger and stronger. He clenched his fists secretly, thinking about how to save the situation, but he didn't know that more punishment would be waiting for him. When Lin Mo heard the shout, he didn't even turn his head, but walked straight to his car, opened the door, got in, started the engine, and drove away, leaving Chen Yu standing there at a loss. A few days later, at the new product launch event of Moya Group, spotlights were flashing, and media reporters and guests from all walks of life gathered together. Bai Xiao, with her tired and anxious spirit, placed all her hopes on this press conference, hoping to use it to save the company's precarious reputation and performance.
As the company representative, Chen Yu walked onto the podium wearing a bright and beautiful suit.
At first, he tried to cover up his inner panic with a confident smile and a loud voice, but as the explanation went on, problems emerged one after another. He gave a vague explanation of the core technology of the new product. When a reporter asked about the details of the product's unique advantages, Chen Yu avoided the gaze, stammered, and gave an ambiguous and unconvincing answer. When talking about the key breakthroughs in the product development process, his statements were inconsistent and full of loopholes. The guests in the audience began to whisper to each other, their faces full of confusion and disappointment. Reporters also frowned, and kept recording these embarrassing moments with their pens, preparing to disclose them truthfully in subsequent reports. Bai Xiao sat in the audience, her face becoming increasingly uglier. She bit her lips tightly, her nails digging deeply into her palms, anger and despair burning in her heart.
Chen Yu, what on earth are you doing?
Bai Xiao lowered her voice and roared angrily in the audience, but Chen Yu on the stage could not hear her at all and continued to walk further and further on the wrong track. At this moment, a senior industry analyst stood up and mercilessly pointed out the major flaws in the product's technological application, saying that it was not competitive at all compared with the mature products already on the market. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar and the press conference fell into chaos in an instant. Chen Yu stood on the stage, the light shone palely on his face, reflecting the dense beads of sweat on his forehead, sliding down his temples to his pale cheeks. His hands were tightly grasping the manuscript, his knuckles turned white due to the force, and the paper was crumpled and made a slight rustling sound. Below the stage, reporters and guests cast questioning glances at him, like sharp arrows, piercing him and making him feel uncomfortable all over. When asked about the core technology of the product, his throat seemed to be choked by something. He swallowed several times before making a hoarse and trembling voice.
Well, our technology it uses, innovative,
Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between teeth, with panic that was difficult to conceal. There was a sudden burst of whispers from the audience, and the sound of whispers came like a tide, one wave after another, becoming increasingly noisy. Chen Yu's eyes began to wander, and he glanced around the stage, not daring to look anyone in the eye. His hands subconsciously pulled at his collar, as if the collar suddenly became tight, making it difficult for him to breathe. One reporter continued to ask, "Mr. Chen, you still haven't explained clearly what is new about this technology.
Can you explain it in detail?"
Chen Yu's lips trembled slightly. He opened his mouth but could not utter a word for a long time. His face turned pale and blue, and the sweat on his forehead became more and more violent. It dripped down his chin onto the podium, wetting a small area. His legs also began to tremble slightly, his knees bumped against each other uncontrollably, and he looked shaky. In order to cover up his gaffe, he tried to pick up the cup and drink some water, but his trembling hands caused a lot of water to spill out of the cup, wetting the speech, spreading the ink and blurring the words on it, and his embarrassment was clearly visible. Just as Chunyu was being questioned to the point of sweating and looking extremely embarrassed, the door to the press conference was suddenly pushed open and a noisy sound of footsteps was heard. Everyone turned their heads to look, and saw dozens of women dressed in different styles coming in one after another, their faces full of anger and unwillingness.
"Chunyu, you liar."
The short-haired woman in the lead was the first to attack. She rushed to the front of the stage, pointed at Chunyu, and her eyes seemed to be spitting fire. When Chunyu saw this group of women, his face instantly turned paler than white paper, his body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably, and the already crumpled speech manuscript in his hand fell to the ground with a pop.
"Wife, why are you here?"
Chunyu stuttered, his voice full of fear.
At this moment, he no longer cared about maintaining the false decency.
"Wife? Who is your wife?" a woman in a red dress screamed.
"You said you only loved me and tricked me into investing in you, but what happened? You're dating dozens of people."
As she spoke, she took out a stack of transfer records from her bag and threw them hard at Chunyu on the stage, and the papers scattered in the air.
"Chunyu, give me back my youth and my money."
Another long-haired woman also rushed up crying, her emotions almost out of control. The guests and reporters in the audience were completely stunned, and the already chaotic scene became even more out of control. Everyone took out their cell phones and frantically took photos and videos of this dramatic scene, with flashes of light going off one after another. Bai Shio was sitting in the audience, watching this sudden change. She felt like she was struck by lightning. She could never have imagined that Chunyu actually had such a side to him. Her eyes were filled with anger, disappointment and despair, her lips trembled, but she couldn't utter a word. At this moment, Chunyu was stared at by dozens of angry eyes, as if he was in hell. He wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, but there was nowhere to escape. He could only collapse powerlessly on the podium, allowing the accusations and insults from the women to drown him like a tide. He knew that all his disguises and calculations had completely collapsed at this moment.
Chapter 75, Chunyu and Bai Shio end.
Lin Mo folded his arms across his chest, leaning leisurely against the door of the press conference, with a playful smile on his face, watching the farce on the stage with interest.
Xiao Tian's voice rang in his mind. "Host, Chunyu is completely screwed now. Let's see how he can get back on track."
Lin Mo raised his eyebrows slightly and responded softly, "This is just what he deserves. He has done so many bad things before, and now retribution has come. That's right, he should have been punished for his despicable actions long ago."
Xiao Tian agreed.
Lin Mo looked at the chaotic scene on the stage, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes.
He and Bai Shio have turned a good company into a mess. Today's scene can be regarded as an explanation to the company. Host, what are you going to do next? The company is in such a mess, and you are just going to watch? Xiao Tian asked curiously.
Lin Mo stood up, his eyes swept over by Shio, who was in shock, and he said firmly, "Of course I won't just stand there and watch.
Once this farce is over, that's when I'll take action.
I want to get the company back on track and let Bai Xiao know that there is a price to pay for doing wrong.
I can't lose my woman and my company with this body."
As expected of the host, you must have expected all this,
Xiao Tian said with a hint of admiration.
Lin Mo chuckled, "I am just going with the flow.
Their greed and selfishness will sooner or later push them into the abyss. This press conference is their Waterloo."
As he spoke, he took a few steps forward and stood closer to the stage, ready to see how Chunyu would deal with this unmanageable mess. Amid the chaos, Chunyu caught a glimpse of Lin Mo standing in the audience with a leisurely look on his face. In an instant, shame and anger rushed to his head. He didn't care about the group of angry women in front of him. He stumbled off the stage and ran towards Lin Mo.
"Lin Mo. Is this you who did this?"
Chunyu rushed to Lin Mo, his eyes red, like a mad beast, and stretched out his hand to grab Lin Mo's collar.
Lin Mo was not in a hurry.
He dodged to the side and Chunyu missed and almost fell to the ground.
"Chunyu, you are really funny. Your own ugly deeds were exposed, but you blame me instead?"
Lin Mo had a mocking smile on his face. His voice was not loud, but it was full of contempt, and it was particularly clear in the noisy scene.
"If not you, who else could it be? How come these women suddenly appear here?"
Chunyu stood firm and shouted angrily, veins bulging on his forehead and beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. At this moment, he had lost his former demeanor and looked miserable.
"How many shameful things have you done? Don't you know?
Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze as sharp as a cold star, piercing straight at Chen Yu.
You thought you could get away with it forever, deceiving everyone. Today is just the backlash of your evil deeds.
Seeing this, the people around gathered around, their eyes moving back and forth between Lin Mo and Chen Yu, and they talked in low voices. The women who were crying on the stage also stopped and looked over here curiously. Bai Xiao also recovered and stumbled over.
She looked at Chen Yu and Lin Mo with a trembling voice. What on earth is going on? Chen Yu, explain it to me.
Chen Yu looked at Bai Xiao and opened his mouth, but didn't know where to start. He looked at Lin Mo for help, but only got Lin Mo's cold gaze in return. Under the gazes of everyone, Chen Yu felt as if he had been stripped naked, with all his ugliness and shame exposed. His legs went soft and he sat on the ground with empty eyes, completely losing the strength to resist. Lin Mo leaned down slightly, approached Chen Yu who was slumped on the ground, and whispered in his ear. His voice was low and cold, as if it was wrapped in the chill from hell. Your system is too bad.
Chen Yu's whole body trembled, and his originally empty eyes instantly focused.
He looked at Lin Mo with horror, his lips trembling, but he could not make a sound.
He could never have imagined that Lin Mo actually knew about the existence of the system. Do you think you can do whatever you want with that little cheating trick?
Lin Mo sneered, and kept his voice very low to ensure that only Chen Yu could hear it.
Your system is nothing but child's play in front of me.
Chen Yu widened his eyes, with endless fear and confusion in his heart. He had always thought that his system was a unique golden finger and the basis for his rapid success, but now he was evaluated so contemptuously by Lin Mo.
I know everything you have done.
Lin Mo continued, with an unquestionable certainty in his tone. Every time you scheme, every time you use the system to gain benefits, it is all under my control. Today's farce is just the first step in making you suffer the consequences of your own actions. Chen Yu's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He wanted to retort, but found that his throat seemed to be blocked and he couldn't utter a word. Lin Mo's words kept echoing in his mind, your system is too bad. These simple words were like a heavy hammer, completely breaking down his last psychological defense. You, who are you? Chen Yu finally squeezed out a few words, his voice hoarse and weak. Lin Mo stood up and looked down at Chen Yu, without a trace of pity in his eyes.
It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that your game is over. From now on, you will pay the price for what you have done.
After saying that, Lin Mo turned around and strode away, leaving Chen Yu slumped in the spot, shrouded in endless fear and despair. After the farce at the press conference, Lin Mo did not delay at all and quickly pushed forward the divorce procedures.
Chapter 76 Urban Warfare.
The Lin Group building has turned into a tragic battlefield. Relying on their rich combat experience and sophisticated equipment, the mercenaries launched round after round of fierce attacks on the core area where the hemostatic formula was stored, like a surging tide.
They are well trained and have clear division of labor.
Some of them are armed with advanced automatic weapons and fire wildly, suppressing the counterattack of the military security team, while others use smoke bombs and tactical coordination to try to break through the security line. The military security guards were not afraid. Wearing heavy bulletproof vests and with determined eyes, they fought a desperate battle with the mercenaries with their tenacious will and excellent military qualities. Relying on the terrain inside the building, they set up temporary fortifications and used tables, chairs, filing cabinets, and other items to form simple but solid lines of defense, repelling the mercenaries' attacks time and time again.
Bullets whizzed through the air, hitting walls and fortifications, splashing a series of sparks.
The explosion was deafening, smoke filled the entire floor, and the pungent smell of gunpowder almost suffocated people. The security team members shuttled back and forth amidst the hail of bullets. Some of them were unfortunately shot and fell, but they were immediately replaced by their companions. They covered each other and cooperated tacitly, and no one retreated. One of the young security guards, although still with a childish look on his face, behaved extremely bravely in the battle. Regardless of the enemy's dense firepower, he rushed forward resolutely and threw a grenade accurately at the enemy's attacking team, successfully disrupting the rhythm of the mercenaries' charge. However, he was exposed to the enemy's gun and was shot in the shoulder and leg, with blood staining his military uniform. But he endured the severe pain, slowly sat up against the wall, and continued to shoot at the enemy with the gun in his hand until his comrades dragged him back to the defense line for emergency treatment. At the entrance to the core area, the security captain personally led the team to defend. He was holding a heavy assault rifle, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and he accurately shot and killed every enemy who tried to approach. While shooting, he shouted loudly to boost the morale of his teammates, "Brothers, hold your ground.
We must not let these guys succeed."
Under his encouragement, the team members' morale was boosted and they resisted the mercenaries' attack more tenaciously. However, the mercenaries' offensive became more and more fierce, and the casualties of the security team continued to increase. The defense line gradually loosened, and the mercenaries began to approach the core area step by step. At this time, the pungent smell of gunpowder and blood was intertwined in the air, broken limbs were scattered everywhere, and the blood on the ground gathered into dark red streams, meandering along the gaps between the tiles. The lights flickered in the exchange of fire, and from time to time a light bulb was hit by a stray bullet and exploded with a bang, splattering sharp glass shards. The sounds of alarms, gunfire, people shouting and groaning in pain in the building were deafening. The mercenary leader stood in the back, holding a high-powered telescope, observing the battle situation with a grim expression. He watched his men advancing amidst the hail of bullets, feeling both satisfied and a little worried. These security guards are more difficult to deal with than expected, but the hemostatic formula is right in front of us, and we must not let it go to waste. He murmured in a low voice, his brows furrowed, and a hint of ferocity in his eyes. He turned to the communicator, his voice low but intimidating. "Listen, everyone, speed up the attack. Don't worry about casualties, just do your best to break through their defenses. Alpha Team, outflanking from the left and attract their firepower. Bravo Team, concentrate your firepower to attack the frontal defense line and tear open a hole at all costs. Remember, the formula must be obtained, otherwise no one can expect to return alive." Under the command of their leader, the mercenaries' attacks became more and more frenzied. The Alpha Team moved through the corridors of the building like ghosts, using smoke bombs as cover to quickly approach the security team's left line of defense. Sometimes they advanced on the ground, sometimes they took cover and moved quickly, the weapons in their hands constantly spurting out tongues of flame. Bravo Team, armed with heavy weapons, launched round after round of charges towards the front line of defense. Bullets rained down on the fortifications like a rainstorm, and the sparks almost covered the entire defense line. Although the security guards were exhausted, they still put up a stubborn resistance. However, as the mercenaries' offensive intensified, their defenses became increasingly fragile. Another team member fell under the enemy's fierce attack, and blood splattered on the face of the team member next to him. The warm touch made him slightly startled, but he just wiped his face quickly and returned to the battle. At the entrance to the core area, the security captain's voice had become hoarse, but he still encouraged his team members with all his might. "Everyone hold on. Even if there is only one person left, we must protect the formula." There was determination in his eyes, and the assault rifle in his hand kept spitting out flames, killing one enemy after another who tried to approach. But the number of enemies was too large, and he gradually felt overwhelmed. Sweat beads covered his forehead and his arms trembled slightly from long-term shooting. The gap in the defense line was getting bigger and bigger. The mercenaries were only a few steps away from the core area, and the balance of victory seemed to be tilting towards them. The sound of fierce gunfire spread like thunder, causing panic among the residents in nearby streets. Office workers in the office building crowded around the windows, looking in the direction of the Lin Group building in horror, only to see thick smoke pouring out. The sounds of gunfire and explosions made them tremble. Many people frantically took out their cell phones to call the police, their voices filled with tears. Chapter 77: Snow Clearing Dangers. When the city fell into chaos, Su Qingxue, who had been watching the situation behind the scenes, could no longer sit still. She knew very well that if the hemostatic formula fell into the hands of mercenaries, the consequences would be disastrous. Su Qingxue quickly ran to the secret laboratory where the latest intelligent drone was stored. Due to research and development progress and resource limitations, there is currently only one experimental drone equipped with weapons, but this is the only force she can rely on at the moment. She operated the console skillfully and started the drone. This drone has a sleek appearance and a metallic body. It is equipped with an advanced artificial intelligence system and powerful weapon modules. With a buzzing sound, the drone quickly took off and flew towards the Lin Group building. At this time, the battle inside and outside the Lin Group building had entered a white-hot stage. Although the special police and security teams gradually gained the upper hand, the mercenaries still fought stubbornly, and both sides paid a heavy price. The mercenary leader hid behind a bunker, beads of sweat on his forehead and a hint of despair in his eyes, but he was still frantically commanding the remaining troops to resist. Su Qingxue observed the battlefield situation through the drone's high-definition camera. The drone quickly distinguishes between friend and foe, analyzes the enemy's position and pattern of action, and then adjusts its flight attitude and launches an attack on the enemy. The drone swooped down quickly, and the weapon modules on both sides of the fuselage activated instantly, emitting precise laser beams. The laser beam flashed across the battlefield like lightning, hitting several firing points of the mercenaries and causing an explosion instantly. The mercenaries were caught off guard by the sudden attack and were thrown into disarray. Seeing this, the special police and security team members were greatly encouraged and took the opportunity to launch a more fierce attack. The mercenary leader looked at the drone in horror, his heart filled with confusion and fear. He had never seen such advanced weapons before and had no idea how to deal with them. "What on earth is this?" he muttered to himself.
"Quick, find a way to take it down."
The mercenaries pointed their weapons at the drone and fired wildly, but the drone easily avoided the enemy's attacks with its flexible maneuverability and advanced defense system.
The drone's ammunition emergency alarm sounded sharply in Su Qingshua's secret laboratory.
The rapid sound hit her heart like a heavy hammer. Her brows were furrowed, her eyes were wide open, her eyes were full of anxiety and eagerness, her fingers were tapping rapidly on the console in a panic, trying to find a solution. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield was once again in a stalemate. Her attention was completely drawn to the scenes on the screen, and she had no idea that danger was quietly approaching. A nimble mercenary, while everyone's attention was focused on the front battlefield, quietly came to the roof of the building. There was a look of ferocity and determination on his face. His movements were swift and skillful. After fixing the rope, he used it to slide down rapidly, like a cheetah ready to pounce at any time. Soon, he arrived outside the laboratory window where Su Qingshuo was. The laboratory had excellent sound insulation, and Su Qingshuo did not hear the slightest movement outside the window. The mercenaries gently pried open the window and sneaked into the room silently. He crouched and slowly approached Su Qingshuo, who was concentrating on operating the control console. The muscles on his face were tense, his eyes flashed with greed and ruthlessness, and the dagger in his hand flashed coldly.
"Don't move!" Just as Su Qingshuo was about to try to adjust the drone attack strategy again, a low shout suddenly came from behind her, and the voice seemed to be wrapped in endless chill. Then, a cold dagger was pressed against her neck. Su Qingshuo's body froze instantly, her eyes widened, her pupils contracted sharply, her face was pale, and her lips trembled slightly. But she pretended to be calm and didn't utter a single cry of surprise. "Hand over the hemostatic formula, or I will kill you now." The mercenary's voice was low and fierce, and his breathing was rapid, with a sickening breath spraying on the back of Su Qingshuo's neck. His face was full of madness, veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyes were as big as copper bells, staring at Su Qingshuo. Su Qingshuo took a deep breath and tried to keep herself calm, but her slightly trembling shoulders still revealed her inner fear. She gritted her teeth, her face pale but pretending to be calm. "Do you think I'm afraid of you? There are surveillance cameras everywhere here. If you dare to do anything, you won't be able to leave alive." The mercenary sneered, with the mockery on his face not concealed at all. "Stop talking nonsense." As he said that, he suddenly stretched out his left hand and slapped Su Qingshuo hard. With a crisp pop sound, Su Qingshuo's face instantly became red and swollen, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her head was tilted to one side by the slap, her hair was scattered on her face, and a trace of pain and anger flashed in her eyes. 1. The mercenary began to count, and at the same time, the dagger in his hand tightened a little. The sharp blade cut the skin on Su Qingshuo's neck, and a trace of blood slowly seeped out. Su Qingshuo's heart was beating violently, as if it was about to burst through her chest. Her eyes were full of defiance, but fear was also spreading in her heart. Su Qingshuo gritted her teeth and secretly groaned in her heart. She knew that this mercenary had been forced into a desperate situation and could do anything. But the hemostatic formula is the result of the hard work of countless scientific researchers and concerns the lives of countless people. She absolutely cannot hand it over easily. "Do you think everything will be fine once you get the formula?" Su Qingshuo tried to delay time and find a chance to escape. Her voice trembled slightly, but she tried to remain calm. "Neither the Ling Group nor the military will let you go. You and your organization will face catastrophic disaster. That's my own business. You don't have to worry about it." The mercenary interrupted her impatiently, and the impatience on his face became more and more obvious. 2. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his foot and kicked Su Qingshuo hard in the knee. Su Qingshuo's legs went limp and she fell to her knees on the ground. She bit her lower lip tightly, her face turned pale with pain, beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, and her eyes were full of humiliation and unwillingness. The laboratory was dead silent, with only the mercenary's heavy breathing and Su Qingshuo's suppressed cries of pain. The light cast a pale shadow on the two of them, making their shadows long and distorted.
On the monitoring screen, the smoke of the battlefield was still filling the air, but Su Qingxue was trapped in an extremely dangerous situation, hanging between life and death.
3.
The mercenary roared, and the dagger was directly placed on Su Qingxue's carotid artery. As long as he exerted a little force, he could end Su Qingxue's life. At this moment, Su Qingxue closed her eyes tightly, her face full of despair and helplessness. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to fall. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking windows.
Chapter 78 Shadow Organization.
Just as the mercenary's dagger was about to cut Su Qingxue's carotid artery, the air outside the laboratory seemed to be suddenly torn apart by an invisible giant hand. In an instant, a strong wind rushed in, causing the experimental equipment to shake violently and papers to fly all over the sky. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling cold light broke through the night like lightning, and a flying sword, wrapped in a devastating momentum, broke into the window with a force as powerful as thunder. Under the impact of this powerful force, the window glass instantly turned into countless tiny crystals, which fluttered like snowflakes. This flying sword was surrounded by a rich sword energy that seemed to be substantial, surging and roaring like raging waves. I saw it draw a sharp arc in the air, so fast that it was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, leaving only a blurry light and shadow.
With a few dull and crisp puff sounds, the mercenary's hand and foot tendons were instantly and accurately severed.
His arms and legs drooped limply, and the dagger in his hand fell to the ground with a clang, making a crisp and terrifying sound in the silent laboratory. The mercenary collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut, and a sharp scream like a pig being slaughtered came out of his throat.
The sound was full of pain and despair, and it kept echoing in the laboratory.
Su Qingxue opened her eyes in horror, and what she saw was the flying sword floating in the air. The sword was trembling slightly, and the buzzing sound was endless, as if announcing to the world the residual power of the battle that had just taken place. Then, she saw the familiar figure riding on a flying sword, flying slowly towards her from the window.
Lin Mo.
Su Qingxue shouted in surprise. The despair in her eyes was instantly replaced by hope, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. The joy of surviving the disaster made her body tremble uncontrollably. She had never been so eager to see someone.
Lin Mo landed steadily in the laboratory.
His eyes were as sharp as cold stars.
After scanning around, he fell on Su Qingxue.
Seeing that she was in a mess but not seriously injured, he breathed a sigh of relief.
"I'm glad you're okay."
His voice was low and powerful, as if it carried a magic that made people feel at ease. Then, Lin Mo turned around and looked at the mercenary who was lying on the ground, his face pale with pain, and his eyes instantly became icy cold. "If you dare to touch my people, you will not leave alive today." After saying that, he raised his hand and waved it, and the flying sword automatically flew into his hand. The sword body flashed with cold light, as if waiting for its master to give new instructions. At the same time, a deafening sharp whistle came from downstairs, as if thousands of troops were galloping towards them. Countless flying swords were like a surging black tide or a flock of crows covering the sky as they swept towards the remaining mercenaries. These flying swords shuttled nimbly in the air, and every swing brought up a strong airflow, blowing up sand and dust on the ground. Blood splattered wherever they went, and the mercenaries had no time to put up any resistance before they were ruthlessly killed. For a moment, there were screams downstairs, limbs flew everywhere, and broken arms and legs were scattered everywhere. Soon there was only deathly silence, and only the strong smell of blood filled the air, which was nauseating.
After a while, Lin Mo brought Su Qingxue downstairs.
At this time, the scene was a tragic scene like hell on earth, with the bodies of mercenaries scattered all over the ground and blood gathered into streams, meandering on the ground. The mercenary leader was nailed to the wall by Lin Mo's flying sword, barely maintaining consciousness, his eyes full of fear and despair. Lin Mo slowly walked up to him, looked down at him, and spoke in a low and cold voice.
"Tell me, who ordered you to steal the hemostatic formula? What other conspiracy does the organization behind this have?"
His eyes seemed to be able to see through everything, making the mercenary leader dare not hide anything. The mercenary leader's lips trembled, but he was unable to speak for a while because of pain and fear. Seeing this, Lin Mo frowned slightly, moved the flying sword in his hand lightly, and the tip of the sword pierced into the leader's shoulder, and blood immediately gushed out.
"Ah!"
The leader screamed and finally spoke with difficulty. It's the Shadow Organization. They asked us to steal the formula, saying that they want to use it to create super soldiers and rule the world." The security forces acted quickly. Wearing uniforms and with solemn expressions, they cleaned up the messy scene in an orderly manner. Some team members carefully helped their comrades apply hemostatic agents with gentle movements. Some were carefully cleaning up the bloodstains and scattered weapons on the ground, leaving no corner untouched, trying to restore some of the tranquility of the battlefield. The scene was busy, yet so quiet that only the sounds of cleaning could be heard, and the air was filled with sadness and exhaustion. The special police escorted the mercenary leader, who was dejected and walking unsteadily, and was led away like a puppet. The leader knew that what he had done had completely failed and that severe punishment by law would await him. At this time, Lin Mo was holding the mercenary who had kidnapped Su Qingshui. He was lying limp like a dead dog, his eyes full of fear and despair. Lin Mo flashed and took him away from everyone's sight and came to a heavily guarded secret base. The lights in the secret base were dim, and the walls were shining with a cold metallic luster. Lin Mo threw the mercenary heavily to the ground, making a dull sound. The mercenary looked around in horror and tried to struggle to get up and run away, but found that his hands and feet were completely out of control. What do you want to do?" the mercenary asked in a trembling voice, his lips pale and his face full of fear. Lin Mo ignored his question and just stood quietly in front of him, emitting a cold aura. His eyes were like sharp blades in the cold night, piercing straight at the mercenary, as if trying to see through his soul. "Do you know? The moment you attacked her, your fate was already sealed." Lin Mo finally spoke, his voice low and cold, as if carrying endless chill. The mercenary swallowed his saliva and tried to defend himself. I was also following orders. I didn't want to." "Following orders?" Lin Mo sneered. "No matter who ordered me to do this, I will not let anyone who hurts her go." After that, Lin Mo slowly squatted down, leaned close to the mercenary's ear, and whispered, "Now, tell me everything you know about the Shadow Organization. Otherwise, you will regret coming to this world." Although Lin Mo's tone was gentle, the threat contained in it made the mercenary shudder. The mercenary's body began to tremble uncontrollably, and he knew he had no way to escape. Under Lin Mo's strong sense of oppression, he finally broke down and began to confess. "The Shadow Organization, they are very mysterious. I only know that they have influence all over the world and have many secret bases. The order to seize the formula this time was given by a person codenamed Viper in the organization. I heard that they have been secretly training some experimental subjects, just waiting for the formula to be obtained to complete the super soldier plan." Chapter 79 I'm going on a trip. Lin Mo frowned, and quickly sorted out the information given by the mercenaries in his mind. The ambition of the Shadow Organization was far beyond imagination. Once the super soldier plan succeeded, the world would fall into endless chaos. "Lin Mo, Xiaotian, investigate the Shadow Organization." Xiaotian's voice came out. "Host, the Shadow Organization is outside the country, in Southeast Asia." Lin Mo stared at the virtual interface of System Xiaotian with a sharp gaze, and asked anxiously, "Which areas in Southeast Asia are they in? Is there any more detailed information about the location of the base?" Xiaotian's computing program ran at high speed and gave a response in an instant. 3 key areas have been locked: an abandoned factory in Manchester City, Country Tea, a luxurious manor in Penang, Malaysia, and an underground black market in Manila, Philippines. These 3 places are most likely their activity centers, but the security is tight and there are secret guards around them. Lin Mo stroked his chin, thought for a moment and asked again, "Regarding their super soldier project, how far have you got it? Is there any relevant information on the research progress and personnel composition?" A series of complex codes flashed across Xiaotian's data screen, and he quickly sorted out the key content. The Shadow Organization has recruited a group of top genetic scientists. The sources of experimental subjects are complex, some are obtained from black market population transactions, and some are kidnapped special forces. From the existing data, it is speculated that the genetic modification of super soldiers has completed the initial stage, and in-depth research is being conducted in the direction of enhancing physical strength and mental control. Lin Mo looked solemn. He took a deep breath and asked, "What about their weapons and equipment? Also, can you find out the communication methods and coordination mechanisms between these bases?" Xiaotian's answer was clear and concise. "The source of the weapons involves international illegal arms dealers, who are equipped with advanced thermal weapons and even some small energy weapons. The communication uses encrypted quantum communication technology, but I am trying to crack it. Special tokens are used to transmit key intelligence between strongholds. Currently, the style and transmission rules of the tokens have been roughly understood." Lin Mo stroked his chin, with a meaningful arc at the corner of his mouth. Things are getting more and more interesting. Just as he finished speaking, there was a sound of orderly and powerful footsteps outside the laboratory. Leading the group was a middle-aged general in a neat military uniform, with a golden star on his shoulder shining brightly. He strode into the laboratory with sharp eyes, followed by several officers with equally serious expressions. Seeing this, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows slightly, and had already guessed their purpose.
Mr. Lin, I have long heard of your name.
The general spoke first, his voice steady and powerful. I am Li Zhenghua, the military representative. I am here to understand the losses of the Lin Group in this incident and to explain to you the matter of the mercenaries entering the country. Lin Mo nodded slightly, motioning them to sit down, his expression neither humble nor arrogant.
General Li, you are too polite.
As for the damage, some of the laboratory equipment was destroyed, but the data was preserved intact. It's just that these mercenaries broke in so blatantly, which is really frightening. A trace of guilt flashed in Li Zhenggua's eyes, and he sighed. Mr. Lin, this was a mistake on our part.
The shadow organization is extremely secretive.
They used illegal channels to disguise these mercenaries as ordinary businessmen and sneaked into the country in batches. Although we have been closely monitoring them, they still managed to take advantage of the loopholes.
Lin Mo frowned slightly, tapping his fingers on the table. General Li, the military should have heard about the shadow organization's super soldier plan, right? Their ambitions don't stop there.
This time, snatching the hemostatic formula is just the beginning.
Li Zhenghua nodded solemnly. Mr. Lin is right. We have realized the seriousness of the situation.
We came here this time in the hope of reaching a cooperation with the Lin Group to fight against the shadow organization together. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He stretched out his hand and shook hands tightly with Li Zhenghua. General Li, the Lin Group is willing to fully cooperate with the military. I believe that as long as we work together, we will be able to completely eradicate the shadow organization.
At this moment, the voice of System Xiaotian sounded in Lin Mo's mind. Host, we have detected that the shadow organization has made unusual movements in its bases in Southeast Asia, and it seems that they are preparing for a new round of operations.
Lin Mo's eyes shone. He let go of Li Zhenggua's hand and said to everyone, it seems that I can't accompany you.
General Li was stunned. Why, Mr. Lin, do you have something else to do?
Lin Mo smiled.
I'm going on a trip.
After saying that, he stepped on the flying sword and flew into the air.
Li Zhenghua opened his mouth wide.
He had heard about Lin Mo's weirdness, but when he saw it for the first time, he was still very shocked. Lin Mo flew on his sword and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant, leaving General Li and a group of officers standing there in shock, with an expression of disbelief on their faces. General Li recovered and murmured in a low voice, Mr. Lin is indeed extraordinary in his actions. Then, he quickly turned around and ordered the officers beside him, pay close attention to Mr. Lin's movements. At the same time, increase the intensity of the investigation of the remaining forces of the shadow organization in the country.
Don't let them have any chance to take advantage of you again.
On the other side, Lin Mo was riding his flying sword at full speed towards Southeast Asia. On the way, he closed his eyes and concentrated, communicating with the system Xiaotian. Xiaotian, give me a real-time update of the abnormal situation of the shadow organization's base and analyze their possible direction of action.
Xiaotian responded immediately.
Host, according to current monitoring, the flow of people in the abandoned factory in Bangkok, Country T has increased significantly, and a large amount of heavy equipment has been transported in the luxury estate in Penang. Malaysia has strengthened its security deployment, and the number of secret guards around it has doubled. The underground black market in Manila, Philippines seems to be stockpiling emergency supplies, and various rare metals and medicines are frequently traded.
Preliminary speculation is that they may be gathering forces to prepare for a large-scale experiment or military operation.
Lin Mo's brows were furrowed, and his expression became more solemn. It seems that the shadow organization has sensed the danger and is preparing to act in advance. We must get ahead of them and disrupt their plans. A few hours later, Lin Mo arrived in Bangkok, Country T. He put away his flying sword, disguised himself as an ordinary tourist, and strolled on the street. The streets of Manchester were bustling with activity, but Lin Mo had no intention of appreciating it.
His eyes were always on every move around him.
Under Xiaotian's guidance, Lin Mo came to the vicinity of an abandoned factory. He found a secluded corner and carefully observed the factory entrance and exit. He saw strong men in black clothes coming in and out from time to time. Each of them looked alert and held a weapon in his hand. Lin Mo thought to himself, these people should be members of the shadow organization. It seems that this is one of their important bases. While observing, he asked Xiaotian to crack the monitoring system inside the factory in an attempt to obtain more intelligence. Just when Lin Mo was concentrating, suddenly, a slight sound of footsteps came from behind him. He was startled and turned around quickly, only to find a little girl standing there timidly with a flower in her hand. The little girl said in a childish voice, "Uncle, buy me a flower." Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, smiled and took out money to buy the flowers. The moment he took the flower, the little girl's eyes suddenly turned cold. The flower stem in her hand shook, revealing the sharp blade hidden inside, and stabbed towards Lin Mo's throat.
Chapter 80 Ambush.
Lin Mo's pupils suddenly shrank. At the critical moment when the sharp blade was about to stab him, he relied on his keen perception in the middle stage of the spirit illusion realm and the flexible body movement of the Hunyuan Yulong step to instantly dodge to the side. The sharp blade passed by his neck, bringing up a cool breeze and making him break out in a cold sweat.
Oof, it's not simple as expected.
Lin Mo snorted coldly, and his vigilance towards the shadow organization increased a little more. He didn't expect that they would actually use a little girl to assassinate him. At this moment, the spiritual energy in his body was circulating rapidly, and the star-breaking fist quietly condensed in his palm. The little girl missed her attack, but she was not at all flustered.
She turned around and moved with an agility that didn't seem like a child.
She stabbed Lin Mo's chest with the sharp blade in her hand again.
Lin Mo's eyes flashed, and instead of retreating, he rushed towards the little girl, while performing the Hunyuan Yulongbu, with a speed so fast that it was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye.
In the blink of an eye, Lin Mo came in front of the little girl. He swung out the star-breaking fist with a whistling sound. Seeing this, the little girl quickly raised her knife to block. With a loud bang, the huge impact force knocked the little girl away, and the sharp blade in her hand was also knocked to the ground. However, Lin Mo was not in a hurry to deal with the little girl. He opened his telepathic eyes and observed the little girl carefully. He found that there seemed to be a special power hidden in her body, and her eyes revealed a ruthlessness and determination that did not belong to a child.
Who are you? Why do you want to kill me?
Lin Mo asked coldly.
The little girl struggled to get up from the ground and stared at Lin Mo fiercely. You nosy guy, you dare to investigate the shadow organization, today is the day you die.
Lin Mo was shocked. It seemed that the shadow organization had already noticed his arrival and had been prepared. He took a deep breath, circulated his spiritual power, and prepared to attack again. At this moment, the voice of System Xiaotian sounded in his mind. Host, the enemies in the factory seem to have noticed the movement here, and a large number of people are rushing over here.
Lin Mo's expression was stern.
He knew that now was not the time to get entangled. He quickly performed the all-purpose demon-breaking technique, gathering the natural forces around him to form a powerful barrier, trapping the little girl inside. Then, he performed the Hunyuan Yulong step and flew away into the distance. While running, Lin Mo communicated with Xiaotian. Xiaotian, analyze the next actions of the shadow organization. We must find their weaknesses as soon as possible and destroy their plans in one fell swoop. Xiaotian responded immediately. Host, based on the current situation, the shadow organization is likely to move the experimental site and strengthen the defense of other bases. We can start with their material transportation routes, cut off their supplies, and disrupt their deployment.
Lin Mo nodded slightly. Okay, let's do it this way. Let's intercept their material transport team first and give them a warning. After that, Lin Mo, under Xiaotian's guidance, ran towards the shadow organization's material transportation route. Lin Mo's figure was as fast as lightning, shuttling quickly through the streets of Bangkok. Behind him, noisy shouts could be heard faintly from the direction of the abandoned factory. He knew that the shadow organization's pursuers could catch up with him at any time. Xiaotian, how long do you estimate it will take for the enemy to catch up? Lin Mo asked anxiously in his heart while running away. Xiaotian's voice instantly rang in his mind. Host, based on the enemy's current movement speed and route, they are expected to arrive at the area around your current location in 5 minutes. There are 3 streets where you may encounter them. It is recommended that you move forward to the alley in front of you on the left, where there are the fewest enemies and there are piles of debris that are easy to hide. Lin Mo turned left as instructed, and just as he entered the alley, he heard chaotic footsteps coming from not far away. He held his breath and hid behind a pile of old cardboard boxes. He breathed a sigh of relief only when the footsteps faded away. Xiaotian, continue to predict the actions of the shadow organization's material transport team. I want to intercept them before they move. Lin Mo said in a low voice. Xiaotian calculated for a moment and replied. Host, the transport team is expected to depart from the luxurious manor in Penang, Malaysia in 2 hours. There are 2 possible routes. One is via the coastal highway, which has many bends that are convenient for ambushes. The other is through an inland town. The town is densely populated and not conducive to large-scale battles, but the narrow streets can be used to hinder the transport team's progress.
Lin Mo pondered for a moment and said, although the coastal highway is easy to set up an ambush, they must be prepared. Let's go to the inland town and take advantage of the terrain to catch them off guard.
Following Xiaotian's guidance, Lin Mo rushed to the inland town without stopping.
After arriving, he surveyed the terrain in advance and selected a rooftop overlooking the entire street as an ambush point. There was still half an hour before the transport team was expected to arrive.
Lin Mo asked Xiaotian again, Xiaotian, can you predict the specific situation when the transport team arrives? Are there any variables?
Xiaotian quickly analyzed the data and responded, Host, according to the information we have so far, the transport team consists of 5 heavy trucks, each of which is equipped with 4-5 armed personnel, and may also carry small energy weapons. The variable is that there may be secret sentries of the shadow organization around the town. Once they find any abnormalities, they will notify the transport team in advance to change the route.
Lin Mo's eyes shone. It seems that we have to deal with the sentries first. Xiaotian, help me locate their position.
Xiaotian quickly locked onto the location of the secret sentry, and Lin Mo took action silently, successfully eliminating several secret sentries before the transport team was about to arrive in the town.
Everything is ready. Lin Mo hides on the roof, quietly waiting for the arrival of the transport team. He gathers the spiritual power in his hands, ready to deal a fatal blow to the Shadow Organization's supply transport team.
Lin Mo hid on the roof, his aura restrained, as if he had blended into the tranquility of the small town. Only his sharp eyes were fixed on the direction where the transport team was about to appear. The spiritual power in his hands was like a ferocious beast waiting for an opportunity, ready to erupt at any time. Xiaotian, confirmed the location and status of the transport team again. Lin Mo lowered his voice and communicated with the system Xiaotian in his mind.
Host, the transport team will arrive at the town entrance in 5 minutes. Everything is normal at the moment.
There is no sign that they have changed their route.
Xiaotian's voice was calm and clear, echoing in Lin Mo's mind. Lin Mo nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and adjusted his state.
This is not just a simple attack, but a crucial battle that determines whether the plans of the Shadow Organization can be disrupted.
Killing is easy, but eradication requires patience. Shadow Organization, today is the beginning of your nightmare.
He murmured in a low voice, his tone revealing unquestionable firmness. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, a few wisps of smoke appeared at the entrance of the town, followed by 5 heavy trucks slowly driving in. The mysterious logo of the Shadow Organization was printed on the body of each truck, and there were motorcycle guards around it. The armed men on the trucks were vigilantly observing the surroundings. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, and when the convoy completely entered the streets of the town, he stood up suddenly, the spiritual power in his hands burst out instantly, and he performed the all-seeing demon-breaking technique. For a moment, the debris and stones on both sides of the street were picked up by the powerful force of nature and flew towards the transport team like hidden weapons. With a few loud bangs, the motorcycle in front was hit, and the rider fell to the ground with the motorcycle. The transport team was instantly in chaos. The armed men jumped out of the vehicles one after another, raised their weapons but didn't know where to shoot.
Chapter 81 Target Aircraft Carrier Formation 1.
Lin Mo flashed and performed the Hunyuan Wandering Dragon Step, moving flexibly in the hail of bullets, making it impossible for anyone to aim at him. At the same time, he summoned his natal flying sword and suspended it in front of him.
Go!
Lin Mo shouted in a low voice, and saw the flying sword shining brightly, and instantly split into dozens of small flying swords, shooting towards the transport team like a swarm of bees. Each small flying sword carried a sharp sword energy. Wherever it went, metal was cut and human bodies were pierced, causing screams. The armed men of the Shadow Organization widened their eyes in horror. Although they were well trained, they were still thrown into disarray by such a strange and powerful attack. One of the burly men who looked like the captain quickly calmed down and shouted, "Don't panic. Find cover and suppress it with firepower." The team members followed the order, hid behind the wreckage of trucks and motorcycles, and shot at Xiao Feijian, trying to stop Xiao Feijian's attack with dense bullets. The tire of a truck was cut by the small flying sword, the body of the truck tilted instantly, and the cargo was scattered all over the ground. At this moment, the voice of System Xiaotian sounded in his mind, "Host, a vehicle has been found coming to support us from behind, and it is expected to arrive in 3 minutes. Lin Mo's heart trembled. He increased his spiritual power output and controlled the small flying sword to continue attacking. A small flying sword accurately pierced the throat of an armed man, then quickly turned and stabbed another enemy who tried to fight back. However, as time went on, Lin Mo gradually felt that his spiritual power was running out. He knew that this was not a solution and the battle had to end as soon as possible.
Xiaotian, analyze the enemy's defense loopholes.
I want to destroy their supplies in one blow. Lin Mo said anxiously. Xiaotian quickly analyzed the battlefield situation and responded, Host, the defense of the cargo storage area of the last truck is relatively weak, and the cargo stored inside may be core materials.
It is recommended that you concentrate your forces to attack there.
Lin Mo took a deep breath, recalled all the small flying swords, and condensed them into one natal flying sword. Then he mobilized the remaining spiritual power in his body and rushed towards the last truck.
He used all his skills to fight his way through the enemy's encirclement and finally arrived in front of the truck.
He jumped high, gathered all his spiritual power, and thrust his natal flying sword fiercely into the truck's compartment. With a loud bang, the carriage was instantly torn apart by a powerful force, and the supplies inside were exposed. They were indeed some key equipment and rare medicines used in super soldier experiments. At this time, the support vehicle arrived. Lin Mo knew he had to leave, so he used the Hunyuan Wandering Dragon Step and quickly disappeared into the streets of the town. Xiaotian, due to the host's attack on the transport convoy, the contact between the shadow team members and the leader has increased.
Xiaotian has already locked the location of the leader and the laboratory.
Lin Mo was delighted, finally the fight was not in vain.
Tell me, where is it?
The laboratory is about 1 kilometer underground in the Sunset Mountains, and the leader is in the base halfway up the mountain at Lecha Peak in the Sunset Mountains. As soon as he finished speaking, a holographic projection appeared in front of Lin Mo. Lin Mo stared at the holographic projection, and the topography of the Sunset Mountains gradually became clear in his eyes. Every ups and downs and every gully seemed to be engraved in his mind. Naracha Peak is steep and the mountainside is shrouded in clouds and mist, making it difficult for ordinary people to climb, let alone sneak into the shadow leader base hidden in it, and the laboratory is hidden 1 kilometer underground, and to reach it, one must break through numerous obstacles.
Xiaotian, analyze the defense systems of these two places and the difficulties we encounter in infiltrating.
Lin Mo frowned, his expression solemn, but his eyes revealed his eagerness to try.
Good host.
There are 78 sentries and covert sentries around the Lecha Peak base.
External communications are frequent and complex.
They are equipped with thermal imagers and radars, which can keenly sense the invasion of external spiritual power. The base is filled with experts, each with unique skills, and the patrol and shift arrangements are meticulous. Most importantly, they have long-range missiles. The laboratory, in addition to being buried deep underground and difficult to locate the entrance, is surrounded by energy shielding devices that interfere with spiritual power detection. There are also high-strength alloy doors and multiple password locks at the entrance, and deadly traps are arranged inside.
Xiaotian's voice is calm and quick, analyzing the problems one by one. However, we don't need to worry about the top of the Lecha Peak.
With the help of flying swords, we can definitely take the head from thousands of miles away. But the underground laboratory is 1 kilometer from the ground to the laboratory, and it is under all-weather infrared detection, so flying swords can't enter. Lin Mo looked at the holographic projection and didn't he expect that this shadow organization was quite powerful. Host, I also analyzed that the shadow organization is the largest assassination group in Southeast Asia, specializing in assassinations. The most important thing is that the super soldier is a joint research of the shadow organization and the United States.
Lin Mo instantly came to his senses. It's the United States again. It seems like we really have to teach them a lesson.
Wait, you just said Shadow has long-range missiles?
Yes. There are 2. Lin Mo showed a wicked smile. Can you hack into the launch program?
Host, what do you want to do?
Their missiles are out of range and can't hit the United States.
Lin Mo.
Hey, who said we were going to attack the United States? Aren't there 2 U.S. aircraft carrier fleets in Philippine waters? Xiaotian instantly understood Lin Mo's intention and responded excitedly, understood. I will try to hack into the Shadow Organization's missile launch program and recalibrate the target.
However, their defense system is also quite strong, and I need some time to break through. Lin Mo nodded slightly, his eyes flashing with determination. It's okay, take your time.
I'm not in a hurry.
Lin Mo stepped on the flying sword and flew into the air, hovering directly above the Sunset Mountain base. From the ground, he was just a small black dot, and no one would notice Lin Mo.
Xiaotian was concentrating on an invisible battle with the Shadow Organization's missile defense system.
Strings of codes flashed rapidly in his data vision, and the progress bar was moving forward with difficulty.
Just a little bit more. I'll be able to break through soon. A few minutes later, Xiaotian sent good news, success. I have mastered the missile launch program and the target has been locked on the U.S. aircraft carrier formation.
Lin Mo raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a satisfied smile.
Then let's get started.
Lin Mo watched as the missile silo at the base slowly opened amidst the deafening alarm, and scarlet warning lights flashed wildly inside the base. In an instant, the base personnel were in chaos, like ants on a hot pot, running and shouting everywhere. The shadow leader's roar came through the loudspeaker, echoing in every corner of the base with full of fear and anger.
What's going on? Who activated the missile launch program? Everyone, get moving. Quickly cut off the system connection and activate the backup defense program. We must not let the missile be launched.
In the command center, technicians in black uniforms were frantically typing away at the keyboards, making crackling sounds.
Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down their foreheads and hit the keyboards.
Their eyes were filled with panic, but no matter how hard they tried, the system interface still ruthlessly displayed the missile launch countdown, and every second of it was like a death warrant.
Chapter 82 Target Aircraft Carrier Formation 2. Check for me, where is the target?
The leader's voice was filled with irrepressible urgency, as if there was a flood or a beast chasing him from behind. The technician's fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard, his eyes fixed on the screen, on which the data flashed like a kaleidoscope. After some intense calculations, his face turned pale in an instant, and he seemed to have lost his soul.
He reported tremblingly, in Philippine waters, the U.S. aircraft carrier formation.
This sentence, like a bombshell, made the scene instantly quiet, so quiet that even the sound of a pin drop could be heard clearly.
Everyone understands what this goal means, and if things get out of control, the consequences will be disastrous.
Report to the leader, all backup lines have been cut off, and the launch cannot be stopped at all. A technician shouted in a crying voice, his voice full of despair and helplessness.
Waste. A bunch of waste.
The shadow leader was furious, rushing over like a mad beast, grabbed the technician's collar and lifted him up. I'll give you another 10 seconds.
If you can't solve it, you all will die.
His eyes were bloodshot, as if they were about to spit fire. In the corridor, footsteps were chaotic and hurried.
Soldiers looked panicked and ran hurriedly with weapons on their shoulders.
They bumped into each other and shouted.
The sound echoed in the empty corridor, but there was no clue. Everyone was like a lamb lost in the dark.
Experts came from all directions and assembled urgently in the center of the base.
All of them looked solemn.
They looked up at the missile that had entered the launch program, and the red alarm light kept flashing. Their bodies trembled slightly uncontrollably, and the weapons in their hands were gripped tighter due to nervousness. Their knuckles turned white, as if that was their last straw.
Who is it? Who did it?
The shadow leader punched the console with a huge force, leaving a deep dent in it. The glass fragments on the table flew and scratched his hand. Blood flowed down his fingertips, but he didn't feel any pain at all. At this moment, there was only anger and fear in his heart. He knew clearly that once the missile hit the U.S. aircraft carrier formation, the Shadow organization would be completely doomed, the U.S. would never give up, and everything he had worked hard for over the years would be in vain. He simply could not afford this price.
No, we can't just sit here and wait to die.
The Shadow leader roared at the top of his lungs, turned to look at his cronies around him, and yelled, "Mobilize all the experts, shoot down the missiles for me.
At any cost."
His voice echoed in the base, full of despair and unwillingness. Several experts who were good at long-range attacks stood up immediately after hearing this, but they knew that those were missiles, and their methods would not have any effect at all. But they still took a deep breath and mobilized all their internal strength. Veins bulged on their foreheads and sweat flowed down their cheeks, as if every drop of sweat carried their hopes and fears. Beams of internal force shot towards the missile like lightning, at such a speed that it was hard to keep up. However, blocked by the spiritual power barrier set up by Lin Mo, these attacks were easily resolved, like a stone sinking into the sea, without causing even a ripple. The master's eyes were filled with shock and despair. They had never imagined that their full-strength attacks would be so vulnerable.
No! How could this happen?
The Shadow leader's legs went limp and he slumped to the ground, his eyes full of despair. He stared at the two missiles as if he saw his own end. His lips trembled slightly and he muttered to himself, as if praying for something. Lin Mo was in the sky, with a cruel smile on his face. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and the spiritual power around him surged wildly, spreading like a raging tsunami, further interfering with various equipment in the base. His eyes were full of confidence and determination, as if everything was under his control. The lights in the base flickered wildly, alternating between light and dark, reflecting people's terrified faces. The communication equipment emitted sharp and piercing electric current sounds that hurt people's eardrums. The thermal imagers and radar screens were filled with chaotic snowflakes and were completely paralyzed. The entire base is like a cursed castle, filled with an atmosphere of weirdness and despair. At this time, the first missile had been ignited, and a blazing flame was ejected from its tail. With a whistling sound, it broke through the clouds and flew towards the Philippine waters. The flames illuminated the sky and also illuminated the fear in people's hearts. Then, the second missile slowly rose up, ready to be launched. Lin Mo looked at all this, feeling extremely happy. US, this is the price you pay for your reckless behavior.
Shadow organization, don't even think about having an easy time.
His voice echoed in the sky, full of the pleasure of revenge. With the launch of the second missile, the situation at the Lacha Peak base became increasingly out of control. Lin Mo, Xiaotian, cut off all contact between Shadow and the outside world.
Xiaotian, understood.
We have cut off all external contacts between the U.S. aircraft carrier fleet and the Shadow organization. In the waters of the Philippines, the U.S. aircraft carrier fleet is moving slowly along the set route. On the deck of the aircraft carrier, the soldiers are doing their duties, and everything seems to be in order. Suddenly, all the communication devices emitted sharp beeps without any warning, followed by chaotic snowflakes flashing on the screen, and only a creepy rustling sound remained in the communication channel. This sound was like the whisper of a devil, which made people shudder.
What's going on? Check the communication system immediately. The captain was in the command room, his brows twisted into the shape of a character, and he gave orders loudly. Although his voice was calm, there was a hint of uneasiness in his eyes. The technicians were busy operating various instruments. Beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads, wetting the documents in front of them. Their fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard, their eyes fixed on the unresponsive screen, trying to find a clue from the chaos. Captain, all communication lines have been cut off and cannot be repaired. We have lost contact with the outside world.
A technician reported in a trembling voice, his voice full of fear and helplessness.
The captain's face turned pale in an instant. He knew very well what it meant to lose communication in such a vast ocean. There was a flash of panic in his eyes, but he quickly calmed down and tried to find a solution to the problem. At this moment, the lookout suddenly shouted in fear, "Captain, all our electronic equipment has failed. The fire control system has been invaded by unknown forces. It has completely failed." His voice was sharp and rapid, breaking the brief calm in the command room. Chapter 83 Target Aircraft Carrier Formation 3.
The lookout's sharp and rapid shout instantly froze the air in the command room. The captain turned his head sharply, his eyes wide open, and stared at the lookout, as if trying to confirm from his face that this was not a nightmare.
What did you say? Say it again. The captain's voice unconsciously rose, trembling with disbelief. Captain, all our electronic equipment has failed.
The fire control system has been hacked by unknown forces and has completely failed, the lookout said anxiously.
The entire command room was in an uproar, and the officers looked at each other in bewilderment.
Someone subconsciously touched the instrument beside him, but the screen remained silent and unresponsive.
Just as everyone was confused, a soldier pointed out the window and shouted in a trembling voice, "Look, what is that in the sky?"
Everyone turned their heads mechanically upon hearing the sound, looking at the sky that was originally azure, but now seemed to be hiding endless dangers. They saw a missile with a long tail flame, like a meteor thrown with malicious intent, approaching the aircraft carrier formation at an alarming speed. The sunlight shone on the metal shell of the missile, reflecting a cold and dazzling light, as if it was the gaze of the god of death.
"Oh my god, that's a missile!"
A young soldier covered his mouth in horror, his voice filled with tears and his body shaking violently uncontrollably. The captain's face instantly turned livid, veins popped out on his forehead, he clenched his fists, knuckles turned white, and tried to calm down, but the fear and anxiety in his heart were like a surging tide, almost drowning him. He knew very well that with the fire control system out of service and communications interrupted, they had almost no ability to fight back against this menacing missile. "Activate the backup defense system, quickly," the captain shouted, his voice echoing in the empty command room with a hint of despair. However, the only response he got was the technician's tearful reply, "Captain, the backup defense system has also failed and cannot be activated at all." On the deck, the soldiers were in chaos. Some were running frantically, trying to find shelter. Some were standing there blankly, with empty eyes, as if their souls had been drained of fear. Others were hugging their companions tightly, mumbling prayers. The missile was getting closer and closer, and the sharp whistling sound cut through the sky, like a sharp blade, piercing straight into everyone's heart. The sea breeze carried the smell of the approaching missile, blowing through every corner of the aircraft carrier, bringing the fear of death. At this critical moment, the captain took a deep breath, suppressed his inner fear, and ordered loudly, "Everyone be prepared for the attack and find cover if possible." His voice was hoarse and firm, injecting a little bit of strength into the soldiers in the chaos. The soldiers took action one after another. Some lay on the ground, using their bodies to protect their vital parts. Some hid in the sturdy cabins, holding their heads in their hands, waiting for an unknown fate to come. The tail flames of the missiles became clearer and clearer, illuminating the entire aircraft carrier deck, reflecting the terrified and desperate faces of the soldiers. The shadow of death was like a dark cloud covering the entire aircraft carrier formation. On this vast ocean, they were isolated and helpless, as if abandoned by the world, and could only wait for the final judgment in despair. Almost all the crew members of the fleet rushed to the deck and saw with their own eyes the missile approaching rapidly with a breath of destruction. The blazing tail flame dyed the sky orange-red, as if it was the afterglow of doomsday. An experienced old crew member's legs became weak uncontrollably, but he still held on, staring at the missile, muttering to himself, "What is going on? Who have we provoked?" His voice was quickly blown away by the sea breeze and dissipated in the sea that was about to be shrouded in disaster. Several young recruits were pale as paper, their eyes were filled with fear and helplessness, and their bodies were shaking uncontrollably. One of the recruit's legs went limp, and he collapsed directly on the deck, tears streaming uncontrollably as he cried, "I don't want to die, I don't want to die yet." His cry was particularly mournful in the chaos. The captain stood in front of the command tower, holding the railing tightly with both hands. The veins on the back of his hands were bulging, and his knuckles were white from the force. His eyes were bloodshot, looking at the missiles, his heart was full of resentment and anger. "I absolutely cannot let this aircraft carrier and my brothers be buried here so easily." He roared in his heart, but his reason told him that they had almost no chance of winning at this moment. Just when everyone was in despair, the air defense alarm on the aircraft carrier suddenly sounded without warning, and the sharp alarm sounded even more piercing in this tense atmosphere. This sudden sound made the already panicked crew even more frightened, and some even jumped up in fright. "Why is the alarm going off? Isn't our defense system paralyzed?" a crew member shouted in horror. No one could answer his question, and everyone just looked around more panically, trying to figure out the reason behind the alarm. The missile was still approaching the aircraft carrier relentlessly, getting closer to death every second. The waves slapped against the side of the aircraft carrier, as if they were also lamenting the impending disaster. The sea breeze became more and more violent, blowing up the debris on the deck, making it fly wildly in the air, adding a bit of chaos and despair. Just when everyone was filled with panic and at a loss, the missile, carrying an endless aura of destruction, rushed straight towards the core of the aircraft carrier with an unstoppable force. In an instant, the whole world seemed to be quiet, and everyone stared with wide eyes, watching this moment that decided life and death. Boom! With a deafening roar, the missile hit the aircraft carrier directly. A huge impact force instantly tore the deck of the aircraft carrier apart, and countless metal fragments flew like raindrops, leaving a bloody mess everywhere. The flames produced by the violent explosion instantly enveloped the entire aircraft carrier, and the scorching temperature made the surrounding air seem to burn. Chapter 84 Target Aircraft Carrier Formation 4. The missile, with the momentum to destroy everything, hit the aircraft carrier with tremendous force and precision. In an instant, the entire aircraft carrier seemed to be grasped by an invisible giant hand, making a painful sound of metal twisting. The flames and high temperatures of the explosion swept over in an instant, engulfing everything around it. The bridge collapsed under this powerful impact, and countless fragments flew around like raindrops. The crew members who were hit head-on by the blast were thrown into the air in an instant, their bodies tumbling uncontrollably like puppets with their strings cut, and they fell heavily onto the deck or were directly swept into the sea. Their screams seemed so faint amid the flames and explosions, yet so shrill. Those crew members who were lucky enough not to be blown away by the airwave were also burned by the high temperature. Their clothes caught fire instantly. They rolled and struggled frantically on the deck, trying to put out the flames on their bodies. However, it was all in vain. The pungent burnt smell filled the air, making people nauseated. A huge gap was blown open on the deck of the aircraft carrier, and the surging sea water rushed in like a hungry wolf, and the hull began to tilt rapidly. The equipment and supplies that were originally neatly arranged were scattered all over the ground, and as the deck tilted, they continued to slide down and hit the crew members who were fleeing in panic. In the command room, the dashboard and various instruments and equipment were completely scrapped under the impact of the explosion. The burst of electric sparks ignited the surrounding wires, and thick smoke quickly filled the air, making it impossible to breathe. The captain was thrown against the wall again by the impact of the explosion, and blood was gushing out of his already injured head. He looked at the chaos in front of him, his eyes full of despair, and muttered to himself, but no one could hear what he said. On the side of the ship, the crew members who were holding onto the railings tightly gradually lost strength in their hands as the aircraft carrier tilted violently. One after another, they fell into the freezing cold seawater. They struggled desperately in the water and shouted for help, but the only response they got was the roar of the waves and the roar of the explosion of the aircraft carrier. Various debris and the bodies of the crew members were floating on the sea. The blood slowly spread in the seawater, dyeing the surrounding seawater dark red. The crew members who were originally looking for lifeboats were knocked to the ground by the impact of the explosion. The lifeboats were overturned by the blast or destroyed by the wreckage. They looked at the direction where the missiles came from, their eyes empty and desperate, their faces full of fear and helplessness. Some people knelt on the ground, clasped their hands together, and prayed madly for a miracle. Others roared in despair, whose voices gradually dissipated amid the sound of explosions and waves. In this chaos and despair, the lights on the aircraft carrier began to flicker, and finally all went out. Darkness enveloped the entire aircraft carrier, and only the flames from the explosion flickered in the darkness, reflecting the terrified faces of the crew. The entire aircraft carrier was like a sinking hell, and the crew members were struggling in pain, waiting for death to come.
The atmosphere in the U.S. Department of Defense was so solemn that it was almost suffocating. On the huge electronic screen, emergency war reports and on-site pictures from the Philippine waters kept flashing. The dazzling flames and billowing smoke passed through the screen, seemingly igniting the solemn command center. The document in the hands of Defense Minister Hegseth fell to the ground with a bang. His eyes widened and he stared at the screen, as if he couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead, running across his face, which was distorted by shock. "This is impossible, this is absolutely impossible," he muttered to himself, his voice trembling violently with a hint of hysterical despair. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Kane, whose originally straight military uniform now looked a little messy, gripped the edge of the table tightly with both hands, his knuckles turned white and veins bulged on the back of his hands. Looking at the tragic scene of the burning aircraft carrier and struggling soldiers on the screen, his lips trembled slightly, and his throat seemed to be choked by something, and he was unable to speak for a long time. After a long time, he spoke with difficulty. "What is going on? How could our aircraft carrier formation suffer such a heavy blow?" His voice was hoarse and filled with deep powerlessness and confusion. The intelligence officer stumbled into the conference room, holding tightly in his hand a piece of intelligence that had just been intercepted, and cried in his voice, "Minister, we just intercepted a message that an unknown force launched a missile attack, and the communication and equipment failures seem to be human interference, but we can't find the source at all. The other party's methods are too weird." Hegseth snatched the intelligence and quickly read it. The more he read, the gloomier his expression became. Finally, he angrily threw the intelligence to the ground and roared, "A bunch of rubbish. You can't even find out who the enemy is. What's the point of our intelligence system?" The entire Ministry of National Defense was in chaos, with staff members walking hurriedly and looking panicked. Phone rings, shouts, and keyboard tapping are intertwined, and everyone is frantically trying to figure out what happened and how to deal with this sudden disaster. However, in the chaos, everything seems so futile. Hegseth took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, but his shaking hands still revealed his extreme anxiety. He turned to his staff and said through gritted teeth, "No matter what the cost, we must find out the truth immediately. Mobilize all resources and investigate this matter thoroughly. Also, immediately activate the emergency plan and strengthen the defense of the mainland and other overseas military bases. We must never let something like this happen again." But he knew in his heart that the impact of this incident was far more than the loss of a few aircraft carriers. The United States' global military hegemony and strategic layout would face unprecedented challenges and crises, and they were completely unprepared to deal with them at the moment. After the Intelligence Department's frantic investigation day and night, a key clue finally surfaced. All the evidence pointed to the Shadow Organization. When the news was presented to Defense Minister Hegseth's desk, he was pacing anxiously in his office, unaware that the cigar in his hand had long gone out. The moment he received the information, his steps suddenly stopped. A trace of disbelief and astonishment flashed across his face. Then, anger completely overwhelmed him like a surging tide. How is this possible? Shadow Organization? Aren't we allies? His voice became hoarse with anger, and he almost squeezed out these words from between his teeth. He threw the information hard on the desk, and the documents on the desk were scattered all over the floor. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Kane also hurried over. Looking at the intelligence on the table, his face instantly turned pale and his brows were twisted into a knot. This is simply betrayal. How dare they? Kane slammed his fist on the table, making a dull sound. Hegseth paced back and forth, cursing non-stop. How dare those guys stab us in the back? We gave them so much support, provided them with funds and technology, and helped them grow, but they turned their kindness into hatred. His eyes burned with anger, yet also revealed deep resentment and confusion. In the Ministry of Defense, staff members who learned the news were shocked and angry. Chapter 85 Raid on the Shadow Organization. The U.S. top brass was completely enraged by the continuous provocations, and the president urgently summoned his staff to the war room. The lights in the room were pale, and the atmosphere was so solemn that it was suffocating. The president slammed his fist on the conference table and shouted angrily, "This is a blatant provocation. We can't just sit back and watch." The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff immediately took orders and quickly formulated an operational plan, targeting the Shadow Organization, and the Navy SEALs became the vanguard force in carrying out this mission. At a secret military base in Fuso, a sharp alarm suddenly broke the quiet night sky. The sleeping Navy SEALs jumped up from their beds in an instant. In the darkness, they put on their equipment quickly and skillfully, relying on their instincts from years of training. The lights came on, illuminating their resolute and stern faces, and everyone's eyes were burning with anger and a sense of mission. Captain Carl stood in front of the team, his voice low but powerful. "Brothers, the country has suffered an unprecedented provocation. The enemy is ahead. This mission can only succeed, not fail." The team members shouted in unison, their voices shook the base, and their passionate fighting spirit was instantly ignited. At the same time, in the Korean military base, the SEALs were also nervously preparing. They quickly checked their weapons, and the metal-clanging sounds of guns echoed in the base. The signalman skillfully debugged the equipment to ensure unimpeded communication with the headquarters and other teams. Deputy Captain Li Ming looked at the busy team members and shouted, "This mission is full of dangers, but we represent the power of the United States and must not retreat." The team members nodded one after another, their eyes revealing fearless determination. At the Philippine base, the Navy SEALs have already assembled. They were dressed in heavy combat uniforms, carrying heavy equipment, and boarded the transport plane in an orderly manner. The sun shines on them, outlining their resolute silhouettes. Commander Mike stands at the hatch, looking at each member of the team with a firm gaze, and says, "The enemy we are about to face is extremely cunning, but we are the most elite troops, and we must make them pay for their actions." The three forces set out from Fuso, South Korea, and the Philippines respectively, and the roar of transport planes intertwined in the sky. During the flight, team members communicated in real time through encrypted communication equipment to share intelligence and combat plans. They carefully studied the terrain and possible defense layout of the Lacha Peak base, not missing any details. At the same time, the U.S. Department of Defense was working at full capacity, constantly putting pressure on other military forces to closely cooperate with the actions of the Navy SEALs. Satellites and drones are all in place to conduct all-round reconnaissance and surveillance of the Lacha Peak base and provide real-time intelligence support to the commandos. At the Lacha Peak base, the Shadow Organization's sentinels discovered a flashing red dot in the distant sky. It was the navigation light of a transport plane. In an instant, all the Shadow members in the entire base felt their scalps tingling, staring blankly at the sky full of red dots. At that moment, they seemed to see the call of the god of death. A member rushed into the leader's office. "Boss, no. No. Something bad has happened. They're coming. They're all coming." The leader, who was so overwhelmed that he had already lost all ability to think, stood up immediately after hearing his panicked report. "Tell me clearly, what's coming?" The members pointed outside with a horrified look. It's a transport plane from the United States." Boom! It was as if a nuclear bomb exploded in the leader's head. His mind went blank. A chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. His whole body was numb. He sat on the ground as if all his strength had been drained away in an instant. He muttered, "It's over, it's all over." Seeing their leader so depressed, the Shadow members panicked and gritted their teeth, saying, "Boss, why don't we just fight them? Maybe we can still survive if we fight." The leader's ears were buzzing and he couldn't hear what his subordinates were saying. His eyes were silently staring at his subordinates' mouths opening and closing. It seemed that he was saying something, but no one knew what he was saying. "In just a few hours, I went from heaven to hell, like taking a roller coaster ride." The leader nodded for some unknown reason.
When his subordinates saw this, they immediately looked fierce, rolled up their sleeves, turned around and walked out of the office. As soon as he reached the open space of the base, he shouted,
"The boss has given the order. Fight them!"
Anti-aircraft artillery, anti-aircraft machine guns, heavy machine guns, and surface-to-air missiles, all open.
Shoot!
In an instant, the sound of beeping alarms resounded throughout the base. These people had obviously undergone long-term rigorous training, and they quickly woke up from the panic and engaged in combat step by step. In less than 3 minutes, all the firepower of the base fired into the air, and tongues of fire rushed towards the transport plane in the air. The defenseless U.S. transport plane was instantly hit by a fierce attack from the Shadow Base's air defense firepower network. A series of anti-aircraft missiles, with long tails of flames, rushed into the sky like angry poisonous snakes, drawing eye-catching tracks in the night sky. The anti-aircraft guns also spewed out flames, and dense shells whizzed towards the transport planes. The explosions were deafening, and the night sky was illuminated red by the flames. In the Fuso transport plane taking off, the alarm sounded throughout the cabin instantly. The pilot's face was pale, and he frantically manipulated the joystick with both hands, trying to avoid the incoming missiles. The fuselage shook violently, and the team members held onto the armrests of the seats tightly, with tension and astonishment written all over their faces.
What's going on? How do they have anti-aircraft firepower?
Captain Carl roared, with a hint of panic in his voice that was hard to conceal.
The captain smiled bitterly. Have you forgotten what mission we carried out 3 months ago? Chapter 86, Xiao Yan, the Son of Fortune.
Carl returned to the cabin, looked at his team members and said,
"Warriors, the enemy is right below us. Our aircraft carrier fleet has been attacked by them. This is a provocation to the United States and a shame for every American soldier. We must go and destroy them. Win back our dignity. Stay low, go fast. Kill first, die last. 1 shot, 1 kill. No luck, all skill."
Carl operated an instrument on his wrist.
The enemy's information has been sent to the tactical wristband. Clarify your mission, eliminate the enemy, and capture the leader Sonchai alive. The motherland and the people are looking forward to our triumphant return.
Carl opened the cabin door and a red indicator light came on immediately. The entire team stood up immediately, facing the cabin door, all with serious expressions.
Carl continued to boost morale.
Check your wing and make sure the straps on your main and reserve wing are tight, the buckles are secure and there are no signs of wear or damage.
This is an opportunity to show our strength and let everyone see our professionalism and courage. Come on, warriors.
Soon, the green light came on, and Carl stepped aside and gave the order.
Jump. The entire team quickly jumped out of the cabin one after another. All of a sudden, white parachutes opened in the air, stretching for hundreds of meters in the air.
At the base, Sonchai stumbled out of his office, looked up at the sky, and saw countless white parachutes. His heart was dead.
It's too late.
It's too late for everything. Suddenly his eyes became stern and he said loudly, "Prepare for battle. Heavy machine guns guard the main roads leading up the mountain.
All external sentries hide on the spot and set up defenses at every step.
I want half of them to be killed before they reach the middle of the mountain. We have the advantage of being familiar with the terrain.
It won't be easy for them to attack us. Tana. Move the food into the lab. If necessary, everyone should retreat to the lab. The food is enough for us to live in there for a year."
Sonchai commanded calmly. This was his base camp where he had worked hard for more than 10 years. Notify the strongholds in Country T, the Philippines, and Malaysia to break up into smaller units and use harassment tactics. Destroy the U.S. military bases and fight guerrilla warfare with them. Soon, news came from the foot of the mountain that traces of American soldiers had been found. Sonchai showed a sinister and ferocious smile.
"Come on. If you don't let me live, I won't let you live easily."
Lin Mo stood in the air, admiring the show, when suddenly a hint of paleness appeared in the east.
"Xiaotian, host, the reconnaissance planes from Country T and Myanmar are very close. We have to leave, otherwise we will be exposed at dawn." Lin Mo shook his head. "What a shame, we can't enjoy such a big show. But this is enough to make them drink a pot."
Lin Mo stepped on the flying sword, circled once, and then flew away.
The Battle of Peak Lhasa lasted for 5 days.
Finally, under the intervention of international public opinion, especially the sullen protest of China, the United States had to withdraw its troops. They could ignore the protests of all other countries, but they absolutely dared not ignore China, because China had a madman like Lin Mo. Although the shadow base was not captured, more than half of the soldiers in the shadow base were killed or wounded, and it had basically lost its combat effectiveness. In fact, if the US soldiers fought for another day, Sonjai would be ready to retreat back to the laboratory and implement a turtle-drawn tactic. Lin Mo sat at his desk, calmly watching the international news, tapping his fingers on the table.
It's a pity that his laboratory was not shut down. Lin Mo nodded. Indeed. But, Xiao Tian, do you think this underground must have ventilation equipment? Xiao Tian understood. After a while, Xiao Tian said, Host, the exhaust equipment in the laboratory at the Peak Lacha base has been completely paralyzed. I also implanted a virus in their computer system. Lin Mo smiled and said, Well done.
As time passed, it seemed that the matter was quickly settled, and Lin Mo returned to his leisurely life.
Host, abnormal fluctuations have been detected.
In a small world, a child of luck carrying a system has begun to cause chaos.
Lin Mo frowned. Why is he here again?
Xiao Tian, tell me in detail the situation of this son of luck, he asked.
Xiao Tian quickly sorted out the information and responded, This child of destiny is named Xiao Yan.
His system can give him the ability to quickly improve his strength, including martial arts realm, feng shui secrets, business skills, and at the same time improve Xiao Yan's charm value. In a short period of time, he won over several local wealthy and powerful people, and at the same time opened a harem, which currently has 12 people. Tian Dao detected that Xiao Yan had seriously deviated from his original intention and began to maliciously provoke fights between various forces. He has also seized a large amount of assets through means and expanded his power to other places.
Lin Mo looked disdainful. Did this old fellow Tian Dao die alone in his previous life? Why is he always involved in these love affairs, son of destiny? Xiao Tian.
Lin Mo said helplessly, Xiao Tian, open the passage to that small world. I want to see how capable this son of luck is. The passage opened, Lin Mo stepped in, and instantly arrived in this small world.
Xiao Tian said.
The host's identity has been set, Lin Mo, the only son of the wealthy Lin family, and his fiancée Chu Yumeng, the eldest daughter of the Chu family.
Today is the day of Lin's father's birthday banquet, but Chu Yumeng is accompanying Xiao Yan out for fun. Lin Mo.
Okay, no need to say more, you know the result after watching the beginning, there is nothing new about this old boy Tian Dao.
Crack.
A purple lightning struck down from the sky.
Chapter 87 Broken Engagement. Lin Mo frowned slightly. What do you mean? Son of luck, Xiao Yan. Identity, god of war in the north. Force value, grandmaster.
Gold finger, the system of hegemony of all worlds.
Luck value.
Abilities, advanced feng shui, advanced investment, and the ability to read people's minds.
Forces, Wang family, one of the 4 major families in Xuanzhou, Tang family, a general family in Xuanzhou, the state institution, the evil suppression department, and the northern border army. Lin Mo frowned slightly. Are you kidding? A few luck points? Wouldn't that be a heaven-defying existence?
The host must reduce Xiao Yan's luck value by intercepting the opportunity of the son of luck, dividing the son of luck's power, and snatching the son of luck's harem.
Lin Mo frowned and thought hard. He always felt that there was something wrong here. Are you saying he has a system? Does his system issue him tasks? Xiao Tian. Yes, host. Lin Mo nodded. So is his system better or your system? Xiao Tian said proudly, Host, I am the heavenly Dao system, which other system can be more powerful than me? Lin Mo smiled. Great. Then can you hack into his system? Xiao Tian was obviously caught off guard. Invade? His system? It seems feasible. Let me try it. 2 minutes later, Xiao Tian's voice sounded again. Host, success.
Lin Mo relaxed and took a sip of wine.
Very good. What is Xiao Yan's current mission? Xiao Yan's current mission is to capture Chu Yumeng, and the current capture progress is 80%.
Lin Mo smiled and was about to say something else when there was a commotion at the door of the banquet hall. A middle-aged couple dressed in jewels walked into the banquet hall with smiles on their faces. Lin Mo took a look and saw that the people coming were the Chu couple, Chu Chongshan and Lu Guilan. The two of them were seen walking towards the main table with their heads held high and their chests puffed out, looking superior, along the red carpet in the middle of the banquet hall, as if today was the Chu family's home game. Lin Mo smiled, revealing a look of disdain. Xu Chongshan and Lu Guilan walked up to Lin Jinnan and bowed.
My dear, I wish you good fortune and a long life.
Lin Jinnan glanced at Lin Mo, who nodded slightly. The father and son still had some tacit understanding. Lin Jinnan immediately picked up his wineglass and said to the guests at the table,
Thank you all for coming to my birthday party. Come, let's drink this cup together.
Everyone stood up, raised their glasses, clinked them with each other and drank them all. Xu Chongshan, who was left aside, had a red face and a gloomy expression.
Lu Guilan was so angry that she wanted to smoke from all 7 orifices.
She immediately said in a gloomy tone,
Ouch! Who are you trying to displease? We came here with good intentions to congratulate you, but why are we causing trouble?
Lin Mo walked over slowly.
Seeing Lin Mo coming over, Xu Chongshan immediately became excited. Xiao Mo, you came in such a hurry today that we didn't have time to prepare any gifts. How rude! How rude!
Lin Mo smiled and said nothing.
He knew it wouldn't be that simple.
As expected, Xu Chongshan was frustrated again. He smiled awkwardly, took out a contract and said,
Xiao Mo, today is a happy day, and we are having good things in pairs. Please sign the contract for the development rights of the West City.
Lin Mo took a look at the contract and said with a smile, I didn't have time to prepare a gift, but this contract was prepared in a timely manner.
Xu Chongshan said happily. Hey, Xiao Mo. We are all family, why do we have to be so distant? Sign it soon so we can go back and prepare. Lin Mo took a look at the contract and sneered. Today is my father's birthday party, so we won't talk about business.
If you have anything to discuss, we can come to the office tomorrow to discuss it.
How could Xu Chongshan let go of such a good opportunity? Hey, Xiao Mo, look, I've already brought it here. It won't take long to sign it.
As he spoke, he handed over a pen.
Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. Ha!
You're quite well prepared.
We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Lu Guilan was unhappy when she heard this.
Lin Mo, what do you mean?
Let me tell you, Lin Mo, I said a lot of good things for you in front of Yu Meng, otherwise Yu Meng would not agree to get engaged to you.
What's the matter? Are you turning your back on me now?
You're destroying your bridges.
You won't even do me a favor?
The guests' whispers were heard all around, and Xu Chongshan said, Hey, don't make your aunt angry, sign it quickly, I'll let Yu Meng have a couple of drinks with you later, and then you can go to the movies together. Young people, you should cultivate your relationship.
Lin Mo smiled and said, Boss Chu, how about you check if your daughter is here today? Xu Chongshan was stunned and blurted out.
Yu Meng went out early this morning, of course.
Xu Chongshan looked around the room but didn't see his daughter. He was also stunned and asked Lu Guilan, Where's Yu Meng? Didn't you say Yu Meng had already arrived? Lu Guilan glanced at him impatiently. How should I know? If you ask me, who should I ask?
Xu Chongshan quickly apologized with a smile.
Oh, Xiao Mo. Maybe one of Yu Meng's friends had something to do and delayed you. Just sign first, and I'll find it for you.
Lin Mo's face quickly darkened.
Are you sure you want me to do it now? Lu Guilan looked impatient. Sign it quickly, or I'll tell Yu Meng, and don't blame me then. Lin Mo smiled. Okay. I'll take care of it now.
Xu Chongshan's eyes narrowed into slits when he heard this, but Lin Mo suddenly stood on the stage and picked up the microphone.
Chapter 88 Take a Shower. The Chu couple's faces turned red.
The guests pointing and criticizing were like thorns in their backs, making them feel ashamed and angry. It is normal for wealthy families to have their own affairs during marriage.
As long as it is not brought to the table, it is tacitly understood.
But once this layer of window paper is broken, it will be hard to say. Especially now that the Chu family needs the Lin family, if this matter is exposed now, it will be a slap in the face of the Chu family. Xu Chongshan was about to speak when Lin Mo raised his hand to stop him.
Mr. Chu, Mrs. Chu. I, Lin Mo, cannot afford to marry into the Chu family. Since your daughter has already found a good match, I, Lin Mo, will never do anything to break up a couple. You have seen today's birthday banquet. All the guests are well-known figures in Chuanzhou. I am afraid that your Chu family's current wealth is not even enough to get a seat at the door. So, security. Please ask the Chu family to leave.
In an instant, 7 or 8 security guards rushed into the venue and dragged the Chu couple out regardless of their resistance. Chu Chongshan was so angry that his face turned purple. He still wanted to say something, but a security guard manually muted his microphone, covered his mouth and dragged him away. Seeing that the person had been dragged away, Lin Mo smiled.
I'm sorry to have embarrassed you all. Enjoy your meal. The guests all gave approving glances. Young Master Lin's move is ruthless. It directly cuts off the Chu family's escape route. It's unfortunate for the Chu family to have such a blind daughter. The Chu family was about to be at the peak of their careers by winning the West City project, but now she's caught cheating. In my opinion, this kid from the Lin family is even more ruthless than Lin Jinnan back then. Back then, Lin Jinnan was famous for his ruthlessness in the business world. Now it seems that he is even better than his master. A birthday banquet that was a great success for both the host and the guests. Lin Mo had just returned home when Xiao Tian's report came. The host cancels the engagement. Chu Chongshan scolds Chu Yumeng, forcing Chu Yumeng to go home immediately, causing Xiao Yan to have emotional fluctuations, and plundering Xiao Yan's 5% luck value. Xiao Yan has 95% of his luck value left. Lin Mo knocked on the table. He only plundered 5%. It was too little. Xiao Tian continued. Xiao Yan's strategy progress has reached 95%. Lin Mo suddenly jumped up from his chair. What's going on? Xiao Tian said. According to analysis, Chu Chongshan's strong pressure on Chu Yumeng caused Chu Yumeng to have a rebellious mentality. Lin Mo shook his head helplessly. This task seemed difficult to complete. Xiao Tian suddenly said. It was detected that Chu Chongshan's order was cancelled by the partner, the cooperation was terminated, and the company fell into trouble. Chu Chongshan ordered Chu Yumeng to apologize to you and ask for your forgiveness. Save the Chu family. Chu Yumeng is coming here. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Oh? Isn't this delivered to your door? Very good, very good. As soon as he finished speaking, the doorbell rang, and Xiao Tian immediately said. Chu, you dreamed. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair comfortably. Just come. What does it have to do with me? After a while, the housekeeper came up and knocked on the door of the study. Master, Miss Chu is here. Lin Mo nodded. Tell her I'm in a very important video conference and ask her to wait. The butler nodded and stepped out. Lin Mo leisurely turned on the computer, opened Candy Crush Saga and played the game. 4 hours later, Lin Mo lazily appeared at the stairs. Chu Yumeng had completely lost his patience. When he saw Lin Mo, he immediately stood up and roared at him angrily. Lin Mo. What do you mean? Why are you bullying my parents? What on earth do you want to do? I'm just traveling with my friends. Do you have to be so aggressive? What right do you have to break off the engagement? Xiao Yan and I are innocent, why are you slandering me like this? Kneel down and apologize, I will never forgive you. Lin Mo looked Chu Yumeng up and down lazily. It must be said that Chu Yumeng was indeed good looking. Her skin was like celadone and glowed softly. Her brows were like the first snow on distant mountains. When the tails of her eyes were slightly raised, it seemed as if stars were falling into the bottom of the lake. Her cherry lips were naturally red, and her black hair fell to her waist like a waterfall. The lines of her shoulders and neck were as soft as a swan's curved neck, and her waist was slender and could be held in one hand. The whole person standing there formed a flowing fine brush painting. Lin Mo's scrutinizing gaze made Chu Yumeng very unhappy, and she glared at Lin Mo with disgust. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze and walked towards the restaurant. Dinner was already prepared on the table. Lin Mo sat down and started to eat. Chu Yumeng came over angrily and prepared to sit down to eat. Chu Yumeng pulled out the chair opposite Lin Mo and was about to sit down when Lin Mo said coldly. Don't you know it's uncivilized to sit at the table without being invited? Chu Yumeng's body froze, and she looked at Lin Mo in disbelief, shock slowly filling her eyes. Lin Mo, what do you mean? I've already come to apologize, what else do you want? Do you want me to kneel down for you? Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and glanced at Chu Yumeng. Okay. Chu Yumeng's pupils shrank. What did you say? Lin Mo put down his bowl and chopsticks and looked directly at Chu Yumeng. I said, okay. Get down on your knees. Chu Yumeng seemed to have heard some joke, and looked at Lin Mo with a half smile on her face. Lin Mo, that's enough.
If you keep doing this, there's no need for us to talk anymore. I really need to consider our relationship. Lin Mo picked up the bowl and continued eating, no longer paying attention to Chu Yumeng. Chu Yu dreamed that Lin Mo stopped talking and sat down, but found that there was no bowl and chopsticks for her. She turned around and said to the housekeeper, "How do you do your job? Didn't you see me coming? Hurry and give me the dishes and chopsticks." The butler glanced at Lin Mo, and seeing that the young master didn't say anything, he immediately turned his head and pretended not to hear anything. Chu Yumeng watched Lin Mo eat awkwardly, neither standing nor sitting. Finally, Lin Mo finished his meal, and the housekeeper immediately asked the servants to clean the table. Lin Mo stood up and went straight upstairs, and Chu Yumeng followed him immediately. As soon as he entered the room, Chu Yumeng burst out again. "Lin Mo! Don't go too far. You should know that I am giving you face by coming here today, don't be ungrateful." Lin Mo glanced at Chu Yumeng coldly. "You still lose your temper, which means the Chu family is not in dire straits yet." This one sentence instantly shut Chu Yumeng up. When Chu Chongshan called her today, he told her that Lin Mo had broken off the engagement and cut off all cooperation. Many partners called to terminate the cooperation. The Chu family was once again pushed to the brink of bankruptcy. Originally, the Chu family had begun to recover with the help of the Lin family, but Chu Chongshan was simply not cut out for business, and the Chu family had not seen any significant improvement. Originally, if the Chu family had successfully obtained the development rights for the West City, they could have completely turned around with this project. However, today, Chu Yumeng actually went out with Xiao Yan, which angered the Lin family, and they didn't get the project. This made Chu Chongshan very troubled. As soon as Chu Yumeng returned home, she was scolded by Chu Chongshan and forced to apologize. Thinking of this, Chu Yumeng finally seemed to sober up a little, and said softly, "Today I know I was wrong, but I only regard Xiao Yan as a friend." "You shouldn't say that about us." Lin Mo sneered, glanced at Chu Yumeng and said, "Go take a shower." Chapter 89 Lin Family Dinner. Chu Yumeng froze, unable to believe what she heard. What did you say?" Lin Mo lay lazily on the bed and said, "Isn't it just an apology? Just with words?" Chu Yumeng's eyes instantly turned red, and she bit her lower lip and said, "Lin Mo, you can't do this to me." Lin Mo smiled. "Don't agree? Then go back. I won't see you off." Chu Yumeng's tears fell down, and anyone who saw her pitiful appearance would say that it was so heartbreaking. Lin Mo said, "Either take a shower or get out. Remember to wash your hands thoroughly, especially your hands." Chu Yumeng's nails dug deeply into her palms. At this moment, Chu Yumeng's cell phone rang. Chu Yumeng seemed unaware and did not move. Lin Mo snatched the phone away, and the sight of Xiao Yan on the screen made Lin Mo curl his lips sarcastically. "Wow, it's only been a short while and the phone call came." Lin Mo answered the call directly and pressed the speakerphone. Xiao Yan's voice came out immediately. "Meng, where are you? I miss you so much." Chu Yumeng reached out to grab the phone, but Lin Mo quickly raised it above his head, pushed Chu Yumeng away with one hand, and said, "Mr. Xiao, you look very interested." "I didn't know Mr. Xiao was so interested in other people's women." "Lin Mo? What do you want to do? What are you doing?" Lin Mo laughed out loud. "We are an engaged couple, what can we do together?" Lin Mo didn't give him any face at all. He had seen from his memory that Xiao Yan had repeatedly used force to provoke Lin Mo, so Lin Mo would never be polite to him. In the bar box, Xiao Yan gnashed his teeth in anger. "Lin Mo, if you dare to touch Meng, I will make you live a life worse than death." Lin Mo laughed again. "Mr. Xiao, what identity are you using to threaten me?" "Oh. By the way, you should ask Miss Chu about Mr. Zhao's identity." Lin Mo glanced at Chu Yumeng and said, "Come on, tell Mr. Xiao, who is he?" Chu Yumeng's tears fell like money, and she begged, "Lin Mo, don't." Lin Mo's face darkened, he grabbed Chu Yumeng's neck, turned her head over, looked into her eyes and said, "Come on, tell me what your relationship is. As long as you say that you two love each other, I don't mind fulfilling your relationship." Xiao Yan was already furious. "Lin Mo, don't go too far." Lin Mo smiled. "So what if I'm overdoing it? I'm not thinking about someone else's fiancé. Otherwise, tell me that you two love each other, and I'll help you." Chu Yumeng bit her lower lip tightly, lowered her head and said nothing.
Xiao Yan shouted angrily. Lin Mo, what kind of man are you? How can you bully a woman? If you have the guts, come at me. Lin Mo laughed out loud. Xiao Yan, coming for you? You are not worthy. Do you think you can walk around Xuanzhou with the support of a few old guys? The Chu family is just the beginning of your despair. After saying that, he hung up the phone and looked at Chu Yumeng again. Miss Chu, I have no patience anymore. Go back, your Chu family will be very busy tomorrow. After saying that, he stuffed the phone back into her hand and went into the bathroom to take a shower. When Lin Mo came out of the shower, he saw Chu Yumeng still standing there. Lin Mo, I know I was wrong. I beg you to let the Chu family go. Lin Mo smiled and said. Why should I let the Chu family go just because you open your mouth? You accompanied a strange man to play at my father's birthday party, and you trampled on the reputation of my Lin family. Now you want to expose the matter with just a few words? Chu Yumeng pleaded. There's really nothing between Xiao Yan and me. I'm still clean. Lin Mo pinched Chu Yumeng's cheeks. You should be glad you haven't done it yet, otherwise you wouldn't even have a chance to get into my room. At this time, Chu Yumeng's phone rang again. It was Chu Chongshan. Lin Mo directly helped Chu Yumeng to answer the call. Chu Chongshan's anxious voice came. Meng, what did Lin Mo say? Did he agree? There are so many partners blocking our door who want to terminate the contract. Your mother and I can't stand it anymore. Lin Mo smiled and looked at Chu Yumeng quietly. Chu Yumeng seemed to have made a big decision and held the phone to her ear. I see. He hung up the phone, put it on the bedside table, and walked into the bathroom. Words omitted here. In the early morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the room, Lin Mo turned over and sat up, while Chu Yumeng curled up in the quilt and fell into a deep sleep. The host forcibly occupied an important member of Xiao Yan's harem, and plundered Xiao Yan's luck by 25%. Lin Mo smiled, stood up and went into the bathroom to wash up. His war with Xiao Yan had just begun. When Lin Mo walked out of the bathroom, Chu Yumeng had already woken up. Lin Mo said coldly. Stay here. If you go see Xiao Yan again, you know the consequences. After saying that, he walked out of the room expressionlessly. Xiao Yan walked out of the bar with dark circles under his eyes. He was in a daze that night and always felt that something important was leaving him. Sitting in his own car, Xiao Yan pounded the steering wheel angrily. He had called Chu Yumeng all night long last night, but all he got was a mechanical tone. Xiao Yan was so angry that he smashed the box and paid a large sum of money in the early morning before leaving. Xiao Yan called the old man of the Tang family. Grandpa Tang, let me teach you Tai Chi. Mr. Tang's old voice came. Xiao Yan, you don't need to come today, just take care of your own business first. Mr. Tang, also known as Tang Qingshan, was a general of the Southern Province military region before his retirement. He was quite prestigious in both the military and political circles of Southern Province. He admired Xiao Yan very much and intended to cultivate him, but he also valued his reputation. He had known about the affair between Xiao Yan and the girl from the Chu family for a long time, but before it was exposed, he just pretended not to know. But now that it was exposed, he had to be cautious and not let it ruin his reputation. Xiao Yan hung up the phone and cursed. You old thing, you don't know how to be ashamed. The host caused a rift between Xiao Yan and the Tang family, and plundered Xiao Yan's 10% luck value. Lin Mo was slightly stunned. What's going on? I didn't do anything to the Tang family. Originally, Lin Mo had some concerns about the Tang family, a military family, so he had been worrying about what to do with the Tang family. Who knew that there would be a rift between them? When Xiao Tian explained the reason, Lin Mo almost laughed out loud. This old guy is quite smart. I took a look at the Tang family's dirty laundry in my hand. Then I won't report it for now. Lin Mo looked at another document. Wang family. In the past 2 days, Lin Mo no longer deliberately targeted the Chu family, and the Chu family finally got rid of the crisis. However, the Chu family did not have an easy time either. Although the Lin family did not terminate the cooperation immediately, they made it clear that there would be no new cooperation after the current cooperation ended, and also made it clear that the development rights of the West City would not be given to the Chu family. That night, at the Lin family dinner, Lin Mo never expected that the person he cared about the most would show up at his doorstep. Chapter 90 Wang Fuxing's Embarrassment. Chengdu Hotel, owned by the Lin family, is the most luxurious hotel in Xuanzhou. Wang Fuxing, the head of the Wang family, took Xiaoyan down from the Wang family's Bentley. Today, Xiaoyan was wearing a well-tailored black suit, black shirt, and black tie. He had a handsome face and an upright posture. He followed Wang Fuxing towards the hotel gate. At the gate, Chu Chongshan and Lu Guilan were arguing with the security guard. Security guard. I'm sorry, you can't come in without an invitation. Chu Chongshan said angrily. Do you know who we are? We are Lin Mo's father-in-law and mother-in-law. Do you dare not let us in? Do you believe that I can make you unable to survive in Xuanzhou with just one word? The security guard maintained a polite smile. I'm sorry, Master Lin has asked that you not be allowed in without an invitation. Lu Guilan put her hands on her hips and yelled at the top of her voice, You blind bastard. My daughter is Lin Mo's legal wife, the future mistress of the Lin Group. Who do you think you are? How dare you show off in front of me? People like you should be guarding the door of this shabby hotel for the rest of your life. She cursed more and more vigorously, spit flying everywhere. I'm telling you, my son-in-law Lin Mo has plenty of money and power. If you don't let me in now, once I go in and talk to him, you'll be ready to pack up and leave. Your job is worthless in my eyes. My son-in-law can make you unemployed with just one word. At this time, Wang Fuxing brought Xiaoyan to the door, and Xiaoyan said curiously, Uncle Chu, Aunt Chu, why don't you go in? When Chu Chongshan saw that it was Xiaoyan, he immediately said, We were stopped from entering by this blind man. My son-in-law was too busy to even give us an invitation. In Chu Chongshan's opinion, his daughter went to ask Lin Mo for help that night and never came back, and the Lin Group resumed cooperation the next day, which meant that his daughter must have succeeded. Then he can start acting like the richest man's father-in-law again. When Xiaoyan heard Chu Chongshan call Lin Mo his son-in-law, he felt unhappy. Chu Yumeng was top-notch in terms of appearance, figure, and family background. Marrying her to Lin Mo was simply a waste of talent. She's my woman, how can I let others get involved with her? Xiaoyan was indignant, but he didn't want to show it right away. My dear, they are indeed Mr. Lin's father-in-law and mother-in-law, just let them in. The security guard glanced at Xiaoyan. Who are you? Xiaoyan held his breath in his chest and clenched his fists. I am the general manager of Starlink Technology, Xiaoyan. The security guard shook his head. I haven't heard of it. Where's your invitation? Xiaoyan's expression froze. How could he be qualified to get an invitation at his level? He had persuaded Wang Fuxing to bring him here to see the world. He was counting on Wang Fuxing to introduce him to a few bosses to see if there was any opportunity for cooperation. Wang Fuxing said, Ahem. I brought him here. The security guard said, You need someone to lead you in, so don't worry about other people's business. Xiaoyan was so angry that he took several deep breaths before he calmed down. Wang Fuxing didn't want to cause trouble. A few days ago, Wang Fuxing returned to his hometown to worship his ancestors, so he did not attend the Lin family's birthday banquet. Although he heard some rumors, he didn't take it to heart, so he didn't know about the matter between Xiaoyan and Chu Yumeng. Xiaoyan, let's go in. After saying that, he strode into the hotel. Xiaoyan had no choice but to follow him in. As soon as he entered the banquet hall, Xiaoyan saw many people whom he usually tried his best to avoid seeing. However, because Wang Fuxing was standing nearby, Xiaoyan did not rush to strike up a conversation with him. Wang Fuxing walked straight through the banquet hall and into a private room. As soon as he entered the room, Wang Fuxing said, Oops, sorry, I'm late. Lin Mo was chatting with several business partners in the box. When he saw Wang Fuxing, he was about to stand up when he saw Xiaoyan behind him. Lin Mo's face immediately turned gloomy. He adjusted his sitting position and gave up the idea of standing up. The people with Lin Mo were some well-known figures in Xuanzhou. They all attended Lin's father's birthday party. Of course, they had seen the photos and recognized Wang Fuxing Xiaoyan at first sight. He was the man who hooked up with Chu Yumeng. Everyone looked at Wang Fuxing with disgust. He really didn't know how to live or die. Wasn't this a clear provocation? Wang Fuxing was also an old fox. He quickly noticed that the atmosphere was not right and looked at everyone in confusion. He did not attend Lin's father's birthday party, so he did not know about Xiaoyan's affairs. Lin Mo smiled. Mr. Wang is very busy lately. Wang Fuxing heard the wrong tone in Lin Mo's words and asked, Master Lin, did the old man do something wrong? Lin Mo ignored him and looked at Xiaoyan behind him.
Wang Fuxing looked at Lin Mo and saw Xiao Yan. He thought Lin Mo was blaming him for bringing someone here casually, so he said, "Mr. Lin, let me introduce you to this is the general manager of Starlink Technology, Mr. Xiao Yan. This young man is very capable and I admire him very much. Lin Xiao is also a role model for the younger generation in Xuanzhou, so I would like to introduce him to you." Lin Mo looked gloomy and looked at Wang Fuxing with a half-smile. "Old Wang, you are old and it is not your fault that you cannot recognize people. You cannot recognize people and you don't go online. You are really getting more and more confused." Wang Fuxing's expression froze. Lin Mo had never spoken to him in such a tone before. There was a problem, there must be something wrong here. Wang Fuxing had a bewildered look on his face, and he turned around to look at Xiao Yan, hoping to get some explanation, but Xiao Yan's eyes were fixed on Lin Mo, which made Wang Fuxing's heart skip a beat. At this time, Mr. Song, who was also from the older generation in Xuanzhou, stood up, pulled Wang Fuxing to his side, and whispered, You have no brains, bringing anyone here. This Xiao Yan you brought has special feelings for Lin Xiao's fiancée, the girl from the Chu family. It was old Lin's birthday party, but he took the Chu family girl out for fun. Young Master Lin announced the cancellation of the engagement on the spot. This matter has become so big, and you didn't even know about it? Wang Fuxing was completely stunned when he heard this. His eyes widened with disbelief. Wang Fuxing looked at Xiao Yan angrily. He didn't expect that he admired this young man so much, but he did such a ridiculous thing. Wang Fuxing questioned on the spot. Xiao Yan, what's going on? Xiao Yan looked unconcerned. It's just an engagement, not a marriage. Doesn't Miss Chu even have the right to make friends? Lin Mo suddenly burst into laughter, shook his head and stood up. Everyone in Xuanzhou knows that Chu Yumeng is my fiancé. You've been in Xuanzhou for a year, right? What? Are you trying to provoke my Lin family? Xiao Yan stiffened his neck and said, I have no idea. Lin Mo sneered and shook his head. Mr. Wang, is this all you admire? If he said he knew, I would respect him as a man. But he said he didn't know, and when he arrived in Xuanzhou, he didn't even know this little news. How can you say you admire him? Ha 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 ha. Chapter 91 Charm Potion. Lin Mo's laughter echoed in the box. Xiao Yan's face turned pale, but he still insisted. Lin Mo, stop being so sarcastic. It's not your turn to comment on what I, Xiao Yan, do. Yu Meng and I are sincere to each other, why do you force her to get engaged to you? If you love her, you should give her freedom and let her choose who she loves. Wang Fuxing stood aside, feeling so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He looked at Xiao Yan, angry and anxious. Xiao Yan, you are simply being unreasonable. Not to mention that your actions are against moral ethics, just based on the rules of the business world, you shouldn't do something like this to ruin other people's marriages. Where can I put my old face? Xiao Yan disagreed. Instead, he took a step forward, looked directly into Lin Mo's eyes, and spoke in an increasingly tough tone. Isn't sincerity more important than a marriage contract? Lin Mo, you are just relying on the Lin family's family background. If it weren't for your good family background, how could Yu Meng be engaged to you? It's obvious that she really wants you to be with her. Chapter 92 Xiao Yan was angry. Chu Chongshan stood in the shadow of the hotel's revolving door, with half an inch of ash already accumulated on the cigar at his fingertips. He stared at the numbers on his watch, 28 minutes and 47 seconds, 7 minutes and 13 seconds to go since Xiao Yan walked into the hotel half an hour ago, but Xiao Yan had already walked out of the elevator. Xiao Yan's face was bluish under the neon lights, looking very ugly, as if he had suffered a great injustice. The wrinkles at the collar looked like someone had grabbed the collar and pushed it. Chu Chongshan swallowed the last bit of hope and crushed the cigarette but with his thumb. Xiao. He took a half step forward, the tip of his leather shoes stopping just in front of Xiao Yan. What are you doing? Xiao Yan raised his head abruptly, his Adam's apple rolling as he was about to speak in defense, but Chu Chongshan raised his hand and interrupted him. Chu Chongshan, the old fox, knew as soon as he saw Xiao Yan that he could not rely on Xiao Yan. Mr. Xiao, I know you are a very good young man, but after all, Yu Meng has already made an engagement with Master Lin. You and Yu Meng are not suitable. Why not stop here? Xiao Yan felt the taste of rust on his back teeth. 3 days ago, in the back alley of this hotel, Chu Yumeng had clutched his sleeves and cried until half of his clothes were wet, saying that she would rather break off relations with her family than cancel the engagement. But now her father bluntly told her to give up.
You know the Lin family's position in Xuanzhou's business community.
Chu Chongshan's voice was like a blunt knife scraping bone. The Lin family can destroy you and me with just a flick of their fingers.
Xiao Yan had a look of reluctance on his face. He stared at Chu Chongshan's back as he got into the Maybach, and suddenly recalled the first day he was led into the Chu family villa under the crystal chandelier. This Uncle Chu patted him on the shoulder and said young people are to be feared, and even drank with him. You Chu family. Xiao Yan's face remained calm. Are you only good at flattering the powerful and bullying the weak? Do you really think Lin Mo really wants to marry you, Meng? Do you want to exchange your daughter's lifelong happiness for the benefit of the family? One day, you will know my ability, Xiao Yan, and by then you will definitely beg me to look at you more. The Maybach window slowly dropped 3 fingers width.
Young man, this world is a cruel place. Chu Chongshan didn't look back. Your status is not enough to change the rules. Xiao Yan punched the Roman column, and the dull pain from his knuckles reminded him of the happy times with Yu Meng. At this moment, the sharp beeping sound rang again, mixed with the roar of Chu Chongshan's engine, throbbing in his temple. He reached for the cool glass tube in his trouser pocket. The charm potion gave him a different feeling. Xiao Yan returned to his large flat in the city, his back slamming heavily against the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window. The anti-glare glass filtered the twilight into turbid amber. The smart butler sensed the violent vibration and automatically brightened the surround light strip. The cold white light made his pupils shrink suddenly. The potion bottle in the palm of the hand collided with the glass curtain wall with a crisp sound, awakening the dormant holographic projection. Chu Yoming's birthday image was playing on a 270-degree circular screen. When she blew out the candles, the raised hair brushed against Xiao Yan's sweaty nose.
Turn off all displays.
He growled into the air, but the voice control system misinterpreted the command as turning up the volume. The surround sound system suddenly blasted a recording of last year's Christmas party. Chu Yoming's bell-like laughter mixed with the crisp sound of champagne glasses clinking together echoed in the 7-meter-high living room. Xiao Yan staggered towards the center island, and the overturned wine ice container spread a dark red on the stone slab, which looked very much like the color of Chu Yoming's nail polish that day. After 28 missed calls, Xiao Yan still failed to get through to Chu Yumeng.
Xiao Yan's eyes were bloodshot at the moment.
This had never happened before. Chu Yumeng had never failed to answer his calls. Xiao Yan suddenly realized that things were out of his control.
System, what is going on?
Host, according to the test, Chu Yoming's favorability towards the host has dropped to 10.
Why? Why is this happening? He was fine the day before yesterday.
Host, please improve your favorability as soon as possible, otherwise you will be killed. Lin Mo, who was watching Xiao Yan's movements, sat up suddenly.
Xiao Tian, what does this mean? Xiao Yan accepted the mission to capture Chu Yumeng. If he fails to complete the mission, he will be punished accordingly. This kind of mission is so boring. What a waste. Can't these sons of luck and destiny survive without women? You have the strength of a master, but you have to rely on a woman. Isn't this mentally ill? Xiao Yan listened to the system's cold prompt, feeling shocked and angry.
Fear overwhelmed him like a tide, but the anger gave rise to a hint of determination within this fear.
Eliminate?
Humph, I will never sit still and wait for death. He said, gritting his teeth, his eyes red, like a beast that was ready to fight to the death after being injured.
Lin Mo, you are the one who did all this. If it weren't for you, how could Yu Meng suddenly be so cold to me? Xiao Yan blamed all his hatred on Lin Mo.
In his crazy mind, Lin Mo became the biggest obstacle preventing him from getting Chu Yumeng. As long as he got rid of Lin Mo, everything would go back to the way it was before and Chu Yumeng would definitely come back to him. As a master, Xiao Yan originally disdained to use those conspiracies and tricks, but at this moment he was blinded by anger and decided to make Lin Mo pay the price with his absolute strength. System, there is no need to resort to unorthodox methods.
I have the power of a master, so how could I be afraid of Lin Mo? When the master gets angry, millions of corpses will be killed and rivers of blood will flow. I will make Lin Mo pay a heavy price for what he has done.
Xiao Yan roared at the system in his heart, his voice filled with murderous aura. At the same time, Lin Mo, who was closely watching Xiao Yan's movements, noticed the unusual change in Xiao Yan's momentum.
Xiao Tian, what's going on with Xiao Yan? Why does he suddenly have such a strong aura? Lin Mo frowned and asked vigilantly. Host, Xiao Yan seems to be blinded by anger and intends to attack you forcefully. Xiao Tian analyzed quickly. Humph, he is really crazy. He thinks that a grandmaster can do whatever he wants?
Lin Mo sneered, but a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. Although he had been prepared, Xiao Yan, as a grandmaster, should not be underestimated for his full power. Lin Mo immediately came downstairs and said to the bodyguards, "Remove all security forces, and go to bed early." Lin Mo said calmly, his eyes revealing determination and confidence. On the other side, Xiao Yan had turned into a shadow and rushed towards the Lin family villa. Wherever he passed, the air was torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound. He had only one thought in his mind: find Lin Mo, kill him, and take back Chu Yumeng. Soon, Xiao Yan arrived outside the Lin family villa. It was late at night, and there was no sound inside or outside the villa. Xiao Yan was stunned. How could the Lin family not have a single security guard? But Xiao Yan didn't think much about it. He stood outside the door and shouted, "Lin Mo, get out here." Lin Mo walked to the balcony, and next to him was Chu Yumeng. At the moment, Chu Yumeng was only wearing a black lace nightgown, leaning against Lin Mo, looking very intimate. Chapter 93: The Stimulated Xiao Yan. When Xiao Yan saw Chu Yumeng snuggling closely beside Lin Mo, his eyes instantly turned red as if they were about to spit fire. His breathing suddenly became rapid, his chest heaved violently, and an uncontrollable anger erupted like a volcano. "Yumeng," Xiao Yan's voice trembled with anger, and he almost squeezed out these words from between his teeth. He couldn't believe that the woman he loved so much was standing so intimately with Lin Mo at this moment. Clearly a few days ago, Chu Yumeng was still affectionate towards him. How could she become so intimate with Lin Mo so quickly? "Xiao Yan, look at yourself now, you're just like a madman." Lin Mo looked at Xiao Yan with a teasing expression, and reached out to gently stroke Chu Yumeng's hair, deliberately provoking Xiao Yan. Chu Yumeng looked at Xiao Yan with indifference, with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Ding! The host stimulated Xiao Yan, causing Xiao Yan's mood to become unstable, and plundered Xiao Yan's luck value by 10%. "No, Yumeng, this is not true. Tell me, Lin Mo must have forced you to do this, right?" Xiao Yan roared loudly, and his voice traveled far in the silent night. He couldn't accept what he saw, and he firmly believed in his heart that Chu Yumeng still loved him, and that all this was Lin Mo's conspiracy. "Xiao Yan, I only consider you a friend. Lin Mo and I are very happy together, please go." Chu Yumeng said coldly, without a trace of emotion in her tone, as if Xiao Yan was just an insignificant stranger. "Impossible. 3 days ago you said you loved me and wanted to be with me. How could you change so quickly?" Xiao Yan shook his head frantically, unwilling to believe this cruel reality. His body was shaking slightly, and his clenched fists had turned pale at the knuckles due to excessive force. "Humph, don't you understand? Xiao Yan, you are nothing but a joke. Yumeng has always loved me, and she was just playing with you before. Are you stupid? You are such an adult, but you are still entangled in love, ha ha ha." Lin Mo laughed triumphantly, his laughter echoing in the night sky, like a sharp blade, piercing Xiao Yan's heart. "Lin Mo, I'm going to kill you." Xiao Yan was completely enraged and could no longer control the rage in his heart. His figure flashed, and he rushed towards Lin Mo like a black lightning. His aura was surging, as if he wanted to destroy everything in front of him. The Grandmaster's pressure spread out instantly, and the air around him seemed to be solidified by this force. Lin Mo felt as if he was locked in a murderous intent. How much luck does Xiao Yan have left? Host, Xiao Yan's luck value is only 20% left. Lin Mo shook his head. How come there is still 20% luck value? What a trouble! In a blink of an eye, Xiao Yan jumped onto the balcony and punched Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked calm and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Grandmaster. Just an ant." Lin Mo slowly raised his right hand, and Xiao Yan showed a sinister smile on his face. "Lin Mo, you are a dandy boy, you must be scared. Today I will let you know the difference between you and me. I will let you know that the Grandmaster cannot be insulted." Just as Xiao Yan's punch was about to hit Lin Mo, Xiao Yan suddenly felt a strong energy coming towards him from the left. This energy was extremely overbearing and he could not resist it with his own strength. Xiao Yan's heart tightened and he immediately wanted to retract his fist, but it was too late. Pa! With a loud slap, Xiao Yan rolled over and fell heavily from the balcony to the ground on the first floor. Xiao Yan looked up at Lin Mo in disbelief. How is this possible? Is there an expert secretly protecting Lin Mo? For someone of Lin Mo's status, it's not surprising that he has the protection of an expert, but why didn't he notice it at all? Xiao Yan looked around vigilantly, trying to find the aura of a master, but after searching for a long time, he didn't find anything. How can you be called a hero if you sneak around and attack from the dark? If you have the guts, come out and let's have an open fight. Xiao Yan looked around, but got no response. He endured the pain, staggered to his feet, and bowed.
I don't know which senior you are. Why are you helping a villain like Lin Mo?
Yu Meng and I love each other, but Lin Mo took advantage of his family background to steal our love and forcibly separate us.
Is this senior so unreasonable? There was silence all around.
Lin Mo felt embarrassed for him when he saw this scene.
Where did this senior come from? Did I beat him silly?
Xiao Yan was still looking around downstairs, looking for the non-existent expert, which made Lin Mo feel embarrassed.
Xiao Yan, is it possible that the senior you are talking about is me? Xiao Yan looked at Lin Mo suspiciously and laughed. Ha ha ha.
You useless playboy, are you a master?
Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter.
The one who can hurt me without any preparation must be at least a grandmaster.
There's no energy flowing through your body. What? Are you trying to tell me that you're a hidden talent? Yu Meng, you. Chapter 94, Long Yuan Martial Arts School.
Xiao Yan gritted his teeth, took out his cell phone, dialed a number, and the call was quickly connected.
Xiao Yan. You finally contacted us. Xiao Yan took a deep breath and said,
I agree to join the Evil Suppression Division, but I have one condition. 3 days have passed, and Lin Mo rubbed his chin boredly. Xiao Yan seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, with no movement at all. This made Lin Mo scratch his head. Only 10% of his luck value was left, but if Xiao Yan didn't show up, Lin Mo had no way to deal with it.
Host. Xiao Yan has joined the Evil Suppression Division and is carrying out a mission in the East China Sea. Whom? The Evil Suppression Division?
The Evil Suppression Department is a semi-official department that is responsible for maintaining justice, fighting evil spirits, and protecting the country and the people. It is a special department used to suppress demons and ghosts and manage martial arts gangs. Members of the Evil Suppression Bureau often have special abilities, are proficient in Taoism, or have unique skills, which allow them to deal with demons and handle bizarre cases. The Evil Suppression Department aims to maintain world order and protect the people, and fights against demons, ghosts, and evil forces.
Lin Mo frowned. Things are getting complicated.
The Evil Suppression Division is there to uphold justice.
If Xiao Yan joins the Evil Suppression Division, won't that mean we can't deal with him openly? Host, you think too much. The so-called justice is only on the surface.
It is precisely because the Evil Suppression Bureau is semi-official, and most of the high-level officials are members of martial arts families. They represent the interests of their respective families.
There are many factions in the Evil Suppression Division, and fighting is constant.
The so-called mission is nothing more than a fight for profit.
Lin Mo suddenly realized, so that's it. Interesting.
Lin Mo's eyes flashed with excitement, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident smile.
If that's the case, then things are much more interesting.
Xiao Tian, tell me in detail about the factions within the Evil Suppression Division, and see if we can find a way to deal with Xiao Yan from this aspect.
Host,
the Evil Suppression Division is mainly divided into 3 factions.
One faction is the Taoist faction headed by Sankingshan.
They are good at various Taoist magic talismans and regard themselves as the orthodox Taoist heritage. They have a certain say in the Evil Suppression Division and are mainly responsible for handling some incidents related to demons and ghosts. They also have a high reputation among the people because they often hold some rituals to pray for blessings and eliminate disasters to win people's hearts.
Lin Mo nodded slightly, signaling the system to continue. The second faction is the Jianghu faction led by Long Yuan Martial Arts School.
Most of the members of this faction come from martial arts gangs, and their style of doing things is relatively ruthless and direct. They are quite effective in dealing with some Jianghu disputes and fighting against evil martial arts forces. The head of Long Yuan Martial Arts School, Duan Dok, is famous for his sharp swordsmanship. It is said that no one has ever survived under his sword. This faction respects strength in the suppression of evils department, and often clashes with other factions to compete for mission resources.
It sounds like this Long Yuan Martial Arts School is not easy to deal with.
Lin Mo thought, stroking his chin.
The last faction is composed of some aristocratic families. Their power in the suppression of evils division is intertwined and they collude with each other through various interests. These aristocratic families have huge wealth and connections. They are mainly responsible for controlling power and allocating resources in the suppression of evils division.
On the surface, they maintain the order of the suppression of evil's division, but in fact they are consolidating the interests of their own families. After listening to the system's introduction, Lin Mo already had a preliminary plan in mind. Xiao Yan will definitely choose a faction to join after joining the evil suppression division. Keep a close eye on which faction he joins so that we can prescribe the right remedy for him. Xiao Yan was famous in the North Territory back then, and had long attracted the attention of the evil suppression division. Among them, Longyuan Martial Arts School had the best relationship with Xiao Yan, and had privately expressed the idea of inviting Xiao Yan to join the evil suppression division many times, but Xiao Yan declined every time. This time, Xiao Yan took the initiative to contact Longyuan Martial Arts School, and they naturally hit it off. Broken Blade Guest gave Xiao Yan the position of an elder. At the same time, on the coast of the East China Sea, Xiao Yan, wearing a special black robe made by the Evil Suppression Bureau, stood on a quaint ship. The howling sea breeze made his clothes rustle. Next to him stood a stern-faced middle-aged man, who was Tai Ying, the deputy head of Longyuan Martial Arts School. Xiao Yan, this mission is not easy. A mysterious evil force has appeared in the East China Sea, disturbing the surrounding fishermen. The superiors sent us to investigate and resolve the matter. You are a newcomer, so don't embarrass our Longyuan Martial Arts School. Tai Ying said coldly. Iron Eagle is very. Chapter 95 Lu Ruyan's Opportunity. Lin Mo asked. No. The mission of the Evil Suppression Division in the East China Sea is to fight pirates? Do we need a Grandmaster or a half-Grandmaster to fight a few pirates? Host, this pirate gang is called the Black Shark Gang. They are entrenched on a deserted island called Evil Flood Island. This island has a complex terrain and is surrounded by reefs. It is easy to defend but difficult to attack. It is a natural pirate nest. The Black Shark Gang relies on the geographical advantages of the Evil Flood Island to run rampant in this area. Over the years, they have robbed countless passing ships and accumulated an astonishing amount of wealth. I see. Pirates are a small matter, but wealth is a big matter. Yes. The wealth accumulated by the Black Shark Gang in the East China Sea is enough to overthrow the regime of a great country. My God. Is being a pirate so profitable? The Black Shark Gang was originally formed by a group of fishermen who were dissatisfied with their current situation while trying to make a living at sea. Forced by life, they began their pirate career under the leadership of a ruthless character named Black Shark King. At first, they only carried out small-scale looting in coastal areas. As they accumulated experience and grew in power, they gradually expanded their activities to the entire East China Sea. After years of development, the Black Shark Gang has continuously annexed some small pirate forces in the surrounding areas and gradually become a pirate force that cannot be ignored in the East China Sea. The leader is the Black Shark King, and the second in command is Zhang Badian, who is at the Grandmaster level. He is 8 feet tall, with a broad back and strong arms, and there is a hideous scar on his face that runs diagonally from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth. Zhang Badian is good at using a serrated sword weighing hundreds of pounds, and his sword skills are fierce and sharp. Zhang Badian also has 4 guardians: Lu Meng, who is in charge of maritime affairs, Ern Yang, who is in charge of intelligence and assassinations, Zhao Wu, the coach, and Sun Ji, the military advisor. Oh. But he still has some strength. This is getting more and more interesting. The Black Shark Gang also has a big boss hiding in the dark. No one has ever seen this person, and those who have seen him are already dead. This big boss is the most terrifying existence. According to the information collected so far, the big boss's strength may be higher than the host. Lin Mo was silent. Since his rebirth, Lin Mo had hardly encountered any opponents. He was now in the early stage of the immortal martial realm. He could easily defeat a master, but if it was a grandmaster, he would not be sure of winning. When martial arts practitioners reach the grandmaster level, each level is a world of difference. Especially when they reach the grandmaster level, the difference between a small level is like the difference between heaven and earth. Lin Mo smacked his lips. He didn't expect that there was such a powerful character in this small world. Wait a minute, if the Black Shark Gang has a grandmaster, then wouldn't Xiao Yan be no match for them? Yes. Tai Ying's goal is to make Xiao Yan and the Black Shark Gang lose to each other, and then he will benefit. Lin Mo smiled. I see. Interesting. Host, there is no need to go through so much trouble. Chu Yoming's favorability towards Xiao Yan is now only 5 points. As long as Chu Yoming's favorability towards Xiao Yan is reduced to 0, Xiao Yan's capture will fail and he will be wiped out. Lin Mo smiled. That's so boring.
It's better to watch a good show. Besides, will God let me finish the mission so easily? Xiao Yan will lead the members of the Evil Suppression Division to clash with the Black Shark Gang in 3 days. Oh. Then these 3 days are pretty boring, let's go back and take a look. In an instant, the passage in front of Lin Mo opened, and the next second Lin Mo appeared in his office. Knock, knock, knock. The secretary pushed the door open. Boss Lin, Lu Ruyan from the Lu family is here and wants to see you. Lin Mo frowned slightly. Lu family? Are you here for Lu Yaozu? Let her in. Soon, a woman in a black business suit walked into the office. Boss Lin. We meet again. Lin Mo pointed to the sofa in front of him. Boss Lu, long time no see. Please sit down. Lu Ruyan adjusted her skirt and sat opposite Lin Mo, who was calmly brewing tea. Mr. Lu, I'm honored to be here. Do you have any advice for me? Lu Ruyan nodded slightly. I should have come to apologize to Mr. Lin a long time ago. My brother offended Mr. Lin and his wife. The family has already expelled him from the family. Please don't take it to heart, Mr. Lin. Lin Mo waved his hand. It's just a kid, it's okay. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't care, Lu Ruyan felt relieved. I came here today mainly to discuss the agency rights for the hemostatic agent. Mr. Lin also knew that the Lu family had close cooperation with many of China's tertiary hospitals and pharmaceutical distributors, and that part of Shen's coagulants had previously been sold through the Lu family's network. We know that Lin's company has not signed an agent yet, so we took the liberty to come and visit, wondering if Lin's company has any plans in this regard? Lin Mo made some tea, pushed the tea bowl in front of Lu Ruyan, and said, Boss Lu, you also know that Lin's has newly opened an online channel. You can place orders through various online medical institutions. Besides, the price profit of hemostatic agents is not very high. We have no plans to obtain the agency rights. Lu Ruyan was slightly disappointed, but still smiled and said, It's okay, but our Lu group really hopes to have more opportunities for cooperation with the Lin group? Lin Mo leaned back. I know that your Lu's real advantage is not in the medical industry. Your Lu's beauty channel seems to be more attractive. Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up. Lin's plans to enter the beauty market? Lin Mo took a sip of tea. We do have plans in this regard. In fact, we already have related products and have applied for patents and production approvals. Lu Ruyan straightened up and said, Can I know what exactly it is? Lin Mo picked up the remote control, pressed the screen on the wall, and motioned Lu Ruyan to look. Chapter 96 Jing Xue is pregnant. Lu Ruyan excitedly grabbed Lin Mo's hand and said excitedly, This, is it true? Lin Mo walked to the desk, opened the drawer, and took out a transparent bottle. The third batch of volunteers just completed the subcutaneous test the day before yesterday. Lin Mo tapped the bottle with his knuckles. We'll know the results when the data is compiled at the end of the month. Lu Ruyan snatched the bottle, opened it and took a smell. She felt that the scent was so refreshing, as if all the pores in her body were relaxed. She looked at Lin Mo in surprise, her eyes full of disbelief. Lin Mo, what exactly is this ingredient? Lin Mo lazily sank into the leather swivel chair, with his long legs resting on the edge of the table. This is a new type of medicine I recently developed, tentatively named Rejuvenating Essence. It is not an ordinary cosmetic, but is extracted from a variety of rare plants and special minerals, which can improve the condition of human skin at the cellular level. In short, wrinkles, spots and rough skin texture can all be significantly improved. There was a hint of hesitation in Lu Ruyan's eyes. Although she was full of curiosity about Lin Mo's words, after all, this was something she had never heard of before. She was still a little unsure about giving it to others to try out. Lin Mo, are you sure this magical thing has no side effects? I can't just use anyone as an experiment. Lin Mo said confidently, Don't worry, if you have time, you can go see my mother, and my mother-in-law. Their skin is no worse than yours now. Lu Ruyan bit her lip and after thinking for a moment, she decided to trust Lin Mo. Okay, Lin Mo, I believe you. I'll wait for the test data to see what the effect is. But you said that you have to give the sales rights of this product to my Lu family. Lin Mo nodded and said, Of course. You have extensive connections and rich experience in the beauty industry. If we can cooperate and bring this medicine to the market, it will be of great benefit to both you and me.
There was a gleam of excitement in Lu Ruyan's eyes, as if she had already seen the scene of the rejuvenating essence becoming a huge success in the market. Lin Mo, however, before we cooperate, I still need to witness its effects with my own eyes.
Of course, I understand.
Feel free to try it out and feel free to contact me if you have any questions, Lin Mo said. Lu Ruyan carefully put away the bottle of rejuvenating essence as if she was holding a rare treasure.
Okay, Lin Mo, I'll leave first.
I'll let you know as soon as there's a result. Lin Mo stood up, walked Lu Ruyan to the door, and said, Okay, I look forward to your good news. Lu Ruyan left in a hurry, and couldn't wait to find her friends to try out this magical rejuvenating essence. Lin Mo looked at her departing back, his lips slightly raised, his heart full of anticipation.
The products produced by the system must be top-notch.
Lin Mo absolutely believes in the efficacy of this medicine. This medicine will not only change the landscape of the beauty industry, but will also bring him huge reputation and wealth. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ruyan called in a hurry. Her voice was extremely excited, with a gleam of surprise in her eyes.
She said loudly, Lin Mo, this is incredible. The effect of your rejuvenating essence is even more miraculous than you said.
Lin Mo remained calm. After all, he had no doubt about the effect of the potion.
Really? Tell me in detail. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, suppressed her inner excitement, and said, I gave the rejuvenating essence to my friend.
She has a lot of spots and fine lines on her face, and her skin is also dry and rough. Following your instructions, after just one use, a few hours later, the spots were noticeably lighter, the fine lines were much lighter, the skin became moisturized and shiny, and felt smooth to the touch, as if she had become several years younger. She couldn't believe it herself and thought it was an illusion. After hearing this, Lin Mo showed a gratified smile on his face. Now you should believe in the prospects of our cooperation, right? Lu Ruyan nodded vigorously and said excitedly, more than believing, I am now extremely confident. Lin Mo, we have to quickly discuss how to bring this product to the market. We must not miss the opportunity to bring such a good product. Lin Mo sat back at his desk and said, This is your job. I will hold a new product launch conference next month, and you need to come up with a promotion plan.
Lu Ruyan thought for a moment and nodded. No problem, I'll draft a plan right away.
Lin Mo smiled and said, Okay, then I'll wait for your plan. Lin Mo hung up the phone, turned on the computer, and began to look at the warm-up plan for the new product launch conference. At the same time, in another warm room, Su Qingxue was sitting in front of the dressing table, looking at herself in the mirror, looking a little tired, with a hint of doubt in her heart. Recently she always felt something was wrong with her body, often felt sleepy, and her menstrual period was delayed for several days. After much hesitation, Su Qingxue decided to go to the drugstore to buy a pregnancy test stick. When she walked into the bathroom with the pregnancy test stick, she felt nervous and excited. A few minutes later, when she saw the 2 clear red lines on the pregnancy test stick, she was stunned.
I'm pregnant?
Su Qingxue couldn't believe her eyes and carefully checked the instructions for use of the pregnancy test stick again.
Yes, this did mean that she was pregnant.
Her hand unconsciously rested lightly on her belly, and an unprecedented joy and emotion surged in her heart.
Su Qingxue couldn't wait to tell Lin Mo the good news. Chapter 97 Xiao Yan enters the pit. When the call was connected, Lin Mo suppressed his excitement and said, Lao Lin, how are you doing? Is my mother with you?
Lin Hai was filled with black lines on his head.
This little bastard was messing around again. If you have something to say, don't fart. Don't think I won't beat you just because you're married.
Lin Mo curled his lips.
Lao Lin, how is your heart? Is your blood pressure high? How about you take a quick-acting heart pill first?
Lin Hai rolled his eyes.
I'll hang up if there's nothing else to do. Don't waste my time. Lin Mo quickly said. Hey. Don't hang up, don't hang up. I told you not to get excited.
Lin Hai instinctively felt that this kid had gotten into trouble again.
Wait a moment, I'll take a quick-acting heart pill first. There was a rustling sound from the other end of the phone, and after a while. Okay, go ahead. Lin Mo took a deep breath, with an irrepressible smile on his face, and said, Lao Lin, I'm going to be a father. Qingxue is pregnant.
There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone, as if time had stood still. After a long while, Lin Hai's slightly trembling voice came.
What did you say? Say it again.
Lin Mo raised his voice and repeated excitedly, Xingxue is pregnant, I'm going to be a father, and you're going to be grandparents. Then, Lin Hai's excited voice came from the phone.
Wife! Wife! Come here quickly. We are going to be grandparents.
Then there was a burst of noise. It should be Lin Hai pacing back and forth in the room excitedly, and accidentally knocked something over.
Soon, the mother's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Son, is Xingxue really pregnant? How many months has it been? How is your health? Are you feeling any discomfort?
The mother's series of questions came like a machine gun.
Lin Mo quickly responded, Mom, Xingxue just got pregnant and is in good health. I will take Xingxue to the hospital tomorrow.
The mother cried with joy on the other end of the phone. Oh, that's great, this is really great news.
Your father and I have been looking forward to this for a long time.
You must take good care of Xingxue, she is now a great contributor to our family. No, I will accompany Xingxue to the hospital tomorrow. You men with your rough hands and feet will only cause trouble.
Lin Mo nodded quickly, even though his parents couldn't see. Mom, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of Xingxue. I'm here to tell you the good news right away.
Lin Hai grabbed the phone, his voice full of excitement, but still pretending to be calm. Humph, boy, although this is a good thing, you should not just be happy. From today on, take good care of Xingxue.
If she is wronged in the slightest, I will not forgive you.
No, you should send Xingxue home and let your mother take care of Xingxue, so that you can feel at ease.
Lin Mo smiled and replied, I know, old Lin. I will take Xingxue home tomorrow.
You and my mom should not be so excited and take care of your health. Lin Hai snorted, of course you guys should come back soon so that we can see Xingxue with our own eyes. Lin Mo's heart was filled with warmth. Okay, I will definitely tell you if there is anything you need.
By the way, Lao Lin, did you take that quick-acting heart-saving pill just now in vain?
Lin Hai retorted unhappily, you kid, if it wasn't for this happy occasion, I would have given you a good beating. Although he said so, his voice was full of joy that he could not hide. The family chatted excitedly on the phone for a while, sharing this sudden joy and looking forward to the arrival of a new life.
Su Xingxue watched Lin Mo jumping up and down in the room, holding her forehead helplessly. How come she hadn't noticed such a funny guy before?
When Lin Mo took the hospital's confirmed pregnancy report, he happily hugged Su Xingxue.
We're having a baby. We're having a baby.
Lin's father and mother were so frightened that they quickly snatched Su Xingxue from Lin Mo's hands.
You little brat. Are you crazy? Watch out for the kids.
Lin Mo realized belatedly that he was too happy just now, and scratched his head embarrassedly.
Hey! I forgot. Host, Xiaoyan has confirmed the Black Shark Gang's base and is ready to take action in advance. Lin Mo frowned impatiently, what a hassle. The coast of the East China Sea.
Xiaoyan stood at the bow, looking at the evil dragon island in the distance.
Tai Ying asked. Are you sure these few people can take down the evil dragon island? Xiaoyan looked very confident.
When I was in the north, I alone blocked the attack of the Bear Nation's warriors.
This small evil dragon island is no problem for me. Tai Ying smiled sinisterly.
As far as I know, the warriors of the Bear Country were all at the Mingjing realm, but the Black Shark Gang has 4 Xiantian realm warriors and 1 Grandmaster realm warrior.
It's easy to brag, but if you can't do it, you'll lose your people. Xiaoyan said nonchalantly.
I have already broken through to the Grandmaster level. I am invincible below the Grandmaster level.
Looking at the entire China, who else can compete with me in the same realm?
Those so-called geniuses are nothing but chickens and dogs in front of me. They are vulnerable. He put his hands behind his back, with a disdainful smile on his face, and glanced around, as if no one in this world could catch his eye. After Xiaoyan finished speaking, he looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. His laughter echoed in the air, filled with pride and complacency.
Tai Ying sneered and thought to himself. You're so crazy. Once you get to the island, I'll order a retreat, and then I'll see how you die.
Late at night, Xiaoyan led a small team, got on a kayak, and sailed silently towards the evil dragon island. The sea was calm, with only the faint sound of kayaks cutting through the water. The moonlight sprinkled on the sea, sparkling, but Xiaoyan and others had no intention of appreciating the beautiful scenery. When the kayak approached the evil dragon island, Xiaoyan took the lead and jumped, landing steadily on the beach. He made a gesture, signaling the team members to follow. The evil dragon island was pitch black at night, with only a few scattered lights. But when the entire team reached the island and were looking for a place to hide the kayaks, suddenly two searchlights shone directly on the area where the team had landed, and a loud alarm sounded on the island. Xiaoyan was stunned, and quickly led the team to find a place to hide, but it was too late. Chaotic footsteps were heard in the darkness, and soon, dozens of pirates had surrounded the team. Lin Mo stood at the window of the small building facing the beach, quietly watching the bewildered team on the beach.
Next to him stood a dark and strong man.
Looking closely, the man had a flattering face and tried his best to please Lin Mo. There was also a large box of gold bars next to him.
Mr. Lin, what do you think we should do with these people?
Ding! The host has designed a plan to harm Xiaoyan, set a trap for Xiaoyan, put Xiaoyan in danger, and plundered Xiaoyan's 30% luck. The luck value of the Son of Luck has returned to 0, and can be killed.
Lin Mo smiled.
Let the others go, and bring the leader here. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the house.
Lin Mo didn't want to waste time here with Xiaoyan. He still had to go back to take care of his little ancestor at home.
When he reached the door, Lin Mo suddenly stopped.
I'm telling your boss, stop being a pirate. There's no future for you. This time we're from Longyuan Martial Arts School. If someone comes to play magic next time, even his grandmaster won't be able to handle it. Chapter 98 Small World Fusion. Zhang Badian thought for a moment. Mr. Lin is right. Lin Mo said again. We are all poor people. There is no need to be a knife for others.
As for the Haiyuan Chamber of Commerce, you can rob them a few times instead of focusing on one company all the time.
After saying that, Lin Mo continued to walk out the door. There were 3 men and 1 woman standing outside the door.
When they saw Lin Mo, they unconsciously covered the bruises on their faces with a hint of embarrassment on their faces.
Lin Mo glanced at them. I'm sorry, I was a little too harsh. I'm sorry. There were sounds of fighting on the beach.
Zhang Badian glanced at the beach coldly and said,
Mr. Lin, you take a rest here for a while, we'll go and catch that guy for you.
After saying that, he picked up his serrated sword and headed for the beach with the 4 people.
Lin Mo said, No need to go through so much trouble, let's go together. By the way, have you sent out the people? Zhang Badian smiled. Don't worry, that guy called Iron Eagle can't get away. The 6 people walked calmly towards the beach.
At this time, all the members of the team had been captured on the beach, and only Xiaoyan was still struggling to resist.
Xiaoyan, we meet again.
Lin Mo looked at Xiaoyan with a joking expression. This familiar voice made Xiaoyan stiffen all over, and he looked at Lin Mo in disbelief.
Lin Mo. Why are you here?
Lin Mo and Zhang Badian looked at each other and laughed.
Why am I here? Good question. Of course I'm waiting for you here.
Xiaoyan looked at Lin Mo, then at Zhang Badian, and suddenly realized what was going on.
He roared in frustration. Lin Mo. You are despicable. You actually colluded with pirates and framed me. You are so shameless. Lin Mo laughed again. Xiaoyan, do you really think you are the protagonist? Do you really think that everyone in this world has to revolve around you? Don't be naive.
From the moment you opposed me in Xuanzhou, I have been keeping an eye on you.
Do you think that with your little kung fu, you can walk sideways in this world? Xiaoyan's eyes were red as he glared at Lin Mo. He gritted his teeth and said, Lin Mo, you are just relying on these crooked ways. If you have the guts, let's have a fair fight. Just the 2 of us, one-on-one. Lin Mo curled his lips in disdain. A fair fight? Do you think that's possible? People as arrogant as you should be taught a lesson. Look at you now, you've been deserted by everyone, and your teammates have all been captured. Where's your so-called invincibility? Zhang Badian echoed, Humph, kid, why don't you ask whose territory this is? You dare to act wildly in our Black Shark Gang's territory and still want to escape unscathed? It's just a foolish dream. Xiaoyan looked at the people around him who were staring at him with eager eyes, and he knew in his heart that the situation was extremely unfavorable to him at the moment, but he still refused to bow his head. Lin Mo, even if I get killed here today, I will not submit to you. A villain like you will get retribution sooner or later. Lin Mo took a step forward, approached Xiaoyan, and said in a low voice, Retribution? I don't believe in retribution. I only believe that strength is everything. Today is your doomsday.
At this time, a speedboat came over, and the bruised and battered Taiying was taken down by several pirates. When Xiaoyan saw Taiying, he was horrified.
Iron Eagle, How come you were captured too?
Taiying glanced at Xiao Yan with disgust.
You useless bastard. Didn't you say you could easily be caught? How come? You were caught just like that? Xiao Yan was so angry that his veins popped out. He pointed at Lin Mo and said, "If this beast hadn't tricked me, I would have been able to complete the mission."
Taiying sneered, rolled his eyes and ignored him.
Xiao Yan was angry and said viciously,
"Iron Eagle, today I, Xiao Yan, will risk my life to ensure that you leave this place safely. I'll hold them off for a while, and he'll get on the boat and leave quickly.
Once he's out, call for backup."
Xiao Yan stood proudly in front of the Iron Eagle, looking as if he was ready to fight to the death. Lin Mo and Zhang Badian looked at Xiao Yan with a look of anticipation, both remaining silent. Suddenly, there was a sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh. Xiao Yan lowered his head in disbelief and saw the dagger that pierced his chest. Xiao Yan's eyes bulged out, and the shock on his face was no less than that of seeing a ghost. He turned around slowly, trembling all over, and pointed at Taiying.
You actually plotted against me. How dare you?" Taiying raised his foot and kicked Xiao Yan to the ground. "Idiot. Everything today was done just for you. You've caused us so much trouble. Why did you offend young Master Lin when you could have offended anyone else? Do you know how much money young Master Lin donated to Lan Yuan Martial Arts School? Do you know how many orders Master Lin gave to Haiyuan Chamber of Commerce?
Haiyuan Chamber of Commerce has negotiated peace with the bosses of the Black Shark Gang, but you are the only one who was kept in the dark.
Are you an idiot? You are also competing with Master Lin for a woman. What the hell are you thinking?" Xiao Yan was so angry that his eyes widened. Why? Why was the world so hostile to him? What did he do wrong? Was it a sin to pursue true love? Xiao Yan looked up at Lin Mo angrily. "It's you, right? It has to be you. Why? Why were you born with everything? I just want to live a better life, what's wrong with me?"
Lin Mo shook his head regretfully.
"TSK, TSK, TSK. Xiao Yan, look at what you look like now.
A great war god of the Northern Territory, a great master, but you live like a dog for a woman." Xiao Yan suddenly felt his face flushed with heat, and he felt extremely aggrieved. Zhang Badian swung his sword horizontally.
"Mr. Lin, why are you wasting time talking to him?
I'll chop him to pieces." Lin Mo smiled and said to Xiao Yan.
"It seems that you are really not worthy of being my opponent." Lin Mo turned around and patted Zhang Badian on the shoulder. "He is a god of war after all, give him a quick death." Chapter 99 Su Qiuya's Marriage.
Lin Mo was startled by the sudden system prompt. Before he could react, the system said, "Host, small world fusion means that your world merges with a small alien world.
When merging, the two worlds interweave and their rules collide, resulting in many unstable factors.
The creatures, energies, and laws of the two worlds will blend with each other, and a large number of creatures from other worlds with different habits and strengths will pour in, some of which may bring about huge changes to humanity. But host, don't worry. This time the fusion of small worlds is to merge similar small worlds. The general rules will not change, but multiple children of luck and destiny may appear at the same time."
Hearing this, Lin Mo said, "Oh.
If that was the case, there was no need to pay too much attention to them.
As for those lucky children, if they didn't cause trouble, Lin Mo didn't bother to care."
Suddenly, a dazzling light quickly came from afar outside the window.
Lin Mo looked up and didn't find any danger.
He thought that perhaps this was a sign of the fusion of the small worlds. Soon, the light gradually dimmed and everything returned to calm. It seemed that nothing had changed, and yet everything had changed. At this moment, Lin Mo's phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw the screen display.
Su Qiuya.
Lin Mo frowned slightly and tried hard to recall before he remembered that this Su Qiuya was his classmate in college. They had not had much contact after graduation.
"Hello, old classmate, do you have something to talk to me about?"
Lin Mo said politely. There was a low cry from the other end of the phone.
Lin Mo was stunned and continued to ask, "Old classmate, what's wrong with you?"
Finally, a female voice came from the other end of the phone.
"I'm sorry, Lin Mo. I shouldn't have disturbed you, but I really don't know who to turn to. I can only think of you." Lin Mo asked, "What happened to you? Don't panic. Where are you?" Su Qiuya said, I'm in Ward 1206 of the First People's Hospital's inpatient department. Lin Mo said. Okay, I'll be right over. We can talk about anything when I get here.
Lin Mo hung up the phone, handed Qingxue to his parents, and went out. After getting in the car, Lin Mo kept wondering what had happened to Su Choya.
Lin Mo walked into the hospital's inpatient department and quickly found Ward 1206.
However, as soon as he arrived at the door of the ward, he heard voices from inside the ward. Su Choya, I advise you to think it over carefully.
It's best to make a big deal out of a small matter.
The Zhang family is not something a small person like you can afford to offend. This was the voice of a middle-aged man, and his words were full of threats.
Lin Mo frowned. What was going on? The Zhang family? Ding.
The Zhang family is a large family that emerged after the fusion of the small worlds.
Its strength is second only to the Lin family.
At this time, a young woman's voice was heard.
He is domestic violence.
I have called the police for beating me like this. I will never let him go.
I also want a divorce. Lin Mo recognized that this was Su Choya's voice. Could it be that Su Choya had encountered a domestic violence man?
The man said in a sinister voice.
You can't beat a big man. Do you think you, a housewife, can defeat the Zhang family? Over the years, have you ever seen the Zhang family be afraid of anyone? Do you believe that the police will not file a case against you? Sign the divorce agreement and the reconciliation agreement.
The Zhang family has agreed to give you a sum of money, but you must leave Jiangcheng.
I advise you to quit while you're ahead. You don't want anything to happen to your parents in the countryside, do you?
Lin Mo's eyes turned cold instantly. Using his parents to threaten Choya was so despicable.
Su Choya didn't speak for a long time and seemed to be thinking. Lin Mo gently pushed the door of the ward open a crack.
Su Choya, lying on the bed, had a bruised face and nose, and the exposed skin on her body was wrapped in bandages. It was obvious that she was seriously injured. This Su Choya was a beauty who was ranked as the school belle when she was in school, but now apart from the scars on her face, how can you tell what she originally looked like? Lin Mo's face darkened.
How cruel must the person be to beat a girl like this? Lin Mo didn't wait any longer and pushed the door open.
The middle-aged man in police uniform heard the door open and turned back to angrily say,
Get out. Can't you see I'm taking a statement from the client?
Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly.
Are you from the police station? The man said arrogantly. What do you think? Are you blind? Don't you see what I'm wearing? Get out. Otherwise you'll be obstructing official business.
Lin Mo smiled, ignored him, and walked around him to the bedside.
When Su Choya, who was lying on the hospital bed, saw Lin Mo, her eyes suddenly became moist.
Seeing an acquaintance in this situation, she seemed to have a backbone all of a sudden, and tears of grievance fell down.
Lin Mo patted her head. Don't worry. I'm here. Just tell me if you have any grievances.
The middle-aged man looked Lin Mo up and down and said contemptuously.
Who are you, kid? I'm Chao Dongliang, a police officer at the Chaoyang District Public Security Bureau.
I'm investigating a case, please leave. Lin Mo glanced at Chao Dongliang coldly.
You mean, the threats you just made were necessary for the investigation?
It would have been fine if Lin Mo didn't know about this, but now that he knew, he would never allow his classmate to be bullied by others.
Chao Dongliang's face quickly turned gloomy.
Kid, this is not something you can control.
I advise you not to get yourself into trouble.
Leave now and I will pretend that you have never been here.
Otherwise, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. At this moment, Xiaotian's voice rang out. It turned out that Su Choya came to work at Zhang's after graduating from university. At first, she was just a designer.
With her strength, she was promoted to design director in one fell swoop and also attracted the attention of senior management. Zhang Tianyi, the eldest son of the Zhang family, was also among them. After all, Su Choya was a school beauty, so her appearance was naturally needless to say.
Zhang Tianyi launched a strong pursuit offensive against Su Choya.
For Su Choya, who came from a poor family, she was of course happy to be favored by a rich young man.
Which girl doesn't want to change her destiny through marriage? But even though she was happy, Su Choya was not a complete gold digger.
She still put character first. After a year of testing, Zhang Tianyi seemed impeccable in terms of family background, character, and knowledge.
Su Choya gradually accepted Zhang Tianyi. The two quickly got married.
At first, Zhang Tianyi was restrained in front of Su Qiuya, but as time went by, Zhang Tianyi's true nature slowly revealed. Su Qiuya was nominally the young lady of the Zhang family, but the Zhang family looked down on this daughter-in-law of ordinary background from the bottom of their hearts. From the mother-in-law to the servants, no one took her seriously. After marriage, Su Qiuya was busy taking care of company affairs during the day, and doing housework when she got home from work. Even the Zhang family's servants could order her to do things.
Su Qiuya once raised doubts, but all she got in return was ridicule and humiliation. Chapter 100 Lin Mo is furious. Finally, one day, Su Qiuya couldn't bear it anymore and argued with a servant. But when her mother-in-law found out, instead of helping her, she slapped her hard in front of the servant. "You can marry into the Zhang family because my son feels sorry for you. Don't be so ungrateful. If you can't stay here, get out." That time, Su Qiuya cried out of grievance and told Zhang Tianyi. Who would have thought that Zhang Tianyi simply brushed it off with a single sentence, "My mother is my elder after all." But after that incident, Su Qiuya's life became even more difficult, and the servants became even more aggressive and never had a good face towards her at all. Finally, a bigger conflict broke out again, and both sides even fought. Zhang Tianyi hurried back home, without saying anything, and took Su Qiuya away. Su Qiuya was inexplicably taken to the hospital. It turned out that Zhang Tianyi's childhood sweetheart was injured and admitted to the hospital. Because she had panda blood, which was very rare, and Su Qiuya happened to have panda blood, Zhang Tianyi took her to the hospital to draw blood. Zhang Tianyi's childhood sweetheart is the eldest daughter of the Fan family. She also has a high status in Jiangcheng, and Su Qiuya has also met her. At that time, Su Qiuya thought that since they were all friends, helping her might also help herself, so she donated blood without saying a word. However, this kind of thing would happen again. Since that time, Miss Fan would go to the hospital twice a month, and every time she needed Su Qiuya to give her a blood transfusion. Even though Su Qiuya was slow-witted, she realized something was wrong. She looked at her increasingly pale face and her body becoming weaker and weaker. She became out of breath after just a few steps. And every time she saw Miss Fan lying on the hospital bed, her face was still rosy, and she didn't look like she was sick and needed frequent blood transfusions. Su Qiuya's doubts became more and more serious. This time, Miss Fan was sent to the hospital again, and Zhang Tianyi hurriedly pulled Su Qiuya over as usual. Su Qiuya stood outside the ward, not going in. She looked at Zhang Tianyi, her eyes full of fatigue and doubt. "Tianyi, is Miss Fan really always so ill that she has to ask me for a blood transfusion? I feel like things are not that simple." Zhang Tianyi's eyes flickered, and he said impatiently, "Qiuya, you think too much. The Fan family is very powerful in Jiangcheng, and our Zhang family still needs to rely on them. Besides, Fan Yao has been in poor health since she was a child. She has panda blood, and you are the only one who can save her. Stop talking nonsense and go in for a blood transfusion." Su Qiuya gritted her teeth. Although she was extremely reluctant, when she thought of the Zhang family and the life she had endured in the Zhang family over the past few years, she slowly walked into the ward. The moment the needle pierced her arm, Su Qiuya felt her strength slipping away bit by bit, not only her physical strength, but also her last bit of hope for Zhang Tianyi and the Zhang family. After the blood transfusion, Su Qiuya was about to leave when she heard the conversation between Zhang Tianyi and Fan Yao outside the ward. "Yao Yao, you pretended so well this time that you almost fooled me. But thanks to you, Su Qiuya came to get a blood transfusion again." Zhang Tianyi's voice was a little flattering. "Humph, if it weren't for the fact that you are still useful to me, I wouldn't bother to play this role with you. Her blood is of great benefit to my cultivation. As long as I receive a few more transfusions, I will be able to break through the bottleneck," Fan Yao said coquettishly. Su Qiuya was struck by lightning when she heard these words. It turned out that everything was a trap set by them and she was just a tool they used. The anger and despair in her heart erupted like a volcano. She pushed the door open and glared at Zhang Tianyi and Fan Yao. "How could you do this to me? Zhang Tianyi, I've been devoted to you and suffered so much for your Zhang family, but you and she conspired against me." Zhang Tianyi was startled by Su Qiuya's sudden action, and a trace of panic flashed across his face, but he quickly regained his composure. "Su Qiuya, don't be ungrateful. If you weren't still useful, I would have kicked you out of the Zhang family long ago based on what you did." Fan Yao looked at Su Qiuya with disdain and sneered, "As a powerless woman, it is your blessing to be used by me. You'd better obey me, otherwise you will suffer." Su Qiuya looked at the two people she once thought of as her relatives and friends and felt disgusted. She took a deep breath and said coldly, "You will pay for what you did today."
After saying that, she turned around and walked out of the ward resolutely regardless of their reactions. Su Choya returned to Zhang's house, went straight to her room, and began to pack her luggage. She decided to leave this place that made her so sad. However, as soon as she packed her things, her mother-in-law rushed in with a group of servants. "You bitch, you still want to leave? If you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about leaving this door." The mother-in-law put her hands on her hips, looking fierce. Su Choya looked at her mother-in-law, and her fear was gone. "Explain? How should I explain what you and your family did to me? I've had enough of your bullying. I'm leaving here today." When the mother-in-law heard this, she became even more angry and raised her hand to hit Su Choya. "How dare you talk back to me, you ignorant thing." Su Choya was prepared and dodged her mother-in-law's slap. Then she said loudly, "Don't go too far. From now on, I have nothing to do with the Zhang family. If you dare to pester me again, I will never let you go." The mother-in-law and the servants were stunned by Su Choya's sudden tough attitude, and for a moment no one dared to step forward to stop her. At this time, Zhang Tianyi brought Fan Yao back to Zhang's house. Fan Yao looked at him with contempt and sneered. "You can leave if you want. But leave all your blood behind." After saying that, Fan Yao started to beat up Su Choya. In the end, Zhang Tianyi stopped because he was afraid that someone would get killed. Lin Yimou was already gritting his teeth in anger, but before he could say anything, Chao Dongliang's hand had already reached out. "Are you fucking deaf? I'm talking to you again, can't you hear me? Pa!" Lin Yimou looked at Chao Dongliang coldly and slapped him. "Chao Dongliang from Chaoyang Institute, right? I'll give you 10 minutes to call your director." Chao Dongliang covered his face in disbelief and stared at Lin Yimou blankly. "You dared to attack the police? How many lives do you have? I'll kill you." He wanted to pull out his gun after saying that, but Lin Yimou would never give him such a chance. He slapped him again. This time, the blow was even heavier. Chao Dongliang rolled in the air and fell heavily to the ground. Lin Yimou took a step forward, stepped on Chao Dongliang's chest, and looked down at him condescendingly. "It seems that you don't want to make this call. Fine. Then I'll make the call." After that, he took out his cell phone, dialed a number, and said coldly, "In half an hour, the First People's Hospital Inpatient Department 1206. If you don't come, you will bear the consequences." After hanging up the phone, he dialed another number. "The First People's Hospital Inpatient Department 1206. Chapter 101 The Clown." Chao Dongliang's face changed drastically when Lin Yimou stepped on him. He also realized that he might have offended some important person, and asked tremblingly, "Who are you?" Lin Yimou ignored him and walked straight to Su Choya to check her injuries. "Xiao Tian. Why did Choya's blood help Fan Yao break through?" "Scanning the whole body. Scan completed. Su Choya has the ancient Lingxi bloodline. This bloodline has gradually become thinner due to genetic factors over the long years, but it still contains powerful power. Lingxi bloodline has many benefits for martial arts practice. For an evil cultivator like Fan Yao, if he could devour Su Choya's spiritual blood, he could break through his own cultivation bottleneck in a short period of time and achieve a leap in realm. However, this behavior is extremely cruel and violates the ethics of heaven and earth." After listening to Xiao Tian's report, Lin Mo's face became more gloomy. "Where is Fan Yao now?" "It's in Ward 1008 downstairs. Zhang Tianyi is there too." Lin Yimou wanted to rush down and beat the two men up immediately, but he couldn't do that at the moment. A gentle spiritual power slowly flowed from Lin Mo's palm into Su Choya's body. The spiritual power entered Choya's body and rushed to the injured part like a rushing river, quickly repairing the injury. Choya's face became visibly rosy, and Lin Yimou even helped Choya to open up her tendons. Choya frowned slightly, as if enduring pain. Lin Yimou said, "Bear with it, your tendons are seriously blocked." Half an hour later, two pop sounds came from Choya's body. Choya's momentum faded, and an even more fierce breath burst out from her. Lin Yimou breathed a sigh of relief. "How are you feeling?" Choya was pleasantly surprised by the changes in her body and said in disbelief, "I feel like I could kill a cow right now." Lin Yimou smiled. "I helped you activate your bloodline, and now you are a monk." Choya blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Yimou with surprise. At first she was also very confused as to why Fan Yao had to keep giving her blood transfusions when she was obviously not sick. Now she understood that all this seemed to be related to her blood. While the two were still talking, the door of the ward was pushed open and two teams of people walked in one after another.
Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin.
Lin Mo looked back and saw a group of people wearing police uniforms, led by a man in a white shirt. The other team was dressed in black suits, and the leader was Xiaolong.
Lin Mo sneered. Director Xiao, you are here in person. Your spirit is commendable. Xiao Yuliang's face turned red.
As an old hand, he could certainly hear the sarcasm in Lin Mo's words.
Master Lin, what are you talking about? Serving the people is our responsibility.
Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and said.
Oh?
Lin Mo pouted at Xiao Dongliang on the ground and said.
But your subordinates don't seem to think so. Xiao Yuliang looked at Xiao Dongliang in confusion and frowned slightly.
He had too many subordinates and it was impossible for him to know everyone.
Who are you?
Xiao Dongliang saw that Director Xiao had been so scared that he wanted to hide. He hated it because it was not his business today. However, he felt that it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be related to the Zhang and Fan families, so he spent money to persuade the police officers who were originally handling the case to take over the case. If he had known this would be the result, he would never have come even if you beat him to death. Seeing that Xiao Dongliang remained silent, Lin Mo sneered.
He is Chiang Bureau, Xiao Dongliang. Director Xiao was stunned and murmured. Chiang Bureau, Xiao Dongliang?
Lin Mo told the story again, and Director Xiao was so angry that he wanted to tear Xiao Dongliang to pieces. You can try to build relationships with big families, you can also bend the law for personal gain, but you can't deny your identity.
Who is Lin Mo?
He is the eldest son of the Jiangshan Lin family and the chairman of Lin Corporation.
What kind of company is Lin Corporation?
It is a military-industrial enterprise. There are special forces stationed in the group. The captain of the special forces had to be polite even when meeting himself, the director.
The two Zhang families are not enough to be bullied by the Lin family.
You are going to offend the Lin family for the sake of the Zhang family.
Do you want to die?
Thinking of this, Director Xiao was so angry that he trembled all over.
Take him back and interrogate him.
I want to see how many people in Chaoyang police station are so blind.
Two police officers came up and dragged the frightened Xiao Dongliang out. Lin Mo said.
Since Director Xiao is here, let's go down and check on the two culprits. Lin Mo said to Xiaolong again. Notify the group that the Zhang and Fan families no longer need to exist.
Xiaolong immediately understood what Lin Mo meant and dialed a number.
A group of people walked down the stairs to the 10th floor. Xiaolong took the lead and kicked open the door of Ward 1008. Zhang Tianyi and Fan Yao were just being affectionate and were frightened by the loud noise and jumped up.
Asshole! This is the Zhang family's private ward. Who let you in? Xiaolong didn't say a word and kicked Zhang Tianyi to the ground.
Zhang Tianyi staggered to his feet and cursed.
Damn it! I'm Zhang Tianyi from the Zhang family. How dare you touch me? Lin Mo put his hands in his pockets and walked into the ward in a nonchalant manner, followed by Xiao Yuliang and Su Choya with gloomy faces. When Zhang Tianyi saw Su Choya, he was stunned at first, and then a look of shock appeared on his face. Su Choya? What? Do you think you can turn the world upside down just by finding a few helpers? Fan Yao also sneered, his eyes full of contempt. With your ability, what else can you do? Didn't you let us control you before?
If it weren't for the fact that your bloodline is still useful, no one would pay more attention to you.
You are just a tool for me to break through. She looked Su Choya up and down, and continued tartly, you brought these people here now, are you trying to get back at us? Don't dream, you will always be an ant under our feet. Zhang Tianyi laughed even more arrogantly, do you think that finding a backer can protect you? Let me tell you, in Jiangcheng, our Zhang family and Fan family are the sky, even the king of heaven can't save you. Don't even think about having an easy life today.
As he spoke, he glared at Lin Mo viciously, as if he wanted to eat Lin Mo alive.
Just because you, a kid who came out of nowhere, want to go against us? Do you know what the consequences will be if you offend our Zhang family and Fan family?
Zhang Tianyi pointed at Lin Mo's nose and shouted arrogantly. At this time, Zhang Tianyi finally noticed Xiao Yuliang following behind Lin Mo, and he was a little confused.
Director Xiao? Why are you here too? Xiao Yuliang smiled. If I hadn't come, how would I know about the good things your Zhang and Fan Zhang families have done? Zhang Tianyi snorted coldly. Director Xiao, don't say that. What did we do?
At most, we asked her to transfuse some blood.
You know, Yao Yao is panda blood, which is rare. I'm not breaking the law, right? Fan Yao quickly agreed. That's right. Our fan family is very grateful to Choya. Besides, I have given her many benefits. Lin Mo sneered. A clown. Chapter 102, The Fall of the Zhang Family.
As Su Choya listened to Zhang Tianyi and Fan Yao's false statements, the grievances in her heart flooded like a broken dam. Her eyes instantly turned red and tears welled up in her eyes. She thought of the pain she had endured during this period, the fear and helplessness of being forced to have blood drawn, but now in their mouths, it became just transfusing some blood and giving benefits.
How could she not feel wronged? Lin Mo looked at Su Choya crying, and the anger in his heart was completely ignited. His eyes instantly became icy cold. In his opinion, it would be a waste to say any more words to them. He took a step in front of Zhang Tianyi, as fast as a ghost, and slapped him in the face with his hand. This slap contained Lin Mo's anger and spiritual power.
With a crisp pa sound, Zhang Tianyi flew sideways like a cannonball, hit the wall heavily, then slid down, spitting out a few bloody teeth from his mouth.
You dare to hit me.
Zhang Tianyi struggled to stand up, but he felt as if all the bones in his body were falling apart. The severe pain made him break out in a cold sweat. Lin Mo looked at him coldly, approaching step by step, and every step seemed to step on Zhang Tianyi's heart.
You bullied Choya so much, and you still dare to quibble here. Do you really think I don't exist?
After saying that, Lin Mo kicked Zhang Tianyi in the stomach again. Zhang Tianyi screamed again and curled up on the ground like a cooked shrimp. Fan Yao's eyes widened in shock at this sudden scene. His aura suddenly changed, and a warrior's aura burst out.
Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. Half-step Grandmaster? Fan Yao laughed triumphantly. Didn't expect that, kid.
If you kneel down and apologize to me now and leave this woman behind, I can still spare your life.
Otherwise, today will be the day you die.
Lin Mo was about to speak when suddenly an even more powerful aura burst out from behind him. This aura startled Fan Yao so much that she took 3 steps back and bumped into the hospital bed, with the bed legs making a harsh sound as they rubbed against the ground.
Fan Yao looked at Su Choya in disbelief. Your bloodline has awakened? How is this possible?
At this moment, Su Choya was like an angry beast, staring at Fan Yao with her eyes fixed. The new warrior aura in her body continued to rise, and she was even showing a tendency to surpass Fan Yao. She stomped her feet so hard that the tiles on the ground cracked instantly, and she rushed towards Fan Yao like an arrow. Fan Yao's eyes widened in horror, and he tried to raise his hands to block. However, Su Choya's attack was so powerful that she grabbed Fan Yao's arm and twisted it hard. With a crack, Fan Yao's arm was dislocated on the spot, and he screamed like a pig being slaughtered.
You also know fear? When you forced me to draw blood, did you ever think that this day would come? Su Choya yelled angrily, and then she rammed her knee into Fan Yao's abdomen.
Fan Yao was like a deflated ball, and blood spurted out, and he collapsed.
But Su Choya did not stop there.
She grabbed Fan Yao's hair and slammed her head against the wall.
The bang-bang sound echoed in the ward. With each bang, Fan Yao's screams became sharper.
Soon, her forehead was covered with blood and her eyes began to become unfocused. Zhang Tianyi finally caught his breath, and when he saw Fan Yao being beaten, he was filled with fear.
He struggled to get up and tried to sneak away. How could Lin Mo do as he wished?
He stepped on his back, and Zhang Tianyi, who had just straightened up, was instantly knocked to the ground again.
Want to leave?
Today, all the pain you brought to Choya will be returned 1,000-fold. Lin Mo snorted coldly and exerted a little force with his feet. Zhang Tianyi felt like his spine was about to be broken and he could only groan in pain. Su Choya dealt with Fan Yao and turned to look at Zhang Tianyi, the hatred in her eyes not diminishing at all. She walked to Zhang Tianyi step by step, squatted down, grabbed his collar, and lifted him up.
Aren't you very arrogant? Why aren't you talking now? Su Choya raised her hand and punched Zhang Tianyi in the face.
Zhang Tianyi's nose collapsed on the spot and blood gushed out.
Please, spare me. Zhang Tianyi finally gave in and begged in a crying voice. Forgive you? When you forced me to draw blood, did you ever think of forgiving me? Su Choya's eyes widened with anger, and she punched Zhang Tianyi several times.
Zhang Tianyi had no power to fight back under her punches, and could only passively take the beating, spitting blood from his mouth.
Looking at the miserable appearance of the two people, Su Choya's anger subsided a little.
She threw Zhang Tianyi to the ground, gasping for breath, and looked at Lin Mo.
Lin Mo, thank you. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what to do. Su Choya's eyes were full of gratitude and dependence. Lin Mo walked over, patted Su Choya's shoulder gently, and comforted her. It's okay, everything is over. They can't hurt you anymore. Xiao Yuliang watched this scene from the side and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Today he finally witnessed the power of Lin Mo and Su Choya. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he did not stand on the wrong side. Mr. Lin, these two people. Xiao Yuliang looked at Lin Mo, waiting for his instructions. Lin Mo glanced coldly at Zheng Tianyi and Fan Yao, who were dying on the ground, and said, Director Xiao, I'll leave these two people to you. You should know what to do. Xiao Yuliang nodded quickly and said, Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I will handle this impartially. After that, he ordered his men to take Zheng Tianyi and Fan Yao away. In the office of President Zhang Hatai was already in a state of panic. An hour ago, Lin suddenly launched an attack, and many of Zhang's industries were attacked. During this hour, Zhang Hatai's phone never stopped ringing, and it was all his subordinates reporting the news of partners terminating cooperation. In just 1 hour, 90% of Zhang's partners announced the termination of cooperation with Zhang. What's more serious is that Zhang Hatai has no idea what is going on. At this time, the Fan family called for help, saying that the Fan family was being sniped by the Lin family and was on the verge of bankruptcy. This made Zhang Hatai even more confused. The Zhang family had never dealt with the Lin family before. The two families were in different industries and had no intersection at all. Zhang Hatai couldn't figure out why the Lin family suddenly attacked. Just as he was worrying, the office door was pushed open and a group of people in tax management uniforms walked in. Zhang Hatai, you are suspected of tax evasion. Please come back with us for investigation. Here is a search warrant and subpoena. Zhang Hatai went crazy and screamed in despair. What the hell is going on? At the same time, a group of masked men rushed into Zhang's house and beat up Zhang Hatai's wife and several servants. However, there were several vehicles from the Public Security Bureau parked outside the door. Is that enough? Don't beat the guy to death, a police officer said carefully. Chapter 103 Don't forget to give rewards. When the group of masked men heard the police officer's words, they stopped. The masked man in the lead pulled off the black cloth on his face, revealing a stern face. It was the person arranged by Lin Mo. Don't worry, I know my limits. I'm just going to teach them a lesson. The masked man glanced at Zhang Hatai's wife and the servants wailing on the ground, felt that it was enough, and turned around and left with his men. On this side, Su Choya felt mixed emotions as she watched Zheng Tianyi and Fan Yao being taken away. Su Choya turned around, walked solemnly to Lin Mo, and knelt down with a plop. Lin Mo was startled and quickly reached out to help. Choya, what are you doing? Choya looked stubborn. Lin Mo, if it weren't for you today, I would have died in their hands sooner or later. You saved my life. You are my benefactor. After that, he kowtowed 3 times. Lin Mo was startled and pulled Choya up. What are you doing? We are classmates. How can I stand by and watch you in trouble? Okay, don't say such things anymore. At this time, Xiaolong came in and handed a stack of information to Lin Mo, who then handed it to Choya. Zhang family, all the illegal properties of the Fan family have been sealed and confiscated. These are properties without problems. If you take good care of them, it will be a guarantee for your life. Choya took the information and felt even more grateful to Lin Mo. Lin Mo continued. Your spiritual bloodline has awakened. You are no longer an ordinary person. If you practice diligently, it will be of great benefit to your future. After saying that, Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I'm leaving. You should pack up and go take over the property. Lin Mo walked out of the ward with his hands in his pockets and left the hospital surrounded by a group of bodyguards. As for what happens to Su Choya later, Lin Mo has no interest in caring about it. How far she can go depends on herself. Time flies. During this period, Lin Mo goes to the old house to accompany Su Qingxue every morning, goes to the group to deal with group affairs in the afternoon, and practices at home in the evening. In a blink of an eye, it was time for the launch conference of the Rejuvenating Essence. This time, Lin Mo did not stand in front of the stage, but directed the event remotely from behind the scenes. Su Qingxue, wearing a well-fitting professional suit, sat on the stage and talked freely, playing PPT on the screen and comparing the skin of the users before and after using the product. The countless data and photos gave a strong shock to the journalists in the audience.
Su Qingxue explained in detail the main ingredients of the rejuvenating essence liquid, and the quality inspection report from the relevant department proved that the rejuvenating essence liquid had absolutely no side effects.
Su Qingxue looked at the audience with a smile and said, "After all this talk, the product is worse than the talk. Today, we will invite a lady to come on stage and experience the product on the spot, so that everyone can witness the effect of our rejuvenating essence." When the female reporters in the audience heard about this opportunity, they all wanted to stand on their chairs and raise their hands to show that they were willing.
Su Qingxue smiled and said, "You are too young. In order to ensure a more intuitive display of the effect, we want to invite more mature women.
Here I go."
Suddenly, a girl's voice came, and everyone saw a working woman in her 50s walking out from among the reporters. When everyone saw this person, they all took a deep breath.
She's here too?
The devil from the Business Daily.
Oh my god, it's really her.
Although the woman is in her 50s, she has an elegant posture and delicate makeup, but years of hard work have left traces on her face. On her face, time is like a ruthless sculptor, carving fine lines one after another. At the end of her eyes, crow's feet spread out like a fine spider web, and each line seems to be telling the countless days and nights she has been busy for her career. There were a few shallow horizontal lines on her forehead, faintly visible under the light, as if recording the frown she had when facing business problems. However, even so, her makeup is still meticulous. The foundation is applied evenly and lightly, like a layer of delicate gauze covering the skin, cleverly covering the dullness of the skin tone and some minor blemishes. Her eyebrows were trimmed to perfection, with slightly upturned brows, which added a bit of sharpness and competence to her. Her dark black eyebrows complemented her deep and bright eyes. Although those eyes had wrinkles of time around them, their gaze was still sharp, like an eagle's eyes that could see through all business secrets, revealing a majesty that should not be underestimated.
Su Qingxue stretched out her hand and said,
"It turns out to be the Queen of Business Daily, Editor-in-Chief Liang.
Nice to meet you."
Liang Yuemei nodded slightly and shook hands with Su Qingxue. "Boss Su, I came here specially today. I admire the strength and courage of Lin's. To be honest, I was not optimistic when you two took over Lin's. But who would have thought that you and your wife not only managed Lin's business so successfully, but also launched such great products as hemostatic agents and Tianshu drones, which really impressed me. However, even though you guys did a good job, I still won't let you off, okay?
Dare I try this rejuvenating essence? I believe no one will doubt my impartiality." Su Qingxue smiled faintly. "Editor Liang, thank you for the compliment. This is all thanks to my husband. Editor Liang is willing to try it, we are more than happy to have you do it. However, before trying it, you need to remove your makeup." Editor Liang smiled, turned around and said, "You are in luck. No one has seen my true face for a long time. If you are live streaming, don't forget to give me tips." This sentence caused everyone to laugh. The etiquette lady immediately placed makeup remover products on the table.
Liang Yuemei did not hesitate and started to remove her makeup in front of everyone. Liang Yuemei skillfully picked up the cotton pad, gently pressed it on her eyes, and slowly wiped away the delicate eye makeup. The black eyeliner and smudged eyeshadow gradually spread on the cotton pad, like ink spreading in water. As her makeup was removed, the skin around her eyes was completely exposed. The sagging skin became more obvious, and her lower eyelids drooped slightly, forming faint eye bags. The skin above the eye bags was thin and transparent, and the blue blood vessels underneath could be vaguely seen, like obscure comments written by time on her face. She then wiped off the blush and foundation on her cheeks, and the dullness and unevenness of her skin tone that had been covered up became more obvious. The skin has lost the modification of foundation and appears a little rough, and the pores are clearly visible under the light. There are some faint spots on the forehead and cheeks, which are the result of years of erosion by ultraviolet rays in time, like the mottled marks on autumn leaves. The nasolabial folds on both sides of the mouth are very deep, like two ravines, extending from the sides of the nose to the corners of the mouth, as if telling of countless smiles and sighs. When she removed her lip makeup, the color of her lips became dull and the lip lines became particularly obvious, with fine lines like cracks on a dry riverbed. When Liang Yuemei raised her head again and looked at the audience, everyone began to sigh.
Editor-in-Chief Liang was obviously a beauty, but it was a pity that time was not forgiving. Chapter 104 Anti-Aging Pill. Then, Su Qingxue personally opened a bottle of rejuvenating essence and said, "To better demonstrate the effect, this is the essence of our rejuvenating essence. It works in 3 minutes." The audience was in uproar. Oh my god. Is this true? 3 minutes? Impossible? So soon?
As he spoke, Editor-in-Chief Liang had already evenly applied the rejuvenating essence on his face, and the big screen behind him began to count down.
As the countdown numbers on the big screen ticked second by second, everyone stared at Liang Yume's face, their eyes full of curiosity and suspicion. At first, Liang Yume's face did not change significantly, and some people in the audience began to whisper.
It seems that the 3-minute effect is an exaggeration. That's right, no skincare product can have effects so quickly. However, just when the countdown reached 1.5 minutes, something wonderful happened. The spider web-like crow's feet at the corners of Liang Yume's eyes began to fade slowly, as if they were gently stroked by an invisible hand. The skin around the eyes, which was originally loose, sagging and covered with fine lines, became firmer at a speed visible to the naked eye. The faint eye bags seemed to be gradually shrinking, as if a magical force was slowly drawing the moisture away from them. Then, the horizontal lines on her forehead began to melt slowly, like ice and snow encountering the warm sun. The originally rough skin with obvious pores becomes delicate and smooth as if it had been polished by sandpaper.
Those faint spots gradually fade in color, as if they are about to disappear into the skin. The deep nasolabial folds at the corners of the mouth are no longer as eye-catching as ravines.
The lines have become much softer, the loose skin on the face seems to be gently lifted, and the jawline has become clear again.
When the countdown entered the last 10 seconds, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone held their breath, staring at Liang Yume's face. With a beep, the countdown returned to 0, and Liang Yume's face had undergone a drastic change. Her face, which was originally dull and rough, showing traces of time, now glowed with vitality. Her skin is fair and translucent, with a natural luster, and as tender and smooth as a freshly peeled egg. Those bright eyes, with the tightly upturned eye tails, appear more lively and energetic. Her lips also became rosy and plump, and the lip lines almost disappeared, as if time had gone back and she returned to her youth. There was a dead silence in the audience at first, followed by a deafening burst of exclamations. Oh my God, this is a miracle. 3 minutes. It really only took 3 minutes. This rejuvenating essence is amazing. I must buy it, no matter how expensive it is.
The reporters stood up one after another, the shutters of their cameras kept clicking, and the flashlights illuminated the entire stage as bright as day. They all knew that the scene they witnessed today would be the most shocking headlines in major media outlets tomorrow. Some female reporters even showed envious expressions and wanted to rush onto the stage to try out this magical product. A mirror was handed to Liang Yume, and she was actually shaking with excitement. From everyone's reactions, she knew that this rejuvenating elixir must have had an extraordinary effect on her face, but she was very much looking forward to how her face would be restored to. Liang Yume raised the mirror slowly in front of her with trembling hands. When her eyes met the familiar yet unfamiliar face in the mirror, tears instantly blurred her eyes. She stroked her cheek gently. Wherever her fingers passed, it was delicate and smooth. The touch made her feel as if she had returned to her youth decades ago.
Is this really me?
Liang Yume murmured to herself, her voice full of disbelief and excitement. She looked at herself in the mirror carefully, her eyes flickering with complex light, showing surprise, emotion, and even more emotion about the miraculous reversal of time. For countless days and nights, she looked at herself in the mirror with sadness, watching the years mercilessly leaving traces on her face. Those wrinkles and spots seemed like the helpless medals of her half-life struggle. But at this moment, all of this disappeared under the effect of a bottle of rejuvenating elixir. She tilted her head slightly, revealing her neck, and gently pulled the skin at her chin with her hands, feeling the tightness and elasticity. The corners of her mouth could not help but rise, revealing a brilliant smile from the heart. This smile made her look younger and full of energy. She kept turning her head to observe her face from every angle, as if she could never see enough.
Boss Su, this is simply unbelievable. Liang Yume finally put down the mirror and looked at Su Qingxue, her eyes full of admiration and gratitude. I have been engaged in business reporting for so many years and have seen countless product promotions, most of which are exaggerated. But today, I personally experienced the magical effect of your rejuvenating essence, and I really have nothing to say. This is not just a skincare product, it is simply the magic of time. After saying that, Liang Yume raised the mirror again, looked at herself for a long time, and then said as if she had made up her mind. Boss Su, I've decided. I'm going to do a comprehensive, in-depth report on your Lin's rejuvenating essence. I want everyone to know how amazing this product is. This is not just for your product, but also for women like me who are eager to retain their youth as the years go by. When the audience heard Liang Yume's words, they burst into warm applause again.
Everyone understands that with the help of Liang Yueme, the queen of business news, the rejuvenating essence will surely cause a sensation in the market.
At this time, someone in the audience asked, Boss Su, the effect is indeed very obvious, but with such a quick effect, are there really no side effects? Su Qingxue smiled. I have just shown the test report from the authority and also provided the experience follow-up of the users. My mother and my mother-in-law were the first users and have been using it for half a year without any side effects. However, in order to prove our confidence, we have specially launched a 10 million guarantee. If any user who uses our rejuvenating essence experiences side effects, our Lin Group will immediately pay 10 million based on the appraisal report. And we at Lin's are responsible for restoring the user's skin to its original state. There was an uproar in the audience. 10 million? Oh my god. That's a sky-high price. So sincere. I believe in Lin. Then someone asked. Boss Su, I absolutely believe in Lin's strength and sincerity, but isn't it a bit exaggerated to restore it to its original state? Su Qingxue smiled. Everyone, I can reveal a little secret. My husband, Mr. Lin Mo, the president of Lin Corporation, is developing an anti-aging pill that can make people stay young forever. This new product can turn gray hair of the elderly into black and keep their face young. Chapter 105 Li Xiaoyao. When the reporters in the audience heard Su Qingxue's words, they immediately went wild. The already noisy venue seemed to have been bombarded with discussions and exclamations, almost blowing the roof off. Eternal youth? Anti-aging pills? This is something that only exists in myths. A young reporter couldn't help but exclaim loudly. The pen in his hand trembled slightly with excitement and he almost dropped it. If this is true, then won't the Lin Group lead the entire beauty and skincare industry, and even a revolution in human life sciences? A senior industry reporter's eyes flickered with excitement, as if he had captured the most important news clue of this century. The female reporters could not contain their excitement, their faces were filled with desire and surprise. Oh my god, if there really is an anti-aging pill, then we don't have to worry about the traces of time anymore. Yes, I must get the first-hand news, this is a dream product for all women. They chattered as if the anti-aging pill was just around the corner. Although the male reporters were relatively calm, they could not hide their shock and anticipation. Some quickly wrote down the key points in their notebooks, muttering to themselves, this is big news that can change history, we must report it in detail. Some even stood up impatiently and tried to ask questions again, hoping to get more information about the anti-aging pill from Su Qingxue. Mr. Su, when is the anti-aging pill expected to be on the market? Mr. Su, can you tell us about the research and development progress of the anti-aging pill? Various questions flooded Su Qingxue like a tide, and the order on the scene was a little out of control. Su Qingxue smiled and made a gesture to keep quiet. Everyone. My husband didn't ask me to announce the anti-aging pill, so everyone keep a low profile. Let's get back to talking about the rejuvenating essence. At this time, a female reporter raised her hand and asked. Excuse me, Mr. Su, how much is the price of the rejuvenating essence? Su Qingxue said. Same as the hemostatic agent, we'll have two versions. The first version is what you just saw. It takes 3 minutes to take effect and lasts for 5 years. The 100 milliliters version is priced at 1 million. The female reporters in the audience were excited. It was equivalent to 200,000 yuan per year. They spent more than 200,000 yuan on beauty salons every year. Su Qingxue continued. Second version, hardcover edition. 3 boxes for 1 course of treatment, 10 pills per box, effective after 3 courses of treatment, can last for 3 years. Each box is priced at 99,000. Because the versions are different, the final effects are also different. The gold version can make your skin 20 years younger. The hardcover version can make your skin 10 years younger. The whole audience was shocked again. This price and this effect are really worth it. Su Qingxue continued. Due to the material used, only 100 sets of the gold edition are sold each year. While stocks last. Only sets of the deluxe edition are sold each year. While stocks last. After the press conference, Lin S topped the charts again. Hashtag Lin's rejuvenating essence is on the market. Hashtag 1 million 20 years younger. Would you like to? Hashtag Lin's vice president revealed that anti-aging pills are under development. Lin S stock price soared again, and the soaring figures shocked the entire financial market.
Major investment institutions have adjusted their assessment reports on the Lin Group, raising their outlook for the group to the highest level. Investors rushed into the stock market frantically and snapped up Lin's shares, as if they had grasped the key to financial freedom. In the beauty and skin care market, the launch of the rejuvenating essence was like triggering a tsunami. Although the gold version is expensive, for those wealthy ladies who pursue the ultimate effect and have strong financial resources, spending $1 million in exchange for 20 years of youth is simply a godsend. Once the reservation channel was opened, all 100 sets of the gold edition were sold out in just a few minutes. Many people who failed to get one even posted high-priced purchase requests online. The hardcover version is also very popular, attracting many mid to high-end consumers due to its relatively affordable price and impressive results. On major sales platforms, inquiries and booking messages are coming in like snowflakes. There were also long queues at offline stores as people couldn't wait to experience this magical product. Some beauty bloggers and internet celebrities with a keen sense of smell quickly purchased the hardcover version for trial evaluation and shared their experience on major social platforms, further expanding the influence of the rejuvenating essence. With the explosive popularity of Lin's rejuvenating essence, other beauty brands are feeling unprecedented pressure. Some brands held emergency meetings to discuss response strategies and tried to develop similar products to get a piece of the pie, but they knew that Lin was far ahead in technology and it would be difficult to catch up. As for the suppliers that originally had cooperative relationships with Lin, their business also benefited from Lin's rise, with a significant increase in orders and rolling profits. In terms of public opinion, discussions about Lin and the rejuvenating essence remain hot. In addition to being amazed at the magical effects and pricing strategy of the product, netizens also had high expectations for the anti-aging pill. All major media outlets dug deep into the background of the Lin Group and reported extensively on Lin Mo and Su Qingxue. Some people regard Lin Mo as a business genius and technological pioneer, believing that he has single-handedly rewritten the landscape of the beauty industry. Others are skeptical about the development of the anti-aging pill, questioning its authenticity and feasibility, and even sparking some academic discussions. Looking at the heated public opinion, Lin Mo calmly drank his tea. Grab it! Grab it! The fun is yet to come. System. Lin Mo suddenly remembered that the system seemed to have not made any sound for a long time. I am here. Why have you been silent lately? The host's footsteps are too big. The system can no longer support the host. It is waiting for an upgrade. Lin Mo frowned slightly, somewhat surprised by the system's answer, unable to provide support? Then what conditions do you need to upgrade? The upgrade conditions have not been clarified yet, and the system is undergoing autonomous testing and exploration. However, it is certain that as the host continues to make major breakthroughs in business and scientific research, it will have a positive impact on system upgrades. Alarm! Alarm! A new child of luck has been detected. Lin Mo sat up straight at once. Tell me. Li Xiaoyao, a disciple of Kunlun Yushu Palace, accidentally obtained a jade pendant with the residual soul of an ancient immortal cultivator during his training in a secret realm. Since then, his training speed has accelerated, making the sect pay great attention to him. This time, Li Xiaoyao entered Jiangcheng for Lin's anti-aging pills, but he accidentally discovered Su Qiuyao's spiritual bloodline. Practicing dual cultivation with a female cultivator who possesses spiritual bloodline would help Li Xiaoyao break through the bottleneck. So Li Xiaoyao planned to forcibly abduct Su Qiuya and bring her back to the sect for dual cultivation. Lin Mo's face instantly turned gloomy. He was thinking about my anti-aging pill and his Lingxi bloodline. Damn it! Chapter 106. Welcome home. Where is Li Xiaoyao now? Li Xiaoyao just got off the plane 5 minutes ago. Lin Mo nodded, and his spiritual sense immediately spread out. He soon found Li Xiaoyao in a taxi speeding on the airport highway. He was resting with his eyes closed. In the car, Li Xiaoyao suddenly opened his eyes and looked around vigilantly. Strange. Why do I feel like I'm being watched? Li Xiaoyao spread out his spiritual sense and searched for a long time, but found nothing unusual. Is it my illusion? Li Xiaoyao saw the launch conference of Lin's rejuvenating essence on the internet, and instinctively felt that this rejuvenating essence must be related to cultivators. The residual soul and the ancient jade also agreed with his idea. This remnant soul was left behind after the death of the ancient immortal Lingxu. With the help of this remnant soul, Li Xiaoyao, who was originally a waste of the sect, broke through the shackles of cultivation one after another, and made rapid progress from the 6th level of qi refining. Now he has reached the great perfection of foundation establishment and is only one step away from breaking through the golden core stage. They all believed that the person who could develop the rejuvenating elixir and anti-aging pill must be an alchemist. So this time, Li Xiaoyao wanted to see if this alchemist could be of use to him. It's a pity that the remaining soul of immortal Lingshu is weak and often goes into a dormant state, which makes Li Xiaoyao very miserable. Every time he encounters a problem, he can only wait for immortal Lingshu to wake up before seeking help.
Just as Li Xiaoyao's thoughts were churning, the taxi had already entered the urban area of Jiangcheng.
Li Xiaoyao has lived in Kunlun since he was a child. Even when he went down the mountain, he only made short stops in several small towns in the west.
This was his first time to visit a prosperous metropolis like Jiangcheng.
The tall buildings outside the car window made Li Xiaoyao feel very fresh. The streets were crowded with people. This worldly and lively scene was completely different from the world of immortal cultivation that he was familiar with. The taxi stopped outside a hotel. Li Xiaoyao took out cash, paid the fare, and got out of the car and walked into the hotel without waiting for change. The driver glanced at the few $100 bills in his hand, then turned his head to look at Li Xiaoyao's back. I never realized this country bumpkin is quite rich. If Li Xiaoyao heard this, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. The robe he was wearing was a top-grade magic weapon specially made by Yushu Palace. It was impervious to water and fire, swords and spears, and could drive away heat in summer and keep out cold in winter. This was given to him by his master Qing Zhuzi when he broke through to the great perfection of foundation building. This can only be said that worldly ants do not know the value of things. Li Xiaoyao walked into the hotel lobby and went straight to the front desk. He was curious about the layout and facilities of the hotel, but his expression still revealed the arrogance of a monk.
In the eyes of monks, ordinary mortals are nothing but ants.
The receptionist was slightly startled when she saw him walk in wearing a traditional robe, but her professionalism made her immediately smile. "Sir, how can I help you?" Li Xiaoyao looked at the receptionist and frowned. He was not used to dealing with such a strangely dressed woman, but he still said, "Give me a room upstairs." The receptionist kept smiling and responded politely, "Sir, our hotel has a variety of room types to choose from.
Which type of room do you need?
In addition, please show me your ID card." Li Xiaoyao nodded, took out his ID card from his sleeve and handed it over. He glanced at today's house prices on the wall and said calmly,
"Give me the presidential suite."
The receptionist was stunned for a moment, looking at Li Xiaoyao in disbelief.
She didn't expect that this weirdo in ancient costume would ask for the presidential suite. It was so unexpected.
"Sir, our presidential suite costs RMB per night."
"How many days do you want?"
Li Xiaoyao looked arrogant and looked at the receptionist with disdain.
1 month.
Now, even the receptionist nearby came over. They had seen luxurious rooms before, but this presidential suite, which was only open for a month, was not uncommon, but extremely rare. "Sir, if you want to open for a month, you need to pay a lump sum of RMB. Hai also needs to pay a deposit of 1 million renminbi, a total of RMB. Would you like to pay by check or card?" Li Xiaoyao casually took out a card and slapped it on the counter, and the receptionist quickly swiped the card.
Ding! Consumption successful.
Soon, a middle-aged man ran out of the elevator and ran to the front desk in 2 steps.
"Which VIP has reserved the presidential suite for a month?"
The receptionist pointed at Li Xiaoyao with a polite gesture. "Manager Kai, this is Mr. Li." The person who came was the hotel manager Kai Depei. At this time, Kai Depei looked Li Xiaoyao up and down, thinking,
"Wow, you can't judge a person by appearance.
She looks so rich even though she's dressed so poorly." "Mr. Li, I'm Kai Depei, the hotel's housekeeping manager."
"I'm happy to serve you."
Kai Depei wanted to help Li Xiaoyao with his luggage, but when he looked around, he couldn't see any luggage.
He didn't think much about it.
After all, there was no rule that required luggage when staying in a hotel. At this moment, Li Xiaoyao looked very proud.
Chapter 107 Li Xiaoyao follows Su Qiuya.
Li Xiaoyao opened his eyes slightly and glanced down at the woman and maids in front of him with disdain and arrogance in his eyes, as if these people in front of him were just insignificant ants.
He waved his hand gently, signaling everyone to stand up.
That gesture seemed like a great gift to everyone. There's no need to go to such great lengths in the future. Li Xiaoyao's voice was cold and indifferent, with an unquestionable majesty. He slowly stepped out of the elevator, and Kai Depei hurriedly followed Li Xiaoyao, with a flattering smile on his face, and continued to introduce the various facilities and services of the presidential suite. Li Xiaoyao turned a deaf ear to him. His eyes wandered around the room with a hint of contempt in them. In his opinion, the so-called luxurious presidential suite in the secular world was extremely shabby compared to his practice cave on Mount Kunlun. The beautiful woman in a professional suit felt a little uneasy when she saw Li Xiaoyao's cold expression. She bit her lip slightly, mustered up the courage to say, "Master, I am your housekeeper, you can call me Wei Wei, if you have any needs, you can always tell us." Li Xiaoyao turned his head and looked her up and down, his eyes scrutinizing and amusing, as if he was looking at an object.
"Got it, don't bother me if you don't have anything else."
After saying that, he walked straight to the sofa in the living room, sat down without any hesitation, and crossed his legs.
The maids quickly gathered around, some brought tea, and some handed over fruit.
Li Xiaoyao casually picked up a grape, put it in his mouth, chewed it for a few times, and frowned slightly. "This worldly fruit tastes just like this." He threw the remaining grapes in his hand back into the fruit bowl as if they were something disgusting. Seeing this, Kai Depei secretly groaned in his heart, but did not dare to show it at all.
He asked carefully, "Mr. Li, is there anything else you are not satisfied with in the room? We will do our best to solve it for you."
Li Xiaoyao snorted coldly, "Forget it, that's it. All of you leave, and no one is allowed to disturb you without my order." After saying that, he closed his eyes and began to rest, as if the people around him no longer existed. Kai Depei was as if she had been pardoned, and quickly led everyone out of the room and gently closed the door. Li Xiaoyao in the room still maintained his superior attitude, immersed in his own world, enjoying the feeling of being the only one. He thought to himself that once he found the alchemist, maybe he could use his power to break through to the golden core stage.
"Master, are there really alchemists?"
There was no response in the sea of consciousness, probably because immortal Lingshu was still sleeping. Li Xiaoyao sighed, stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, from where he could overlook the entire Jiangchang. There is a towering building in the distance, with the four big words Lin's Group on the top of the building looking quite imposing.
"Lin! Don't let me down! Knock, knock, knock!"
After an unknown amount of time, there was a knock on the door.
"Come in." Li Xiaoyao's cold voice sounded, and Wei Wei walked in pushing the dining cart. "Master, please have afternoon tea."
Li Xiaoyao glanced at it calmly.
The dining car was filled with exquisite snacks. "Put it down."
Wei Wei carefully placed the snacks on the table and poured a cup of coffee for Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao walked to the dining table with his hands behind his back and began to eat slowly.
After finishing the snack, Li Xiaoyao stood up and walked out the door without even glancing at Wei Wei.
Wei Wei saw Li Xiaoyao was about to go out and said quickly,
"Master, are you going out? Do you need a car ready for you?" Li Xiaoyao paused and asked. "What car?" Wei Wei said.
"The hotel has prepared a special car for the owner.
If the owner drives himself, he can choose Bugatti Veyron, which is a sports car. If he needs a driver, he can choose Rolls-Royce." Li Xiaoyao thought for a moment and said, "Please arrange a driver for me." Wei Wei quickly contacted the team, put down the phone, and said, "Master, the vehicle is ready, I'll accompany you downstairs." Li Xiaoyao nodded lightly, walked a few steps faster, and pressed the elevator button.
This was a special elevator for the presidential suite and did not need to be shared with other guests. The elevator opened and the waiter bowed slightly to invite Li Xiaoyao into the elevator. Li Xiaoyao still walked in with his hands behind his back arrogantly.
Wei Wei also entered the elevator and pressed the first floor.
When the elevator reached the first floor, the Rolls-Royce was already parked in front of the hotel. The door was slightly opened and Li Xiaoyao got in directly. Wei Wei stood by the car door, hesitating whether she should go with them. The hotel required that she must follow the presidential suite guests when they went out, but looking at the guests' expressions, Wei Wei didn't know whether she should go with them or not. At this time Li Xiaoyao said,
"You can come with us."
Wei Wei felt as if she had been pardoned. She heaved a long sigh of relief and got into the luxury car.
"Master, where are we going?"
Li Xiaoyao closed his eyes as soon as he got in the car. After hearing Wei Wei's words, he said coldly,
"Lin Group." Pulling the partition slightly, I said to the driver, "Lin's building."
The driver nodded, stepped on the accelerator, and slowly drove away from the hotel. Lin's Group was not far from the hotel, and it only took 10 minutes to drive there. Li Xiaoyao asked the driver to park the car opposite the Lin's Group, and spread his consciousness, searching for the traces of the alchemist layer by layer in the group. Lin Mo, who was about to leave work, frowned. "Here it comes." He also spread out his spiritual sense and soon locked onto Li Xiaoyao's figure in a luxury car.
"Interesting."
Li Xiaoyao opened his eyes suddenly. He felt like he was being spied on again, but there was no trace of any cultivator in his consciousness.
Strange, I can't even sense any spiritual energy fluctuations.
Suddenly, Ling Shu Immortal Venerable's voice finally appeared in the sea of consciousness. Disciple, the girl opposite you has Lingxi bloodline, and her bloodline has been awakened. If you practice dual cultivation with her, you can break through to the late Jindan stage in one fell swoop. Li Xiaoyao was shocked, with greed in his eyes.
Late Jindan stage? Li Xiaoyao looked across and saw Su Choya coming out of the Lin's building. In his mind, he could sense a faint spiritual fluctuation on Su Choya's body. Qi refining stage. Su Choya's car had already left Lin's, and Li Xiaoyao said, "Follow him." The Rolls-Royce immediately followed. Li Xiaoyao was overjoyed. This trip to Jiangcheng was not in vain. He found a furnace just after arriving. If he could find an alchemist, he would have a chance to break through to the nascent soul stage in one fell swoop. In the current Dharma ending age, spiritual energy is thin, and it is extremely difficult for cultivators to break through. It is already extremely difficult to break through the foundation building stage. If I can break through the nascent soul stage, I will be the #1 fighter in Kunlun.
By that time, the entire Kunlun will submit to me, and everyone below the nascent soul stage will be an ant. While she was fantasizing, Su Choya's car had already driven into a villa area.
This used to be an asset of the Zhang family.
After the Zhang family fell into decline, Su Choya took over most of the assets, and this villa was also preserved. Li Xiaoyao opened the door and got out of the car, saying,
"You guys go back first." Chapter 108, Great Courtesy. Wei Wei and the driver looked at each other, and Wei Wei asked cautiously, "Master, are you sure you don't need us to wait here? This area is quite remote, in case you need anything."
Li Xiaoyao waved his hand impatiently. "I said I would go back. Why are you talking so much nonsense?"
Wei Wei and the driver didn't dare to say anything more.
They just responded and drove away slowly. Li Xiaoyao stood outside the villa area, his spiritual consciousness always following Su Choya, but he had no intention of forcing her. In dual cultivation, both parties must practice the same dual cultivation method, and only if both parties are willing can they cooperate with each other and achieve the purpose of dual cultivation.
Li Xiaoyao touched his chin, thinking about a countermeasure. If he directly stated his intention, Su Choya would definitely not agree, and it might even cause unnecessary trouble.
It seems I have to think of a way to get close to her and gain her trust first. Li Xiaoyao glanced at the gate of the villa area. The security guard at the gate also noticed Li Xiaoyao. This person just got off a Rolls-Royce. He seemed to be a rich man, perhaps a young master from some family. But this man was wearing ancient costume and neither went in nor left.
The security guard couldn't understand what he was trying to do.
Li Xiaoyao's eyes met with the security guard's, and Li Xiaoyao simply walked towards the security guard. The security guard looked at Li Xiaoyao in confusion, with big doubts in his little head. Li Xiaoyao walked up to the security guard and asked,
"Who is the owner of the car that just went in?"
The security guard immediately became alert.
"Sorry, we can't reveal the owner's information."
Li Xiaoyao glanced at the security guard with contempt, took out a wad of money, and said,
"Tell me, these are all yours."
The security guard took a look at the money in Li Xiaoyao's hand and saw that it was more than 20,000 yuan. The security guard glanced at the surveillance camera on the security booth, shook his head and said,
"Sorry, I can't reveal the owner's information."
But his eyes were desperately winking at Li Xiaoyao. Of course, Li Xiaoyao saw the security guard's hint, so he put away the money and walked away. After Li Xiaoyao left, he did not go far, but found a secluded place nearby to hide. He knew in his heart that the security guard was afraid of the surveillance in the security booth.
How could an ant in this world not love money?
Sure enough, not long after, the security guard changed shifts and a younger security guard walked out of the security booth, looked around, and walked towards the direction where Li Xiaoyao was hiding. Li Xiaoyao was delighted when he saw this, knowing that the fish had taken the bait. When the young security guard approached, Li Xiaoyao came out from his hiding place, took out the wad of money again, and shook it in front of him.
"Can you tell me now?"
The young security guard swallowed his saliva, his eyes full of struggle, but he finally couldn't resist the temptation of money and said in a low voice, "The owner of the car is Su Choya, a very powerful woman. I heard that she holds an important position in the Ling group." Li Xiaoyao nodded with satisfaction and stuffed the money into the young security guard's hand.
"Tell me any other information you have."
The young security guard held the money tightly, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "She usually keeps to herself, and rarely brings friends back." But a few days ago, a man named Lin Mo came, and it seemed that he had a special relationship with her. By the way, Lin Mo is also from the Lin Group, and he is the president of the Lin Group. When Li Xiaoyao heard the name Lin Mo, his heart moved and he secretly wrote it down.
Are you sure that's all the information she has? Don't hide it. If I find out there's more, you won't be able to keep the money safe.
The young security guard shuddered with fear and said quickly, "That's really all."
I've told you everything I know.
Li Xiaoyao fell into deep thought.
It seems that Su Qiuya has a close relationship with the Lin Group. If you want to get close to her, starting from the Lin Group might be a good way.
Moreover, it seems that he also needs to keep an eye on Lin Mo, as he might become an obstacle in his plan.
Li Xiaoyao suddenly asked, "Are there any houses for sale in the villa area?"
The security guard shook his head. The housing supply here is very tight, and all the people who live here are big shots in Jiangcheng.
Li Xiaoyao was a little disappointed and waved his hand, indicating that he could leave.
Li Xiaoyao went straight into a coffee shop on the street and ordered a cup of coffee, his mind still locked on Su Qiuya. In the evening, after Su Qiuya had dinner and cleaned up the house, she changed into sportswear and went out for a run. Li Xiaoyao sensed Su Qiuya going out for a run through his spiritual sense, and he felt that this might be a good opportunity to get close to her. He immediately stood up, paid for the coffee, and walked out of the coffee shop quickly. It was already dark, the street lamps were emitting a soft light, and Su Qiuya was jogging along the sidewalk at the side of the street with a light figure. Li Xiao followed her from a distance, maintaining a just right distance so as not to arouse her suspicion while still being able to keep an eye on her movements. After running for a while, Su Qiuya seemed to realize that someone was following her. She paused slightly and turned to look back.
Li Xiaoyao's heart tightened, and he quickly turned sideways and hid behind a big tree. Su Qiuya didn't notice anything unusual, thinking it was just her illusion, and continued to run forward.
Li Xiaoyao secretly rejoiced, and at the same time, he became more careful. He used his spiritual power to make his movements lighter and more silent, and continued to follow Su Qiuya.
After running for a while, Su Qiuya came to a park. There were not many people in the park, and there were only a few people walking.
Su Qiuya jogged along the path in the park, while Li Xiaoyao mixed in with the crowd and followed from a distance. At this moment, Su Qiuya suddenly stopped, bent down and rubbed her ankle. Li Xiaoyao was overjoyed, thinking that his chance had come. He quickened his pace, pretending to pass by Su Qiuya casually, and asked with concern, "Girl, are you okay?" Su Qiuya looked up and saw a man in ancient costume standing in front of her. She was a little surprised, but she still replied politely, "It's okay, I just twisted my ankle accidentally."
Li Xiaoyao looked at her ankle and said, "I know a little bit about medicine, how about I help you take a look?"
As he said this, he squatted down and gently held her ankle without waiting for Su Qiuya to respond. Su Qiuya subconsciously tried to break free, but Li Xiaoyao's hands were like pliers and she couldn't break free at all. While pretending to check the injuries, Li Xiaoyao circulated his spiritual power, slowly infiltrating it into Su Qiuya's ankle to help relieve her pain. Su Qiuya only felt a warm current coming from her ankle, and the original pain was relieved a lot. She couldn't help but be surprised at the medical skills of this man in ancient costume.
"Thank you, I feel much better now,"
Su Qiuya said. Li Xiaoyao then let go of her hand, stood up, and said with a smile, "Miss, you are too polite.
It's just a small favor. Judging from your clothes, you should be out for a run, right? It's late at night, you should pay attention to safety when running alone." Chapter 109 System Upgrade. Su Qiuya nodded and said, "Well, I usually run at night." "Thank you very much."
Li Xiaoyao was secretly delighted, thinking that he had successfully taken the first step towards getting close to Su Qiuya.
"I am Li Xiaoyao.
I was rude to you because I saw that you were injured just now."
Su Qiuya was slightly stunned. "Li Xiaoyao? This name is quite unique, but looking at your outfit."
Li Xiaoyao smiled and explained, "I grew up in the mountains and didn't have much contact with worldly things, so my dressing style is a little different from that of ordinary people."
Li Xiaoyao paused, his expression suddenly changed and he said,
"To be honest, I am a disciple of the head of Kunlun Mountain Yushu Palace. Today, I accidentally discovered that the girl has Lingxi bloodline and has already started practicing. I wonder if the girl knows that in this world of cultivation, the life of independent cultivators is really hard. Independent cultivators do not have the protection of a sect, and it is extremely difficult to obtain resources. Take the spiritual crystals needed for cultivation for example. Sect disciples can collect them from the sect's warehouse regularly based on their contribution points, which is enough for daily cultivation. But as for independent cultivators, they can only rely on themselves to survive in dangerous places.
They can only find some spirit crystals if they are lucky. If they are not careful, they may lose their lives.
Speaking of cultivation techniques, there are many kinds of secret manuals within the sect, ranging from the basics to the advanced. Disciples can choose the technique that suits them according to their own talents and stage of cultivation. However, if a casual cultivator wants to obtain a superior martial art, he or she can either search for it in ancient ruins by chance, or spend a huge amount of money to buy it from the black market. But even if he or she buys it, he or she may face the risk of the martial art being incomplete.
There are also magic weapons.
Sects will equip outstanding disciples with magic weapons, which can protect their lives and increase their strength at critical moments. However, independent cultivators can only use some low-level magic weapons for self-defense, and have no power to fight back when facing powerful enemies.
If the girl joins my Kunlun Mountain Yushu Palace, these problems will be solved.
As a famous sect in the cultivation world, Yushu Palace has extremely rich resources.
With the girl's spiritual bloodline, she will definitely be valued by the elders after she enters the sect.
Cultivation resources will definitely be tilted towards her, and she will be able to choose from various high-level skills at will, and magic weapons will also be equipped as needed. Moreover, in the sect, you can also meet many like-minded teachers and friends, learn from each other, and make progress together.
When you encounter danger, the entire sect will back you up and protect you from the wind and rain.
So, I want to invite the girl to go back to Kunlun with me.
I will introduce her to Master. What do you think? Su Choya was stunned.
She saw Li Xiaoyao being so attentive to her for no reason and realized there was a purpose. However, she did not guess that the young man in front of her was actually from Kunlun.
Sorry, I'm not interested. Su Choya turned around and wanted to leave, but how could Li Xiaoyao miss such a good opportunity? He blocked Su Choya's way and said, "Miss, don't worry about answering me.
I will stay in Jiangqing for a few more days.
If you change your mind during these few days, you can come to me."
Su Choya looked at Li Xiaoyao warily, turned around and left quickly without saying a word. Lin Mo, who had been observing with his spiritual consciousness, saw the scene and pondered in his heart. Although Li Xiaoyao wanted to recruit Su Choya, he did not use force, which left him with no reason to take action for the time being. After all, in the world of cultivation, if you attack others without reason, it is likely to cause unnecessary trouble, especially when the other party is a direct disciple of the head of Kunlun Mountain Yushu Palace. Lin Mo learned from the system that the Yushu Palace in Kunlun Mountain has a deep foundation and huge influence in the world of cultivation. If he makes enemies with the Yushu Palace because of a momentary impulse, it will be extremely disadvantageous to both himself and Su Choya. Although he was worried that Su Choya would be persuaded by Li Xiaoyao, it seemed that Su Choya had no interest in Li Xiaoyao's proposal.
"Host, have you forgotten your identity?" Lin Mo was stunned. "Xiao Tian, what does this mean?" "Host, you are a villain. How can a villain have so many scruples? As long as it is hindering our plan, we will just take action to solve it. Unlike you, you are so cautious."
This Li Xiaoyao obviously has bad intentions towards Su Choya. If he really kidnapped Su Choya to Kunlun Mountain Yushu Palace, then our previous efforts will be in vain.
Lin Mo's heart moved.
The system's words were like a warning bell, waking him up. Although he had always been a villain, he was still too conservative in his actions. He always considered protecting his family, so he did not do anything too out of the ordinary.
But as a villain, you should use any means necessary and abandon the rules and regulations followed by the decent people. Xiao Tian, you are right. I can't be so indecisive anymore.
Since Li Xiaoyao has set his eyes on Su Choya, he is a stumbling block to my plan and must be eliminated. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. In the world of cultivation, strength is respected, and the strong always do whatever they want. This is even more true for villains, who don't need to pay attention to any rules or morality. Those so-called famous and upright sects, on the surface, are righteous, but behind the scenes, they are not without despicable means for the sake of profit.
As a villain, Lin Mo doesn't need to pretend.
He decided not to sit and wait for death, but to take the initiative.
With his strength, although he could not directly compete with the entire Kunlun Mountain Yushu Palace, he was still somewhat confident in dealing with Li Xiaoyao in secret.
At this moment, the mechanical voice in my mind sounded again.
"System upgrading. System upgrade successful. Upgrade gift packs are being distributed. Please check in the system space." Lin Mo was delighted. "Open the upgrade gift pack."
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1. Chaos Spirit Technique, a top-level cultivation technique with extremely fast cultivation speed. It can communicate with the chaotic power of heaven and earth and is compatible with various attribute spiritual powers. It allows the host to quickly build the foundation of the cultivation system and adapt to a new cultivation mode.
Chapter 110, The Middle Stage of Yuaniing.
As the Chaos Spirit Art was put into operation, the vigorous force gradually became docile, like a tamed horse, and began to transform Lin Mo's meridians and dantian in an orderly manner. Lin Mo could clearly feel that his body was undergoing earth-shaking changes under the baptism of this power. The meridians that were originally limited to martial arts cultivation were widened several times, becoming tough and elastic, and able to accommodate more powerful spiritual power. At this moment, the 100,000-year-old spirit crystal suddenly appeared around Lin Mo, floating quietly in the air. From the spirit crystal, the majestic and pure spiritual power gushed out like a surging tide, instantly submerging Lin Mo. These spiritual powers seemed to be attracted by some mysterious force, and they continuously gathered towards Lin Mo's body. In the dantian, the originally condensed true energy began to rearrange itself rapidly under the dual influence of the power of chaos and the spiritual power of the 10,000-year spirit crystal. Lin Mo only felt a flash of light before his eyes, and an illusory embryonic form slowly emerged in his dantian. This Yuaniing sat cross-legged with its eyes closed, and its demeanor was somewhat similar to Lin Mo, with a soft spiritual light emanating from its body. With the influx of spiritual power from the 10,000 years spirit crystal, the nascent soul gradually solidified at an astonishing speed. From the initial illusion, it became lifelike, with its facial features becoming clearer and clearer, and the texture of its clothes becoming clearly visible. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Mo's aura suddenly increased, and a powerful and almost terrifying spiritual pressure spread out from him. The air around him seemed to be squeezed crazily by an invisible big hand, making a crackling sound, as dense as fried beans. Finally, everything quieted down, and Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes.
Is this a success? Host, Lin Mo. Identity, Destiny Villain. Level, Middle Nascent Soul. Spiritual Power. Skills, Chaos Spirit Technique, Delusion Breaking Divine Eye, Ancient Alchemy. System Space, Empty.
Lin Mo's attention was attracted by an ancient ring on his left hand.
Xiaotian, what is the use of this Qiankuan ring? Host, this Qiankuan ring is an extremely extraordinary space magic weapon.
It has its own world inside, the space is vast, 100 feet square, and the height is even deeper and unfathomable. It can not only store a large number of items, such as spiritual crystals, magic weapons, spiritual plants, etc., but also has special space rules inside, which can preserve the items placed inside without being affected by time and external factors, and always maintain their original state.
When fighting, you can use it to instantly take out what you need and seize the initiative.
When in danger, you can also hide yourself in the space of the ring.
As long as the ring is not destroyed, you will be safe.
Moreover, with its special structure, you can also open up a dedicated place for cultivation in the ring space, and use its stable spiritual environment to accelerate your cultivation. The Qiankuan ring can be said to be your right-hand man in the world of cultivation, and can bring you many conveniences and guarantees.
Lin Mo was overjoyed.
He had never expected that this small Qiankuan ring would have such a magical effect.
Then how do I get in?
The host only needs to circulate spiritual power, attach a trace of spiritual consciousness to it, and silently think of the intention to enter, and then he can step into the inner space of the Qiankuan ring. When coming out, he can also perceive it with spiritual consciousness, and when he thinks of leaving, he can return to the outside world. Lin Mo did as he was told, circulated the spiritual power in his body, and separated a trace of his spiritual consciousness to gently touch the storage ring. In an instant, a soft light enveloped him, and the next moment, Lin Mo was in the internal space of the Qiankuan ring. As far as the eye could see, there was a vast expanse of light, a faint silver glow illuminating the entire space, and the walls were emitting a mysterious crystal light. In the space lay a pile of spiritual crystals, which were the ones left over from the previous use.
There were not many, only about 40 or 50 left.
Lin Mo excitedly wandered around in the space, imagining the scene of storing various precious magic weapons and a large amount of spiritual crystals here in the future. He also planned to open up a place for cultivation here, as Xiaotian said. With this Qiankuan ring, it will be much easier to do things in the future.
Lin Mo muttered to himself, his face full of complacency.
Then, he moved his mind, circulated his spiritual power, and returned to the outside world.
Lin Mo was shocked by the magic of the storage ring.
He tried to circulate his spiritual power and attached his spiritual consciousness to a pen on the table. With a thought, the pen immediately disappeared before his eyes. Lin Mo immediately separated a wisp of his soul into the storage ring, and sure enough, he saw the pen in the ring. Next, Lin Mo tried to move in a desk, a sofa, and even a sports car. After playing for an hour, he still felt unsatisfied. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Lin Mo's mind. I might as well move into a house. At this time, Xiao Tian couldn't stand it anymore. Host. Lin Mo chuckled. All right. No more playing. Oh, it's been so long, I almost forgot I'm a villain. Since I'm a villain, my first priority is to cause trouble for the protagonist. Xiao Tian, what is Li Xiaoyao going to do next? Host, Li Xiaoyao has decided to stay in Jiangcheng and use his advantages to win over the powerful people in Jiangcheng to become his helpers, so that these powerful people will submit to him and be used by him. Oh. Interesting. Li Xiaoyao was originally a disciple of the head of Yushu Palace. He is a cultivator with extraordinary strength. With just a little magic, he can attract a group of wealthy families to flock to him. Moreover, Li Xiaoyao practices both medicine and martial arts. He uses medical skills to treat difficult and complicated diseases. It is easy for him to gain the trust of these wealthy families. Medical skills? That's clearly a way to make things difficult for my Lin family. Lin Mo immediately began to review the entire Jiangcheng situation. This review shocked Lin Mo. He did not expect that after the last fusion of the small worlds, so many new families would emerge, and even some hidden families. In today's Jiangcheng, the Lin family is still a super family supported by the golden signboard of military industry, and its status in Jiangcheng and the entire southern province is unparalleled. Next are the four major families in Jiangcheng. The former Zhou family and Lu family are on the list, and the other two are the new families, the Han family and the Hua family. The Hua family is a family of martial arts, and the old man in the family, Hua Xinyue, is a master of the realm of transformation. Because of the fusion of the world, the division of martial arts realms has also changed. The current division of martial arts realms is Body Refining, Grandmaster Minor Grandmaster, 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 State of Transformation, State of Legend, Transcendent Level, God Level. There are more than a dozen realms above the God level, but in this Dharma-ending age, it is rare to be able to break through the legendary realm. That can only be achieved by aristocratic families with countless cultivation resources. It is not easy for an ordinary martial artist to reach the Grandmaster level. Even though the old man of the Hua family has reached the transformation realm, due to his old injuries, his true realm is only that of a Grandmaster. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. Compared with business families, the Hua family was obviously more attractive to Li Xiaoyao. Lin Mo thought that if he were Li Xiaoyao, he would definitely choose the Hua family first. Chapter 111 Li Xiaoyao's Little Thoughts. Lin Mo immediately called Xiaolong. Prepare the car and follow me to the Hua family. Xiaolong was stunned and asked doubtfully. The Hua family? Xiaolong was very confused. The Hua family was a martial arts family and had never had any dealings with the Lin family. Why did the young master go to the Hua family? Could it be? At that moment, Xiaolong showed a ferocious look. Lin Mo knew that this kid had thought of something wrong again and quickly said, Hey. Stop messing around. Friendly forces. Xiaolong said and turned to prepare the car. Half an hour later, Lin Mo and Xiaolong walked into the Hua family. As soon as they arrived at the door, Lin Mo frowned. Are you late? In his spiritual consciousness, Li Xiaoyao was drinking tea and chatting with old man Hua. You're so quick. Led by the butler, the two crossed the courtyard and entered the living room. Hua Xinyue was sitting in the main seat, and he was puzzled when he saw Lin Mo. Just now, when the housekeeper said that Lin Mo, the eldest son of the Lin family, was visiting, he was a little confused. The Hua family is not a business family, and the sudden visit of the eldest son Lin made the old man confused. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry for not welcoming you in person. Mr. Hui is an old hand after all, and his superficial courtesy is very appropriate. Lin Mo smiled and said, You're welcome. I just happened to be passing by here and came to ask for a cup of tea. Mr. Hua laughed. Okay, please take a seat, Mr. Lin. Lin Mo sat down and glanced at Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao had been staring at Lin Mo since Lin Mo entered the door. Li Xiaoyao was also very curious about Lin Mo, but he did not expect that the person who developed the rejuvenating elixir was so young. Seeing the two looking at each other, Mr. Hua quickly introduced.
Let me introduce you too. This is the Hermit Master, Li Xiaoyao, Li Xiaoyu. This is the president of Lin Group, Mr. Lin Molan.
From this introduction, we can tell who they are from and where they are from.
One is Li Xiaoyu and the other is Mr. Lin.
Li Xiaoyao smiled and bowed.
It turns out to be Mr. Lin.
I am so sorry for my disrespect. Lin Mo smiled faintly and said.
Sure. Do you still jump into it even though you know it's a trap?
Lin Mo turned to Mr. Hua and said.
Mr. Hua, you said he was a hermit, I wonder what's so different about Mr. Li?
When Mr. Hua heard this, he became excited and told the story of how they met. It turned out that this morning, Mr. Hua went to a nearby park for morning exercises, and Li Xiaoyao was breathing beside him. Mr. Hua was shocked to see that Li Xiaoyao could draw on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with his breathing. Mr. Hua was already very obsessed with martial arts training. Although he had limited talent and could not reach a high level, he was curious about various training methods and strange people. He immediately invited Li Xiaoyao to his home for a chat, and Li Xiaoyao did not refuse and readily agreed.
Lin Mo nodded and said. I see.
Mr. Hua was still in high spirits and continued. Little Friend Li is not only highly skilled in martial arts, but also quite accomplished in medical skills. He can tell the old injuries on my body at a glance. Lin Mo sneered in his heart. It turned out to be such a routine. Lin Mo glanced at Mr. Hua and immediately saw that the old man did have an old injury. According to the normal routine of a cool novel, what will happen next is that Lin Mo will look down on the protagonist, mock the protagonist for being too young to know medical skills, and then boast that there are famous doctors in his group and he will expose the protagonist's tricks on the spot. In the end, he was crushed all the way by the protagonist and was slapped in the face successfully.
But who is Lin Mo?
It is true that Lin Mo is a villain, but Lin Mo is not a brainless villain. His eyes rolled and a plan came to his mind.
He was the villain, and how could a villain not go against the protagonist? Lin Mo pretended to be surprised and said. Mr. Li is so young and yet has such insight. I really admire him. But I wonder if Mr. Li has any specific treatment for Mr. Hua's old injury?
I also want to hear Mr. Li's advice and let me learn from him. When Mr. Hua heard this, he also became interested. He turned his gaze to Li Xiaoyao and said, Little Friend Li, just tell me, is there any way to cure my old injury? Li Xiaoyao knew that Lin Mo wanted to embarrass him, but he was confident in his medical skills. Mr. Hua's old injury was caused by a fight with someone in his early years. Although he has been treated for many years, it has not been completely cured. I do have a way. It requires the use of several rare medicinal herbs and my unique massage method. After 3 months of continuous treatment, he should be able to recover. Lin Mo sneered in his heart and deliberately questioned.
3 months? Isn't that too long?
I've heard that some highly skilled doctors can treat similar injuries in just over a month.
Mr. Li, are you sure this method will work?
Li Xiaoyao frowned slightly and said, Mr. Lin, you don't know that it's not that it takes time to treat Mr. Hua's injuries, but that the herbs needed are relatively rare. It will take some time to collect them.
Lin Mo smiled.
He understood in his heart that Li Xiaoyao deliberately prolonged the treatment time to make Mr. Hua dependent on him, so that he could subtly control the Hua family.
I wonder which herbs Mr. Li needs.
My Lin family also has some herbal medicine bases in other places, maybe we can provide 1 or 2. Li Xiaoyao smiled faintly, but he was very happy in his heart. If he could use his medical skills to intimidate Lin Mo today, he would not only win the favor of Mr. Hua, but might also attract Lin Mo's attention.
Maybe Lin Mo will be conquered by me and take the initiative to invite me to join the Lin family. Then wouldn't it be easier for me to find the alchemist?
Li Xiaoyao originally thought that Lin Mo was the alchemist he was looking for, but after seeing him today, Li Xiaoyao felt that he had overthought. There was no spiritual energy fluctuation on Lin Mo, and he did not look like an alchemist at all. So Li Xiaoyao thought that the alchemist was someone else. Li Xiaoyao was secretly pleased with himself, but his face remained expressionless as he slowly said. The herbs needed are not rare, but they are quite precious. They mainly include 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, purple leafed orchid, and ground coal iron fungus, supplemented by ambergris as a medicine. This 1,000-year-old snow ginseng needs to grow for more than 1,000 years before its medicinal effects are significant.
Purple leafed linglong needs to be in an extremely in place to absorb the yin energy of heaven and earth before it can take shape.
The earth's core cold iron ganoderma grows deep inside the earth, surrounded by cold iron ore veins, making it extremely difficult to collect. As for ambergris, although it is a medicine, it is also indispensable and must be obtained from a 1,000-year-old dragon in the deep sea. Li Xiaoyao deliberately mentioned several rare medicinal herbs that Lin Mo was unable to obtain. In the end, Mr. Hua had to rely on himself to find the herbs. This would show that he was proficient in medical skills and that he had taken care of Mr. Hua's injuries, and would also win Mr. Hua's favor.
Lin Mo could guess his little thoughts, so he smiled and said, "Mr. Li, are you sure these herbs can cure Mr. Hua's injury? Or, do you really need these herbs to cure Mr. Hua's injury?"
Li Xiaoyao was stunned, frowning, and looking at Lin Mo. Something was wrong.
Why did Lin Mo ask this? Did he discover something?
Chapter 112 Li Xiaoyao who can no longer bear it.
Li Xiaoyao shook his head. Impossible. How could an ordinary person like Lin Mo understand this? Li Xiaoyao nodded confidently. Good.
Lin Mo smiled and said,
"No other solution?"
Li Xiaoyao shook his head confidently again.
There is no other way.
If Mr. Hua's injury cannot be cured by my method using all these herbs, I'm afraid. Li Xiaoyao paused deliberately, a solemn and regretful look appeared on his face, and a trace of reluctance was revealed in his eyes as he looked at Mr. Hua. Mr. Hua's heart tightened, and he asked, "Little friendly, just go ahead and tell me."
I'm an old man, and I've seen all kinds of storms. I can still bear it.
Li Xiaoyao sighed and said slowly, "Mr. Hua, to be honest, your old injury has been accumulated for many years and has damaged the root. These herbs work together with my massage method to completely cure it. Without the key ingredient of ambergris, even if we treat it with all our might, we can only temporarily suppress the injury, but not cure it. In this case, I'm afraid that Mr. Hua only has half a year to live." As soon as these words came out, the living room fell silent. Mr. Hua's face changed slightly. Although he had been mentally prepared, he still felt a sinking feeling in his heart when he heard such a precise deadline. Lin Mo sneered in his heart, but pretended to be shocked and worried on his face, and said,
"Mr. Li, this is too serious. Is there really no other way to remedy this?"
Li Xiaoyao said helplessly,
"Mr. Lin, I am not exaggerating.
I have carefully diagnosed Mr. Hua's injuries, and the situation is very complicated. Ambergris plays a key role in this treatment, harmonizing the medicinal properties and guiding the medicinal power directly to the lesion. Without it, the efficacy of the medicine cannot be fully exerted, and the hidden dangers of the old injury will always exist, and will become more serious over time, and eventually endanger his life." Lin Mo shook his head regretfully.
It seemed that Li Xiaoyao had really put a lot of effort into winning over the Hua family.
Lin Mo stood up and looked down at Li Xiaoyao. He felt that the time was almost right.
"Mr. Li, it's time for your show to end."
Li Xiaoyao was shocked, narrowed his eyes, and looked at Lin Mo dangerously.
"Mr. Lin, what do you mean by this?"
Lin Mo turned to Mr. Hua and said, "It is true that Mr. Hua is injured. He had a fight with someone in his early years, which damaged his meridians and blocked his blood circulation. But this injury is not incurable, and he definitely does not have only half a year left to live.
The ambergris Mr. Li mentioned is just a hoax.
With Mr. Hua's current condition, if he uses warming and nourishing methods, combined with methods to dredge the meridians, he will definitely get better over time. There is no need to make such alarmist remarks."
Lin Mo continued.
"If I take action, Mr. Hua will be back to normal within 10 minutes.
Li Xiaoyao's face suddenly darkened.
He knew that he had underestimated Lin Mo, but it was too late now.
He could only bite the bullet and continue.
"Mr. Lin, I don't understand why you are so hostile to me, but everyone has their own expertise. You said you can cure Mr. Hua's injury in 10 minutes, which is a bit too arrogant." Lin Mo kept smiling and said to Li Xiaoyao,
"Arrogant? Mr. Li, I think you are too conceited.
You keep saying that Mr. Hua's injuries are complicated and that ambergris is necessary. You are just trying to be mysterious and use it to control the Hua family. Today, I want to show you that real medical skills do not rely on these bluffing words."
Lin Mo turned to look at Mr. Hua, his eyes full of sincerity.
"Mr. Hua, I, Lin Mo, guarantee with the reputation of the Lin Group that within 10 minutes, you will feel the improvement of your injuries.
If I can't do it, I am willing to accept any punishment from you."
Old Master Hua was hesitant. On the one hand, Li Xiaoyao's previous diagnosis and words left him with lingering fears. On the other hand, Lin Mo's confident look made him look forward to it.
"Mr. Lin, are you really sure?" Lin Mo nodded firmly.
Mr. Hua, don't worry. Since I, Lin Mo, dare to say it, I must be fully confident. But this Mr. Li has been emphasizing the importance of ambergris, but he can't come up with a practical method to find the medicine.
Isn't he stalling for time and has other plans? Li Xiaoyao's expression became uglier and snorted coldly. Lin Mo, don't spit bloody words here.
My diagnosis of Mr. Hua's injuries is based on the medical skills I have learned.
If you have the ability, then give it a try. But if you can't cure it, don't think of getting away easily.
Lin Mo sneered, walked behind Mr. Hua, and slowly placed his palm on the back of Mr. Hui. Mr. Hua, practice your skills. Old Hui immediately closed his eyes and practiced his skills silently. Lin Mo activated his spiritual power, and a warm and powerful spiritual power flowed through his palms and into Old Hua's body like a trickle. This spiritual power seemed to have life, and it moved precisely through Mr. Hua's damaged meridians. Wherever it passed, the originally blocked meridians gradually began to thaw and become unblocked like an ice river blown by a spring breeze. As Lin Mo's spiritual power continued to flow in, Old Hua's face began to turn red and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, but his expression gradually changed from the initial solemnity to relaxation, and even had a hint of surprise. Because he clearly felt that the injuries that had troubled him for many years were getting better at an astonishing speed. The hidden power that had been raging in his body for many years was retreating step by step under the impact of Lin Mo's spiritual power. After only 3 minutes, Mr. Hua couldn't help but let out a low moan of pleasure. He could feel that the meridians that had been broken and blocked were being slowly repaired and connected by a mysterious force, and the blood began to circulate more smoothly in his body. This feeling was something he had dreamed of for many years but had never achieved.
In less than 5 minutes, Lin Mo said with his palm. Mr. Hua, how do you feel?
Hua Laoding stood up from the armchair and immediately tried to throw 2 punches, his eyes full of surprise.
I actually made a breakthrough. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Hua turned around and looked at Lin Mo happily. Mr. Lin. I didn't expect you to have such a skill. It's true that heroes emerge young. Lin Mo smiled and said. It's just a trivial skill, not worth mentioning. Li Xiaoyao, who was sitting next to him, had a livid face. He held the armrest tightly and looked at Lin Mo with resentment, but he underestimated Lin Mo. Ding! The host successfully exposed Li Xiaoyao's conspiracy, intercepted Li Xiaoyao's attempt to conquer the Hua family, and demonstrated extraordinary medical skills. The host's medical proficiency is randomly increased by 1 level. Peiyuan Pill 1.
Lin Mo smiled and looked at Li Xiaoyao.
Mr. Li, should I say that you are not very skilled? Or are you just being mysterious and have other purposes?
Li Xiaoyao gritted his teeth, thinking that as the disciple of the head of Yushu Palace, when had he ever been treated like this?
How could a lowly ant in the secular world dare to humiliate him like this? Who gave him the courage? Li Xiaoyao already hated Lin Mo because of Su Qiuya's incident. Now Lin Mo was ruining his plans again. How could Li Xiaoyao tolerate this?
Chapter 113 Unexpected Gains. Li Xiaoyao bit his back teeth, veins popped out on his forehead, his whole body was filled with a fierce aura, and a murderous intent rose to the sky. In the world of cultivation, there are not so many twists and turns in dealing with grudges. If I don't like you, I will just get you. Just now I had to consider Mr. Hua's opinion and was not able to take action. Now my injuries have been healed by Lin Mo, and my way of conquering the Hua family with medical skills has been cut off. If I want to recruit the Hua family for my own use, then I have to use force. But he couldn't beat old Hua yet, he still wanted to keep this old man for use. So he killed the chicken to scare the monkey, and Lin Mo was naturally the chicken. Lin Mo had indeed exposed his cultivation level just now, but he was only in the initial stage of foundation building. I had reached the great perfection of foundation building, so it was more than enough for me to deal with him. Although it was not easy for a mundane ant to cultivate to the foundation building stage in this Dharma ending age, and he could be considered a genius, what did this have to do with Li Xiaoyao? He, Li Xiaoyao, was fighting against a genius. When he and Su Qiuya practiced dual cultivation and broke through the Jindan stage. No. Su Qiuya and Lin Mo were friends. If he killed Lin Mo, Su Qiuya would definitely hate him. Wouldn't his hope of practicing dual cultivation with Su Qiuya be completely gone? Li Xiaoyao's face turned pale, and he shouted in his heart, "What a close call!" This Lin Mo was really vicious. He actually risked his life to stop Su Qiuya from practicing dual cultivation with him. If Lin Mo knew what Li Xiaoyao was thinking, he would definitely say, "Bah."
Why do you have so many inner thoughts? Why don't you just make it up to the finale? Li Xiaoyao suddenly said sincerely. Brother Lin is teaching you that Xiaoyao is too arrogant. My goodness.
Lin Mo almost sprained his waist because of his sudden turn. Lin Mo looked at Li Xiaoyao strangely. This kid is really good.
He was scolded by me and was about to start a fight, but he can still endure it?
Moreover, Lin Mo deliberately lowered his cultivation level in order to make Li Xiaoyao look down on him and induce him to take action, but who knew that Li Xiaoyao would not fall into the trap at all?
Isn't the world of cultivation a place where the strong prey on the weak and it's a life and death fight? Where did these ninja turtles come from?
Lin Mo complained in his heart, very disappointed with Li Xiaoyao's performance. On the way here, Lin Mo complained all the way about the setting that consumed the protagonist's luck and had to wait until the protagonist's luck returned to zero before being killed.
Xiao Tian was almost annoyed to death by him in the end.
It is said that he applied for the main system and got the reply: if the destined protagonist takes action first, then Lin Mo can ignore the luck and kill him back.
But who would have thought that Li Xiaoyao could be so patient?
Xiao Tian said that Li Xiaoyao's grandfather was in a dormant state, and now was the best time to kill Li Xiaoyao.
Lin Mo was furious and cursed in his heart. I took off my pants, and you show me this? Lin Mo was furious. The carefully planned plan was ruined by Li Xiaoyao's patience. He looked at Li Xiaoyao's seemingly sincere face and wanted to punch him. Brother Li's magnanimity really makes me look at him with new eyes.
Lin Mo said with a wry smile, his words full of sarcasm. Li Xiaoyao knew that Lin Mo was mocking him, but for Su Qiuya, he could only pretend not to understand.
Brother Lin, thank you for your compliment. Xiaoyao just doesn't want to ruin everyone's harmony because of a momentary impulse. Old Master Huo looked at the undercurrent between the two and felt uneasy. Although he didn't know what deep hatred there was between the two, he could feel that a war could break out at any time under this calm. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, why don't you just stop here and give me some face? Old Master Huo persuaded again.
Lin Mo sighed inwardly, knowing that he might not be able to provoke Li Xiaoyao to take action today.
Since Mr. Hua has said so, I will naturally listen to you.
Lin Mo said, while secretly thinking about how to get Li Xiaoyao involved next time.
Li Xiaoyao also felt relieved. As long as he could avoid direct conflict with Lin Mo and prevent Su Qiuya from having a bad impression of him, he would have a chance to realize his plan of dual cultivation with Su Qiuya. How could Xiaoyao not give face when Elder Hua came forward? Both of them were smiling on their faces, but in their hearts they were cursing each other to death. Lin Mo cured Mr. Hua, so Mr. Hua was naturally very respectful to Lin Mo and kept asking Lin Mo about his health problems. Li Xiaoyao felt very neglected. After sitting for a while, he couldn't sit still anymore. He found an excuse and left. Li Xiaoyao stood up to say goodbye, and Mr. Hua stood up to see him off out of courtesy. Lin Mo sat where he was, watching Li Xiaoyao's departing back, with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. After seeing Li Xiaoyao off, Elder Hua immediately turned back and bowed to Lin Mo. Mr. Lin has been so kind and generous, I will never forget it. From today on, the entire Hua family is willing to follow Mr. Lin and do whatever he wants. Ding! The host successfully defeated Li Xiaoyao's conspiracy, gained the loyal following of the Hua family, and was rewarded with 3 special items: Lingyun pills. Host, Lin Mo. Identity, Destiny Villain. Level, Middle Nascent Soul. Spiritual Power. Skills, Chaos Spirit Technique, Delusion Breaking Divine Eye, Ancient Alchemy. System Space, Lingyun Pill 3. Lingyun Dan, after taking it, it can greatly increase spiritual power in a short period of time, widen the meridians, and enhance the perception and absorption of spiritual energy. It is an excellent auxiliary pill for breaking through bottlenecks and improving cultivation. These 3 Lingyun pills are undoubtedly a timely help to Lin Mo, and can help him at the critical moment. In this Dharma ending age, spiritual energy is scarce and is simply not enough to support Lin Mo's continued breakthrough. Lin Mo entered the Tao through martial arts, and his spiritual energy consumption was greater than that of those who practiced magic. Previously, the system helped him break through to the nascent soul stage, which took 10,000-year spiritual crystals. That is a 10,000-year-old spirit crystal. The spiritual energy contained in a 10,000-year-old spirit crystal is equivalent to the total amount of spiritual energy produced by a small spirit vein in a year. 10,000-year-old spirit crystals are enough for them to train many golden elixir masters in the world of cultivation. If the sects knew about this 10,000-year-old spiritual crystal, you would see that Lin Mo would never have peace again. Lin Mo didn't know this at first, but when Xiao Tian told him, he was heartbroken.
Seeing that Lin Mo didn't move for a long time, Mr. Huo looked up and saw that Lin Mo had a conflicted look on his face and seemed to be very sad, which made his heart skip a beat. I thought to myself, my Hua family is not that bad, right? Why is young Master Lin crying? Mr. Lin. Old Hua tried calling out again, and only then did he call Lin Mo's soul back. Lin Mo came back to his senses and said, "Oh. Okay. Mr. Hua, I was distracted just now. Since the Hua family is willing to follow me, we are a family from now on. Just ask if you have anything to say." Mr. Hua said. Mr. Lin, to be honest, I have a granddaughter named Hua Linglong, who has been obsessed with cultivation since she was young and has extraordinary talent. However, in this Dharma-ending age, the Hua family really lacks sufficiently advanced cultivation methods and famous teachers to guide her, so her cultivation path is quite bumpy. I would like to ask Mr. Lin to accept Shi Yao as his disciple and teach her the method of cultivation. What do you think, Mr. Lin? Chapter 114, Searching for the Alchemy Furnace. Lin Mo was stunned and shouted in his heart, "I'm Chao." If Lin Mo guessed correctly, this Hua Linglong must be Li Xiaoyao's heroine. Li Xiaoyao's treatment of old man Hua's injury attracted the attention of Hua Linglong. Hua Linglong did not believe that Li Xiaoyao could cure her grandfather at first, and made all kinds of trouble and sang against him, but Li Xiaoyao easily resolved them one by one. Then Hua Linglong was angry and annoyed, and tried to trip up Li Xiaoyao everywhere, but Li Xiaoyao just laughed it off. In the end, after 3 months of bickering, their feelings sublimated, and they finally fell in love. With the support of the Hua family, Li Xiaoyao made rapid progress, established himself in Jiangchang, and won over a number of bigwigs from aristocratic families. This is definitely a scene from The Miracle Doctor Comes Down the Mountain. Lin Mo really guessed it right. If Lin Mo had not arrived in time today, Li Xiaoyao's development would be like this. At this time, seeing that Lin Mo looked strange, Mr. Hua couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Lin, is there anything wrong?" Lin Mo quickly regained his composure. "Ahem. No. Mr. Hua, your words are too kind. I, Lin, would be disrespectful to refuse them." Mr. Hua was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, Mr. Lin." The two chatted for a while before Lin Mo said goodbye and left. As for Hua Linglong, she was still in school and had not returned yet. He would wait for her to come back before performing the apprenticeship ceremony. Lin Mo was driving, TSK. This plot development is so bloody. It almost brought Li Xiaoyao to the peak of his life again. It seems that this so-called destined protagonist is really in trouble. Lin Mo muttered while thinking of various strategies to deal with Li Xiaoyao in his mind. The scenery outside the car window passed by quickly, but Lin Mo's thoughts became more and more serious. He knew that Li Xiaoyao would not easily give up his plot against the Hua family, and the appearance of Hua Linglong, a variable, made things more complicated. If Li Xiaoyao and Hua Linglong really get together, the Hua family will definitely stand on his side, and that I will be attacked from both sides. No, we must not let this happen. Xiao Tian. I am here. Keep an eye on Li Xiaoyao's movements. Li Xiaoyao has returned to the hotel. Lin Mo is very clear about the protagonist's path. If one path doesn't work, God will definitely give him another one. Fortunately, he had broken through to the middle stage of the nascent soul, and his spiritual awareness could cover the entire Jiangchang. But playing like this consumes a lot of spiritual energy, which is a bit painful. Ah. It's a pity that I am a villain and can't get the favor of God. Otherwise, I would be like the protagonist, with a group of supporters who would give me everything I need. How great it would be. After returning to the group, Lin Mo asked about the progress of the anti-aging pill. The production of the anti-aging pill is very complicated, and the pill is not something that an ordinary pharmaceutical company can produce. Several herbs used in the anti-aging pills are now almost extinct. More than a dozen experts in the field of traditional Chinese medicine have searched all over China before they found a few replacements. However, the efficacy of the medicine will be slightly reduced, but Lin Mo is not worried about this. It is nothing more than that it could reverse aging by 20 years originally, but now it can only reverse aging by 10 years. Another difficulty is the temperature of refining. The temperature of refining pills needs to be precisely controlled. The inheritance that Lin Mo obtained does include alchemy skills, but Lin Mo does not have an alchemy furnace, so he has never been able to refine pills. The anti-aging pills are completely made by machines in the factory. The refining process is mechanized and the control over the temperature cannot meet the requirements at all. Lin Mo took a deep breath. It seemed that he had to solve the problem of the alchemy furnace first.
Xiaotian, where can I get the alchemy furnace?
Host, the alchemy furnace is a common but precious magical tool in the world of cultivation. It is difficult to obtain in the ordinary secular world. In the world of cultivation, some large-scale markets will sell alchemy furnaces, but the quality varies. And those high-quality alchemy furnaces usually appear in the treasure houses of major cultivation sects, or in the hands of some powerful independent cultivators. In addition, some ancient ruins may also hide powerful alchemy furnaces, but entering the ruins is extremely risky. There are many traps inside, and you may encounter competition from other explorers.
Lin Mo stroked his chin, thinking about the feasibility of various ways.
Going to the Shoujian market to buy it is relatively safe, but it is difficult to guarantee that you can buy a high-quality furnace that meets the requirements of refining the anti-aging pill. However, if you want to obtain it from a sect or a powerful independent cultivator, you will have to pay a huge price, and the other party may not be willing to sell it. As for exploring ancient ruins, although it is dangerous, you may find something unexpected. Xiaotian, help me keep an eye out for any suitable ancient ruins that have appeared in the world recently. Also, pay attention to whether there are any high-quality alchemy furnaces for sale in the major markets.
Lin Mo said. Okay, host. However, exploring the ruins is quite risky, so you need to be fully prepared.
Also, the opening time of the ruins is uncertain, so we may need to wait for the right time.
I understand. Let's take it one step at a time.
The most urgent thing is to see if there is a suitable alchemy furnace that can solve the immediate problem.
Lin Mo knew that he was running out of time.
Li Xiaoyao might make new moves at any time, so he had to solve the problem of refining the anti-aging pill as soon as possible. Host, you can pay attention to the antiques and collection circles, as well as auctions.
Although alchemy furnaces are hard to come by, occasionally some are found among the people.
Lin Mo's eyes lit up and he immediately turned on the computer and started searching, but after searching for a long time he didn't get any useful information. Lin Mo thought for a moment, picked up the phone on the table, called his secretary, and told him to use Lin's connections to find the alchemy furnace. The secretary was extremely efficient and called Lin Mo back within a few hours.
Boss Lin, we have used the Lin family's connections in the antique and collection circles and major auctions, but there is no definite news yet.
However, a senior collector said that he heard that a mysterious collector overseas seemed to have an ancient artifact that looked like an alchemy furnace, but he didn't know the details. He only knew that this overseas collector was extremely mysterious and rarely showed up, and his collection was never shown to others. Lin Mo frowned slightly. The clue of the mysterious overseas collector sounded vague, but now he could only try his best.
We will continue to dig deeper into this clue and make sure we find out the detailed information about this overseas collector and whether the artifact is an alchemy furnace. Lin Mo opened the hidden space in the system space.
Here were all the previous skills and techniques. After the upgrade, the system put all the useless things here.
Lin Mo opened the inheritance and began to study alchemy. Lin Mo continued his research until late at night.
When he came out of the system space, it was already pitch black outside the window. Lin Mo stretched himself and said, "I didn't expect it's been so long."
Lin Mo stood up and walked out of the office.
All the employees in the company had already left work, and only a few security guards were still patrolling the entire company.
Lin Mo walked directly into the president's special elevator. The moment the elevator door closed, Lin Mo frowned and his face suddenly became gloomy. Chapter 115, Trouble for Li Xiaoyao. Ding. Host.
Li Xiaoyao contacted the Jiangqing Chinese Medicine Association, conquered a group of veteran Chinese medicine practitioners with his medical skills, obtained a medical qualification certificate, and rented a shop on Yingchun Street, preparing to open a Chinese medicine clinic. He also agreed to participate in the Chinese Medicine Exchange Conference next month.
Lin Mo was speechless. Would this son of luck die if he didn't cause trouble for himself? This one got involved with the Chinese Medicine Association without noticing.
After getting in the car, Lin Mo leaned on the back seat while Xiaolong drove in the front. Lin Mo closed his eyes and thought about how to deal with Li Xiaoyao. To put it bluntly, the previous Sons of Destiny were all people without backgrounds, but this Li Xiaoyao was different. He had a sect background.
Who knows if there are any old monsters with incredible cultivation in Yushu Palace? If the younger ones are beaten and the older ones come next, who can bear it if it goes on endlessly? Now he has been linked to the Chinese Medicine Association.
None of the old guys in the Chinese Medicine Association are simple. They have extensive connections and abundant resources. When the hemostatic agent was launched on the market before, people from the Chinese Medicine Association came and acted as if they were worth 2,500,000. If Lin Mo had not clung to the country in time, even Lin Mo would have said that he could not afford it. Lin Mo quickly sorted out the context of the matter in his mind, considering every detail. Lin Mo quickly sorted out the context of the matter in his mind, considering every detail. If Li Xiaoyao used the power of the Chinese Medicine Association to gain a foothold in Jiangcheng, and then used his identity as a disciple of Yushu Palace to win over some forces, the situation would be extremely unfavorable to him. He must find a way to curb his development before he is fully grown. The Chinese medicine clinic is the key. Lin Mo opened his eyes suddenly. With the strength of those old men in the Chinese Medicine Association, it would be too easy to help Li Xiaoyao get some connections. It is very normal to get in touch with the directors of public and private hospitals through the clinic and ask Li Xiaoyao to treat any difficult and complicated diseases that the hospitals cannot handle. Lin Mo just felt a headache. He thought of all the ways to trip up Li Xiaoyao, but found that none of them could affect him. It's a headache, a real headache. Conventional villain operations are to give experience and heads to the protagonist. Not only does it have no effect, but it also gives Li Xiaoyao the opportunity to rise. Now that Qing Xue is pregnant, both sets of parents love her very much. She takes turns living at her husband's house and her own house. All the affairs in the company fall on Lin Mo. Lin Mo is so busy every day that he has to divide his attention to deal with the son of luck. Suddenly, Lin Mo had an idea. How could I have forgotten about them? Lin Mo quickly took out his cell phone and dialed a number, and the call was quickly connected. Boss Lin, is there anything you need from me? The person on the other end of the phone was Dragon Team Number 1, Song Hui, who had come to Jiangcheng to look for Lin Mo before. Captain Song, I remember that China has regulations regarding the entry of hidden sects into the world, right? Song Hui said. Yes. The secluded sects must report to the Dragon Group in advance before entering the world, and can only enter the world after approval. During the period of entry into the world, they must not interfere with the normal order of the secular world, engage in business, or privately teach the secular world the cultivation techniques. If there are any violations, the Dragon Group has the right to impose sanctions. Among these, the definition of doing business is relatively broad, including obtaining commercial benefits through various indirect means. Behaviors such as using one's own medical skills and other special abilities to open profitable clinics and drugstores in the secular world are all prohibited. After all, the practitioners of the hidden sects have abilities far beyond those of ordinary people. If they were to interfere in worldly business at will, it would easily upset the balance and cause chaos. Lin Mo was delighted. Isn't this a perfect opportunity to deal with Li Xiaoyao? He then asked, Captain Song, if someone violates the rules, how does the Dragon Team usually deal with it? Song Hui answered seriously. For first-time offenders with relatively minor offenses, we will warn them and order them to make corrections, requiring them to stop violating the rules immediately. If the offense is serious, such as causing a large social impact or refusing to make corrections, we will dispatch elite Dragon Team members to forcibly ban the relevant illegal industries and punish the sects and individuals involved, and depending on the severity of the situation, restrict their entry into the world, seal their cultivation, or even more severe measures. Lin Mo's mouth curled up slightly. It seemed that Li Xiaoyao had run into a trap this time. Captain Song, I found that there is a disciple of Yushu Palace named Li Xiaoyao who is planning to open a Chinese medicine clinic in Jiangcheng. Does this violate the rules for secluded sects to enter the world? Song Hui was slightly stunned, and after thinking for a moment, he said, Boss Lin, the information you provided is very important. Yushu Palace is indeed a hidden sect. According to regulations, disciples are not allowed to open profitable clinics in the world. However, we still need to further verify the situation. Can you provide more detailed evidence? Lin Mo said quickly, Of course, I can sort out the relevant information such as Li Xiaoyao's contract for renting the shop and his dealings with the Chinese Medicine Association and send it to you. His clinic is being renovated and will open soon. Song Hui nodded, Okay, Mr. Lin. Please send the information as soon as possible, and we will immediately start an investigation. Once the situation is verified to be true, we will definitely not tolerate it. However, Mr. Lin, I am curious why you are paying attention to this matter. Lin Mo smiled and explained, Captain Song, if Li Xiaoyao opens this clinic, it may have an impact on some of our company's businesses. I accidentally discovered that some of his behaviors were not right, so I paid more attention to them. Song Hui smiled and said, I see. Mr. Lin is indeed a business elite. He is so sensitive to these things. Don't worry, as long as he really violates the rules, the Dragon Group will not sit idly by. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo immediately ordered his men to collect and organize the relevant information about Li Xiaoyao and sent it to Song Hui as soon as possible. He leaned back in his chair, feeling secretly proud in his heart.
Now let's see how Li Xiaoyao can open a clinic smoothly in Jiangcheng.
On the other hand, Li Xiaoyao was still busy preparing for the opening of the clinic. He didn't know that a storm against him was quietly approaching. At this time, he was discussing some plans after the clinic opened with several senior Chinese medicine practitioners from the Chinese Medicine Association, including how to hold free medical consultations regularly and promote Chinese medicine culture. Shaoli, once your clinic opens, you will definitely make a name for yourself in Jiangcheng with your medical skills. A white-haired old Chinese doctor said with a smile. Li Xiaoyao responded modestly, I still need the support and guidance of all the seniors. I still have a lot to learn. By the way, is there anything I need to prepare for the Chinese Medical Skills Exchange Conference next month? Another old Chinese doctor stroked his beard and said. The Medical Skills Exchange Conference is a grand event in the TCM community, and TCM masters from all over the country will attend. You should prepare some unique medical insights or successful case presentations, and show them off so that everyone can see the elegance of Jiangcheng TCM. Li Xiaoyao nodded seriously. Okay, senior, I will prepare well. However, just as Li Xiaoyao was planning for the future with great anticipation, the Dragon team had already received the information sent by Lin Mo and quickly launched an investigation. After some verification, it was confirmed that Li Xiaoyao had indeed violated the rules for the secluded sect to enter the world. Song Hui personally led a team of Dragon team members and quickly rushed to Jiangcheng by helicopter. At the same time, Lin Mo was also paying close attention to the actions of the Dragon team. He knew that Li Xiaoyao was in trouble. Chapter 116 The Son of Fortune Who Was Possessed. Li Xiaoyao's troubles are far more than that. Song Hui found out that Li Xiaoyao entered the world without reporting to the Dragon Group and entered the world privately. The Dragon team immediately contacted Yushu Palace and quickly got through to Xianqingzi, the head of Yushu Palace, through a special communication channel. Song Hui had a serious expression and stated his identity and purpose in a steady voice. Master Xianqingzi, your disciple Li Xiaoyao has entered the secular world without permission and is preparing to open a for-profit Chinese medicine clinic in the secular world, which seriously violates the relevant regulations for secluded sects to enter the secular world. The Dragon Group has obtained solid evidence, and I hope your sect can give a reasonable explanation. Xianqingzi was stunned. Wasn't Li Xiaoyao in seclusion in the back mountain? Why did he go to the secular world? He then spread out his spiritual sense and found no trace of Li Xiaoyao in the back mountain. Captain Song, I don't know about this. You also know that Yushu Palace has always been strict in managing its disciples and will never rashly enter the world. Song Hui knocked on the table and said. It is precisely because I know your sex style that I am informing you first. I hope you can handle it properly. If the Dragon Group takes action, you know what the consequences will be. I haven't reported this yet. You should understand what I mean. Xianqingzi nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Captain Song. I'll handle it immediately. Give the Dragon team an explanation. After hanging up the phone, Xianqingzi's face was as gloomy as water. He didn't expect that his last. Chapter 117 The villain can't do the protagonist's job. Li Xiaoyao looked at his own achievements, feeling both excited and nervous. Xiaoyao, you did a good job. Next, sit cross-legged and follow the route of the exercises I taught you to draw the spiritual energy into your body and impact the Golden Core realm. I will be there to lend you a helping hand. The old voice of the remnant soul sounded in Li Xiaoyao's mind. Li Xiaoyao sat cross-legged as he was told, closed his eyes, and began to practice his skills. Following his guidance, the rich spiritual energy around him surged towards his body like a surging tide, continuously impacting the barriers of the Jindan realm along his meridians. Li Xiaoyao only felt that his whole body was filled with strength, as if he was about to break out of his cocoon and become a butterfly, breaking through to a whole new realm. However, at the critical moment when Li Xiaoyao was making all-out efforts to reach the Golden Core realm, the remnant soul quietly launched his own plan. Although the remnant soul only has a wisp of soul power left, it is an ancient powerful being. Even if its soul power is incomplete, it still has means far beyond those of ordinary people. It took advantage of the moment when Li Xiaoyao was fully focused on breaking through and his consciousness was at its weakest, and suddenly exerted its strength, trying to forcibly take over Li Xiaoyao's body. Humph, kid, do you think I really want to help you break through? I am just using your body to regain my life. Today, this body belongs to me.
Hee hee hee.
The remnant soul sneered sinisterly, and its soul power was like a sharp hook, piercing into Li Xiaoyao's sea of consciousness. Li Xiaoyao suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, as if countless needles were piercing him. He wanted to resist, but found that his consciousness became extremely fragile under the impact of the powerful soul power of the remnant soul. In a moment, Lingshu Immortal Venerable had already seized control of Li Xiaoyao's body.
Hee hee hee. I'm back.
Lin Mo looked at Li Xiaoyao below with a strange expression.
Fuck. Can the Son of Destiny be possessed? Xiao Tian, is this situation reasonable?
Just tell me whether he has become stronger or not.
Oh. Then he has definitely become stronger. Host, take advantage of this moment.
His strength has not yet recovered. Now is his weakest moment.
Kill him.
Lin Mo's eyes flashed, and a golden flying sword flew towards Li Xiaoyao below with the sound of breaking wind. At the same time, a mental force also pounced towards Li Xiaoyao, and he himself shot towards Li Xiaoyao like a cannonball. The other party is a great immortal cultivator from ancient times, and his momentum is constantly rising. There is a tendency for him to break through to the middle stage of the nascent soul.
Lin Mo doesn't dare to gamble, because he is an immortal lord.
Although taking over his body will consume a lot of cultivation and soul power, no one knows how much he will recover to various realms.
Once his cultivation exceeds the nascent soul stage, or even breaks through to a higher level, it will be Lin Mo who will die. Not only Lin Mo, but by then the entire Jiangcheng, the entire Nan province, and even the entire China will become his blood food. Although Lin Mo is a villain and the life and death of others has nothing to do with him, this world still has his parents, his lover, and his unborn child. He didn't dare to bet on what this old monster would do if he succeeded in taking over his body. Puff. Bang.
The flying sword and Lin Mo hit the old monster almost at the same time.
Puff. Puff.
The two men spat out blood at the same time. Lin Mo was flung away by a huge force, flying dozens of meters straight, hitting the cliff heavily, and then bounced back and fell heavily to the ground. A surge of blood and energy surged in his chest, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood with a wow. The spiritual energy in his body was like a wild beast out of control, running wildly in his tendons and veins, and only 1/10 of his cultivation remained.
He is an old monster after all.
Even at his weakest, he still has such terrifying killing power. Looking at the old monster again, his eyes were red and wide open, blood was flowing from his mouth and nose, and his entire face was distorted with extreme anger, like a demon from hell. He suddenly raised his head and let out a deafening roar, which was filled with endless resentment and murderous intent, as if it was going to swallow up the entire world. The air in the valley was violently shaken by the sound waves, and the surrounding trees were instantly shattered and turned into powder that floated in the air.
You ant, how dare you ruin my good deeds?
The old monster's voice seemed to come from the nine nether hell, and it was bone-chillingly cold. He slowly raised his hand and pointed at Lin Mo. His hand was as dry as firewood, but his nails were as sharp as blades, flashing with a strange light.
Today, you will definitely die. I will grind your bones into ashes and make you pay a heavy price for your stupidity.
After saying this, the old monster's aura suddenly rose. The aura that had been a little weak due to the possession of another's body and the injury now surged like a surging tide. He was surrounded by a thick black fog, in which countless hideous faces appeared, emitting bursts of miserable screams.
Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh bitterly. As expected, the villain can't do the protagonist's job. If it were the destined protagonist, I'm afraid this old monster wouldn't have the power to resist at all. Mom and Dad, Xingxue. I miss you so much.
The old monster walked towards Lin Mo step by step, spitting blood from his mouth, his eyes fixed on Lin Mo, his body covered in blood, a flying sword still stuck in his chest. Lin Mo wanted to stand up, but he had no strength in his body. His body felt as if it had been run over by a speeding truck, and every inch of his bones was aching unbearably.
Host, don't move.
A gentle breath rushed into Lin Mo's body, and Lin Mo felt his body warm. The originally chaotic spiritual energy seemed to be soothed by a pair of gentle hands and gradually calmed down. The pain in his body was also alleviated a little under the nourishment of this breath.
Xiao Tian, this is.
Lin Mo was surprised and happy, and a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart.
This is the repair energy urgently allocated by the system.
It can temporarily help you stabilize your injuries and restore some of your spiritual energy. But to defeat this old monster, you still have to rely on yourself.
Xiao Tian said anxiously.
Lin Mo gritted his teeth, knowing that this might be his last chance.
He endured the pain and concentrated.
At this time, the old monster had slowly walked up to Lin Mo and looked down at him, his eyes full of disdain and murderous intent.
Die, ant!
The old monster roared, raised his right hand high, and actually condensed a beam of black spiritual energy in the palm of his hand, and pounced towards Lin Mo fiercely. Seeing this, Lin Mo tried his best to mobilize the spiritual energy that had just recovered in his body and condensed a light blue spiritual power shield in front of him.
Boom!
The black beam hit the shield heavily, making a loud noise that shook the earth. The shield was shaking violently, and the light was flickering, and it could break at any time.
Is that all you can do?
The old monster sneered and raised his hand again, ready to launch a more violent attack.
This time I want you to die without a complete body, so as to relieve my hatred. And at this critical moment, a huge change suddenly occurred. Chapter 118 Barrier Breaking Pill. Whoosh! A sound of breaking wind came quickly from far away.
The old monster's face froze.
He looked up and saw a black light coming in an instant. Puff! It pierced through the old monster's body in an instant.
The old monster froze in place, without any movement for a long time.
You deserve to die for taking my disciple's body.
An old and deep voice resounded throughout the valley.
As soon as the words fell, Li Xiaoyao exploded and died. Lin Mo looked at the place where the old monster was standing in disbelief.
At this moment, the old monster had disappeared without a trace, leaving only a faint smell of blood in the air. Lin Mo was shocked, and when he looked up, he saw an old Taoist standing in the air, wearing a Taoist robe and looking like an immortal.
Name, Xianyang Zhenren. Identity, Master of Yushu Palace, Li Xiaoyao's master. Cultivation, mid-stage of spiritualization.
Lin Mo struggled to stand up and bowed to Master Xianyang.
Thank you for your help, senior.
Master Xianyang slowly landed on the ground, glanced at Lin Mo, and then glanced at Song Hui on the ground.
Are you from the dragon group? Lin Mo shook his head. No.
Xianyang Zhenren's eyes were stern.
Then who are you? Why are you here? Lin Mo was stunned. How the hell should he answer this? He said he wanted to kill your apprentice, but he was too late and he was possessed by someone else?
The other party was an old monster in the spiritual transformation realm.
What if he wanted to avenge his apprentice? Lin Mo said. Captain Song and I have some connections.
I just saw that the spiritual energy here was fluctuating abnormally, and I also learned that Captain Song was coming to check it out, so I came to take a look as well to see if there is anything I can do to help. At this time, a groan was heard. Song Hui slowly sat up and rubbed his head.
Damn, is Li Xiaoyao crazy? He even dared to hit me.
When Master Xianyang heard this, his face turned green. He was so embarrassed that he couldn't say a word.
Song Hui opened his eyes and looked around.
Seeing his teammates lying beside him, he immediately turned over to check their injuries. After checking them one by one, he breathed a sigh of relief.
It's okay, it's okay.
Song Hui turned around and found Lin Mo and Master Xianyang.
Boss Lin. Why are you here too?
Master Xianyang, your disciples from Yushu Palace are so powerful.
They even dare to fight me.
Master Xianyang pinched his fingers and bowed, saying,
Captain Song, you are wrongly accusing me.
My disciple was possessed by an old monster just now, and it was not my disciple who attacked you.
And I have already killed him.
This matter cannot be blamed on my Yushu Palace.
Song Hui obviously couldn't accept this new term. Possession? Lin Mo said. Senior, you are right. Captain Song, you really misunderstood. Li Xiaoyao was just possessed by an ancient immortal cultivator.
Fortunately, Senior Xianyang arrived in time, otherwise you and I would have become blood food for the old monster.
Song Hui thought for a moment and asked. So powerful? Can he even possess someone else's body? Is possessing someone else's body the same as using a corpse to revive the soul? Master Xianyang nodded. Yes, possession is an extremely evil and sophisticated magic.
It is usually performed by cultivators who have high cultivation but whose bodies are severely damaged, or who are nearing the end of their lives, in an attempt to prolong their existence. The caster uses his own powerful soul power to forcibly invade the other person's sea of consciousness, suppress or even obliterate the other person's consciousness, and thus seize control of the other person's body. This process is extremely dangerous and requires a very high level of soul power from the caster.
If one is not careful, his own soul power will be backfired and dissipated.
Once the possession is successful, the caster can be reborn with the help of a new body and continue the path of cultivation. But this technique goes against human ethics and is despised by the righteous. Just like the old monster just now, in order to be reborn, he actually attacked my disciple, which is really a heinous crime. If the old Taoist priest had not arrived in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. Such behavior is no different from that of evil spirits and will surely be punished by heaven. Master Xian Yang explained slowly with a serious look in his eyes, revealing his disgust for the art of possessing another's body.
Song Hui snorted coldly. Don't make excuses. Your disciple entered the secular world without permission and opened a clinic. If he hadn't entered the secular world, would he have been possessed by another body under your nose? In the final analysis, he has brought this upon himself. You, Yushu Palace, cannot escape responsibility. Song Hui pointed at the players on the ground and said, My team members are all injured. What do you think we should do about this? Lin Mo was shocked. Oh my goodness. This is clearly a ripoff. Sure enough, Master Xian Yang sighed, took out a jade bottle from his sleeve, and with a gentle push, the jade bottle flew into Song Hui's hands. This is the qi and blood pill I just refined. It will be very helpful for warriors to restore their qi and blood. Song Hui caught the jade bottle and said with a pout, I'm not after your elixir. But since you gave it to me, I can't waste it. Okay, let's end this matter here. I won't pursue it any further. But Xian Yang Jinwen, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, was once again in a complicated mood because of Song Hui's words. He said speechlessly, Captain Song, if you have any other requests, please tell me. Song Hui glanced at the blood at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth and said, This is the chairman of Jiangchang Lin Corporation, Lin Mo, President Lin. He is also injured. Xian Yang Jinrun nodded and said to Lin Mo, I see that you are also a fellow Taoist. I wonder which sector school you belong to, and which Taoist disciple you are. Master Xian Yang was surprised when he saw Lin Mo for the first time. This boy was already in the middle stage of the nascent soul at such a young age. Thinking back to when he was in the Yushu Palace, he had countless cultivation resources at his disposal, and he was already in his 50s when he broke through to the nascent soul stage. However, this young man looked only in his 20s, but he was already in the middle stage of the nascent soul, and his spiritual energy was pure. He must be a genius from some sect. But what is strange is that Master Xian Yang couldn't see through the other party's skills, so he didn't dare to jump to conclusion. Lin Mo smiled. I have no sect or school. It was a true statement. Lin Mo couldn't say that my cultivation was given by the system, right? But he never thought that this sentence, no sect, no school, would strike Master Xian Yang like he was struck by lightning, and he was stunned in place. In the eyes of Master Xian Yang, in this world with scarce spiritual energy, it is impossible for this young man to break through to the middle stage of the nascent soul so quickly on his own. There must be some ceremony involved. But the young man didn't say anything, probably because he was instructed not to reveal it to anyone. At this moment, Master Xian Yang is already certain that the young man in front of him must have a profound background. He is either a young man from that secluded family who has gone out to gain experience, or he is from that place. Master Xian Yang didn't dare to ask in detail. There were some things that he was no longer in a position to ask. Suddenly, Master Xian Yang had an idea. He couldn't ask, but he could try it. Xian Yang Jinwen took out another jade bottle from his sleeve and said, My friend is also injured. This is the barrier-breaking pill I refined. I'm giving it to you. How about we make a good relationship? Lin Mo looked calm and thought, what kind of elixir can be more powerful than the system? He took the jade bottle without opening it and said calmly, Thank you so much. Master Xian Yang was stunned. This barrier-breaking pill was made by himself using 1,000-year-old red fruit, deep-sea spiritual essence, and the core of a 10,000-year-old spiritual tree. How many people in the cultivation world want it but cannot get it? But this guy just said 5 words and dismissed it? Chapter 119 Zhang's Second Uncle. In the eyes of Master Xian Yang, only people who came from that place would show disdain for such low-level elixirs. But he could never have imagined that Lin Mo's reaction was simply because he had no idea of the effect of the barrier-breaking pill. If Lin Mo knew that this barrier-breaking pill could allow him to break through from the middle stage of the nascent soul to the early stage of the spirit transformation, wouldn't he jump for joy? One of them didn't say it, and the other didn't ask, so doesn't this lead to misunderstanding? Lin Mo felt a little uneasy when he saw Master Xian Yang.
After all, he always made things difficult for the other party's disciple, and the dragon group came to Jiangcheng because he reported the other party's disciple. He uttered a few perfunctory words, then mounted his flying sword and fled away.
But it would have been better if it didn't fly.
Once the flying sword came out, Master Xianyang was shocked again. This boy must have come from that place. If we can make friends with him, it will be of great benefit to Yushu Palace. But he is the leader of a sect, he can't just stick to him shamelessly. Even though Xianyang is over 100 years old, he has a good brain. If you can't hit the ball straight, then take a detour. He turned around and laughed at Song Hui.
Captain Song,
my disciple has caused you trouble.
How about I host a banquet for you all? Song Hui was still checking the injuries of several team members.
Seeing the flattering look on Master Xuanyang's face, he felt inexplicably frightened. So Master Xianyang quickly cast a spell to wake up a few team members, and they left the valley together, got on the Dragon Team S-car, and drove towards the city. As they were drinking, Master Xianyang kept asking about Lin Mo. Song Hui exaggerated the story of Lin Mo. It doesn't matter that he exaggerated, but it made Master Xianyang so excited that he was sure that Lin Mo came from that place.
At this moment, the old man's mind became active.
He had been stuck in the spirit transformation stage for nearly 20 years. In order to break through quickly, he used too many elixirs, which made his foundation unstable. Now it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to reach a higher level.
Not only can I not break through, my cultivation has even shown a tendency to regress.
The path of cultivation is to defy fate and change destiny, just like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will move backward. Xianyang Zhenren thought to himself that if he could make friends with Lin Mo, he might be able to find a way to break through from him and solve his urgent problem. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Xianyang Zhenren had already made up his mind. After the banquet, Master Xianyang returned to Yushu Palace and immediately summoned several elders to discuss the matter. When the elders heard about this, they were also surprised and happy. Although Yushu Palace is a hidden sect, it is becoming increasingly difficult to develop in this Dharma-ending age. If it can establish a connection with the mysterious place behind Lin Mo, it will undoubtedly be a great opportunity. Meanwhile, Lin Mo returned home, unaware that he had been regarded as the key to a breakthrough by Master Xianyang. He was practicing, trying to stabilize his nascent soul stage, which had been somewhat shaken by the previous battle. Lin Mo took out the barrier-breaking pill and was about to throw it into the system space.
Host, this is the barrier-breaking pill.
It can help you break through the bottleneck from the middle stage of nascent soul to the early stage of spiritualization, and the chance of improvement is as high as 70%. When Lin Mo heard the system prompt, his hands suddenly froze in mid-air, his eyes full of disbelief.
You said that this barrier-breaking pill can allow me to break through to the early stage of spirit transformation? A 70% chance?
Lin Mo's voice trembled a little, and his original contempt for this pill disappeared in an instant.
I didn't expect that Master Xianyang would give me such a great opportunity. This is an unexpected good thing.
Lin Mo's original plan was to consolidate his cultivation and then go out to look for an alchemy furnace.
But now it seems that it is no longer necessary. Wouldn't it be more stable to break through to the spirit transformation stage directly? Lin Mo was very happy. He didn't expect that a villain could have such an opportunity. Cool. Really cool.
The temptation to break through the realm was too great. Lin Mo did not think anymore and immediately set up a defensive formation in the training room, preparing to retreat to break through to the initial stage of the spirit transformation. He took the barrier-breaking pill, and the pill melted in his mouth. A powerful yet gentle force instantly spread in his body, rushing towards the bottleneck of the middle stage of the nascent soul.
The 26th floor of the former Zhang headquarters building. Su Qiuya is busy.
Some time ago, Su Qiuya has merged Zhang's into Lin's, making it a subsidiary of Lin's. Lin Mo assigned Su Qiuya a secretary and an assistant, and also transferred a group of management talents from Lin's to help Su Qiuya manage the business. Su Qiuya also studied finance in college, but she neglected it a bit in the past 2 years after getting married. It took her some time to adapt, but now she can deal with it calmly.
Su Qiuya was in the office listening to reports from the departments below.
Suddenly, a security guard stumbled in.
Boss, this is bad. A group of people are rushing in. Su Qiuya's face darkened and she asked, "What's going on?"
As soon as the voice fell, there was a burst of laughter outside the door. Ha ha! A daughter-in-law of the Zhang family is so bold that she dares to swallow up the Zhang family.
Do you think you can do whatever you want with the support of Lin Mo?
With laughter, a group of people came in, escorting a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was wearing an expensive custom-made suit, and his eyes were filled with arrogance and disdain.
When Su Qiuya saw the person coming, her face changed drastically. Zhang's second uncle, Zhang Yuan.
After I married into the Zhang family, I had only heard of this second uncle and seen his photo, but never met him in person. According to the Zhang family, Uncle Zhang was extremely talented and was taken in as an apprentice by a mysterious person since he was young and was brought up to practice.
Su Qiuya frowned. Although she was a little nervous, she still pretended to be calm and said, Zhang Yuan, what do you mean?
Zhang's has now been merged into Lin's, and all the procedures are legal and compliant.
You brought people to the company without permission. Are you trying to openly break the law? Zhang Yuan sneered and said, legal and compliant? Humph, you just used some shameful means.
The Zhang family has been passed down in my Zhang family for many years, how could it fall into the hands of an outsider like you? After saying that, he waved his hand, and the group of men in black behind him dispersed, surrounding Su Qiuya, her secretary, and her assistant.
Su Qiuya's secretary and assistant turned pale and trembled slightly.
Su Qiuya was also a little flustered, but she knew she couldn't show weakness at this time. She took a deep breath and said, Zhang Yuan, you'd better take your people away immediately, otherwise you will be in trouble when Lin Mo comes.
Zhang Yuan laughed. Lin Mo? Great. You call him over. I can clean it up together.
It also saves me from having to look for him. Suddenly Zhang Yuan stared at Su Qiuya, his eyes narrowed slightly.
Qi refining stage? So you are also a cultivator. But it's a pity that you are only at the qi refining stage, just an ant.
Zhang Yuan stood upright in the center of the office, looking at Su Qiuya with sarcasm in his eyes. I have been training with my master all year round, but you two, an adulterous couple, took advantage of the opportunity. You took advantage of my absence to seize my Zhang family's century-old foundation.
Now that I'm back, I won't tolerate your insolence. Chapter 120 Su Qiuya suffers. A powerful pressure emanated from Zhang Yuan. Su Qiuya and the staff in the office felt as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on them. Their breathing instantly became heavy and difficult.
Everyone's face turned red due to the sudden pressure, and their legs trembled slightly involuntarily, as if they would be crushed to the ground by this force immediately.
Su Qiuya was shocked.
She didn't expect Zhang Yuan to have such hidden strength. She originally thought that he was just an ordinary businessman who coveted Zhang's power, but she didn't expect that he could release such a strong pressure.
This is definitely not a power that ordinary people can possess. Su Qiuya immediately understood that Zhang Yuan was a cultivator just like Lin Mo. As soon as this thought came to mind, Su Qiuya felt hopeless. You, who are you? Su Qiuya asked with difficulty, suppressing the discomfort of her body.
Her voice trembled slightly due to the pressure, but her eyes still revealed tenacity and indomitable spirit.
Zhang Yuan saw this and smiled smugly. Humph, do you think I'm just an ordinary member of the Zhen clan?
To tell you the truth, I have followed my master, and after all these years of training, I am no longer the same as I was before.
Today is the end of you and Lin Mo.
After saying that, he quickly formed seals with both hands, and the pressure became stronger and stronger. The air around them seemed to be solidified, making a sizzling sound. The secretary and assistant beside Su Qiuya could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground with a plop, their eyes full of fear.
However, Su Qiuya held on with a strong will, knowing that if she fell, the consequences would be disastrous.
At this moment, a golden light burst out from Su Qiuya's body, and the pressure in the office dissipated instantly.
Su Qiuya and the employees felt that the mountain pressing on them disappeared without a trace, and their bodies felt much more relaxed.
Zhang Yuan's expression froze, and he looked at Su Qiuya in disbelief.
You actually have a protective treasure on you? Zhang Yuan noticed that the golden light just now clearly had the aura of a nascent soul cultivator, and it seemed to be just a defensive formation. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but secretly rejoice that it was just a defense.
If it was accompanied by a killing formation, he and the people he brought with him would probably die here.
Zhang Yuan took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Su Qiuya, his eyes falling on a jade pendant on Su Qiuya's neck.
The jade pendant is emerald green and flawless, with a faint glow.
That's him.
Zhang Yuan stretched out his hand to grab the jade pendant, but his movements were so fast that Su Qiuya had no time to react. The jade pendant fell into Zhang Yuan's hands. He examined it carefully and was overjoyed.
Ha ha ha. It is indeed a treasure. This jade pendant contains such powerful spiritual power and an exquisite defensive formation.
If I can use it, my strength will definitely be improved to a higher level. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up and he looked at the jade pendant in his hand greedily.
Su Qiuya was anxious and angry.
This jade pendant was given to her by Lin Mo before, saying that it could keep her safe at the critical moment.
She didn't expect it to really work, but now it was taken away by Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, give the jade pendant back to me. Su Qiuya reached out to grab it, but Zhang Yuan easily dodged it. Give it back to you? You are dreaming. It would be a waste of such a treasure if it falls into the hands of a mortal like you who doesn't know how to cultivate. Zhang Yuan said disdainfully, while putting the jade pendant into his arms. He thought to himself that with this jade pendant, he would have a better chance of winning even if Lin Mo arrived. Zhang Yuan put away the jade pendant and looked at Su Qiuya again with a gloomy face. I advise you to prepare the transfer contract quickly and hand over Zhang's shares, otherwise? Zhang Yuan waved his hand, and the men in black behind him quickly stepped forward and pressed Su Qiuya and others to the ground. Zhang Yuan walked slowly to the back of his desk, sat comfortably in the boss chair, and naturally rested his legs on the desk. He glanced at Su Qiuya with contempt. I advise you to be more sensible, so as not to suffer physical pain. Su Qiuya's heart was filled with hatred, but she knew that resistance was useless at this moment. She could only endure the humiliation and anger, and said with gritted teeth. Zhang Yuan, don't be too proud too soon. Lin Mo will not let you go. When he comes, it will be your death. After hearing this, Zhang Yuan threw his head back and laughed. Lin Mo? Even if he comes, so what? Now that I have this jade pendant to protect me, he can't do anything to me. You'd better hand over the shares obediently. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I can still let you live. Zhang Yuan suddenly stopped laughing, and a stern look flashed across his eyes. It seems like you don't want to cooperate. She winked at the man in black, who immediately slapped Su Qiuya twice with both hands. Su Qiuya's head tilted by the sudden slap, and a trace of blood instantly flowed from the corner of her mouth. She slowly turned her head, her eyes burning with anger, and looked directly at Zhang Yuan without fear. Zhang Yuan, you bastard, I will never forget today's revenge. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan showed an even more ferocious smile on his face, still being stubborn. It seems that you won't cry until you see the coffin. As he said that, he signaled the man in black to take action again. The man in black got the order and raised his foot to kick Su Qiuya. Although Su Qiuya had already embarked on the path of cultivation, her realm was not high after all. The people brought by Zhang Yuan were all cultivators at the 5th or 6th level of qi refining. After a fierce beating, Su Qiuya was covered in blood and collapsed to the ground. Zhang Yuan looked fierce and said angrily. Damn it! That bitch! She's so tough. Break her arms and legs, I wonder how long she can endure it. Oh, don't move your right hand, keep it for your signature. The man in black showed a wicked smile and looked at Su Qiuya. Now the man in black next to Su Qiuya immediately controlled Su Qiuya's limbs and straightened them to make it easier for his accomplices to attack. Just as the man in black raised his right foot high and prepared to step down hard. Bang! The office door was kicked open. Song Hui and the dragon team members strode in. Song Hui quickly scanned the room, and when he saw Su Qiuya on the ground and Zhang Yuan in the boss chair, his pupil shrank. Zhang Yuan. What do you want to do? You are so bold that you dare to commit a crime in Jiangcheng. Do you still have the law in your eyes? Zhang Yuan sat up straight, staring at Song Hui, and said frivolously. Captain Song. How are you? This is a private matter of our Zhang family. Your dragon group has no right to interfere in our Zhang family affairs, right? Song Hui was so blocked that he couldn't say a word. The dragon group can only deal with warriors and monks attacking ordinary people, or warriors and monks seriously disrupting social order and causing harm to the country. But strictly speaking, Su Qiuya is also a cultivator. The dragon group really cannot interfere in the fight between cultivators. Zhang Yuan saw Song Hui's expression and sneered. Captain Song. There's nothing for you to do here. You can leave now. I have other things to do, so I won't see you off. After saying that, Zhang Yuan stopped looking at Song Hui, stood up and walked to Su Qiuya, squatted down, and patted Su Qiuya's face. You stinky bitch, are you going to sign it or not? Chapter 121. Have you heard of Ling Qi? Zhen. A silver light came from far away and shuttled through the crowd at a speed that was undetectable to the naked eye. Puff. 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 Several sounds of flesh tearing were heard one after another.
The men in black brought by Zhang Yuan fell to the ground without warning, with blood oozing from their necks.
Zhang Yuan was horrified, terrified, and pale as paper. He looked at the corpses on the ground in disbelief. Who? Who is it?
Just when Zhang Yuan was panicking, a figure appeared in the room like a ghost. The person was dressed in black, with a tall and slender figure, and a pair of sharp eagle eyes, revealing cold murderous intent.
Lin Mo. Song Hui exclaimed, and Su Choya looked at Lin Mo with surprise with her beautiful eyes.
Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Yuan.
Dare to touch my people? How do you want to die?
Zhang Yuan was already sweating profusely from fear. Are you Lin Mo? He asked in a trembling voice, his legs unconsciously starting to go weak.
He could never have imagined that Lin Mo would appear in such a way.
Before coming, he had investigated Su Choya in detail, and of course he also knew Lin Mo, and of course he knew a little about Lin Mo's strength. Originally, due to Lin Mo's terrifying strength, Zhang Yuan had given up the plan to take back the Zhang family. However, the spy came back and told him that Lin Mo was injured and was recuperating at home. This made him think again, and he felt that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
While Lin Mo was healing and had no time to take care of Su Choya, he acted quickly, dealt with Su Choya, and took back Chang.
By the time Lin Mo realized this, the matter was already settled and there was nothing he could do. But who knew that just when he was about to succeed, Lin Mo suddenly showed up.
Zhang Yuan felt extremely regretful. He pretended to be calm and said in a timid tone, Lin Mo, don't be so arrogant. Even if you come, so what?
Since I dare to come, I am not afraid of you. However, the slightly trembling voice revealed the extreme fear in his heart. Lin Mo sneered and walked slowly towards Zhang Yuan step by step. Every step seemed to step on Zhang Yuan's heart, making his heart beat violently and almost collapse.
Are you not afraid of me? Then let me see why you are not afraid. With your mediocre skills, you dare to act wild in front of me?
Lin Mo's voice was icy cold, as if it brought with it the wind and snow of a cold winter, lowering the temperature of the entire room by a few degrees. Zhang Yuan subconsciously stepped back, and his back soon hit the wall, with nowhere to go. His eyes moved left and right, trying to find a chance to escape, but he was surrounded by Lin Mo and members of the Dragon Group, leaving him no way to survive.
Lin Mo, you can't kill me. You can't afford to offend the power behind me. If I die, they won't let you go.
Zhang Yuan brought up the power behind him, trying to threaten Lin Mo with it.
After hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but burst into laughter, his laughter full of disdain. I can't afford to offend?
In Jiangcheng, there is no force that I, Lin Mo, can't afford to offend.
Who is the person behind you? You might as well tell me and see if you can scare me.
Lin Mo's eyes were full of contempt, as if the forces Zhang Yuan mentioned were nothing but ants in his eyes. My master is Xianfeng Jinren, and he is a master in the late stage of the spiritualization stage. If you dare to touch me, he will never let you go. Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth and finally said out his master's name, hoping to make Lin Mo afraid of him. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. A master in the late stage of the spirit transformation should not be underestimated, but he has now broken through to the early stage of the spirit transformation and is not afraid.
Master Xianfeng? I've never heard of him.
Even if he comes, I will kill him without hesitation.
If you touch my people, you will have to pay the price. Have you heard of Ling Qi?
Zhang Yuan widened his eyes in horror and wanted to escape but found that his body was completely out of control. The flying sword hovered in front of Zhang Yuan and gradually split into dozens of small swords, each of which emitted bursts of cold air.
Lin Mo's mind moved, and dozens of small swords flew towards Zhang Yuan quickly.
When the small swords returned to their original places, only white bones were left of Zhang Yuan's hands and feet. Zhang Yuan watched helplessly as his hands and feet turned into nothing but bones in an instant. The excruciating pain hit him like a surging wave, causing him to scream like a pig being slaughtered. His eyes widened in horror, filled with endless fear and despair, and his face was distorted with extreme fear. At this moment, all he had left in his heart was a deep fear of Lin Mo. His body was shaking violently and uncontrollably, as if the god of death was strangling his throat, waiting for the next round of even more horrific torture. Lin Mo injected spiritual energy into Su Choya to heal her injuries, but his eyes were always fixed on Zhang Yuan.
Tell me, where is your master?
Zhang Yuan was now slumped on the ground, his whole body shaking like a sieve, his mind becoming hazy and he seemed unable to hear any sound. Lin Mo walked up to Zhang Yuan, looking down at him like a god looking down at an ant, without a trace of pity in his eyes. Lin Mo injected a stream of spiritual energy to protect Zhang Yuan's heart meridian. He didn't want Zhang Yuan to die so easily. Zhang Yuan was stimulated by the spiritual energy and regained some consciousness, but he was still struggling in fear. His lips trembled.
He wanted to say something but didn't dare to.
His heart was torn between the desire to survive and the fear of his master. Finally, the instinct for survival prevailed, and he cried out in a trembling voice. I don't know where the master is exactly, I only know that he is, at Luoyun Peak.
When Song Hui heard Luo Yunfeng's expression froze.
Just now, when he heard the name of Master Xianfeng, he already felt that things were getting serious.
Now hearing the name Luo Yunfeng, he closed his eyes helplessly. What was supposed to come finally came. Song Hui stepped forward and stopped Lin Mo, wait a minute.
Let's let our dragon team handle the crimes he committed according to the law. After all, in this secular world, we still need to follow certain rules.
Lin Mo glanced at Song Hui. Rules? You're telling me about rules? This is Jiangcheng, there is only one rule. That is my, Lin Mo's, rule.
At the same time, the flying sword flew towards Zhang Yuan again. This time, it slowed down its movement and cut off Zhang Yuan's flesh one by one.
Zhang Yuan's screams echoed throughout the entire office.
Fortunately, the moment Lin Mo appeared, he did not cast the barrier, so the sound inside could not be transmitted, otherwise the screams would have been heard throughout the entire building. Finally, Zhang Yuan's skin and flesh had been cut cleanly, and all his internal organs were exposed. What is shocking is that after being hit by so many swords, Zhang Yuan did not bleed a drop of blood. His blood vessels were intact and tightly wrapped around his internal organs. Even though Song Hui and the members of Team Long were used to big scenes, they still felt horrified when they saw the scene. Zhang Yuan is not dead yet, his heart is beating happily under the gaze of everyone.
Where is Luoyun Peak?
Lin Mo's voice was extremely cold. Zhang Yuan had completely given up struggling and lay on the ground with a blank look in his eyes.
He regretted it so much. If he had known that Lin Mo was so perverted, he would never have come even if he was beaten to death. Chapter 122 Mysterious Crack becomes the Lin family. Song Hui said. Lin Mo, you don't need to ask him. No one in the world knows where Luoyun Peak is. Except the King of Hell. Lin Mo was stunned and asked doubtfully. Yama? Song Hui nodded.
That place is very mysterious.
It is said that. Song Hui pointed downwards mysteriously.
Lin Mo was stunned and looked at Song Hui in confusion. At this moment, Zhang Yuan suddenly laughed strangely.
Ah, that's right. That place is hell. It's your nightmare. Ha 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 ha.
Lin Mo turned around and looked at Zhang Yuan and said coldly.
Speak clearly and I'll give you a quick death. Zhang Yuan looked at Lin Mo with a sinister look. Ha ha. You really want to know? You're going to regret it.
Lin Mo really wanted to slap Zhang Yuan, but seeing his skeleton, he couldn't bring himself to do it.
Do you know the most famous live kidney removal in Myanmar?
Zhang Yuan smiled sadly. He was already numb from the pain. He was being kept alive by Lin Mo's spiritual energy and had long wanted to die.
That's hell. It's hidden in a barrier. You can't get in, and even if you do, don't expect to get out alive.
Zhang Yuan smiled bitterly and continued. There are countless terrifying restrictions and monsters in the barrier.
If you are not careful, you will be doomed. Moreover, Luoyun Peak is the lair of Xianfeng Jinren.
He has been operating there for many years and has set up many mechanisms and traps to deal with those who try to break in.
Lin Mo frowned slightly, a trace of thought flashed in his eyes. Boundary? What kind of barrier is so powerful that it can block everyone's exploration?
Zhang Yuan snorted.
You can only enter that place if you are led by someone from hell.
10 years ago, I was led in by my master Xianfeng Jinren. That place has cruel laws of survival.
Anyone who enters there can only regain freedom by accumulating military merits. That place actually has no name.
It's called hell because the people who live there feel like they are living in hell. Ordinary people have to face the pursuit of monsters as soon as they open their eyes. And those with higher cultivation can become the leaders of a part of hell, or even the realm lord. The division of forces inside is completely based on the 10 kings of hell and the 18 levels of hell,
corresponding to the 10 realm lords and 18 leaders. Above them there is also a ruler of hell.
The more Lin Mo listened, the weirder his expression became. This sounded like the job of some destined protagonist.
I'm just a villain, what the hell does it have to do with me? But Lin Mo was curious and asked. So what's your master's position in there? Zhang Yuan laughed. My master is the master of a peak there. He is under the command of the master of the desolate heaven realm. Lin Mo was stunned.
A peak master under the realm master had the strength of the spirit transformation realm.
How strong must the realm master be? Suddenly Lin Mo thought of a question.
You just said that anyone who enters that place will never be able to come out.
How did you get out? Have you praised that military exploit enough? Zhang Yuan shook his head. Military merit? Ha 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 ha. An ordinary person from there must accumulate 500 military merits to get out.
A peak master needs to accumulate military merits, and a realm master needs to accumulate 1 million military merits. A Yuanying stage demon beast inner pill can only accumulate 5 battle merits, and a Jindan stage demon beast inner pill can only get 1 battle merit.
It is not easy to accumulate full battle merits. When Lin Mo heard this, he thought, why should I worry about it?
The leader must have military achievements before he can come out.
Wouldn't that old guy be exhausted to death? It's none of your business, so just ignore it. Wouldn't it be nice to live a comfortable and prosperous life? Why bother getting involved in this mess?
Thinking of this, Lin Mo's eyes darkened.
Any last words? Zhang Yuan calmed down after hearing this. He looked straight at Lin Mo with a calm look in his eyes without any hatred. Can you tell me about the power behind you? Lin Mo shook his head. I don't have the strength behind it. Zhang Yuan shook his head. Impossible.
There is no way that someone in this world can cultivate to such a level by themselves.
I am a dying man, what is there to be ashamed of? Lin Mo shrugged. I really didn't.
Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Mo for a long time. Suddenly, his pupils shrank and he said in shock.
Where are you from? Lin Mo was confused. What a mess.
I just figured out one that place and now another that place popped up.
Where did so many that places come from? Did you know that everyone is curious?
Where?
Lin Mo asked.
Zhang Yuan saw Lin Mo ask this question, nodded and said.
It seems you don't know that place.
You are not from that place.
Lin Mo rolled his eyes.
Where's your tongue twister?
Once this person's curiosity is aroused, it's scary, right? Zhang Yuan took a deep breath. I advise you not to know. That place is more terrifying than hell. We in hell are real villains, and they are hypocrites. Please, just give me a quick death.
Zhang Yuan looked at Lin Mo with pleading eyes. Lin Mo became more and more curious, but looking at Zhang Yuan's look of wanting to die, he knew that he would not get anything out of him if he continued asking. However, this series of mysterious places and forces planted deep seeds of doubt in his heart.
Okay, I'll give you a quick death. Lin Mo was finally moved with compassion.
He raised his hand and shot out a stream of spiritual power, which directly hit Zhang Yuan's vital point.
A look of relief appeared on Zhang Yuan's face. He slowly closed his eyes and his body slowly fell down. Chapter 123 Yuanying Puppet. Just when Lin Mo was on high alert, a phoenix shadow suddenly flew out of the crack, and a loud phoenix cry resounded through the sky.
Lin Mo and Qingxue suddenly widened their eyes and stared blankly at the phoenix shadow. The phoenix's shadow circled in the air, chirping, and finally swooped down towards Qingxue. Lin Mo was shocked and subconsciously wanted to stop it, but the phoenix shadow was so fast that it instantly broke through the spiritual barrier he had hastily set up and went straight into Qingxue's body.
Qingxue only felt a hot and powerful force exploding in her body.
Her body began to tremble uncontrollably.
She covered her stomach in pain and let out a groan. Qingxue.
Lin Mo was extremely anxious and immediately hugged Qingxue tightly in his arms, continuously supplying spiritual power into her body, trying to stabilize her disordered breathing.
However, the power from the phoenix shadow was extremely overbearing.
As soon as Lin Mo's spiritual power touched it, it was like a drop in the ocean and was instantly swallowed up. Qingxue's consciousness gradually became blurred, and she felt as if she was in a sea of fire, surrounded by endless heat and light. In this light, she seemed to see a real phoenix, which was emitting colorful light all over its body. It was noble and majestic, and was looking at her with a strange look. Lin Mo looked at Qingxue's increasingly pale face, and was extremely anxious but helpless.
He could only hold Qingxue tightly and kept calling her name, hoping to wake her up from the brink of coma.
At this time, the entire Lin family was alarmed, and the servants rushed over. Looking at the strange scene before them, they were all terrified. Just when Lin Mo was almost in despair, a soft light suddenly emitted from Qingshue's belly. The light gradually spread to her whole body, competing with the raging phoenix power in her body.
Lin Mo's heart moved.
He realized that the fetus in Qingshue's belly seemed to be playing some role and was trying to protect Qingxue. As time went by, the two forces in Qingshue's body gradually reached a delicate balance, and her face gradually regained some color. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, but the worry in his heart did not completely dissipate. He felt that this incident was too strange.
Why did the phoenix shadow suddenly appear and enter Qingshue's body? What secret was hidden behind it? However, it seemed that Qingshue's body was not damaged at all.
On the contrary, the spiritual energy in Qingshue's body was stronger than before. After Qingshue's breathing had completely stabilized, Lin Mo carefully carried her back to the room and placed her on the bed.
He stayed by Qingshue's bed, not daring to leave for a moment, his eyes fixed on Qingshue's face, and he secretly swore in his heart that he must get to the bottom of everything and never let Qingxue and her unborn child come to any harm.
Congratulations to the host. A strange sign has appeared from the sky. The young master has the 9 Phoenix Holy Body.
9 Phoenix Holy Body?
The 9 Phoenix Holy Body is a legendary top-level physique. People with this physique are naturally compatible with the power of the Phoenix.
The cultivation speed is 10 times that of ordinary people. It is the talent of the Emperor. Shit, does that mean my daughter is the destined heroine? Well, the father is the destined villain, and the daughter is the destined heroine. This is a big deal. Oh my god, this is such a joke.
Suddenly Su Qingxue frowned and said with pain,
"Honey, I think I'm about to give birth."
Suddenly, everyone in the Lin family was in a panic. They carried Su Qingxue into the car and rushed to the nearest hospital. The original due date was a week later, and the plan was to have Su Qingxue hospitalized for delivery tomorrow, but unexpectedly Su Qingxue arrived earlier. The Lin family rushed all the way and soon sent Su Qingxue to the hospital. Lin Mo was extremely anxious and paced back and forth outside the delivery room, with beads of sweat on his forehead. He was worried about the safety of Qingxue and the child, and was also uneasy about this sudden change. Time passed by minute in the tense atmosphere, and every second seemed as long as a century to Lin Mo. Su Qingxue's cries of pain could be heard from the delivery room from time to time, which made Lin Mo's heart tighten. He kept praying in his heart, hoping that Qingxue and the child would be safe. Finally, a clear baby cry was heard from the delivery room, as if a ray of dawn penetrated the haze in Lin Mo's heart. Then, the nurse came out holding the baby wrapped in swaddling clothes, with a relieved smile on her face. "Congratulations, it's a baby girl, mother and daughter are safe."
Lin Mo's heart finally settled down.
His eyes were red with excitement. He took a few steps forward and carefully took his daughter. Looking at his daughter's rosy little face, her tightly closed eyes and her slightly moving mouth, Lin Mo felt his heart filled with unprecedented warmth and joy. At this moment, all previous worries and fears were thrown out of the window.
Afterwards, the doctor and the nurse pushed Su Qingxue out of the delivery room.
Su Qingxue looked a little pale, but her eyes were full of happiness and tenderness of being a new mother. Lin Mo hurried forward, held Su Qingxue's hand, and said softly, "Qingxue, thank you for your hard work.
It's great that you and the baby are fine." Su Qingxue smiled weakly and looked at her daughter with loving eyes. "Husband, look how cute our daughter is."
Lin Mo nodded, and carried his daughter and Su Qingxue back to the ward. In the ward, Lin Mo stayed by the side of the mother and daughter, his eyes moving back and forth between Su Qingxue and his daughter, and he couldn't see enough of looking at them.
Ding! A furnace appeared in the Yunnan Province Treasure Pavilion auction house. Lin Mo paused. Yunnan Province Treasure Pavilion? Of course he knew about the Treasure Pavilion.
He had visited many auction houses recently. The Treasure Pavilion of Yunnan Province was also a relatively famous auction house. However, the Treasure Pavilion had always been mainly engaged in gambling on stones.
When did it start selling alchemy furnaces? Lin Mo immediately turned on his phone, opened the web page, and searched for Yunnan Province Treasure Pavilion. Sure enough, he saw an alchemy furnace in the auction item announcement column. Not bad, not bad. It is indeed an excellent alchemy furnace. Lin Mo said to Qingxue on the bed.
"Qingxue, I'm going to be away for a while, so you should rest at home." Qingxue pursed her lips, feeling a little aggrieved.
"You're going out again so soon?"
Lin Mo rubbed her head and said,
I'll be back soon. Lin Mo walked out of the room and sighed. It seemed that he had to quickly build up his own power. Otherwise, when he went out, he would feel uneasy without any experts guarding his home. Xiaotian, Data Panel. Host, Lin Mo. Identity, Destiny Villain. Level, Early Stage of Transformation. Spiritual Power. Skills, Chaos Spirit Technique, Delusion Breaking Divine Eye, Ancient Alchemy. System Space, Nascent Soul Puppet. Ha? Yuanying Puppet? Host, this is the system reward for breaking through the God transformation stage. Lin Mo nodded. He had turned off the reward announcement earlier, so he didn't even know there was a reward. What's the use of this Yuanying Puppet? Chapter 124 Fans. The Nascent Soul Puppet can obey the host's command to fight, has the peak strength of the Nascent Soul stage, is not afraid of life and death, and can perfectly execute the host's orders. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. This was really timely. With the Yuanying Puppet, he could protect Xingxue and his daughter when he was out. Xiaotian, release the Yuanying Puppet. I saw a flash of light, and a puppet emitting powerful spiritual power appeared in front of me. The puppet had a stern face and a tall figure. Although it was a puppet, it gave people a sense of oppression. Lin Mo looked at the Yuanying puppet, feeling a little relieved, and said to it, "From now on, you will stay near this room and protect the people in the room. If there is any danger, protect them at all costs." The Nascent Soul puppet nodded slightly, and spiritual energy rippled slightly around its body, as if responding to Lin Mo. Lin Mo carefully instructed the servants again, asking them to pay close attention to the movements around them, and only then did he feel at ease to prepare to go to Yunnan province. He knew very well that this trip to Yunnan province's treasure pavilion to bid for the alchemy furnace would not be smooth sailing, but in order to improve his strength and better protect his family, he had to go. Moreover, with the Yuanying puppet guarding his home, he could embark on his journey with greater peace of mind. Yunqing, Yunnan province. Lin Mo took advantage of the night and slowly landed on the streets of Yunqing on his flying sword. Lin Mo came to Yunnan province this time for two reasons. One was to make an alchemy furnace, and the other was to see if he could get a piece of imperial green jadeite to make a talisman for his daughter. Lin Mo put away his flying sword and randomly found a hotel to check in. There were still 3 days before the auction, and he planned to take advantage of these 3 days to visit the medicinal materials market here. Yunnan province is located in the southwestern border area, with a humid climate, complex terrain, and interlaced mountains and jungles. The unique natural environment has produced a wide variety of rare medicinal materials. Yunqing's medicinal materials market is located in the southern suburbs of the city. It is the largest medicinal materials trading center in the entire Yunnan province. It is bustling with people coming and going every day. The next morning, Lin Mo arrived at the herbal medicine market early. As soon as he entered the market, a strong aroma of medicine came to his nose, which was the unique smell of various herbs mixed together. On both sides of the street, there are shops and stalls filled with all kinds of medicinal materials. Some stalls are filled with freshly picked herbs, still covered with morning dew and green and juicy. Some shops display precious medicinal materials that have been carefully prepared and packed in exquisite brocade boxes. Lin Mo walked slowly in the medicinal materials market. The smells of various medicinal materials in the air intertwined together, forming a unique atmosphere. He had sharp eyes as he moved between stalls and shops, quickly identifying the quality of each medicinal ingredient with his deep understanding of ancient alchemy. Suddenly, Lin Mo stopped and there was the scent of star leaf grass in the air. Lin Mo had seen this starry fantasy leaf grass in ancient books. This medicine could enhance the spirituality of elixirs, and to a certain extent, it could also open up the spatial perception and the spiritual intelligence and enhance the ability to comprehend the laws of space. This herb is very rare, and Lin Mo has been looking for it for a long time. However, when he asked many of Lin's Chinese herbal medicine suppliers, they all said they had never heard of it. I didn't expect to find it in this medicinal materials market in Yunnan province. Lin Mo followed the smell and finally stopped in front of a large medicine shop. The shop's signboard reads Jishitang in 3 large gold-plated characters. The facade is exquisitely decorated, and the vermilion door is open. Inside the store are rows of tall medicine cabinets with drawers filled with medicinal materials. The shop assistants are busy moving around, getting medicine for customers. Lin Mo took a deep breath, calmed his inner excitement, and stepped into Jishitiang. The store was filled with a stronger medicinal aroma, among which the unique scent of star fantasy leaf grass became clearer. Lin Mo walked straight to the counter, and a middle-aged shopkeeper in a green robe and with a kind face immediately came up to him with a professional smile on his face. Sir, what kind of medicine would you like to order?
Our store has a full range of medicinal materials, whether it is common herbs or rare spiritual materials, we can provide you with them.
Lin Mo walked around the store. This store did have some background.
Lin Mo smelled the scent of several rare medicinal herbs. At that time, I was delighted and said directly to the shopkeeper, I need ice heart jade marrowgrass, purple flame spiritual ginseng, and starry illusion leafgrass. When the shopkeeper heard this, his expression froze. Wow, this young man really knows his business. He can talk about the store's treasure as soon as he opens his mouth.
My friend, these small shops you mentioned don't exist. Lin Mo smiled. Boss, it's no fun for you to say that. Not only do you have it, you touched it 2 hours ago.
The shopkeeper was shocked when he heard this.
Oh, it's okay.
He had indeed come into contact with these 3 medicinal herbs 2 hours ago, but he didn't expect Lin Mo to be able to say this. The shopkeeper thought for a moment and said,
Come with me. The shopkeeper turned around and took Lin Mo into the inner hall and went straight upstairs.
On the 3rd floor, a woman in white was sitting in front of the incense table, flipping through an ancient book. The shopkeeper pushed the door open and said, Miss, there is a gentleman who wants to buy ice heart jade marrowgrass, purple flame spiritual ginseng, and starry illusion leafgrass.
The woman put down the medical book and looked over curiously. These 3 medicinal herbs were purchased from Shinong Mountain half a year ago and had never been shown to anyone. It turned out that someone knew about them, which aroused the woman's curiosity. Bring him in.
The shopkeeper stepped aside and let Lin Mo in.
Lin Mo walked into the room with a calm face.
A faint fragrance instantly filled the nose, making people feel like they were bathed in spring breeze. Looking at the woman in front of the incense table, she is dressed in plain and elegant clothes, with a noble temperament, and there is a pleasing feeling.
Lin Mo said. Girl. I'm Lin Mo from Jiangcheng.
The woman frowned slightly, then asked with a look of joy.
It's General Lin.
I've heard of your name for a long time. I'm Bai Ruoli from the Bai family in Yunnan province. Lin Mo was also stunned.
Is he so famous? Miss Bai knows me?
Bai Ruoli smiled sweetly, took out a small bag, took out the hemostatic agent, and said,
I'm a loyal fan of Lin's. It's a pity that your rejuvenating essence is so hard to buy.
I can't buy it even if I pay several times the price. Lin Mo feels a little embarrassed when talking about this. For the rejuvenating essence liquid, Lin Mo used a hunger marketing trick and sold it in large quantities. Therefore, the market premium was very serious, and Lin Mo also made a lot of money. Lin Mo has no psychological pressure at all.
As a villain, he is reasonable in everything he does. But now I have fallen into the hands of the other party. It is really a tit-for-tat situation. I think Miss Bai is naturally beautiful.
She is far from the age to use the rejuvenating essence.
Bai Ruoli smiled and said, Of course I don't want to use it, I just want to give it to my mother.
Lin Mo nodded, flipped his palm, and took out 2 boxes of rejuvenating essence. I happened to bring some this time, girl.
Chapter 125 Wuxie Family.
Bai Ruoli looked at the 2 bottles of rejuvenating essence in surprise, her eyes widened and she completely lost her image of a beauty.
Oh, how can this be so embarrassing?
Although he said sorry, his actions were very honest. In Yunnan province, a bottle of the gold version of the rejuvenating essence has been sold for 10 million yuan on the black market, a 10-fold premium. Lin Mo gave 2 bottles at once, which was really generous. After all, it was the first time they met. Bai Ruoli even began to wonder if Lin Mo had fallen in love with her. Seeing Bai Ruoli put away the rejuvenating spiritual liquid, Lin Mo did not hesitate. Then the medicinal materials I want. Bai Ruoli waved his hand.
No problem. I'll get it for you.
After saying that, Bai Ruoli turned around and walked to the wall, and fiddled with the bookshelf against the wall. Click, click. The sound of a mechanism opening was heard, and the bookshelf opened to both sides, revealing a hidden compartment. There were various rare medicinal herbs in the secret compartment, each of which was carefully preserved and exuded a faint spiritual aura. Bai Ruoli reached out and searched in the secret compartment, and soon took out several herbs that Lin Mo needed.
These are what you want. See if they are enough?
Bai Ruoli handed the herbs to Lin Mo. Lin Mo carefully examined them, and his eyes flashed with surprise. These herbs were excellent in both age and quality, and completely exceeded his expectations.
That's enough, Miss Bai, thank you so much.
Lin Mo said sincerely. Bai Ruoli waved her hand, it's just a small matter.
Then he took out a calculator, operated it quickly and said, 246 million in total. I'll give you 240 million. Lin Mo nodded and took out his card to pay.
Just as Bai Ruoli swiped his card.
Boom!
A wall of the room suddenly collapsed, and two people fell into the room.
Lin Mo frowned and looked at the two of them. The two people who came were an old man and a young man.
The old man had white hair but looked energetic. He was wearing a black robe embroidered with golden patterns, which gave off a mysterious aura. The younger one was a boy with a stern face and a rebellious look in his eyes. He was dressed in white tights and had a long sword on his waist. The scabbard was inlaid with several dazzling gems. Bai Ruoli is the eldest daughter of the Bai family, and the Bai family is a powerful family in Yunchen.
Seeing this scene, she was not panicked. Who are you?
The old man took a look at the star leaf grass on the table and laughed strangely.
He.
I am the Pan family's worshipper, the immortal old man Feng Buping.
This is Pan Yang, the young master of the Pan family.
When Bai Ruoli heard about the Pan family, his expression changed drastically.
Are you from the Pan family of the Wu Association?
Feng Buping stared at Bai Ruoli coldly with a sinister look in his eyes.
That's right. Honest people don't do shady things. My Pan family wants these elixirs. Lin Mo's face was gloomy. It was obvious that these two people came for the medicinal herbs, and they had been waiting there for a long time. Otherwise, how could they appear so coincidentally as soon as the herbs were taken out? Lin Mo knocked on the table and said, You too, my herbs, you just want them. You really don't take me seriously. Feng Buping seemed to have just discovered Lin Mo and showed a hint of surprise. He had already reported the name of the Pan family of Yunnan province, but this man dared to speak like this. He was simply courting his own death. Feng Buping's eyes were full of disdain, and he continued, Boy. The Pan family of Yunnan province.
They are a martial arts association family, and the head of the family, Pan Renyon, is the vice president of the Yunnan Martial Arts Association.
A master of the realm of transformation. Just with you, you dare to stop us? Get out of here quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Lin Mo sneered and shook his head. The great master of the transformation realm was indeed extremely powerful. It was probably difficult for him to find an opponent in the entire Yunnan province. But who is Lin Mo? The villain of destiny. A powerful person in the god transformation stage. The cultivation in this world is based on martial arts. Only when martial arts are cultivated to the extreme can one enter the Tao and enter the realm of immortality. Many people know that the first stage of cultivation is the Qi refining stage, but few people know that there is a body forging stage before the Qi refining stage. And this Grandmaster of the transformation realm is the last stage of the body forging stage. In martial arts, the Grandmaster of transformation realm is the ceiling, but for the world of immortal cultivation, it is worse than the basement. So what about the Pan family? They robbed me by force. Even if Pan Renyon came in person, he has to give me an explanation.
Lin Mo looked at Feng Buping fearlessly, his voice firm.
Pan Yang sneered at the side, Great Elder, why waste time talking to this kid? Just take action and grab the things. Bai Ruoli is a woman, what can she be capable of? Even if her Bai family dares not do anything to our Pan family.
Feng Buping nodded slightly, and a black cane suddenly appeared in his hand, with a black gem emitting a faint glow inlaid on the top of the cane. He slammed the cane heavily on the ground, and a strong aura spread out from him.
Boy, you asked for this.
Feng Buping roared, and rushed towards Lin Mo like lightning. The cane, with a sharp sound of wind, smashed directly onto Lin Mo's head. Lin Mo snorted coldly and glanced at Feng Buping coldly.
Feng Buping's heart trembled at this glance, and he took 3 steps back. Feng Buping was shocked.
He didn't expect that Lin Mo's seemingly casual look could contain such a strong deterrent force, which made him feel a little scared.
But he quickly calmed down.
As a priest of the Pan family, he must not show his weakness in front of this young man. However, Feng Buping still looked Lin Mo up and down, and did not detect any fluctuation of true energy from Lin Mo.
Feng Buping cursed angrily, Humph, playing tricks. This kid is not a warrior, and he was actually frightened by such a kid. Feng Buping was furious. He was so embarrassed. He was a great master, but he was frightened by an ordinary person. If this got out, wouldn't he be laughed at to death? Feng Buping swung his cane at Lin Mo again.
This time, he used all his strength, and the black gem on the cane shone brightly, and the air around him seemed to be distorted by this force.
Lin Mo snorted coldly. Act recklessly.
Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and phone booping turned into a ball of blood mist in front of the three people like a firework. Pan Yang's eyes suddenly widened and he stared at the place where phone booping disappeared, his face full of horror and disbelief. The great elder, who had been so majestic just now, turned into a ball of blood mist and disappeared into thin air like an ant after hearing the cold snort from this mysterious young man.
Pan Yang is Pan Ringyong's eldest son.
He has shown amazing talent since he was a child and has been smooth sailing in his martial arts training. He entered the innate realm at the age of 20 and is considered a leader among the younger generation in the entire Yunnan province. Because of this, he has always been arrogant and domineering, never taking anyone seriously.
He was stunned by what he saw. That was the Grandmaster phone booping. He didn't even see Lin Mo make a move. Who are you? Chapter 126. This is a divine man.
Pan Yang's face was filled with fear, and he asked again in a trembling voice, "Who are you?" At this moment, besides fear, he was more curious and confused about Lin Mo's identity. In his opinion, there could never be such a terrifying and mysterious person in the world who could turn a master of the transformation realm into ashes with just a wave of his hand. Lin Mo looked at Pan Yang with a cold expression and said slowly, "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that what your Pan family did today has touched my bottom line.
Go back and tell Pan Ringyong not to provoke me again, otherwise the Pan family will bear my endless anger."
Lin Mo's voice was low and powerful, and every word seemed to carry an invisible pressure that made Pan Yang feel difficult to breathe. Although Pan Yang was extremely frightened, his pride that he had developed over the years still made him unable to help but say,
"You don't think you can do whatever you want after killing the great elder? My Pan family will never let you go. My father is Pan Ringyong, the vice president of the Yunnan Province Martial Arts Association, a master of the transformation realm.
You killed the great elder, and the entire Martial Arts Association will not let you go. By then, not only you, but also your family and friends will have to endure the revenge of my Pan family." Lin Mo didn't want to cause trouble, and even now, Lin Mo didn't want to do anything to Pan Yang, but Pan Yang's words were teetering on the edge of death. It is true that Lin Mo is a villain, but he also has a bottom line. Pan Yang used his family to threaten him, which has already touched Lin Mo's bottom line. Lin Mo stood up slowly, his eyes were cold, Ruoli saw something was wrong and said quickly,
"Lin Mo. Calm down.
The Pan family is a big family in Yunnan province and has a deep background in the Martial Arts Association. If you kill him, the Pan family will definitely retaliate wildly, and the situation will become even more difficult." Lin Mo turned his head slightly and glanced at Ruoli. The coldness in his eyes made Ruoli's heart tremble. But she still mustered up the courage to continue. "We can think of other ways to deal with the Pan family. There's no need to get ourselves into more trouble because of a momentary anger." Seeing Ruoli pleading for him, Pan Yang thought that Lin Mo was afraid, and the fear in his heart was slightly relieved, and he even said something outrageous.
"Humph, you heard me.
If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I might be able to say a few good words for you in front of my father and spare your life.
Otherwise, you and everyone around you will die."
A hint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Mo's eyes, and he appeared in front of Pan Yang in an instant. Before Pan Yang could react, Lin Mo grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Lin Mo exerted a little force on his hands, and Pan Yang suddenly felt difficulty breathing. His face turned red, and he tried desperately to pry Lin Mo's hands open with both hands, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree, and it was useless.
"You dare."
Pan Yang squeezed out a few words with great effort, his eyes full of fear and unwillingness. Lin Mo looked at him coldly and said word by word,
"You shouldn't use my family and friends to threaten me. This is the stupidest mistake you have ever made."
After saying that, Lin Mo increased the strength in his hands. Seeing this, Ruoli was extremely anxious and tried to persuade him again. "Lin Mo, although killing him can relieve your hatred temporarily, the Pan family will surely come out in full force. By then, you and the Bai family will face a huge crisis. It is better to spare his life first to balance the Pan family."
Lin Mo smiled. "The Pan family.
There is no need for them to exist anymore.
It's just the Martial Arts Association. Lin Mo has never heard of it. If they provoke me, I can just kill them."
Villains always act as they please, without any scruples. I don't care whether you are happy or not, as long as I am happy.
Besides, Lin Mo is a playboy. If we compare arrogance, who the hell can be as arrogant as him?
Lin Mo let go of his hand and looked at Pan Yang with a ferocious smile.
Let you live a little longer.
With a wave of his hand, he put the herbs into the storage ring and said to Bai Ruoli.
Don't worry, it's okay.
I'll come back and treat you to a meal after I've dealt with the Pan family. After saying that, he picked up Pan Yang and summoned the flying sword. When the flying sword appeared, Pan Yang and Bai Ruoli were both stunned.
Oh my god! Who on earth is this person? Flying on a sword is a magical skill that I have only seen on TV.
Now there is really a flying sword hanging in front of me.
This is too magical.
Pan Yang widened his eyes, staring at the flying sword that was emitting a cold light and surrounded by mysterious runes. The fear in his heart spread like a flood. He could never have imagined that there were such magical things in the world. The powerful aura that came at his face alone made him, a warrior in the innate realm, feel suffocated. Pan Yang's eyes had turned fearful when he looked at Lin Mo. He seemed to have realized that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. Not only him, but even his family would suffer a catastrophic disaster because of him. Thinking of the way Feng Buping died, Pan Yang instantly became completely hopeless. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and a chill went from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He never thought that he would offend such a great god just for stealing a few medicinal herbs. If he had known this would happen, he would never have dared to come even if he was beaten to death. If I had not offended him but made friends with him, the Pan family would surely be able to take off again with the help of this person. Pan Yang regretted it so much, he felt extremely anxious and remorseful, but it was too late. Lin Mo carried Pan Yang as if he was carrying a dead dog, stepped on the flying sword, and flew towards the Pan family like a meteor chasing the moon. Along the way, the wind was howling. Pan Yang closed his eyes tightly, his heart filled with despair and fear, and the tragic situation that his family might face kept emerging in his mind. Soon, the majestic mansion of the Pan family came into view. Lin Mo hovered in the air, overlooking the entire Pan family. After all, it was a big family in Yunnan province, and the Pan family mansion occupied the entire mountain. On the ground, some Pan family guards had already seen Lin Mo in the air. They all looked up at Lin Mo with shock and vigilance on their faces. One of the young guards couldn't help but whispered. Who is this person? How dare he appear so blatantly above our Pan family, and even mention the young master?
Isn't he afraid of death?
An older guard nearby had a serious expression on his face and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and notify the other brothers to step up their guard and wait for the master's orders." Lin Mo had a sinister look on his face as he looked at the guards below, like a god looking down on ants. With a flick of his hand, Pan Yang smashed directly to the ground. With a loud bang, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart, a huge hole was instantly smashed in the roof of the meeting hall, and rubble and debris flew like raindrops. In the meeting hall, Pan Renyang was still discussing matters with his family elders when suddenly something unknown smashed through the roof and created a deep hole on the ground. Several people were startled and stood up all of a sudden. This is too scary, but when Pan Renyang saw clearly that it was his son in the pit, he seemed to be cast under a spell and froze in place.
Chapter 127, Stop talking if you can kill me.
Lin Mo saw someone coming out, who looked like he had some status, and shouted.
Where is Pan Renyang? Come out and die.
Pan Renyang had just seen his son's body and the rage in his heart had long been uncontrollable. However, when he saw Lin Mo standing in the air, even a dumb man would know that this man was not someone he could afford to offend. Although Pan Renyang had the capital to be proud, in the face of the absolute gap in strength, he had to suppress his anger and try to calm himself down and think about countermeasures.
He knew that acting impulsively at this moment would undoubtedly be like hitting a rock with an egg. Pan Renyang took a deep breath and pretended to be calm and said, "Who are you? Why do you want to kill all of my Pan family? What deep hatred do my son have with you that you would do such a cruel thing?"
Although Pan Renyang appeared calm on the surface, his slightly trembling hands revealed his inner anger and fear. Lin Mo stared at Pan Renyang.
Are you Pan Renyang? Pan Renyang nodded and bowed.
Yes, I am the vice president of the Yunnan Province Martial Arts Association and the head of the Pan family.
Bang!
Lin Mo was not interested in listening to his chatter. It was enough for him to know that you were Pan Renyang. Lin Mo was not interested in knowing anything else. Upon hearing Pan Renyang's admission, he immediately raised his palm and pressed down in the air. Almost instantly, the entire Pan family mansion was reduced to ruins, and all the members of the Pan family were crushed into a pile of meat patties. He scanned the Pan family with his spiritual sense twice, making sure there were no living creatures in the family before turning around and leaving. In Lin Mo's opinion, if I can kill you, there's no need to talk to you.
Has anyone ever seen an idiot talking to an ant on the ground? We are all adults, so don't waste time on this kind of thing.
Lin Mo returned to the hotel room.
Not long after, he received a call from Song Hui. Song Hui's voice sounded very urgent. The Pan family in Yunnan province was exterminated.
All 61 members of the Pan family died tragically. Their deaths were horrific, as if they had been run over by a steamroller. The Yunnan Province Wushu Association hopes we can help them.
Lin Mo looked indifferent. Oh. I did it.
Song Hui said.
Oh. Then I will. What did you say? Song Hui almost roared as he said this. How could he have imagined that it was Lin Mo who destroyed the Pan family?
Although strength is respected in the martial arts world, you wiped out an entire family and acted so nonchalantly, as if nothing had happened.
Isn't that too much? Lin Mo still disagrees. What? Is there a problem? Song Hui was very embarrassed.
He found the real murderer.
This was so embarrassing. Can I ask the reason? The Martial Arts Association needs an explanation. Lin Mo snorted. Explanation? I haven't asked them to explain yet, but he's asking me for an explanation? Tell them to come to me directly if they want an explanation.
When Song Hui heard Lin Mo's words, he secretly groaned in his heart.
He knew Lin Mo's temper very well.
Once he made a decision, it would be difficult to change it.
But those old monsters at the Martial Arts Association are not easy to fool.
The family of the vice president of the Yunnan Martial Arts Association was wiped out. This is no small matter, and the Martial Arts Association will definitely not let it go. Mr. Lin, you also know that the Martial Arts Association is powerful and spread all over the place. Since you have wiped out the Pan family this time, they will definitely not let you go easily. Why don't we think of a way to appease them a little and not make the relationship too awkward?
Song Hui persuaded carefully. If I tell ordinary people about these things, maybe it will be useful, but who is Lin Mo?
In the Chinese cultivation world, there are no more than 5 masters in the spiritual transformation realm, and 4 of them are in hidden sections.
Including Master Xian Yang, they are all hiding in the sex formation.
Lin Mo is the only one in the secular world, so it is not an exaggeration to say that Lin Mo is the #1 combat force in China.
You told him not to make things too awkward? Is that funny?
Lin Mo just didn't want to cause any more trouble.
Otherwise, if he destroyed his martial arts association, what could you do?
Song Hui knew that Lin Mo would not listen to him, so he simply said nothing. Forget it, I'll go and coordinate with the Martial Arts Association. After chatting for a few sentences and hanging up the phone, Lin Mo walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the rolling mountains in Yunnan province, with a myriad of thoughts in his mind. It's not that he is unaware of the huge power of the Martial Arts Association, but in his eyes, these so-called forces are nothing but ants. As a powerful person in the spirit transformation realm, he has almost no rivals in the secular world.
How could he take the threat from the Martial Arts Association seriously?
Bai Ruoli soon received the news that the Pan family had been wiped out, and immediately knocked on the door of her father's study.
After listening to Bai Ruoli's story, Bai Jinnan felt that something was wrong.
After all, the incident with Pan's offering happened in Bai's pharmacy, and Pan Yang was also captured in Bai's pharmacy. The Martial Arts Association will find out about this matter sooner or later, and by then the Bai family will probably be unable to escape responsibility. Bai Ruoli had been feeling uneasy for a long time. Of course, she had thought of what her father had thought of.
The Bai family was just an ordinary business family.
The Wushu Association and the others couldn't afford to offend them, but neither could Lin Mo and the others. Bai Jinnan paced back and forth in the study, his face full of worry. He knew the methods of the Wushu Association very well. Once the Wushu Association determined that the Bai family was related to the destruction of the Pan family, the Bai family's foundation of many years would probably be destroyed.
Liar, this matter is too tricky.
The Martial Arts Association has always been domineering. If they determine that our Bai family is involved in the deaths of the Pan family, our Bai family will be powerless to resist. Bai Jinnan frowned, his eyes revealing deep helplessness.
Bai Ruoli bit her lip and said, "Father, but Lin Mo.
He helped us solve the Pan family's troubles.
We can't repay kindness with hatred and betray him, right?"
Bai Jinnan sighed, "Father, of course, I know that Lin Mo has done us a favor, but the Wu Association is so powerful that our Bai family can hardly compete with it.
If this affects the entire family, then what should I do as a father?"
Bai Ruoli was also very conflicted. On one side was Lin Mo, who had done her a favor, and on the other side was the family that raised her.
She really didn't know how to choose. Father, can we think of a way to not betray Lin Mo and at the same time let the Martial Arts Association let our Bai family go?
Bai Ruoli asked with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, looking at her father.
Bai Jinnan smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's difficult.
The Martial Arts Association will definitely investigate thoroughly this time.
It will be difficult for our Bai family to stay out of it. Unless what? Father, please tell me quickly. Bai Ruoli asked anxiously.
Unless Lin Mo can come forward to resolve this matter, with his strength, he might be able to make the Martial Arts Association fearful.
But this is only a possibility.
The Martial Arts Association has a deep foundation. I heard that they recently recruited a young master. The boy is only 20 years old, but he is already a master of the transformation realm. No one knows what other cards they have. Bai Jinnan said slowly.
Bai Ruoli was also shocked.
Although she was not a martial artist, she still knew the value of this master of the realm of transformation.
There are so many martial arts families in Yunnan province, but there are only a few warriors who can break through to the realm of transformation. These people are all at the top of the pyramid.
Not to mention the grandmaster of the transformation realm, even Pan Yang, who had just entered the innate realm, was already able to walk around the Yunnan province in a domineering manner. If an ordinary business family was not careful and made him unhappy, he would destroy them with a wave of his hand.
Chapter 128 Live Auction.
Time passed quickly and soon the day of the auction arrived.
Many big families in Yunnan province gathered in the Treasure Pavilion. This Treasure Pavilion is the largest auction venue in Yunnan province. Countless treasures are auctioned on weekdays. Today's auction has attracted the attention of many forces.
This auction is mainly about gambling on stones, and some rare treasures collected from all over the country are also auctioned. Lin Mo walked into the auction calmly, verified his capital and took his number plate, then walked into the hall. The hall was already full of wealthy businessmen from all over the place. Lin Mo looked around and found that there were many well-known figures in Yunnan province.
He found a relatively quiet corner to sit down.
He was not very interested in gambling on stones, but if there was something worth buying, Lin Mo would not mind taking a photo.
The auction started soon. A graceful female auctioneer in a gorgeous dress walked onto the stage with a professional smile on her face. She said in a clear and pleasant voice, "Dear distinguished guests, welcome to this grand auction. I believe everyone has been looking forward to today's auction items for a long time. Without further ado, let's get straight to the point. The first item to be auctioned is a high-quality jadeite rough stone from Myanmar. Ding! The destined protagonist is found.
In front of the host's left. Lin Mo was slightly stunned.
The destined protagonist? Name, Long Outyan.
Identity, leader of the Blood Wolf Society, abandoned child of the Yunqing Long family.
Realm, Grandmaster.
After Xiaotian's introduction, Lin Mo finally understood the background of Long Outyan, the prodigy of the Long family, a martial arts family in Yunqing, Yunnan province. Because he showed amazing talent in martial arts since childhood, he was trained as the heir to the family head at an early age, which made him envied by his clan members. Among them, his younger brother Long Zhantian was the most jealous. During an experience outside, Long Zhantian colluded with outsiders and framed Long Outyan, causing Long Outyan to be seriously injured. The family mistakenly believed that he had betrayed the family and was expelled from the Long family. After Long Outyan was expelled from the Long family, he was in despair and received help from a hidden master, who took him out of the country. The master not only cured his injuries but also taught him unique martial arts.
After recovering from his injury, Long Outyan founded the Blood Wolf Society. With his powerful strength, in just a few years, the Blood Wolf Society became an underground force that could not be ignored in Myanmar.
Lin Mo looked in the direction Xiaotian pointed out, and saw a young man in black clothes sitting in front of him on the left. He had a stern face, sharp eyes, and exuded a powerful aura. Although he was surrounded by wealthy businessmen, the warrior aura on him was particularly conspicuous. Lin Mo just smiled faintly. It's better not to provoke such a master of the realm. If anyone dares to provoke him, he will be slapped to death. Anyway, his revenge has nothing to do with Lin Mo.
But Xiao Tianxia's words instantly made Lin Mo want to kill Long Outyan. Long Outyan has been accepted by the Yunnan Province Martial Arts Association and is responsible for investigating the Pan family massacre. Moreover, Long Outyan is full of confidence and boasts that he will catch the real murderer within 3 days. Lin Mo smiled and said, "You are quite arrogant.
I want to see how you catch the real murderer.
Lin Mo looked back at the stage.
Several rough stones of average quality had been auctioned off before, and the prices were not very high. Now the auction of the fifth rough stone has begun. After taking a look with his divine pupil, Lin Mo found that it was just an ordinary jadeite and immediately lost interest. The process was nearing its end, and finally an alchemy furnace was lifted up. This alchemy furnace had an ancient shape, and the furnace body was engraved with strange patterns, faintly emitting a mysterious atmosphere.
The female auctioneer smiled and introduced, "Dear guests, the next item is not simple. It is an alchemy furnace unearthed from ancient ruins.
According to the preliminary appraisal of our experts, this alchemy furnace is very likely used by an ancient alchemy master. Although it has gone through years, it is relatively well preserved and may be able to refine magical elixirs. The starting price is 8 million, and each bid increase must not be less than 500,000.
When the alchemy furnace was lifted up, Lin Mo was disappointed.
Lin Mo's divine eyes could see the information of the alchemy furnace clearly. What the auctioneer said was true, but this alchemy furnace was already full of cracks. If I really used it to make elixirs, the furnace would explode the first time. Lin Mo had already lost interest in the alchemy furnace and didn't want to join in the fun anymore. The crowd below the stage immediately started talking to each other.
For warriors, elixirs are an important aid to improving their strength. If this alchemy furnace can really produce good elixirs, then its value is immeasurable. 8 million. Someone soon made a bid.
It was a middle-aged man who looked quite wealthy. His eyes revealed his desire for the alchemy furnace.
8.5 million.
Another voice sounded, and a white-haired but energetic old man raised a sign to raise the price. Lin Mo was not in a hurry to raise his sign. He crossed his arms across his chest and watched others bid quietly.
The price of the alchemy furnace has skyrocketed and has reached 18 million.
Suddenly, Long Outyan slowly raised his number plate.
100 million. Lin Mo was stunned. Wow, this Long Outyan either doesn't bid or bids a sky-high price. Interesting. As soon as Long Outyan called the price, everyone looked at him with doubt.
He directly called the price from over 10 million to 100 million. This young master was really arrogant.
Long Outyan looked very proud, looked at everyone with an arrogant expression, and said arrogantly, "I, Long Outyan, want this alchemy furnace. Anyone who wants to follow me should think about how many lives they have." That aura showed that he didn't take the powerful people in the room into consideration at all.
Some in the crowd were angry, some were afraid, and some were disdainful, but no one dared to go against him. Lin Mo naturally believed that it was better to mind his own business, and he was too lazy to care about other people's affairs. As expected, the alchemy furnace was photographed by Long Outyan. At this moment, the atmosphere in the treasure pavilion was as depressing as the dead silence before a storm.
Everyone looked at Long Outyan with mixed feelings, but they dared not speak out. Long Outyan's arrogant words and arrogant attitude were like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, causing 1,000 waves. However, these waves were surging in everyone's hearts, but no one dared to show it outwardly. At this moment, Lin Mo frowned, and the auras of several powerful men appeared outside the venue. They were all the auras of junior grandmasters and grandmasters who were half a step away from enlightenment. Lin Mo vaguely felt that this aura was directed at him, and should be someone from the Yunnan Provincial Martial Arts Association. Lin Mo's lips curled slightly. Did they find out about me so quickly? It seems that the Yunnan Province Martial Arts Association is quite capable. However, Lin Mo was not afraid at all. He crossed his legs and wanted to see what the Yunnan Provincial Martial Arts Association was trying to do. At this time, the auctioneer said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the last item of this auction. I believe that you have never seen such a unique item." The auctioneer's eyes flickered and he paused deliberately to whet everyone's appetite. The lot for this auction is of peerless beauty. She has a graceful figure and stunning appearance, like a fairy from a painting. Not only that, this girl is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, and has outstanding talent. There was a cunning look in the auctioneer's eyes. While introducing the items, he observed the reactions of the audience. Lin Mo frowned slightly. Huaxia auctions a living person? Are these people so brave? Chapter 129 by Ruoli is auctioned off. As the auctioneer described, two strong men carried up a cage covered with black cloth. Amid the curious and expectant gazes of the crowd, the auctioneer curled up a smug smile and slowly reached out to lift the black cloth. In an instant, the appearance of the person in the cage appeared before everyone. It was Bai Ruoli.
The moment Lin Mo saw Bai Ruoli, his eyes suddenly turned cold and a raging rage burned in his heart. He never expected that Bai Ruoli would appear here and be auctioned off as a commodity. Bai Ruoli's face was pale, her eyes were full of fear and helplessness. Her hair was a little messy, and her delicate body was trembling slightly. The moment she saw Lin Mo, a glimmer of surprise and a glimmer of help flashed in her eyes.
How could this be Bai Ruoli? Someone in the audience recognized Bai Ruoli and couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice.
After all, the Bai family was a well-known family in Yunnan province. It was really shocking that Bai Ruoli, as the daughter of the Bai family, ended up like this. With an extremely arrogant smile on his face, Long Outyen slowly stood up from his seat and walked to the cage with an arrogant step, like an emperor inspecting his territory. He lowered his head slightly, looking down at Bai Ruoli in the cage. His eyes seemed as if he was examining an insignificant ant, full of disdain and contempt.
Everyone.
I'm sure you are all very familiar with this delicate beauty in the cage. That's right, she is the once high and mighty daughter of the Bai family Bai Ruoli.
Long Outyen deliberately dragged out his tone, and his voice echoed in the quiet auction hall with an unquestionable arrogance.
He paused, the smile on his face became colder, a cruel light flashed in his eyes, and he continued. Humph, this Bai family is so bold that they dare to openly oppose our Yunnan Provincial Martial Arts Association. Not only that, they even colluded with outsiders and brutally murdered our Martial Arts Association's highly respected vice president, creating the Pan family massacre.
Such a heinous act is simply unforgivable.
At this point, Long Outyen's voice suddenly rose, his eyes burning with anger, as if he hated the Bai family's actions to the extreme, but deep in his eyes there was a hint of excitement and pride that was hard to detect. Now, the Bai family has been uprooted and completely destroyed by our Martial Arts Association. How can we let Bai Ruoli, a remnant of the Bai family, go so easily? Long Outyen glanced at everyone present, his eyes were as cold as the chilly wind in December, as if to freeze everyone's soul.
We will auction her off today, and all the proceeds will go into the Martial Arts Association's coffers.
This can be considered a small compensation from the Bai family for the huge losses they have caused to the Martial Arts Association. As he said this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold and ruthless smile, as if Bai Ruoli's fate was nothing more than an insignificant transaction in his eyes. The starting price is 50 million, and each bid increase must not be less than 5 million.
Long Outyen finally announced coldly, his voice was devoid of any warmth, like a death sentence, leaving Bai Ruoli completely at the mercy of others.
In his eyes, Bai Ruoli is no longer a living person, but a commodity that can be bought and sold at will. She is a tool he uses to show his loyalty to the Martial Arts Association and demonstrate his power. He stood there high above, enjoying the fearful, angry, or helpless looks from the crowd, his heart filled with the pleasure of being in control of everything. At the same time, the door of the venue was pushed open violently with a loud bang, as if a thunder exploded in everyone's ears. An old man with white hair and beard strode in, surrounded by a group of high-ranking officials from the Martial Arts Association. The old man was wearing a black robe with golden patterns embroidered on the corners, which shone coldly under the light. His eyes were as sharp as torches as he scanned the entire room. Wherever he looked, people lowered their heads unconsciously, not daring to look him in the face.
When Long Outyen saw the old man, he still looked arrogant and just glanced at these people.
This old man is none other than the president of the Yunnan Province Martial Arts Association, Situ Shinnan, who possesses supreme authority in the Yunnan Province martial arts community. President Situ's gaze fell on Bai Ruoli in the cage, and a complex look flashed in his eyes, as if there was regret and determination.
Outyen, you did a good job on this matter. The Bai family committed such a heinous crime and must be severely punished. Bai Ruoli must not be tolerated.
The voice of the Martial Arts Association president was low and powerful, echoing in the venue like a huge bell. At this time, an old man stood up and said, President Situ, the Bai family has been operating in Yunnan province for hundreds of years and has always been kind to others, with an excellent reputation. Although a tall tree attracts the wind, it is hard to believe that they dared to openly oppose the Wushu Association and collude with outsiders to kill the vice president of the Wushu Association and create the Pan family massacre.
Is there any misunderstanding here?
Situ Shinnan frowned slightly and looked at the old man with a slightly unhappy expression. Mr. Lee, the Martial Arts Association always acts based on evidence. Since they have determined that the Bai family is guilty, then the evidence is conclusive. The Bai family appears to be kind to others, but secretly does such a treasonous thing.
It is really an unforgivable crime. Long Outyen sneered at the side. Mr. Lee, you are getting old and confused, right? How could the decision of the Martial Arts Association be wrong? The crimes committed by the Bai family are irrefutable and cannot be doubted. Don't be fooled by the appearance of the Bai family. Elder Li's face darkened, and he looked at Long Outyin, his eyes full of anger. Long Outyin, don't be so arrogant. The Martial Arts Association is certainly authoritative, but it cannot take human lives lightly. The Bai family's affairs are full of doubts. Why are you so eager to convict the Bai family? What is your intention? Long Outyen's face changed, and he glared at Mr. Li. Mr. Li, don't slander me. I only found out about the crimes committed by the Bai family after investigating. How could they have any ulterior motives? But you always defend the Bai family. Do you have any hidden relationship with the Bai family? Elder Li was so angry that he was shaking all over. You rebellious son. I am highly respected in the martial arts community of Yunnan province. How could I confuse right and wrong like you? Today I must seek justice for the Bai family and cannot let a villain like you do whatever you want. Long Outyin snorted coldly. Fair? I, Long Outyin, am talking about fairness. I advise you not to take advantage of your age or you'll get yourself into trouble. An overwhelming aura suddenly burst out from Long Outyin, instantly causing all the dignitaries in the room to change their expressions. Long Outyin smiled contemptuously and said, Everyone, let's get started. The highest bidder wins. Suddenly, Long Outyin glanced at Bai Ruoli in the cage again. TSK, TSK, TSK. You didn't even bother to wash it before you pulled it out. It looks so dirty and ugly. Someone, bring some water. Several strong men in black strode onto the stage, holding 2 water pipes in their hands. Long Outyin squatted down, approached the cage, and said sinisterly, Miss Bai. After all, you are the daughter of the Bai family. You are a well-known figure in Yunnan province. I will give you one last chance. Tell me the murderer and I will release your entire family immediately. Chapter 130. Bai Ruoli still kept her head down, not even raising it. Seeing that Bai Ruoli ignored him, Long Outyin became angry and embarrassed. Okay. Since Miss Bai won't cooperate, then I won't be polite. Long Outyin stood up and gave the big man a look. 2 water pipes sprayed high-pressure water at the same time. Bai Ruoli was instantly knocked to the ground. Her thin body could hardly stand under the impact of the strong water flow. Her hair was completely wet and stuck to her face. Her clothes were also soaked and she looked very miserable. The high-pressure water continued to hit Bai Ruoli. Every time she tried to stabilize herself, she was mercilessly knocked to the ground by the water. Bai Ruoli gritted her teeth, her eyes full of unyielding and anger. Even in such a predicament, she still did not beg for mercy. Suddenly, several big men flew backwards without any warning and fell heavily to the ground. They died without even a grunt. President Situ's expression was stern, and he immediately turned to look at the dignitaries, and said coldly, Who are you, the master? Why are you so secretive? The venue was suddenly in a dead silence, and everyone was speechless due to the shock of this sudden change. The dignitaries looked at each other, their eyes full of fear and confusion, and it was obvious that they didn't know what was going on. Long Outyin took a step forward, scanning the crowd with a sharp gaze, and shouted loudly, You dare to kill someone in front of me, Long Outyin, you are really brave. Do you dare to show yourself? Lin Mo sneered and slowly stood up. Yunnan Province Martial Arts Association, very good. Long Outyin looked at Lin Mo, his eyes full of confusion and disdain. Who are you? Where did you come from, you young fool? How dare you speak nonsense here? Lin Mo smiled and said, Aren't you looking for me? Why are you asking who I am? Situ Xinnan's pupil shrank, and he asked in surprise, Are you the one who destroyed the Pan family? Lin Mo glanced at Situ Xinnan coldly, That's right. Situ Xinnan, your martial arts association is so powerful, bullying the weak, taking advantage of your power, and suppressing business families at will. Long Outyin laughed loudly, his face full of sarcasm. Boy, are you still asleep? This world is the law of the jungle. I will destroy a mere business family. What can she do? You want to blame the Martial Arts Association? You are just an ignorant fool. But you, Pan Renyong of the Pan family, is the vice president of the Martial Arts Association. You dare to kill him. This is to make an enemy of the entire Martial Arts Association. Today is your death. I wonder if you can still be so stubborn later. Lin Mo shook his head and said calmly, You mean whoever has the stronger fist can decide the life and death of others? Long Outyin sneered, and the mockery on his face became even stronger. Humph, you ask even though you know the answer. In this world, strength is everything. You killed Pan Ringyong, so you should be aware of this. With your little ability, you still want to stand up for the Bai family, which is simply a foolish dream. I advise you to kneel down and beg for mercy now. Maybe I can still leave your body intact. Situ Nan also sneered, his eyes full of contempt for Lin Mo. Lin Mo, do you think you can reverse right and wrong with just a few empty words? Vice President Pan Ringyong has worked diligently for the Martial Arts Association all his life, and his achievements are obvious to all. And you killed him for no reason and wiped out the entire Pan family. How could the Martial Arts Association let you go easily for such an evil act? You are so tough today, but you are just pretending to be calm. Long Outyan added fuel to the fire, pointed at Lin Mo's nose and laughed. The president is right. Look at you, you are still stubborn even at this point. Do you think you are a hero? You are just a coward who hides his head and shows his tail and can only talk. If you are really capable, don't talk nonsense here and directly confront our Martial Arts Association? Why, you don't dare. Lin Mo still said nothing, just looked at Situ Nan and Long Outyan quietly, his eyes so calm that it was hard to read. He knew in his heart that it was meaningless to argue with these two people at this time. They were determined to convict him and would not listen to any explanation. Only by presenting solid evidence could he break their conspiracy. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't say anything, Long Outyan thought that he was afraid because of his guilty conscience, and he mocked him even more fiercely. Why are you silent? Did I say something right and you have nothing to say? Do you think you can escape the punishment of the Wushu Association by not saying anything? Don't dream. You can't escape today. I think you should just plead guilty. Maybe the Wushu Association will give you a decent death. Situ Nan also chimed in, Lin Mo, if you now explain who your accomplices are and your motives for killing Vice President Pan and destroying the Pan family, the Martial Arts Association may be able to give you a lighter sentence. Otherwise, once the martial arts punishment is used, you won't feel so comfortable. However, Lin Mo remained silent. His silence seemed like a silent resistance, which made Situ Nan and Long Outyan even more angry. In this depressing atmosphere, no one else in the venue dared to make a sound. They looked at Lin Mo with sympathy and fear in their hearts. I sympathize with Lin Mo facing the oppression from the two top leaders of the Martial Arts Association, and I am afraid that I will be involved in this turmoil if I am not careful. Lin Mo glanced at the guests present. Damn, these people are really not afraid of death. Why don't they leave? The reason why Lin Mo didn't take action was that he wanted to give these people time to leave and not hurt them. But these idiots just sat there motionless, with no intention of leaving. No one, leave immediately. At this time, the group of dignitaries realized it belatedly and rushed to the gate. Lin Mo rolled his eyes. What the hell is wrong with your brain? You're just running now, making me waste so much time. After everyone had left, Lin Mo slowly raised his right hand. The aura around him suddenly became sharp, and a stream of spiritual energy condensed in his palm. Lin Mo smiled faintly. This group of ants only needed one move from him to kill all the members of the Martial Arts Association present, including Long Outyan. Situ Nan, Long Outyan, and the people from the Martial Arts Association felt the fierce aura suddenly emanating from Lin Mo, and their faces turned pale instantly. The powerful pressure was like an invisible mountain, pressing them so hard that they could hardly breathe. Long Outyan's eyes widened, and a strong fear surged in his heart. He never thought that Lin Mo, whom he had always regarded as an ant, actually hid such terrifying strength. At this moment, he felt his legs go weak and wanted to run away, but he found that his body seemed to be fixed and he could not move. You, what do you want to do? How dare you openly become an enemy of the Martial Arts Association? You will not have a good ending. Long Outyan roared in a stern but weak voice, trying to hide his inner fear with words, but his voice trembled slightly unconsciously. As the head of the Martial Arts Association, Situ Nan was naturally very knowledgeable. He knew that if Lin Mo used this move, they would probably die today. He suppressed his inner fear and circulated the true energy throughout his body, trying to resist this powerful pressure. However, Lin Mo's momentum was so overwhelming that his resistance seemed so insignificant. Lin Mo, don't be impulsive. If you kill us, the entire Martial Arts Association will not let you go, and you will become the public enemy of the Yunnan martial arts world. Situ Nan shouted loudly, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his forehead. Chapter 131 Long Bachwan and Long Zhantian. The other members of the Martial Arts Association were even more terrified. They usually relied on the reputation of the Martial Arts Association to run rampant in Yunnan province, but they had never encountered such a powerful opponent.
At this moment, some of them had trembling legs and could barely stand, some had pale faces and eyes full of despair. One of the young Martial Arts Association disciples even collapsed to the ground, muttering to himself, "It's over, it's over." Under this powerful pressure, the entire venue seemed to fall into a dead silence. The air seemed to be frozen, making people suffocate.
Long Outyan and Sitashinan secretly groaned in their hearts.
They thought they could easily control Lin Mo, but they didn't expect to put themselves in such a dangerous situation. Lin Mo had a blank expression on his face, completely indifferent to their words, and said coldly,
"If you want to avenge the Pan family, you must be prepared to die."
As soon as he finished speaking, he heard bang bang bang. Several master warriors turned into blood mist one after another.
Seeing this scene, Long Outyan and Sitashinan's pupils trembled and their eyes widened in horror. What kind of strength is this? The peak of the Grand Master realm?
No, this is the strength of the Legend realm.
Long Outyan's face turned pale and his whole body was trembling. You are in the legendary realm.
Lin Mo sneered, and that smile was like the cold wind in December, icy and piercing.
Are you scared now? It's too late.
He slowly raised his hand and pointed at Long Outyan and Sitashinan, and the murderous intent spread like a substance.
Sitashinan's legs went weak and he almost fell to his knees, his heart filled with regret.
If he had known that Lin Mo was so terrifying, he would not have dared to provoke him even if he had 100 times the courage.
But what's the use of regretting now? I can only pretend to be calm and say, "Lin Mo, don't go too far. Our Wushu Association also has a deep foundation in China. If you kill us, the Wushu Association will never let you go."
Lin Mo snorted disdainfully.
Martial Arts Association? They are nothing but a bunch of bullies. Today, you all must die. If the Martial Arts Association dares to cause trouble, I don't mind uprooting it.
After saying this, his aura suddenly rose, and the space around him began to distort and deform, making a buzzing sound.
Long Outyan gritted his teeth, a feeling of determination surged in his heart.
He knew that if he didn't fight today, he would have no chance of survival.
Easier said than done.
Long Outyan used all his strength, but found that he could not mobilize even a bit of the internal energy. Lin Mo's face was full of sarcasm.
What? You want to fight to the death? Are you worthy? Long Outyan and Sitashinan only felt an overwhelming force rushing towards them, and they had no time to dodge. Ah!
The two men screamed at the same time, and their bodies flew backwards like kites with broken strings, falling heavily to the ground, splashing up a cloud of dust. They struggled to get up, but found that all the bones in their bodies seemed to be broken.
The pain was unbearable and blood spurted out of their mouths uncontrollably. Long Outyan looked at Lin Mo with horror on his face and said in a trembling voice, Are you a human or a demon? Why are you so powerful?"
Lin Mo walked towards them step by step, and the ground shook slightly with every step.
He said coldly, "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you have provoked someone you shouldn't have provoked."
Just as Lin Mo was about to take action to completely deal with Long Outyan and Sitashinan, suddenly, a loud voice came from a distance, "Lin Mo, show mercy." Lin Mo was startled, and then he saw a middle-aged man walking into the venue quickly. The middle-aged man walked to Lin Mo, looked at Long Outyan with pity in his eyes, and bowed to Lin Mo.
"I am Long Bachwan, the head of the Long family in Yunnan province.
I beg Mr. Lin to spare my son's life." Lin Mo glanced at Long Bachwan coldly.
Long Bachwan? Never heard of him. Long Bachwan can be regarded as a prominent figure in Yunnan province. Back then, he was invincible in Yunnan province with his 9-ring broadsword. He was highly respected wherever he went.
Today, Long Bachwan was actually ignored by a junior, and his old face turned red. Lin Mo was about to speak when he suddenly saw another person walking in from the gate. This person was young and handsome, and walked with great vigor. He was surprisingly another young grandmaster.
Damn it, did I disturb the master's nest?
The young grandmaster walked up to Long Bachwan.
There was something similar between their brows.
Lin Mo immediately guessed the identity of this person, Long Zhantian.
Long Outyan's younger brother. Ha! Lin Mo also noticed something was wrong.
Long Zhantian's blood seemed to be different from Long Bachwan's. Lin Mo's eyes widened suddenly.
The two are not related by blood? What's going on? Long Zhantian supported Long Bachwan and said, "Dad, why are you doing this?" Long Zhantian looked at Long Outyan with cold eyes and said angrily, "Long Outyan, You still have the nerve to come back? Back then, you secretly murdered me in order to seize the family business. How can you still have the nerve to come back today? Lin Mo was stunned. Damn it! If the system hadn't told me the truth, I would have really believed your lies. Long Outyan suddenly laughed, pointed at Long Zhantian and said, Long Zhantian, you are such a despicable villain, you are really good at confusing right and wrong. It was you who colluded with outsiders to poison me in order to seize the position of the head of the family, and you also expelled me from the Long family. I have been through hardships outside these years, and I have finally recovered my strength, but you want to use the same trick again to frame me again. Long Zhantian looked angry and turned to look at Long Bachwan, saying with tears in his eyes, Dad, listen to me. He is still slandering me. I am loyal to the Long family and dedicated to the development of the Long family. How could I do such a thing? But my eldest brother has changed his mind since he was expelled from the Long family. Now he comes back and I am afraid he wants to harm the Long family. Long Bachwan frowned, looking at Long Outyan and Long Zhantian. His heart was full of entanglement. He knew that Long Outyan had suffered a lot in the past few years since he was expelled from the Long family, but Long Zhantian had always behaved very well and devoted himself to the Long family. Now that the two of them had different opinions, it was difficult for him to tell the truth from the false. Long Outyan looked at Long Bachwan's hesitant eyes and felt a sharp pain in his heart. He was completely disappointed with this so-called father. He smiled miserably and said, Forget it, forget it. For so many years, I still fantasized that you could find out the truth and clear my name. It seems that I was naive. I don't care about the Long family anymore. What happened today has nothing to do with the Long family. It was done by me, Long Outyan. Mr. Lin, you can kill me or chop me up, it's all up to you. Lin Mo watched all this from the side and sneered in his heart. He had already seen through Long Zhantian's conspiracy through the system. Long Zhantian was deep-minded, ruthless, and would do anything to achieve his goal. But Long Bachwan's reaction surprised him a little. He didn't expect that this once famous figure in Yunnan province would be so indecisive when facing family affairs. Suddenly, Long Zhantian bowed to Lin Mo and said, Mr. Lin, although my elder brother has a vicious mind and cruel methods, he is not a bad person by nature. Please show mercy and let him go. Chapter 132 Long Outyan breaks through. When Lin Mo heard this, he felt sick. Damn, it smells so strongly of green tea. Lin Mo glanced at Long Zhantian with a teasing look in his eyes, and suddenly turned back to Long Outyan and said, Long Outyan, do you want revenge? Long Outyan was shocked, and his eyes instantly turned red. Revenge. He had been thinking about revenge all these years. He was seriously injured and fled overseas. He practiced hard for so many years just to return to China one day and seek revenge on Long Zhantian. When he came back this time, he discovered that Long Zhantian was actually stronger than himself due to the accumulation of family resources, which hindered his plan of revenge for a time. At this moment, Lin Mo's words seemed to ignite a fire in his heart. Long Outyan clenched his fists, his knuckles turned white, and his voice trembled slightly with excitement. Mr. Lin, I dream of revenge. If I can kill this bastard with my own hands, I, Long Outyan, will have no regrets even if I die immediately. Lin Mo raised his lips with an evil smile, turned his head and looked at Long Zhantian, his eyes full of provocation. Did you hear that, Long Zhantian? I wish I could chop you into pieces. You're so confusing right and wrong, and so sweet-talking, aren't you afraid of retribution? Long Zhantian was a little flustered, but he still pretended to be calm and snorted coldly, Lin Mo, stop trying to sow discord here. I, Long Zhantian, do things openly and honestly, but he, Long Outyan, has evil intentions and is trying to destroy the peace of the Long family. Lin Mo sneered disdainfully, still being stubborn? Okay, then I will help Long Outyan today. Long Outyan, I can help you improve your strength in a short period of time so that you can fight him. But you must remember that you have to settle your grudges by yourself. I only provide assistance, not help you. Let's put things in perspective. My helping you doesn't mean I won't hold you accountable for what you did to the Bai family. I will still hold you accountable for what you should hold. Upon hearing this, Long Outyan's eyes flashed with surprise and determination, and he knelt down in front of Lin Mo with a plop. Mr. Lin, I will never forget your kindness. As long as I can get revenge, I am willing to do anything for you. Lin Mo reached out and helped Long Outyan up. Get up. I'm not helping you for nothing. The grudge between you and him can be regarded as an opportunity in this chaotic situation.
I want to let certain people know that it's useless to play these conspiracies and tricks in front of me. After saying that, Lin Mo waved his hand casually, and a stream of spiritual energy quickly entered Long Outyen's body.
Long Outyen.
Practice your skills to refine this spiritual energy.
Long Outyen felt a breath that did not belong to him rapidly flowing through his body and veins.
He immediately sat cross-legged and practiced his skills to guide this breath to impact the bottleneck. Long Zhantian looked at this scene, feeling a little flustered, so he pretended to be calm and said,
Long Outyen, even if you improve your strength, you are still no match for me.
Lin Mo glanced at Long Zhantian coldly.
As time went by, Long Outyen's aura began to become disordered, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and a look of pain appeared on his face. Obviously, the breakthrough was not smooth sailing.
Seeing this, Long Zhantian was secretly delighted. Humph, it seems that he can't hold on any longer. If he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. Lin Mo was not panicked. He stared at Long Outyen, silently calculating the time in his heart. Suddenly, a powerful aura burst out from Long Outyen, and the originally chaotic aura instantly stabilized and continued to rise.
Long Zhantian was obviously panicked when he saw this. Long Outyen hated him to the core. If he really broke through, he would fight to the death with him.
He was just a grandmaster who relied on countless natural treasures. His real strength was just that of a grandmaster. If Long Outyen attacks me, I will not be able to defeat him at all. No, we must not let him break through. In an instant, a terrifying aura burst out from Long Zhantian's body, and murderous intent spread. Lin Mo had been prepared for this move and said coldly,
Long Zhantian, think it over. If you make a move, I promise you will die immediately.
At the same time, a powerful pressure came towards Long Zhantian.
Long Zhantian's face changed drastically in an instant, turning extremely pale, and he retreated 3 steps in a row. Breakthrough!
Lin Mo's eyes flashed with relief. Long Outyen slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and his aura was several times stronger than before. He stood up and looked at Long Zhantian, his eyes full of murderous intent. Long Zhantian, today is the day you die. Long Zhantian's heart tightened, but he still said with all his strength, don't think that you are great just because you have made a breakthrough.
I am not a pushover either.
After saying this, he started to practice his skills. The inner energy surged throughout his body, and he took a posture ready for battle.
Long Outyen roared and rushed towards Long Zhantian like a tiger descending from the mountain.
The true energy on his palms condensed and turned into 2 huge tiger claws, grabbing towards Long Zhantian fiercely. Long Zhantian was not willing to be outdone, and used the Long family fist to pounce on Long Outyen.
Lin Mo didn't even look at it.
He didn't care who won or lost. He walked to the cage, and with a flash of his flying sword, a hole appeared in the iron cage. Lin Mo picked up by Ruoli and a stream of spiritual energy flowed into her body.
Boom! The attacks of Long Outyen and Long Zhantian collided with each other, causing a loud noise. A powerful airwave swept across, and the surrounding tables and chairs were instantly overturned, and cracks appeared on the ground. Long Zhantian was shocked by this force and took a few steps back. He was shocked. He didn't expect that Long Outyen's strength would increase so much after the breakthrough. But he was not willing to admit defeat. After stabilizing his body, he launched another attack. Long Outyen flashed and cleverly avoided most of the attacks, while at the same time he pushed out a palm from his mouth. Long Zhantian's face changed drastically, and he used all his strength to activate his true chi, forming a shield of chi in front of him. Long Outyen's palm hit the shield, making a crackling sound, and the shield trembled violently, and it could break at any time. At this moment, Long Outyen saw the opportunity, and rushed forward like a ghost, punching Long Zhantian with a heavy punch. Long Zhantian wanted to dodge, but it was too late, and the punch hit his chest heavily. Wow!
Long Zhantian spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flew backwards, hit the wall heavily, and then slid to the ground.
Long Outyen walked towards Long Zhantian step by step, with murderous intent in his eyes. Long Zhantian, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? After so many years of grudges, it's time to put an end to them today.
Long Zhantian struggled to get up, his face full of unwillingness. Long Outyen, don't be so complacent, even if I die, you won't have an easy life. After saying that, he ignored his own injuries and pounced on Long Outyen again. Suddenly, Long Bachwan flashed and stood in front of Long Zhantian, with a look of reluctance on his face, and said,
Outyen. He is your brother after all. You two are brothers. Do you really want to be so ruthless? How about I allow you to return to the Long family? What happened in the past is over, and no one can mention it again in the future. Long Outyen looked at his father and closed his eyes in disappointment. Chapter 133 Long Zhantian is not your offspring. Finally, Long Outyen opened his eyes, without any emotion in them. Master Long. Are you mistaken?
You only have one son, Long Zhantian. Where did he get his brothers?
Instantly, Long Bachwan felt as if he was struck by lightning, and looked at Long Outyen with trembling body. Outyen, I know I have wronged you. I have been looking for you for so many years. Long Outyen looked at Long Bachwan's face for 3 minutes, and suddenly laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha.
Suddenly, Long Outyen stopped laughing, his eyes were red, he seemed to be smiling, and said with gritted teeth.
Looking for me? Patriarch Long, then tell me, how have you been looking for me all these years? Long Bachwan looked confident at the beginning. Of course I am, yes, yes.
But after saying a few yes, I still couldn't utter a single word.
Long Outyen laughed again, and there was endless sadness in his laughter. Ha! Ha 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 ha! You can't say it either? Ha 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 ha!
Long Bachwan was so frightened by his smile. Indeed, when Long Zhantian returned to the family, he said that Long Outyen colluded with outsiders to kill him during his training.
In addition, the Long family members who were training together were fanning the flames.
Long Bachwan was furious and ordered the whole family to go out and crush Long Outyen to ashes.
After searching for 3 months, Long Outyen was not found, not even his body was found, and the case was later dropped. Over the years, the name Long Outyen has become a taboo in the Long family. No one can mention it, and no one dares to mention it. How can we find him?
It is even more impossible to let him return to the Long family. In the past few days, news came out from the Wushu Association that a young master had overcome many difficulties and defeated a group of masters from the Wushu Association. He was highly regarded by the top leaders of the Wushu Association, who made an exception and accepted him into the association as vice president. Long Bachwan wanted to find an opportunity to get to know this young master. Although the Long family was a martial arts family and a martial arts association family, they had no status in the martial arts association and were the lowest group of people.
No one would even think of them for a running errand job.
So when Long Bachwan learned that this young master was actually his son Long Outyen, his heart was immediately filled with astonishment.
Long Bachwan was surprised and delighted.
At that moment, Long Bachwan was like a revelation, and his run and do meridians were opened up.
His rare IQ regained the upper hand.
Long Bachwan felt that as long as he humbled himself, did not care about the mistakes Long Outyen had made in the past, and generously allowed Long Outyen to return to the family, Long Outyen would definitely consider family ties and return to his roots. And with the help of Long Outyen, the Long family will definitely be valued by the Wushu Association and gain a place in the martial arts world of Yunnan province. So he hurriedly brought Long Zhantian to the auction, but he didn't expect that Long Outyen completely disregarded family affection and even tried to kill Long Zhantian again. Long Zhantian was injured, which made Long Bachwan extremely heartbroken. Lin Mo was watching this show with great interest at first, but these 3 people were dilly-dallying like they were in a web drama, which made Lin Mo want to curse.
Long Outyen, if you delay any longer, the time will run out.
Long Outyen's heart tightened, and he found that his strength was slowly disappearing.
He immediately said angrily,
"Despicable. You told me about family affection, but you just wanted to delay time. You really have such a vicious mind."
Long Bachwan was confused. What the hell was going on? How did I delay the time? Long Outyen made up his mind and attacked suddenly. Long Bachwan was caught off guard and was hit in the abdomen by Long Outyen's punch.
There was a sound of puff like a balloon leaking air. Long Bachwan flew backwards more than 10 meters and spit out a mouthful of blood mixed with broken internal organs.
Long Outyen's punch contained all his anger and determination at the moment, and directly smashed Long Bachwan's dantian into pieces.
Long Bachwan fell heavily to the ground, his eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief.
Dantian is the foundation of a warrior.
Once it is broken, it means the end of the road of martial arts.
All skills will be gone and the warrior will become a useless person.
He never imagined that his own son would be so cruel to him. When Long Zhantian saw this scene, he was stunned at first, and then he roared, "Long Outyen, how dare you do this to my father?
I will fight you."
As he said that, he ignored his own injuries and rushed towards Long Outyen. Long Outyen snorted coldly, dodged Long Zhantian's attack, and threw another punch with his backhand, hitting Long Zhantian directly in the chest. Long Zhantian groaned, and his body flew out like a kite with a broken string, hitting the wall heavily. As he slid down, blood spurted out of his mouth. Lin Mo watched the bloody scene from the side, frowned slightly, but had no intention of stopping it. In his opinion, this was a grudge within the Long family, and they should resolve it themselves. Moreover, he also wanted to see what decision Long Outyen would make in this desperate situation and what potential he would unleash. Long Outyen slowly walked to Long Bashwan and looked down at him without any pity in his eyes. Long Bashwan, when you believed the slander and wanted to grind me to ashes, you should have thought that this day would come. Today, I will take back from you the pain I have endured over the years. Long Bashwan raised his head with difficulty and looked at Long Outyen, his eyes full of regret and unwillingness.
Outyen, I know I was wrong, can't you forgive me? After all, we are father and son. Long Outyen interrupted him coldly. Father and son? The moment you ordered me to be hunted down, we no longer had any father-son relationship. For the sake of the so-called family reputation and Long Jiantian, you abandoned me without hesitation. Now, you still want to impress me with the father-son relationship. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Long Bachwan's lips trembled, and he wanted to say something, but he spat out a mouthful of blood. He knew that he was doomed today. Long Outyen has completely given up on him and will no longer show mercy. Long Outyen looked down at Long Bachwan and said, I won't kill you. I want you to spend the rest of your life in pain and regret. After saying this, Long Outyen looked at Long Jiantian again, his voice sounded like it came from the netherworld. Long Jiantian. Maybe I should call you Pan Jiantian. Right? As soon as this sentence came out, everyone was shocked. What? Pan Jiantian? What did Long Outyen mean by this? Even Lin Mo sat up straight. Oh, there really is gossip. It was not in vain today. Long Batuan froze and looked at Long Outyen with dull eyes. Outyen. What do you mean? What Pan Jiantian? Long Outyen tilted his mouth and revealed a mocking smile. Long Batuan. You didn't expect that. The son you raised for 20 years, whom you treasured so much, is not your child. Ha 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 ha. The son you raised with all your efforts is not your son at all. He is the bastard born from the affair between your wife and Pan Ringyong. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 134 Long Outyen recognizes his master. Null. Chapter 135 Alchemy. Lin Mo looked at Long Outyen's sincere face, and his worries were slightly relieved. He thought for a moment and said, well, since you are so sincere, I will give you a chance. But I have to say this, if I find out that you have second thoughts, I will not let you off easily. Long Outyen was overjoyed and said quickly, thank you sir for giving me this opportunity. Outyen will be loyal and will never have second thoughts. Lin Mo glanced at Long Outyen with his divine pupil and found that his loyalty was 75, which was not a low number. At this time, Situ Xinnan came over trembling. Mr. Lin, this Pan family matter. Lin Mo blared at Situ Xinnan. Why? You don't accept it? Situ Xinnan felt disheartened when he was glared at by Lin Mo. Damn it, he couldn't afford to mess with this evil star. No, I am just doing my duty. I have to give an explanation to the members of the Martial Arts Association. Lin Mo looked at Situ Xinnan coldly. That's your business, none of my business. After saying that, Lin Mo took Long Outyen and Bai Ruoli and left the auction. In the hotel room. Long Outyen stood opposite Lin Mo with his body slightly bent, while Lin Mo sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. Tell me, what happened to your blood wolf? Long Outyen suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Lin Mo in disbelief. Master, how do you know about the Blood Wolf Society? Lin Mo chuckled. There is nothing in this world that I don't know. Long Outyen scratched his head awkwardly and said, I founded the Blood Wolf Society. Myanmar is a complicated country with many forces intertwined. Drug trafficking, underground boxing and other illegal activities are rampant. I was originally carrying out a secret mission in Myanmar, during which I met a group of like-minded brothers. We all hated the local dark forces, so we formed the Blood Wolf Society to combat these illegal forces and maintain peace. Lin Mo frowned slightly. If you are doing good deeds, why are you doing it so secretly? And are you misunderstood as an evil force? Long Outyen smiled bitterly, Master, you don't know that the actions of our Blood Wolf Society have affected the interests of many local forces. In order to discredit us, those forces deliberately spread rumors and portrayed us as a terrorist organization that does all kinds of evil. In addition, our style of doing things is relatively radical, and sometimes we inevitably take some extreme measures to combat crime,
which has also caused many misunderstandings about us in the outside world. Lin Mo nodded and motioned for Long Outyen to continue.
Long Outyen continued.
I came back this time for two reasons: first, to avenge my past grudges, and second, to gain a firm foothold in China, so that the Blood Wolf Society can expand its influence in China.
Lin Mo nodded and said, "How many of you are there in total? What's your strength?" Long Outyen said,
There are 36 people in total, 3 Grandmasters of the Transformation Realm, 7 Grandmasters, 12 at the peak of internal strength, and 14 at the middle stage of internal strength.
Lin Mo just said fuck.
This force is enough to control a place wherever it is. At this moment, Lin Mo's phone suddenly rang.
It was Song Hui. Lin Mo, did you destroy the Yunnan Province Martial Arts Association? Lin Mo frowned slightly. How do you know?
Song Hui sighed, they have complained to me.
Recently, there has been some movement on the border between Vietnam and Country T. It seems that there will be some big action. The military can't spare the manpower to deal with your mess. Don't cause me more trouble.
Lin Mo snorted disdainfully. Humph, they themselves behaved improperly, and they dared to complain first. I just taught those evil guys in the Yunnan Province Martial Arts Association a lesson.
Did I do anything wrong? Song Hui said helplessly.
Lin Mo, the border has been unstable recently. The 3 countries have stationed heavy troops on the border. No matter what conflicts you have with the Martial Arts Association, you must unite against them.
Do you understand what I mean? Lin Mo nodded.
I will not make things difficult for the small Martial Arts Association. As long as they don't provoke me, I will not touch them.
Song Hui breathed a sigh of relief and said,
Since you are in Yunnan Province, you should pay more attention to the border.
If possible, you should still lend a hand. Lin Mo said.
No. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo said to Long Outyen,
Check the border of Yunnan Province to see what the UNT countries are doing. Long Outyen retreated immediately.
With the Blood Wolf Society's intelligence network, it was very convenient to investigate this information. After Long Outyen left, Lin Mo immediately set up a barrier and took out the 3 spiritual herbs from the ring. In fact, with Lin Mo's current level, he could also make pills without an alchemy furnace, but it would be a little more troublesome. Ice Heart Jade Marrow Grass contains unique and pure spiritual power. After practitioners take it, its spiritual power can be integrated into the practitioner's meridians and dantian, helping practitioners to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth faster, speed up the practice, and shorten the practice cycle. For practitioners who are at a bottleneck period, they may be able to break through the bottleneck and achieve a breakthrough in realm under the stimulation of its spiritual power. But now in this Dharma ending age, the spiritual energy is thin, and there is little point in refining pills and taking them. It would be better to squeeze the juice and use it to water the flying sword to improve its spirituality. The same goes for the purple flame spirit ginseng. It is very effective for those in the qi refining stage to break through the foundation establishment stage. Xing Shui and her parents will definitely need to practice in the future, so we can refine it into pills for them to use. We can also integrate it into the flying sword to make it carry fire damage. The starry leaf grass contains surging star power, which can enhance the cultivator's spatial power. Lin Mo considered it over and over again and decided to use the Ice Heart Jade Marrow Grass and Purple Flame Spirit Ginseng to improve the quality of the flying sword, and the Starry Fantasy Leaf Grass to make pills.
Lin Mo had made up his mind and immediately began to prepare for the alchemy.
He first carefully placed the Star Illusion Leaf Grass in front of him. The leaves of this object were shining with a faint light like stars, and there seemed to be a vast galaxy flowing between the veins, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. Lin Mo circulated the spiritual power in his body and condensed a ball of light golden flame between his hands. This flame was a special spiritual fire that he had mastered after practicing to his current level. It had an extremely high temperature and had a powerful purification and fusion ability. He controlled the spiritual fire and slowly approached the Star Illusion Leaf Grass. The moment the spiritual fire came into contact with the star leaf grass, a powerful force of the stars surged out, trying to resist the refining of the spiritual fire. Lin Mo's face was solemn. He increased the output of his spiritual power. The spiritual fire instantly grew larger, completely enveloping the starry leaf grass. The flames burned madly, and the star leaf grass gradually softened under the high temperature, releasing even more intense star power. The entire room was shrouded in this mysterious power.
The process of alchemy cannot tolerate any mistakes.
Lin Mo concentrated on controlling the temperature and strength of the spiritual fire, in order to completely refine the star magic leaf grass while preventing the star power contained in it from dissipating too much. As time went by, the star leaf grass gradually turned into a ball of liquid sparkling with starlight, floating above the spiritual fire.
Chapter 136 Ambush.
At this time, Lin Mo's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, but his eyes became more determined. He saw the right time and quickly formed seals with both hands. Spiritual runes flew out from his fingertips and merged into the starlight liquid. The runes and liquid blend with each other, constantly rolling and merging, exuding a more powerful and complex aura. Then, Lin Mo took a deep breath and instantly raised the temperature of the spiritual fire to the extreme. Under the action of high temperature, the starlight liquid began to solidify rapidly, gradually forming a pill-emitting soft starlight. Mysterious patterns appeared on the surface of the pill, like a constellation map in the vast starry sky, and each pattern contained powerful star power. Lin Mo gently waved his hand and took the pill into his hand. Feeling the surging star power in the pill, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This pill made from star fantasy leaf grass not only condenses the essence of star fantasy leaf grass, but also integrates his own spiritual power and the power of runes. After taking it, it will definitely greatly enhance the cultivator's control over the power of space, and may even help the cultivator comprehend the basics of the laws of space. Just as I put away the pills, Long Outyan's voice came from outside the door.
Boss. Lin Mo waved his hand, the door opened automatically, and Long Outyan strode in.
Boss, we have already found out that the joint military exercise between Vietnam and Country T is actually to cover up the two countries' warriors to sneak into China and take revenge on the Chinese drug police and their families who previously cracked down on drug dealers at the border.
Lin Mo's face was gloomy. How dare they do that? Do they think they can lay their hands on the land of China? Long Outyan said. Boss, let the Blood Wolf Club take action this time. You don't need to personally deal with such a small villain. How could Long Outyan miss such a good opportunity to show off? This was like handing over a token of loyalty to Lin Mo.
Lin Mo looked at the eager look in Long Outyan's eyes and thought to himself.
Long Outyan's eagerness to show off was certainly a good thing, as it showed his determination to follow him.
However, this matter involved warriors from UNT countries, and there might be other complicated forces involved behind the scenes. If the Blood Wolf Club acted rashly, it might cause even greater trouble if it was not careful.
What is the opponent's strength? Long Outyan hurriedly said.
Boss, according to the information obtained by our Blood Wolf Society's intelligence network, the Kingdom of Yu has sent more than 30 warriors, led by a Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm, including 5 Grandmasters and more than 10 peak internal strength masters. The T country's team was led by 2 Masters of the Transformation Realm, with a total of more than 40 warriors, 7 of whom were at the Grandmaster level, and about 15 at the peak of the internal strength. There was also a T country sorcerer. They plan to sneak in from several hidden mountain passes on the Yunnan border at night the day after tomorrow, and then split up into several groups to head to cities in China where several drug enforcement officers and their families are located.
Lin Mo frowned. This lineup is a huge investment. They are really willing to spend money on it. Lin Mo thought for a moment and said. Are you sure? Long Outyan patted his chest and said. Boss, don't worry. This little thing is nothing to us in the Blood Wolf Society. Lin Mo nodded and said. Okay. Let's set off for the border tomorrow and show me the strength of the Blood Wolf Society. Long Outyan said with pride. Boss, don't worry. There is nothing we Blood Wolf can't do. In the mountains on the border of Yunnan province, the night was as dark as ink, and there was not a single star in the sky. Lin Mo and Long Outyan stood on the top of the mountain. At Long Outyan's command, the members of the Blood Wolf Club quickly gathered from all directions like ghosts. They were dressed in specially made black tights, with scarves covering their faces, revealing only a pair of sharp eyes, exuding a murderous aura. Lin Mo glanced at the Blood Wolf Club members in front of him and nodded secretly. These members were all calm and had the iron-blooded temperament of having experienced battles. Long Outyan stepped forward and said respectfully, Boss, all 36 brothers of the Blood Wolf Club have arrived. Please give us your instructions. Lin Mo nodded slightly, and said with a firm look, Brothers, the warriors from UNT countries are trying to sneak into China and attack our drug enforcement officers and their families. This behavior is really too much. We can't sit idly by. Today, we will make sure they never come back. Long Outyan continued, Boss, according to intelligence, the warriors from UNT countries will arrive here in about an hour. We have set up many traps on their way, and we are just waiting for them to fall into our trap. Lin Mo nodded and said, "Okay. Everyone, get into position quickly. I will stay here and protect you. Long Outyan and the Blood Wolf will quickly disappear into the darkness."
Lin Mo spread out his spiritual sense, and every blade of grass and every tree within 100 kilometers was within the range of his spiritual sense. In the divine consciousness, 30 kilometers away from here, the armies of the two countries were pretending to conduct a vigorous military exercise, while to the south, two teams were rapidly approaching the Chinese border. With Lin Mo's strength, he could easily release a flying sword, and in less than a minute, this group of people would have to die under the sword. However, today Lin Mo planned to give the Blood Wolf Club a chance to perform. Lin Mo suppressed the urge to attack and continued to closely watch the movements of the two teams through his spiritual sense.
The two teams moved very secretly, as if blending into the night, but under Lin Mo's powerful spiritual sense, their every move was visible. As the two teams approached, Lin Mo could clearly feel the murderous aura emanating from them. In the Vietnamese team, the spiritual power of the master in the state of transformation was faintly fluctuating, like a ferocious beast hidden in the darkness, with every step carrying a steady and deadly aura.